West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
High fly ball, left field, back at the wall. Moniak, he will look up and he'll make the catch for the final out of the inning. Astros lose 3-2. Isak Paredes gave it a ride. That launch angle was just a little too steep, Blummer, on a close fly out to left. The Rockies win the season series against the Astros 4-2. First time they have won the season series against Houston since 2012.
Okay. I love the little factoids at the end that Todd Callis throws in. First time the Rockies have won a series against the Astros since 2012. That means the ratchet-ass 2013 Astros, if they played each other that year, won that series.
The season series, obviously, because they've already, they've taken a couple of series against the Astros already this year.
Yeah.
Or they had already taken a series. Is this a bad sign that I look at last night as, oh, okay, you lost 3-2.
No, it's not.
You didn't lose 11-0.
It's not.
Or 11-10. 11-10 feels even worse.
No, it's not. And and the Rockies, I don't think, are going to be a good baseball team this year, even though they'll have beaten the Astros in the season series, as Todd Callis pointed out, 4-2. As we welcome you to everybody on a Friday here on Payne and Pendergast. We got a busy show. We got a lot to get to. We got a big weekend coming up. It's funny you say that, Seth. I didn't get to see most of the game last night. I watched the last two innings when Amy and I got home. And as I was following it, I'm like, okay, that they're just playing more normal baseball games lately it feels like a little bit of progress. And I'm not worried about the offense, even though, that Dollander guy came in last night was just on a heater. So what are you going to do? Like, he was just, that happens. No, not at all. And this is where I'm going to be a little bit annoying. Our show is not the It's a Long Season show. Like, we're the show that kind of rides the highs and lows game to game, I think, a little bit, which is fun. That's what sports fans are supposed to do. But I'm willing to sacrifice a game or two if it starts to look like there's more than just one or two capable pitchers on this staff.
Yeah.
So I don't like that they lost the game last night. Again, they left a bunch of guys on base. They struck out a bunch of times. It was just one of those nights. You at least win a series at home here. You're 8-12, so it's not great, obviously, but St. Louis comes to town. St. Louis ain't a great team. Take care of your business against the Cardinals this weekend, and you start to creep back closer to 500, which in this division right now, being around 500 is good enough to be in front in the division if they can put together a nice stretch here, and then you're off to Cleveland, and we'll see what happens there. I think your point is a good one, which is, okay, they're starting to find some solutions here. Ryan Weiss wasn't great last night. Obviously, his first chance to start a game and didn't really show out the way he probably wanted to. But I like that Blue Ball came in and did things that we hoped he would do at the beginning of the year. Tang has been a great addition to this bullpen.
Yeah, the Ryan Weiss, I was looking afterwards to see if he was making any excuses or explanations about the fact that Korean baseball.
What'd you find out?
Korean baseball is so much different than American baseball. I didn't hear anything about the ball being more slippery. I didn't hear anything about what time they eat dinner.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you know what time he ate last night?
We haven't heard any of that. So he's adjusting to American baseball just fine so far after spending the last few years in Korea.
Right.
Other than just I looked up the differences between Korean baseball and Major League Baseball, and one thing is that the pitchers tend to go deeper into games. So if anything, he himself was at fault for not operating more like a Korean pitcher.
So that's just a tendency. That's not an actual difference with the tangible parts of the game, like the ball on the mound and stuff.
I was going through and I was looking through the difference between Korean baseball and MLB and then also Japanese baseball and MLB.
Yeah.
And one big common thing that I saw, Sean, if we want to try to make the environment feel more at home for guys like Imai, the crowd noise, the chants, the cheers, all of that stuff, it feels like a more structured fan experience over there.
Like a soccer match almost.
Yeah. There's just not as much. Major League Baseball crowds tend to be a whole lot of sitting on your hands until something exciting happens.
Yes. Yeah.
So if we can get together as a fan base and get some cheers together and stuff, I know how much you are a fan of the wave. But we need to take it above and beyond the wave.
I'm a team guy, Seth. If the wave is what it takes to get Imai's ERA, under 7 or whatever it is right now, I'm happy to oblige.
I didn't look at the wave tendencies specifically,
okay. Yeah.
But I was like, all right. Well, the Astros themselves need to figure out a way to make Imai feel more at home, and make his routine feel more routine.
Yep.
But the actual environment of the ballpark is where the fans could kick in.
Yeah, we need to give out Imai soccer jerseys and just make it more just act like you're at a Dynamo game with the chants and being dialed in the whole time. Stay off your phone, make sure, support these guys. Weiss and Imai both, they're both foreigners coming over here. I know Weiss is American, but he may as well be Korean. He's coming over from the Korean League the last few years.
NPB feels like a more scripted, rhythmic event, not just a game.
Oh, it's almost like WrestleMania. Okay.
Each team has coordinated chants, instruments, and rhythms. I know how much you love the Oakland drums.
Yeah, I hate the drums is where I draw the line.
Yeah,
I'm happy for the wave.
I don't know. The chants, instruments, and rhythms.
The whole game?
Somebody bring your sousaphone to the game. Can I bring my sousaphone to an Astros game?
Yes.
We need a big band experience, yeah.
It sounds like I kind of want to go over to Japan for some of these games. It sounds like a script. What did it say? It kind of feels like a scripted environment.
Says, each team has coordinated chants, instruments, and rhythms, highly organized and team-specific fan experience.
I'm a big fan of the scripted sports. That's my thing.
Yeah, that's right.
I love that. WrestleMania weekend this
There's one thing we have in Texas. It's a bunch of really good college marching bands.
That's true.
Okay. Let's get the HBUs involved in this and really give an American style experience of a more scripted, rhythmic event.
Yes.
And just like I would say during the 7th inning stretch, just bring out a damn marching band.
There you go. So I didn't get to see the one.
As if he's going to be there for the 7th inning stretch.
Imai?
As if an Astros pitcher is going to be anywhere present for the 7th inning
Never know,
stretch.
Man. This new methodology we've got going might be the super juice that he needs.
Yeah, but as far as I can tell, Weiss didn't whine at all about how things are different in Korea than they are.
That's good. Here was Joe Espada last night after the game on Ryan Weiss in his first start as an Astro.
Yeah, and he came out throwing the ball really well, and I think just the walks and the pitch count got high there in those early innings, and anytime that happens, right, you put yourself in a position where you have to be perfect, throw the ball more, kind of the heart of the plate. But I think our bullpen did a great job just keeping us in the game. Really nice job, blue ball, Tang. And I thought for me, it was our defense was unbelievable. That game could have been a different score there at the end. Ken Smith and Carlos connecting on that relay throw. Awareness by Carlos. And then, Loperfido diving play in left. Altuve, the diving play in the 7th. Paredes stopped that ball, preventing another run. So our defense really gave us a shot.
That throw that he's referring to by Correa,
yeah.
Holy smokes, man.
And Cam Smith, they ended up tagging a guy at second because the third base coach knew Cam Smith and knew what he was capable of. The base runner did not.
Yeah.
And it was and the third base coach said, "Stay."
Yeah.
I think defensively, it's one of the things that's saving Espada in my mind right now is that a couple of things that have shown up this year on the good side of things are the defense has been great. The base running has been aggressive, and they're doing a lot of the more polished stuff right on the offensive side of the ball.
Aggressive, but not like stupid. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like appropriately aggressive.
Oh, I think Paris Chica just took him. It took him a frustrating long time to figure out the way the Astros run the bases.
Yeah.
Remember, it felt like we were. I had advocated using virtual reality in the offseason to get him used to just sending guys home.
Yeah.
Can we be aggressive, please? And they did it last night with Altuve. They sent him home, and he ends up making he slid, but he didn't have to slide.
Yep.
So, yeah, the aggressiveness has paid off this year.
That was good to see, man.
The hitting with runners in scoring position feels a little bit frustratingly like it did last year.
At times,
Bases were loaded again last night, and they couldn't do anything with it. They're tied for the most hits with runners in scoring position.
Wow.
But their OPS is 17th, so they're not hitting with power.
No.
They're not driving guys in. And last year they were 22nd in OPS with runners in scoring position.
Well, and what was the very first stat you said? They've had the
most hits with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, and that's because they spent the first week and a half of the season with runners in scoring position every inning. It felt like.
Yeah, they're accumulating a whole bunch of them. They're just not doing as much with them.
The percentages aren't great, but they have them on base all the time. Yeah, so it's I don't feel horrible. I mean, obviously you'd like them to get clutch hits and whatnot. I think the guys, and especially the guys that you're counting on, are just hitting better. They just feel more dialed in this year.
Yeah.
Christian Walker feels more dialed in. Like I think it's going to, as opposed to last year where it felt like an epidemic. It felt like you and I came in here and got angry about that every show, at least early in the season. And I feel like it's more like last night's just one of those games as opposed to it's this massive trend with the team, even though the stats show that they're middle of the road or a little lower than middle of the road, like you said. Like the guys that they need to come through just feel through 20 games, just feel more dialed in this year. As a team, they're more disciplined at the plate. Christian Walker's the big one. They showed the stats. I had forgotten just how piss poor Christian Walker was at the beginning of last year. They showed a stat last night on the game, his home stats, his first 8 home games. I think they're 9 home games in now, or maybe 10, whatever. Through 8 or 9 home games, whatever it was, his OPS last year at the beginning of the season was 445. Mm-hmm. His OPS this year at home is above 1,000. So that Yordan looks like Yordan. Altuve looks like a really good version of himself. He got a walk last night to at least in the 9th inning to at least ignite some hope at the end of the game. They couldn't come through. Yordan and then Paredes couldn't come through. But and I could go Cam Smith, the ascension he's made this year. I think they're going to be fine offensively. So yeah, like back to your original point at the very beginning of the show. I hate that they lost last night, especially to a team that you should beat at home. But that the pitching seems to have steadied itself a little bit. And the big thing will be some of these starters. Ryan Weiss still only went 3 2/3 and threw 76 pitches in under 4 innings. You still needed some hero ball from the bullpen and from your defense to keep it a close game. But it looks like things are at least trending in the right direction.
No, and when I say it feels like more like a normal loss, if circumstances were different and you lose a game like this, you think, oh, okay, well, you're relying on Ryan Weiss, who was signed originally to be a starting pitcher.
Yep.
But you kept the score down. Offensively, they could have done more. They lost and missed out on some opportunities, but they ran the opener off the mound. That poor kid. Oh, you weren't watching the beginning of the game. The Mejia, I felt bad for him. He was a victim of some extreme soft contact, but he also just lost control, too.
Yeah, that was weird because I saw during the game they talked about Dollander just dominating him. He pitched 5 1/3, and then I looked at the box score. I'm like, wait a second. He came in relief. Okay.
Well, the Mejia was an opener.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was but he just didn't do a great job opening.
Yeah. So I saw too, Seth, we mentioned Imai. He's already playing catch. Did you see that yesterday?
That's a big step for a guy with a tired shoulder. Was he throwing the ball back to whoever threw it to him while he was playing catch?
It's a good question. I think it's a valid
question. Was his translator throwing the ball back?
I don't know. Yeah,
I have a vision of his translator narrating the whole affair. Imai catches the ball, and then he tossed it to his translator. His translator threw it back to Josh Miller. And then Josh Miller is throwing the ball. Imai catches it with his left hand.
He's doing a whole third-person narration of the whole thing. Robert Flores was on with the guys on the drive yesterday. He was on with Clint and Ron, and Robert Flores, native Houstonian, MLB Network. And the first question right out of the chute was about what are your thoughts on what's going on with Imai right now?
I think, and yes, in this social media age, people see what Imai said and they automatically assume he's soft, because that's what we do on social media. We automatically assume someone is an idiot or stupid or extremely soft. But I think there's something deeper going on here where this guy has moved to a new country. I don't know how many family members, associates made the trip with him. So I think that there's just a lot going on. And, oh, by the way, he's using a different baseball. He's on a different schedule. The mound is different. The league is different. The stadium is different. And, oh, by the way, you're expected to perform for a team that had postseason aspirations. So before people that have won their fantasy baseball championship get on social media and talk about a player being soft, I think maybe we should pump the brakes and try to use something that really hasn't been used, I'd say, in the last 15 years, and that's a little bit of empathy and a little bit of understanding. So I think he's going to be fine if he's healthy, but I think we just kind of need to pump the brakes and just kind of understand what he's going through.
I feel like he's talking to me.
Soft take, Roflo.
I feel like
take.
I feel like Roflo's talking to me right there. I feel like he came this close to telling me that I'm a fantasy player in my mom's basement. Yeah. I was this close to being in my mom's basement in that take right there by Roflo. So he's trying to give Imai a little bit of grace. Imai talked yesterday to the media and said, yeah, I'm actually, the arm's feeling really good. I'm like, okay. So, I'm not even mad at this point. Like, that you have to give him an injury designation to give him this break so that you can put somebody on the roster while he's not pitching in order to get his routine right. So if this is what it is, if he's got to get his routine right, and you come up with right arm fatigue.
Well, right arm fatigue doesn't also mean that the rest of his body and brain can't be fatigued either.
Yeah.
They just chose to, also they pointed out, yes, his right arm is tired.
Yes.
And if they extended it, they could have said, like, as well as his entire body and spirit.
Cerebellum fatigue, yes.
That's where, too, and, with the culture gap, what's interesting is we've seen the Astros sports psychologists do a great job with guys like Framber. Sporadically, or at least for long stretches of time. Framber's worked really well with a sports psychologist. But, yeah, does whatever either the Astros sports psychologist or whoever maybe Imai has worked in with the past, just trying to figure out how to make him feel as comfortable as possible. I'm not going to sit here and try to act like I'm Joe Tough Guy or something. I have no idea what he's going through, but they got to figure it out. Between himself and the Astros organization, they got to figure out a way to make him feel more comfortable and just more like and perhaps with our scripted chants, as much as we can make it feel as much as possible like the NPB.
Drums,
we need to do that.
cheers. Yeah. I think I saw they have organized cheers right here. Do you think it's like the Japanese version of like 2, 4, 6, 8? Who do we appreciate?
Something like that.
AWE. SOME.
Or like they do in softball, the college softball, where in the dugout they have chants and everything.
Oh, do they really?
A little bit of that in college softball, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't watch a lot of college softball.
You've never? Okay, yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I know. I know it's crazy. I didn't know that they have organized chants there. Okay.
Yeah, they have a lot of. There's always noise coming from the dugout in college softball.
Oh, cool.
It's annoying until you get used to it, and then you kind of get into it.
It's annoying until you need it for your pitcher to have a sub-8 ERA, and then it's amazing. Yeah. Okay, I'm for that.
You don't hear about these guys. You don't hear about these softball pitchers leaving after 3 innings. I'll tell you that much.
They pitch like back to back. They pitch like every night.
They're iron. They're iron women.
Iron women. All right, we're off and running on a Friday. Ton to get to today on the show. Rockets get started tomorrow with what we hope is a nice long playoff run. Hoping for a lot of basketball here over the next couple of weeks. So let's go there. Which Rockets are under the most pressure this postseason? I've got my 5 right here. We'll see if Seth agrees with it. We'll hit that coming up next. We just talked about Tatsuya Imai needing to get his head right, trying to get your brain right, trying to get you, get
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I got 5 guys, Seth. I've got 5 guys here that are, I'll say on the Rockets, or I'll say Rocket employees, because they're not all players, that are under the most pressure this postseason. I'm curious what the excitement level is for this Lakers series among Rocket fans. It would definitely have more juice if Luka were playing. It would also have a significantly lesser chance the Rockets were going to advance if Luka were playing.
Well, plus, and now that Luka is eligible for postseason awards because of extraordinary circumstances.
I think that bothers this show more than it bothers most shows.
Those of you who don't know, the NBA instituted this rule where you got to have a minimum number of games played to be eligible for postseason
65
awards.
Games.
Unless there's extraordinary circumstances.
Well, until yesterday, right? Like that's
right.
Yeah.
That's so now he gets an exception for extraordinary circumstances.
Him and Kate Cunningham both.
The NBA is doing to the word extraordinary what our generation did to the word awesome.
Yeah.
Just rendering it meaningless. Like now somehow a hamstring injury is extraordinary circumstances.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
So your rule is meaningless.
Yeah.
You're going to make exceptions whenever you feel like it.
Your rule has no teeth. Your rule has no teeth. But yeah, text in, base power text line, 713-572-4610. What's your excitement level over this Rocket series? I love the NBA playoffs, so I'm excited about it. I'm excited about an opportunity to make Laker fans sad. That's always good. I would say, Seth, I've got my list here. Let's see what you think. The Rockets under the most pressure this postseason. I'll count down. I have Ime Udoka at number 5, and I know he's the head coach, and I know that, as you pointed out yesterday, the fan base probably got as sideways with Ime Udoka during that rough stretch of basketball as they've been since he became the head coach here.
Yeah, now in hindsight, after they made it, because it wasn't just a win streak at the end of the year, it was also substantially changing the way they operated on offense.
Yeah, it looked different.
I can look at it in hindsight, and the way I choose to look at it is, okay, we didn't like necessarily the stagnancy or Ime just continually getting up night after night and blaming the players, but not really offering a whole lot of, the reason for hope that things were going to improve. In hindsight, I look at it as this kind of like a drill sergeant type of situation where you force the guys to figure out how to rely on each other. You got a couple of players-only meetings that actually worked out. They got Tari Eason back on track, and it felt like it was a lot of the internal leadership of the team. So I'll give Udoka credit for that, for creating whatever environment it needed to be for those guys to finally figure it out by the end of the season.
Yeah, I'm cool. I'm however you get to it, I'm cool with it. It happens on his watch. You know, he deserves a little credit for it, for sure. I have him this far down the list just because I think he's in zero danger of getting fired. I don't think Ime Udoka is getting fired. Even if they lose to the Lakers, I don't think they're firing Ime Udoka. I think it does enter the conversation, but I don't think it happens. I have number 4, Amen Thompson. Amen Thompson, this is a chance for him to show out here in the postseason. He is eligible after this season for a contract extension. Same way Alperen Şengün and Jalen Green got one 2 years ago. Same way Tari Eason rejected one last year and Jabari Smith signed one. Amen Thompson is eligible for an extension, and I think he is a guy who has the skill set and the respect in the building. And we know a year ago there were, the rumors were he's untouchable in any of these trades that they were maybe looking at for a star player, like a Durant trade. So if Amen Thompson can put together a big postseason, like he had a big end of the season, he was great during that win streak down the stretch. He was outstanding, and the best game he had was actually in their loss during that 9 out of 10 at the end when he scored 41 against the Minnesota Timberwolves. So I think Amen Thompson is 4th on my who's under the most pressure list just because of what this could potentially mean to him this offseason.
Yeah, and I think that with Amen Thompson, as it is with every one of these guys that we're going to talk about, if you look at it and pull back and keep things in perspective, it's the different role affected a lot of things about all of these guys, especially the young guys, as they're trying to adapt to a new role and a different role. And I think the Rockets, in looking at Amen Thompson, are going to, they've seen exactly that, yes, when he's doing the things that we previously asked him to do, he's been the same guy. When we try to get him as well as others to be different players, while you're operating without Fred VanVleet on the floor, you're not going to see the best version of the guy. So I don't think the way they feel about Amen Thompson has probably changed all that much from how they felt about him at the end of last year.
Yeah, I agree with you. It would be fun, in addition to the contract part. Like, Amen feels like he's just on the brink of being pushed into that all-star level of player around the league. You know, like to show out against the Lakers and then OKC. These will be potentially, if they beat the Lakers and go on, these will be huge stages for him. Number 3, Tari Eason, for a similar reason to Amen Thompson, but I would add that unlike Amen Thompson, Tari Eason didn't play a lot of great basketball in the second half of the season. He straightened things out, and he looked better after they had that intervention with him. And he still had a few games here and there that weren't great, but the good news was, as opposed to his rough stretch where every game was bad and you couldn't even trust him being on the floor at the end of games, he reincorporated himself into the mix. I would say similar to Amen Thompson, but maybe even more acutely for Tari, he bet on himself this offseason. He said no to a pretty substantial contract from the Rockets, and now he's going to enter restricted free agency after this year. So I think there's a lot of contractual pressure on Tari and fan pressure on Tari Eason right now.
Yeah, I think if you look over the course of the last month, he was back up to pretty much his historical numbers in terms of field goal and three-point percentage and all of that. The golden rule is always that if you push it to free agency, it's generally and you stay healthy, it's the smarter financial decision, even if a guy doesn't play great. And when other teams start looking at you, they kind of look at, okay, what's the ceiling? What has he done in the past? We're not going to weight this most previous season too heavily, and we're going to look at the environment. I think this last month might have salvaged the leverage that he had lost. Yeah. And people are going to look at it and think, okay, environment matters a lot. If we get this guy in the right environment, then there we have it.
Kind of like what the Texans say, what's his role with us? What would it look like? He had a different role. He may have a different role with us.
But, yeah, like a nice shine from a couple of really good playoff series goes a long way.
Would be huge for him. Yeah, maybe even bigger for him than Amen Thompson, because as you pointed out, Amen's kind of already there, especially in the eyes of the Rockets. It would really help Tari. That's why I've got him a little higher on the list.
Real quick, I want to throw Jabari Smith Jr. into this mix, not as part of your list or anything, but because it's fresh in my mind. There's an article, I think in the Chronicle, about Jabari Smith Jr. And him being comfortable with the role that they're asking him to play. Yeah. But the really good quote was from his father, who basically said, going back a couple of years, like, hey, listen, man, now's not the time to complain. If you're agitating or whining on a team that's winning on a good basketball games, like, you don't want to be that guy. Nope. And so good parental advice right there.
That's good advice. Hey Ben, can I acknowledge Jabari Smith Sr. for great advice? That is awesome advice.
Acknowledge me.
I didn't think I'd be acknowledging Jabari Smith's dad. Those are all things that we're not aware of. But this we know is that they didn't address the point guard position when Fred VanVleet got injured. If they go out with a whimper, he's got to fix this. And I don't know how many avenues there are to fixing this team outside of Fred and Steven are coming back or trading one of these guys we're talking about right now. And I know that as a team, as an organization, they are really, really protective of trying to keep the present and the future on the radar with this team.
Okay, and that's the part you get nervous with running it back is that I think at the time of Fred VanVleet's injury, they guessed or assumed that between Reed Shepherd and Amen Thompson that you were going to end up getting more development more quickly out of those guys. Yeah. But did they say, well, look, they did make progress and things started to look better, and we'll do the same thing next year. So even if Fred VanVleet gets injured, we've got those two guys who have adapted to the situation a little bit better.
Can't do that. And the pressure, obviously, this pressure is specific to this Lakers series. If you lose to this Lakers team without Luka and Austin Reeves, and with LeBron being 41 years old, and you're the GM of this team, wow. You were not put together to do this. Number one, I think, is Kevin Durant, and a lot of people are saying this, and we don't have time to get to this Perk audio that we'll play this a little bit later, but Kendrick Perkins was talking about how much this series means for KD. A lot of people have. If they get bounced early, look, when Kevin Durant was ganging up with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green and everybody in Golden State, I was as frustrated as anybody. My view on the two titles with Kevin Durant has not changed. I do like Kevin Durant more now as a player because he's on my team, but I can't change my mind on two titles. I think those two titles, when you put Kevin Durant up into the pantheon of other players and other champions, I look at those 2 championships differently than I do somebody else who's got 2 or 3 championships. If he gets bounced in the first round here, all that your 2 titles are phony is going to come popping up again, you know? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Let's get to some headlines coming up in the next segment. We'll circle back to the Astros, who lost last night to the Rockies. We've got a little bit of NBA news that we will get to as well. Headlines brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic coming up next. But first, Blue Chew. I love telling people about Blue Chew on a Friday because Friday is when you guys
and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
High fly ball, left field, back at the wall. Moniak, he will look up and he'll make the catch for the final out of the inning. Astros lose 3-2. Isak Bredes gave it a ride. That launch angle was just a little too steep, Lummer, on a close fly out to left. The Rockies win the season series against the Astros 4-2. First time they have won the season series against Houston since 2012.
Yeah, I thought for a second, Seth, we were going to get a big Isak Paredes moment there at the end with the hit it right to the about 2 feet short of the wall in left field of the Crawford boxes, and the Rockies were able to put it away last night against the Houston Astros. Astros win this series. The Rockies win the season series 4-2. On to the next. The St. Louis Cardinals coming to town. The big story last night, the story over the last couple of games is that they've started to find some solutions in the pitching staff here. You know, it's between Spencer Arrighetti's start a couple of nights ago, the bullpen seemed to get things straightened out last night. Ryan Weiss was not great in his debut as a starter.
They're still dangerously stretched out with the relievers because the relievers have to pitch so many innings. And that's where I guess like, when the guys who weren't pitching well already come back off the IL, hopefully that'll rectify itself and hopefully they'll actually start pitching good baseball.
Yeah, they're only halfway through this stretch of 13 games where they don't have a day off. So they've got St. Louis for 3. They go to Cleveland for 3 before they get another day off here. So they lose last night. The bullpen, Blubaugh and Tang came in, did a really nice job. They each pitched a couple of innings. Here was Espada on the bullpen. Yeah.
You know, they're trying. You know, it's not for the lack of trying. We are trying to get those guys in a position where they could get us through some innings late in the game. We got to continue to push forward, man. We just need to figure out how to do that because this could take a toll on, you know, long term. So we need to start executing and be more efficient.
Yeah, this is it's a starter problem. Like, you just can't. Ryan Weiss pitches 3 2/3, and oh my God, compared to some of the starts lately, it feels like he was a marathon guy last night at 3. You have to start. They must, and it starts. Peter Lambert starts tonight. He makes his first start as an Astro tonight. It's not ideal. You're missing a bunch of guys. These starters have to find a way, Seth, to grind at least 5 innings out when they go out. Well, that's
where I mean, Lance at least gave you 7 innings, and it felt incredible. Like anytime any of these guys go 5 or more innings, you feel like they're old-time baseball players or something.
Yep.
The overall sum total of things is that I trust and believe that the bats are going to be better throughout this season. I don't know if they're going to end up in top 3 or top 5 or wherever they are right now. And as long as Yordan Alvarez stays healthy, I mean, that's a big force in all of it right now. Last night, I just felt like, okay, in a normal baseball season, if this were actually a good team so far, you lose last night's game, and that's baseball. That happens. Problem is that the sum total of it all is that your starter yet again only went 3 1/3 innings, and it's hard to win baseball games that way.
Yep. Here's one more from Espada on the pitching and announcing his starter for tonight.
Yeah, no, for sure. We are pounding the zone. Is once you get ahead, where to go after you're ahead, right? When to expand, when to get back in the zone. The pitch selection that you choose to go away and then come back in. There's a plan, and we just need to be better at executing that. But it'll come. We just got to continue to push and help those guys to get through it. Tomorrow, Lambert will start with us.
All right. So Peter Lambert on the mound tonight for the Astros.
I think and then I mean the biggest. Just what the hell are we going to do about this is Yainer. Because Yainer, nobody has any faith that Yainer's going to be a part of getting the pitchers.
He's in the 9-hole last night, man.
Yeah, and offensively, you're willing to make some sacrifices for a catcher who's inexperienced and is not going to call the game the same way a guy like Maldonado or Vasquez will call the game. but the trade-off has got to be that he's producing at the plate, and it's just not happening. As it was last year, too. He started off ridiculously bad last year, too, and got it back on track.
He did. A great text to the Base Power text line. Are we ironically in a Maldonado situation with Yainer right now? And I think the texter's referring to how when Yainer was younger and he was having that great season in Dusty's last year, and Dusty just refused to play him, and he played Maldonado, we were all like, bench Maldi, put in Yainer. And now I think people are like, bench Yainer, put in Vasquez.
Yeah.
So we are kind of in that situation right now. He's in the 9-hole. His prop bet before the season, Yainer, for batting average was 290 over under. 290. And he's got 25 home run power. You know how valuable a catcher is? He can be below average defensively. You know how valuable a catcher who hasn't even hit arbitration yet, to my knowledge, like he's still under team control for a few more years, that hits 290 with 25 home runs is in baseball?
That was another frustrating thing about last night was, okay, Yainer's still in there, hitting in the 9th inning, down by 1 run.
Yeah.
And I guess just Espada's just having faith in him that he's going to turn it around at some point. And this would be a good place.
I saw Chandler get asked about that, Chandler Rome. On Twitter, there was somebody complaining to Chandler, why didn't he pinch hit with Vasquez? And Chandler's explanation was, well, one, then you're out of catchers in case something happens, A.
Yeah.
B, that there would be a confidence. So, like, if you're pinch hitting Yainer with his backup, then it does damage to his confidence. You got to win games, too, so I don't know, but that was Chandler's explanation.
The best way to be confident is to have competence.
That's it.
They don't need pep talks or a vote from the old skipper.
Good slogan.
It's always been my opinion. If you're going to lose your confidence because I pull you, then you don't have the confidence to begin with.
Rockets, Lakers start tomorrow night, 7:30 tip-off to get their playoff run started here. As we mentioned in the previous segment, the NBA waived its 65 games played rule for Luka Doncic and Cade Cunningham. So they're both eligible for MVP and All-NBA
because of
teams
extraordinary circumstances,
an injury,
Sean.
yeah.
Extraordinary circumstances. If we lost, does extraordinary not mean extraordinary anymore? Guys get hamstring injuries and everything.
Right.
That's all. I guess, you know what it is? I think they're almost looking at it as, okay, if it's obviously because of load management, then we don't want you to
That's totally how they're
eligible.
looking at it, yeah.
But if you had a legitimate, okay, you did have to go to Spain to get these things treated. All right, fine.
Yep. So that's the news in the NBA. Hey, Seth, real quick. Odyssey Houston cleaned up last night at the Media Alliance of Houston Awards.
Oh, yeah?
We had the Media Alliance of Houston Awards last night. We cleaned up 6 award winners last night at the Media Alliance of Houston, including me. So
you did?
I did.
What'd you win?
I won the one I won 2 years ago. Sports and Entertainment Specialist of the Year in Houston.
Holy crap! Congratulations.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. That's why
I read my emails. I'm sorry, man.
That's okay. No, that's why I only watched the last 2 innings of the Astros game last night.
Why do we not have a belt made up for that?
I know.
Do we not have that in the budget?
Maybe
2 of the last 3 years you've won Sports Media Specialist of the Year?
Yeah, I did. And I wasn't eligible last year because they don't let you win it 2 years in a row. So,
because you got to be able to put the green jacket on the incoming winner.
Well, you do actually come up and announce the nominees for the previous year. Yeah.
So they don't want you to be giving it to yourself.
Right. That looks a little shady. Yeah.
Good job. Congratulations.
Thanks, man. Thanks. I appreciate that. So I won. Our boss, Parker Hillis, won Program Director of the Year for all of radio in town. Sarah Frazier won Market Manager of the Year. Our bosses, our big boss. Jesse Watt won On-Air Personality of the Year. Mm-hmm. She beat Michael Berry and Rula.
Really?
Yes.
She's got an in-person personality of the year.
Big time, yeah.
Her radio personality isn't any different than her in-person personality.
She's the nicest person and most bubbly person ever.
Yeah, she's not one of these fraudulent morning DJs.
No.
That if you see them out in nature, they're like, Sam,
at all,
smoking a cigarette,
at all. So Jesse won, and then the other 2. These will be people that our fellow employees know, but I'm telling you, Stacy Zubowski won Salesperson of the Year.
She's made me a lot of money.
And then Carla Austin won Sales Assistant / Traffic Director of the Year, or Traffic Specialist of the Year.
Good job, Odyssey.
Yeah. 11 nominees, 6 winners last night.
Were people around? Could you tell people were just kind of starting to get jealous around the room?
There were
a lot of sneers.
Probably. I wasn't paying attention. I was too busy staring at my trophy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to put it in the studio.
I'll bring it in.
Behind us.
Yeah, I'll bring it in. I'll put it over here on Monday.
Bring both of them in.
I will. Yeah. I'll hold them both here. 2-time. Yep. So, yeah, that was cool last night. Congratulations to all involved, not just with Odyssey, but everybody who won last night. It was a really fun event. All right, 7 o'clock hour coming up next. We're going to do a bonus 5 Reasons I Hate You. We've got 2 5 Reasons I Hate You for today. The Rockets are playing the Lakers. We hate the Lakers. The Astros are playing the Cardinals. We hate the Cardinals. We'll do the Lakers one coming up next. Get you ready for the NBA playoffs. 5 Reasons I Hate You, Los Angeles Lakers style. That is coming up next. But I want to tell you about Houston Powder Coaters right now. Houston Powder Coaters, they should be award.
Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, we are going to do 5 reasons I hate you today. It's usually a little unusual for us to do even one, Seth, outside of football season. It's more of a football season staple. But we know that the people like it. When we did the focus groups back last year, the big things that people said they liked about Payne and Pendergast were Ross Tucker, who he will not let us forget that now. And
which is awkward now because I despise Ross Tucker now.
I hope he's listening.
Many of you know I hate him now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Transcribe that, put it on the interwebs, Ben.
Yeah.
Do that. And then people like 5 reasons I hate you. People like to get their hate on a Friday, and we're here for it. As a text,
they like the Pettycast?
I'm sure they do. Those were the two that really the Ross and 5 reasons were the two that tested really through the roof. And I think the Pettycast might have been in kind of a neophyte stage when we did that focus group. Yeah.
Next time we do a focus group, I need you to show up with your your 2 Media Alliance of Houston Awards. Established credibility.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
In case anybody in the room doesn't know. In case we bring in a focus group full of people who don't know who you are.
That's right. That's right. Hey, man. But we don't want to. But the thing about the focus group, we don't want to make them nervous and not be honest with us. You know, we don't want to. You know, be like, well, you know what? There's nothing I hate about the show. It's amazing. Yeah. 2 amazing trophies you have there. There is somebody who points out on the text page, Seth, who really likes the show, who said that you guys deserve, the 2 of you, me and you, deserve every award except that one about being nice.
Hey, what the hell?
Yeah.
Why don't you go die, fella? Just saying I'm not nice enough.
Yeah, go die. Go die. And now on to 5 reasons I hate you.
Go play in traffic, you piece of crap.
Okay.
Saying I'm not nice enough.
It's a little. All right, let's do this. 5 reasons I hate you, Los Angeles Lakers edition. We'll do a St. Louis Cardinals edition for the Astros opponent this weekend in the 8 o'clock hour. Number 5, Seth. Their only title of the LeBron era is a phony-ass bubble title that they won in the COVID year. Mm-hmm. Which
LeBron framed as basically it was like going off to war.
Oh, yeah.
People didn't understand the adversity we faced in that luxury hotel.
Oh, my God.
Cut off from society and the world at large, except for, food deliveries from whichever restaurant we wanted.
Did you know we only had 3 choice cuts of meat to choose from each night?
Yeah.
It was poverty is what it was. Yeah. So I actually saw an interview with Anthony Davis. I should have pulled this for this segment, where Anthony Davis, who's no longer a Laker, so it's easier for him to do this probably, but even he was like, man, it was like Disneyland in there. Yeah. I actually, during the break, I just didn't have time to pull the audio, but the direct quote Anthony Davis admitted that the 2020 bubble championship was, quote, essentially fantasy camp at Disney. Those of you holding on to the idea that it was legitimate are delusional. You know what?
Oh, that it was legitimate in terms of the actual.
I haven't listened to the whole cut, but that's the transcribed quote that's in the tweet.
Yeah. The one thing about the bubble championship was that it was a really good brand of basketball. Remember, it was just they had all the advanced stats on how fast guys were running and everything. Guys had fresh legs from having played a shortened season. Everybody was super dialed in because they had nothing to do but basketball.
They couldn't go out at night.
Yeah. It was really. It was if I had my druthers, I would have a bubble. If the Lakers could this is what it tells you about the Lakers under LeBron James. It's that they don't handle distraction well at all. Yeah, when they were forced to not partake of everything else that life has to offer, they were incredible. Yep. But now, once they're left out into the wild and they can go diminish themselves in any which way they choose, not so hot.
Yep, that's right. LeBron James, bad leader. Yep, that's the takeaway. So their only title during the LeBron era, phony, baloney, bubble title.
Phony baloney.
Phony baloney.
You're phony baloney, mister.
Dad joke. Number 4, Nepo Baby Bronny. Nepo Baby Bronny. LeBron James essentially forcing the Lakers to draft his son with the 55th overall pick when, by my big board, Seth, he was the 314th best player in that draft class. 314th is what I had. No exaggeration at all. I don't have a big board. But Nepo Baby Bronny. And
I
that whole thing.
this is the thing. I don't like to take it out on Bronny.
Right.
I just like to question LeBron and his choice of like trying to have his son make a go at it in this world. Like, why don't you just cut the apron strings, fella?
Yeah.
And let Bronny go out and do it on his own instead of giving him this cushiony environment in which to operate. And I'm gonna go play D League for a couple days, and now I'll go back up to the NBA and just let it go, man. You're smothering him.
Dude, we might see some Bronny in this series with these injuries the Lakers have right now.
He's been pointed to as a potential X factor.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
X factor, huh?
I read an article somewhere out of L.A. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm with you.
When I'm getting the trade paper, the trades about the Hollywood industry.
Yes,
yeah.
The
Hollywood Reporter.
Yeah. So you're right. It's not. I don't want to take this out on Bronny. I just put Nepo Baby Bronny as the catch-all.
I'd say helicopter parent LeBron.
Yeah. It's more of a LeBron thing for sure. You're right about that.
He's suffocating Bronny.
Yep.
He's like, you know what he is? He's like that elephant that sat on the egg for a while. Horton, that fella.
Horton needs to who?
Was it Horton that sat on the egg? And then the mom came back in and tried to act like, oh, hey, time for you to go.
I don't know. Was it a Dr. Seuss book?
Yeah, it was Dr. Seuss.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Text in. Ben, if it were a movie, Ben would know.
It's a very literary show.
I don't know this one.
You don't know this one? Okay. Yeah, text in. Boy, a lot of people hate the Lakers. That's what I'm learning by looking at the text page. Wow. We'll get to some of your texts on the Base Power text line in just a minute. 5 reasons I hate you. We're up to number 3. Do I need to remind everybody, if you're trying to hate the Lakers, as if it's not easy enough to do, these are the same people that root for the Dodgers.
Yeah.
These are the same people that continue 10 years later to bring up the sign stealing back in 2017.
These are the same people that had their children throw baseballs at placards of Jose Altuve.
Correct.
And try to decapitate an effigy of Jose Altuve.
Cardboard Altuves.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, these are murderous, awful people.
They're bad people, yes.
These are bad citizens. These are bad Americans. These are people who would wish death upon it, unironically. Like, they just really, and not to mention a violent crew as well.
They're very violent at the ballpark. We know that.
Yeah.
At Chavez Ravine, that's not even us being tongue-in-cheek. It gets dicey at Chavez Ravine. We got the videos to prove it. So, yeah, these are Dodger fans. We hate Dodger fans, and thus we hate Laker fans by the transitive property of equality. Number 2, for some reason, teams just hand the Lakers superstars through the years. It's like other GMs. It's like whoever the GM is for the Lakers at the time, whether it's Pelinka right now or whether it was Jerry West back in the day. They get these other GMs on a Zoom call, and they just do that thing where you swing the little pocket watch in front of them here.
Yeah.
And you are getting very sleepy. But before you fall asleep, you're going to give me Pau Gasol for nothing. You're going to give me Anthony Davis for nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, and like the way they did it with Luka Doncic, they duped the other GM into keeping it quiet. Don't even tell anybody in your own organization about it because it's such a great deal for all of us. They won't want you to have it.
Yeah.
They won't want you to do it. So you end up they hypnotize people. That's where the danger of like the modern NBA player doesn't give a damn about the Showtime Lakers or anything. Right. It's that they like LA, I think. Yeah. They like the idea of going to work and play in the city of Los Angeles. But the allure of the Lakers, that aura, it still applies, I think, when it comes to the people our age. And that's where they get into trouble, the GMs and whatnot.
Well, that's what makes this series so fun is I don't care that the Lakers are debilitated. This is a chance to beat the laundry. This is a chance to beat the Laker uniform. This is a chance to, as we've got folks pointing out, Champ Slice pointing out on the Base Power text line, reasons to hate the Lakers. The 2009 series was rigged in their favor. The Rockets played the Lakers.
That's been proven in court.
In 2009, And that was a series where they had lost Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady to injury, and they still took him to 7 games.
Right.
They still took him to 7 games.
No, and like, let's remember, too, what is the league doing now? They're giving the Lakers 2 days rest between every game in this damn series.
Yeah.
As they hope that LeBron can rest and recuperate and recover. And maybe Doncic, if he tries to play, has an extra day to recover with his hamstring and all. They're doing every damn thing they can to try to foist up this dying, phony franchise.
We can throw this in
to be what they once were.
We can throw this in as a reason to hate the Lakers. However, my number one reason to hate the Lakers, as I mentioned before, the crossover hit of Laker fans being Dodger fans, the crossover hit of J.J. Redick being not only the coach of the Lakers, not only being somewhat of a Nepo coach, because I think the biggest reason he got the job was because LeBron likes him. They did their little podcast for a while where the two of them would sip wine like a couple of fancy lads and sit there.
J.J. Redick would, as he would get on his podcast and whine about the job that he accepted to do on television. Like, I can't believe they want me to do the job I was accepted to do.
Yeah.
These guys aren't as smart as I am on my podcast.
Yep. And
I'm whining, but somehow framing it as it's because I'm such a pure basketball soul.
Right.
Yeah.
And the other thing, he went to Duke. He went to Duke. As if I need any more reasons to hate J.J. Redick, as if you, the Houston, Texas, tax-paying citizen, needs any more reason to hate the Lakers or J.J. Redick, he went to Duke. So those
suppress all of the secrets that Coach K wanted him to suppress.
That's exactly right.
Any kind of scandals or anything else like that. He keeps his mouth shut like a good little boy.
Yep.
Yep.
We got a lot of people hating on the Lakers. Text message. I hate the Lakers because Magic Johnson is a lie. He deceived gullible children. Nothing classy about that. Might as well claim. Oh, I'm not going to read that one. I'm not going to read who he's going to claim to be because there's kids in the car.
How did he deceive people?
Probably because he had a very pure. He had like a kind of a very pure image throughout the '80s, and as it turns out, he was sleeping around with a lot of people.
I feel like that person might be actually diving into some kind of deeper conspiracy theory about something else in his life. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, maybe. I don't know. But
there are a lot of conspiracy theories about him that are basically like it's people that don't understand the timing of. I don't want to get into it.
Okay. Reasons to hate the Lakers. They are the premier basketball franchise, and LeBron is going to dump them for Cleveland. Champ Slice. I don't know if that's a reason to hate them, but that could happen this offseason. Reason to hate the Lakers, J.J. Redick, Luka Doncic, and Austin Reeves. Too many white dudes. Okay.
There's a good chance that's coming from a white dude.
It's Champ Slice. Champ Slice is a white dude.
Okay.
Yeah. It's definitely
Champ Slice is white?
Yeah. I believe so. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
I just assumed that name was.
It's kind of
it had
swag.
a little too much. It had a little too much style and panache to it for it to be one of us. I always thought, good job, Champ.
Yeah. No, I'm fairly certain Champ Slice.
Champ getting invited to the cookout.
Champ Slice, text in. Are you white? All right, 713-572-4610 if you want to get in on the Laker hatred here. All right, shifting gears here. We got a ton to get to here on the show. Nice long segment here. Appreciate you tuning in. Trent Brown, Texans offensive tackle. He's going to be back for another year. He's re-signed with the Texans. 1 year, $7 million. If you had to guess, Seth, week one, assuming health for everybody, what is Trent Brown's role on this team?
Okay, I think most likely he's the swing offensive tackle. I actually thought about this morning. Last year we were assuming Cam Robinson was going to be a starter on this football team, and then he wasn't even on the football team, because the Texans had signed him to a one-year deal, but a healthy one-year deal.
Twice as much as Trent Brown is making is what Cam was getting $14 million last year.
So, and he did start, but because of injury.
Yeah.
I think that with Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller, it's really easy to just pencil them in and say, of course these guys are going to start. But maybe it ends up being a more competitive situation than that.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think that because of Trent Brown's age and injury history, and depending on what conversations he's had with the Texans, they might feel like, hey, Trent, we'd love you to be the swing tackle. This is what we want your role to be. You're going to play at some point this year, most likely, but we want to be sure you're healthy for the entire season.
Boy.
Because, he's had 11 NFL seasons. He's only had 3 where he played close to the full amount of games.
That's right.
And he's a huge guy who's in his 30s. I just don't know if I want to go into the season expecting him to start 17 games plus playoffs. Remember, we didn't have him in the final game of the year, and that was kind of a big deal.
They didn't lose a single game he started.
Yeah,
his insertion into the starting lineup coincided with the beginning of the 9-game winning streak.
And I think part of that was because it allowed you to move Titus Howard down to guard, and you just had more veterans on the offensive line.
Yep.
So, yeah, I would guess he's going to be the third offensive tackle, but I'm also holding open the possibility that maybe there is more of a genuine competition at right tackle.
Yeah. Hey, Ben, because we're talking about the O-line, let's hit the O-line one first, Ben. CJ Stroud. We'll hear Trent Brown talk about CJ Stroud in a minute. But Trent Brown was on Teron Armstead's podcast. Teron Armstead retired offensive tackle. So just a couple old head tackles chopping it up together on a podcast. Here was Trent Brown. It's a little long of a cut. It's a little over a minute on the new acquisition of Wyatt Teller, and he's got some really cool things to say about Ariante Ursary, second-year left tackle.
More veteran presence into the room. Wyatt Teller.
Nice. For sure.
Huge addition. I think that addition, along with what we had and him playing aside, probably the best rookie tackle I've seen in a long time since myself, Ariante Ursary, bro. Ariante Ursary, bro.
Like that?
Bro, I'm a fan of that young fella, bro. Real talk. I'm a fan of that young fella, bro. Real talk. And he don't care, but he don't care about what nothing say. He just hoop, bro. And that's what, like, you can't let these people, we talk about it all the time, you can't let these folks turn you into a robot, bro. You just got to play your game, take the meat to lead the bone, bro. If they coaching, whatever they coaching, if you feel like you got added to your game, do that. If not, it ain't for you. Continue to do what done got you to this point, but just get better at it, bro. Bro, he really huge fan. I think Wyatt playing beside him, or I don't know what the rotation gonna look like or whatever, but I would assume him being a left guard, right? I would assume that's where he would be, and I think that's gonna be, bro. Like, I think you could expect to see him like really take another step in year 2.
Okay, the Ursary part. Here's why that's significant for me, Seth. With people may say, okay, well, why do we care about Trent Brown's opinion on Ariante Ursary? Trent Brown, much like Cole Popovich, was not overly impressed with the Texans' quote improvement on the offensive line this year.
Yeah, that was every time I've heard Ariante Ursary speak, but especially when I heard him talk during the season last year, he would talk about how the standard is higher than what we're playing right now.
Trent Brown, I mean. You said Ursary.
Oh, okay, yeah. Every time Trent Brown was saying, he was talking about how, the standard's higher than what we're doing out there. We got to be better. But he was also, every time I've heard him speak about Ariante Ursary, he's liked him a lot. So he doesn't mince words. And you can hear with the passion he's speaking with Ariante Ursary right there. It's not like he's just saying the right thing that a teammate says or anything.
Yeah.
He really likes him. And it's cool because Ariante Ursary he's a big guy. He's long. He's got long arms. He's tall. He's all those things. Trent Brown's an extreme version of all of that. But I'm guessing that Trent Brown sees a little bit of Ariante Ursary in him and can kind of be hopefully a good resource in just being that type of body type and how you play the game and all of that. Trent Brown is probably my favorite unexpectedly pleasant impression of a guy they brought onto the team in a long time.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't have high expectations for him.
No.
And he came in and he played really well compared to what I was expecting of him. But also I think his presence and his influence potentially on improving the culture of that offensive line is really big. He's old school in a lot of ways, and I think he's really good for that room.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Seth. When they signed him last year, especially when you look at the level of deal they signed him to basically a veteran minimum deal with some incentives built into it. And I didn't know much about Trent Brown, behind the scenes, the leader, the person, or whatever. I just knew that he had a nice run and made a lot of money, but was injured a lot in the NFL and was injured, most importantly to the Texans, was injured the year before he came here. I honestly thought it was going to be sort of like a Matt Khalil situation. Remember that when the Texans signed Matt Khalil? Now, they signed Matt Khalil to be their starter at left tackle. I don't think Nick was signing Trent Brown to be the starter or anything last year. He wound up being a starter. But I thought this is a guy he's a veteran guy who's got a history with the GM, who's been injured a lot, and they're bringing him in on a cheapo deal. And if he sticks, he sticks, and if he doesn't, he doesn't. And he's stuck, and he's back. And you're absolutely right. It's worked out better than you could have imagined, I think.
Khalil, I wish you hadn't. Man, remember them trying to feed that to us and talk about him like, oh, yeah, he's the starter, 100%.
Yep, I do.
He was getting destroyed in training camp.
Well, by the end, he wasn't even at practice anymore.
To an embarrassing degree, just getting trucked by anybody and everybody.
I remember, I'll tell a quick funny story. So this was the last practice before the final preseason game in whatever season that was, 2018, right, yeah, I think so, yeah. So 2018, and at that point, Khalil wasn't even out at practice anymore because he was injured, and it was so bad, and that was where everybody was like, man, this guy you signed to be the left tackle, he's not even at practice. So we were at like sort of the final walkthrough where you're before the last preseason game. At that point in the preseason or in training camp, you weren't allowed to stay for the whole practice. You could only go for the first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Which was basically stretching, and that's it. I'm standing there with John McClain. The practice was in the bubble. I'll never forget this. This was like 3 days before they traded for Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
So it was going into the 2019 season.
It was 2019, yeah. It was
2019, yeah. So because it was because we ended up talking to Bill O'Brien about Laramie Tunsil, but Bill O'Brien walks over to me and John McClain, and we're there and we're just watching stretching. He's like, "Can I just ask you guys something? Why are you here? Like, not like why, like mean, but like all you're allowed to do is watch the stretching. Why are you here?" And McClain goes, "Taking attendance." In other words, is Matt Khalil here? He was not. So those were not fun times at the left tackle. And they traded for Tunsil, and it got better. All right, Trent Brown. One more from him. Feels like every Houston Texan is getting asked about C.J. Stroud this year. Why should Trent Brown be any different? Here's Trent Brown on C.J. Stroud.
His development and what we can expect from C.J. Stroud moving forward.
I expect C.J. to get better, bro. I think people be so quick to throw people away that they forget what you've done for them. You know what I mean?
Quick.
To even like the build up. You know what I mean? And so I expect C.J. to get better, bro. I think C.J. is gonna come in and be even more of a leader, better leader than he's been. I think his approach will be different. Me and C.J. had a discussion probably about a month and a half ago, and talked about the season and what he felt that I felt that he could be better at. And so I think I
love that.
I think this offseason is a little different for him, and I think he's gonna surprise a lot of people, bro. I think people thinks that he might be down in the dumps, or they might be down in the dumps on him. But I think he's gonna surprise a lot of people, and I don't even think it's gonna be a surprise. I think he's just gonna be a return to the pro that he is, and I'm excited for that. I'm looking forward to it.
Dude, I love that.
Yeah, well, and especially because you start imagining maybe how that conversation went, and the first time I listened to it, I thought it sounded like CJ had asked him, what can I improve at?
That's what I read into it.
That's what I read into it. Maybe, but the way he actually phrased it, who knows? Maybe Trent Brown just offered up his unsolicited advice. But I think it's most likely that CJ probably asked Trent Brown, like, hey, what do you think we need to improve? How can I get better? All of that.
That's how I heard it. I think that's how Teron Armstead heard it, because you heard him say the same thing I did, which is I love that.
Yeah.
He said that right afterwards. So that's a big step for you to go to teammates, and if he did that with Trent Brown, maybe he did that with a few other guys.
Yeah.
What do you feel I can improve at? That's a real sign of A, diligence, and B, humbling yourself to hear criticism of yourself.
Yeah, well, and a lot of it too is the quarterback and his relationship with the offensive line. I think sometimes you almost think about it like those two things aren't related. Like, it's the offensive line's job to provide pass protection for the quarterback. But with the way they want to operate, or at least the way CJ wants to operate and have control or more control of setting pass protection and do all those things, you got to really have a really good relationship with your offensive line, especially the veterans who understand the difficulty of adjusting to pre-snap looks and blitzes and how motion affects the offense, all of that. I think that's where CJ, in being the total conductor of the offense, is something that it takes even the really good young quarterbacks who are good for the first 3 years, like Pat Mahomes. they're still developing in their 4th, 5th, and 6th years when it comes to really running the show. And when you think about some of the procedural issues with the Texans this year, the false starts, the illegal motions, all of that, I know it's easy to blame the offensive coordinator, it's easy to blame the individuals, but when the quarterback really has all those things tied together and just locked down, you hold him responsible for it, because the whole pre-snap process, ultimately, it's like the conductor of an orchestra. Like those are the little precise details that just have to be hammered in.
Yep.
I'll go. You know what? I'll go back to the Tommy Togiai illegal motion when they had him lined up at fullback. I'm still a little bit bothered that the explanation for that after the game was that we had never run that play full speed. We just kind of walked through it at times. All right.
Kind of a big deal.
Between Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud, I hold those two guys responsible. When you've got a fullback out there that's got to know exactly when he goes into motion and everything, fullback who's a defensive lineman, and you're not taking any extra reps with it, and you're not running through it full speed.
Yep.
I would like for that to be a point where, at some point, I feel Caley should know better than that, and C.J. should be able to say, hey, Nick, what are we doing, man? We got to run this a couple times. We got a 310-pound defensive tackle at fullback. Like, let's not just throw this out there and see what happens.
Yep.
Felt very Bill O'Brien-ish.
Yes, very much.
Where
so.
you come up with an idea at 2:30 a.m. and all of a sudden you're going to break football with your brilliant 2:30 a.m. idea.
Oh, the Watt Cat. People weighing in on Trent Brown on the base power text line. A few people saying this, Seth. Trent Brown equals 6th offensive lineman in those packages this year.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, maybe, whatever.
Yeah.
If they're running 6 offensive linemen, I want it to be because it's actually effective, not because it's a weapon of last resort.
Yeah.
Last year it was a weapon of last resort. They ran as much of it as they did because they could not run block effectively.
Do you think they run a lot less of it this year with Foster Moreau?
If they know how to run block with 5 offensive linemen, then yeah. And yeah, with Foster Moreau in there, and then potentially maybe if Kenyon Sadiq isn't known for his blocking or anything, but I think he's capable of being a good blocker in the NFL. He's going to have to work at it a lot. But, yeah, I think –
So you're saying if they were to move up and draft a guy like that?
Yeah, if they were to move up and draft Kenyon Sadiq.
Yeah.
So, but that's very possible that Trent Brown I think you could have multiple different guys doing it with your 6th offensive lineman pick. I don't want to see him run as much of it this year unless they're actually really effective at it.
Yep.
I keep seeing people talk about it like it was some grand innovation or something. It got them to competent. It wasn't a fearsome force.
Yeah.
Defenses, I guarantee you, defenses felt happy when they saw the Texans in 6 offensive linemen.
Yep.
Because they knew that they still couldn't run the ball effectively.
Nope.
The teams that when you run 6 offensive linemen, you want to have the defense feel like, oh, crap. Here we go. They're just going to run the ball 10 times in a row and destroy us and snatch our souls right out of our chest.
Yeah.
That's not what the Texans' 6 offensive lineman package was. It was, we can't block anything.
Right.
Put another big guy in there.
Yeah. Yep. Trent
and Blake Fisher. Never mind. Blake Fisher wasn't that good at it.
Right.
He was all right. It wasn't. Nobody was saying like, "Oh crap!"
No.
They found a way to get Blake Fisher on the field.
This is why the Blake Fisher 6th O lineman thing gets more shine than it probably should.
Yeah.
He was better as a 6th offensive lineman than he was as an actual conventional tackle.
Right.
He was a better version of Blake Fisher, which doesn't mean very much. That's probably why it gets that sort of shine.
Well, people throw out that he didn't let up any sacks in the Chargers game. They were giving him help every single time, and he was still getting beat.
Yeah.
It wasn't it. Blake Fisher has to be better this year.
He has.
You can tell me about his 100 snaps that he took as the 6th offensive lineman or whatever. But it's just he needs to be better this year if he wants to make the team.
He's in serious danger of not making the team.
God, yeah.
Yeah, they've got. Depending on how many they draft, like if they draft 2 offensive linemen in day 1 or 2, and I know Nick will say once you get in the building, it doesn't matter where you were drafted. It's all about how you got here, and I think that's true to a certain extent. But let's face it, if they draft 2 offensive linemen with their first 3 or 4 picks, those guys are making the team. They're going to make the team, and you've already got 7 veteran guys that I think they feel pretty good about. Independent of Blake Fisher, the 5 we think are going to start, plus Trent Brown, plus Evan Brown. So, yeah, he's in serious danger. I've said all along, and I'll say it again, if I had to guess what the future looks like for Blake Fisher, I think it's on another team, and I think he gets traded. I think there's going to be teams out there that see him with 2 years still left on his rookie deal, that had a good evaluation on him. He's got good physical talent, and they'll feel like, hey, we get him in our building, we get a bet. I'm not saying they're going to trade him for a second-round pick or something like that. I'm just saying I think he's got value to where I think if Blake Fisher is not on this team come the regular season, I don't think he was just cut. I think somebody will do a Blake Fisher plus a sixth for a fifth kind of deal, that sort of thing, that level of value. One more on Trent Brown. 5 Reasons I Hate You, Braden Smith edition from Trent Brown, LOL. Yeah, Trent Brown's going to do a 5 Reasons I Hate You about Braden Smith. He didn't mention Braden Smith in that cut that we played. He mentioned Wyatt Teller. He didn't mention Braden Smith.
Yeah, it's an hour-long interview. I might watch it this weekend.
Listen to the context.
I'm sure they talked about more than just those two.
Yeah. You know how I like to stir up trouble.
Yeah, he didn't mention anything in that 1/60th of an interview
1 minute and 4 seconds.
About Braden Smith. Yeah. You know what you're like? You're like when somebody when somebody listens to the show for 10 minutes and they're furious that we didn't talk about something in that 10 minutes of the 4-hour show. I can't believe you guys aren't talking about this thing.
That's right.
And we'll say, we already talked about it 7 times. But not in the 10 minutes I was listening.
Hey, did you you and I talked about this. Billy Miller is going to be announcing the Texans' picks in the second round of the draft, I believe.
I like this because the Texans are going to be doing a whole bunch of celebrating of the 25th year of the franchise.
Yeah.
And Billy Miller scored the first touchdown in franchise history.
Did. Yeah, I think that's I think it's cool you do something like that, like a tip of the hat, an homage to where you're at as a franchise. I was listening to the guys yesterday during the toss between In the Loop and The Drive. I thought they're being a little disrespectful to Billy Miller, if you want to know the truth. They're kind of comparing him to some of the names, and there's some big names on here.
Yeah.
Calvin Johnson is going to be announcing the picks for the Detroit Lions. Tony Dorsett and Drew Pearson, Hall of Famers, are announcing picks for the Dallas Cowboys. Hell, the Steelers, they're hosting the draft. So they got 4 different players announcing picks, including Jerome Bettis, Joey Porter Jr. and Sr., John Stallworth. They were a little befuddled that, particularly Clinton Ron, about why Billy Miller for this choice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, because he scored the first touchdown in franchise history.
Right.
It's weird. Did Clint remember that he was actually in attendance at that
He did.
game?
I think he said he wasn't looking. He was like, I think they were making fun of him for looking up in the crowd or something. Because he wasn't playing. He was just on the team,
On the Cowboys team.
Yeah, on the Cowboys team, yeah.
Yeah. No, look, it's not like they couldn't. It's not like the Texans don't have any players who are on par with some of those other guys. Like they could have had Andre Johnson or J.J. Watt or somebody else announce a pick. I think it has very much to do with the fact that they were celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Texans.
What percentage of Texan fans? They asked this question, and I was stunned at the number, the percentage of Texan fans that they think know who Billy Miller is.
Oh, yeah, anybody that, well, okay.
What percentage of Texan fans do you think know who Billy Miller is?
I don't know. There's going to be a cutoff line. I think people that were fans in 2002 know.
All of them.
But I would say the majority of Texans fans who are 30 years old or younger, maybe even 35 or younger, don't know.
You don't think they know? A majority of them, yeah. Some of them do.
Yeah. So I don't know. But I would still guess a majority know because a lot of them have seen the old clips and everything.
Yeah, you know
it's
about
kind of an iconic touchdown.
Yeah.
Because they had to stretch across the
you only
line.
have to have seen it a couple of times to know who he is.
They might not remember his name or whatever.
They might not. Yeah. But nobody's asking you to, like, recite the back of his football card. Like, do you know who he is? They said 5%.
Oh God, no, way higher than that.
I think it's more than 50%.
Yeah.
Of Texan, we're talking not 50% of NFL fans, of Texan fans know who Billy Miller is.
But again, that age cutoff though is a big one.
No, it is. It is. But to that point, I think if you were a fan of the team in 2002, I would guess unless you've got some serious cognitive things going on, I would guess that 95% of the fans from 2002 know who he is. If you're still a fan today?
What I'm saying, though, is that, like, for the people that were, 10 years old or older, so you're looking at people who are in their 40s.
I get it. But
it's a long time ago.
I get it. But if you blend all of that, I would say it's still 50%. It's not 5.
I'm gonna be personally offended by whatever Clint actually said on that because I don't know. I haven't heard it, but I'm going to be personally offended on behalf of Billy Miller, but also I feel like he would have the same reaction if Seth Payne were announcing the second-day picks.
They were
I don't know, man. We got some Kelvin Johnson or Seth Payne.
They were stumping for you.
Oh, yeah.
To be like Lopez was legitimately like, I think Seth should do it. He was giving reasons why. We'll talk about it during the toss. I know you love it.
I would go full Pat McAfee and just I would start insulting every other team up there.
Here's the thing.
It'd be so much fun.
Here's the thing. You would actually have to out McAfee because he's announcing big shock. He's announcing the Colts picks.
Right, yeah.
Because we need more Pat McAfee.
No, I don't get invited to do that type of stuff. So I'm just.
I think you'd be good at it.
Yeah, but the Texans and I have our relationship, and it is what it is.
Right.
They don't like that I'm not a good little boy, so I just I just leave it at that.
Yeah.
I think they were very distraught when I first came here, and they thought I was going to be a good little boy, and then when they found out that I wasn't a good little boy, that I just I'm going to speak my mind and everything.
There's some good ones.
They keep me at an arm's length, which is fine. I'm cool with it.
Yeah,
I don't like being any closer because then I might get swayed by.
Right.
My opinion could be swayed.
Right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Mock draft injection time. Speaking of the draft, this is a player we have not seen mocked to the Texans. I don't even know this is a position we've seen mocked to the Houston Texans. Adam Rank, NFL.com, will do his mock draft coming up next.
The NBA playoffs are set, and the Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610 on a Friday. Hope you got a great weekend lined up. Astros, Cardinals this weekend out at Dyken Park. We got the Rockets starting up on the playoffs. It is a good time to be a sports fan, no doubt about that. And we got the draft coming up next week. We are under a week away from the NFL draft. When we come in, when we awake a week from today, Seth, we will be. Do you think we're talking about an actual Texans?
27 teams will choosing ahead of the Texans on that day, and we'll find out if any more end up choosing.
Yes.
Yeah. What were you going to ask? Are they going to pick at 28? No.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, when we come in on Friday next week, will the Texans have taken a player yet?
I don't think they will have.
You think they trade?
Okay, they're not gonna pick at number 28. Are they going to trade up or trade out of the first round? I think there's a better chance this year that they trade up.
Trade up.
Yeah.
I think it all depends on Ty Simpson. Like last year when Jackson Dart started to slide to where the Texans were picking, and you find a team that needs a quarterback that's picking high in the second round. You don't have to move back too far. They don't have to move too far up. I think it's all dependent on Ty Simpson, and I think Nick Caserio, people know he's open for business. And from everything I read about this draft, there is a lot of parity from like picks 15 to 45.
Yeah.
That's what they were saying about the draft last year, too.
Seems like that's what they say every single year.
Do they? Yeah.
They'll always say, like, in most drafts, there's only actually really 15 to 20 guys that people feel good about actually drafting in the first round. So,
okay. Well, then it applies this year, too. I think
my suspicion is that it's that Kenyon Sadiq might have a lot to do. Kenyon Sadiq might have a lot to do with whether they trade up. And then Ty Simpson has a lot to do with whether they trade back.
That's a good way to frame it.
So if you see both Kenyon Sadiq and Ty Simpson sliding, that's when it gets interesting, because they might be entertaining some nice offers from teams.
Yep.
But that also, Kenyon Sadiq on average is going at like 17th in mock drafts right now.
Yeah.
So, we know that the Texans tried to trade up into the teens last year, and there were a few very viable guys that you figure the Texans may have been interested right there. I think Kenyon Sadiq would be one of those guys. So then the other thing to watch is, okay, how many offensive linemen maybe get traded? And it's not, I don't think the Texans are going into it saying we specifically want to draft an offensive lineman with the 28th pick. But if there's not a run on offensive linemen, or a couple guys start to slide out of the top 10 that are a surprise, that's where the Texans might start getting finicky and feeling like they got a chance to trade up for one of those guys.
You got to be on your toes with this draft, because at any point Roger Goodell could be announcing a trade that involves the Houston Texans. And Brett Veach, the GM of the Chiefs, I think did a Zoom yesterday with the media in Kansas City, and he said he thinks there's going to be more trades in the first round than ever this year. And it's going to be a really fun draft for fans, because there's going to be all kinds of action going on. So we'll see what happens. Let's do this one here, mock draft injection time. We do it every day at 7:45 during draft season. We pick a different mock draft. This one is Adam Rank, one of the many, many mock drafts on NFL.com. And with the 28th pick in the Adam Rank NFL.com mock draft, the Houston Texans select Colton Hood, cornerback, Tennessee, says this. You guys are pretty set as I see it. Oh, the reason he's talking like this. This is him telling teams what they should do with their pick. So this is why he's talking like to the Texans, like in the second person. You guys are pretty set, as I see it, to the Texans, in a position where you can seek depth pieces and or take best player available. I'd leap at Caden Proctor if available, but in this world, Hood is the pick, giving DeMeco Ryans yet another talented cover man. Honestly, though, I wouldn't mind trading down for some day two currency if that's possible.
Yeah. This is an interesting one, because I feel like Hood, you could look at his scouting report, and in some ways it might remind you a lot of Kamari Lassiter's scouting report.
Okay.
Super physical, tough, will come up and play the run, but might not have the top-end speed to really run with the top guys, et cetera, et cetera. But there are a lot of things that scream, wow, okay, he's just a football player. And maybe you throw out some of the measurables and try to figure out exactly whether just, what is he as a football player, and do the Texans like him? I think if the Texans are reminded of Kamari Lassiter at all, all, then they might really like him in this spot too.
Yeah.
Definitely a whole lot of swarm traits.
No doubt.
I thought that Lance, the one that Lance Zierlein comped him to, this would be an interesting comp for Texans fans because it depends on whether you just watched one of our recent Bucs games or one of our recent Lions games. NFL comp, Carlton Davis III.
Okay.
So you remember Carlton Davis III got torched in that Bucs game in CJ's rookie year.
I'm going to need what year of Carlton Davis Lance is comparing him to. If it's
in the Lions game the next year, Carlton Davis had 2 interceptions.
2 picks, yeah. So if it's 2023 Davis, I would not like this pick at all. If it's 2024 Davis, good job, Nick. Way to go. Now, I'll point this out, and this is courtesy of Texans Jacob, who compiled this from various sources around the league. The reported top 30 player visits that the Texans have conducted. Colton Hood is one of them. They had him in for a visit, so he is on their radar in some shape, form, or fashion. We know that these visits can go one of two ways. They're either to hyper-validate somebody that you really like, or it's somebody you're on the fence about, and this is sort of the tiebreaker.
Yeah,
how do they do on the 30 visit? How do they interact with people?
I do like that stat, though, that 50% of the Texans every player taken in the first couple of rounds by the Texans since D'Amico got here, or in the first 3 rounds since D'Amico got here, have had either a combine or a top 30 visit to the Texans.
Yeah, I got the exact numbers. There have been 11 players taken in the first 3 rounds since D'Amico got here. 9 of them had a 30 visit. The other 2 visited at the combine.
So you could start to say, okay, they start to whittle down to the likely pool of guys that might go in the first 3 rounds. If guys are projected to go in the first 3 rounds and they've taken a trip to the Texans, you can kind of whittle down like, oh, okay, it's pretty much from this pool. Plus, a Jaden Higgins and somebody else that didn't take a visit with the Texans or a combine visit.
It was Kamari Lassiter was a combine visit. Yeah, they didn't have him in for a 30. It was a combine.
It's funny. Those guys both come from programs that the Texans really respect.
Yeah.
And I think they look at it almost as like they've got really good AAA stats on the guy. And the word of mouth from people that they respect is good, so they didn't have to bother with an official visit.
Yeah, why waste a 30 visit? We love the guy. Yeah, yep. No, they had Will Anderson in for a 30 visit too, and they loved him. But I think Will is almost somebody they had to bring in because they knew they were going to have to give up multiple draft picks to go get him.
Right, yeah, I think they wanted to be extra sure that it was worth trading that aggressively for him if that's what it came to.
Yeah. Some of the 30, I'm looking at the...
What if Will had come and had the best visit ever, and then on his way out the door, there was just some kind of a miscommunication? Did they misheard something he said or something?
I thought they heard him use a racial slur or something
like that. Or they just heard him say "Oh, I just need to grab my bag," but what they heard was all I care about is getting my bag.
Can you imagine?
He said something he said boy, I really enjoy the taste of honey, but what they heard was show me the money.
All I want is my money. Yeah, that's oh my god.
And that would have turned everything up on its head.
Changed the history of the team, man. Yeah, just because of I've got the list of 30. We should go through this later because there's some names on here that you and I really, really like. And then there's some that are just I don't even know who they are. That's the thing too. They'll use 30 visits on day 3 guys also just for those same reasons. All right, that was the mock draft injection for today. A cornerback with the 28th overall pick. I can get behind that. All right, coming up next, the latest chatter on Dianna Russini. There is at least one source that says they believe they know who may have hired the private investigator that took the pictures that wound up on the New York Post. So we've got that and a whole lot more. We're going to do 5 Reasons I Hate You. We did the Lakers earlier. We're going to do the St. Louis Cardinals, the Astros opponent this weekend at 8:25. Stay there.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers is who you call if you've been in an accident, a slip and fall, somebody...
HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. So the latest Dianna Russini, Mike Vrabel chatter, I don't even know if we need to reset at this point. We're a week in. If you listen to this show at this point, you know what the situation was with them last week, with the picture surfacing at the resort in Sedona. The two of them together, they're both married to different. They're both married with kids, and what looks to be some sort of affair taking place in Sedona, Arizona last week. Since then, Russini has resigned as the lead NFL reporter for The Athletic. She's not spoken since her resignation letter. Mike Vrabel's not spoken to anybody publicly other than his initial denial of the affair between the two of them. The draft is on Thursday. If Vrabel is not front-facing during the draft for the Patriots, that'll be wild.
That's right? Going to be, and if he's not asked any questions about it. The assembled Patriots media didn't ask Elliot Wolf, the GM, a single question about this potential scandal.
Yep.
So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if they grow a pair between now and then.
What do you want to hit first here, Seth? You want to hit this Tony Farmer tweet?
I think, because honestly, a lot of people ask, like, okay, what's the big deal or whatever. So this guy did a really good job, this Tony Farmer fella, of laying out the things that are interesting or relevant from either the journalism side of it or from the actual, hey, like Mike Vrabel isn't a Boy Scout in this whole thing either.
Mm-hmm.
So he does, number one is the journalism ethics. He says self-explanatory, generally frowned upon to have old school journalism, you shouldn't even have a friendship with the people you're covering.
Yes.
You definitely shouldn't be having any kind of an intimate relationship with them.
Yep.
Allegedly.
Yep.
The AP voting process. This is the interesting part. Russini had a vote for Coach of the Year and is already on record saying she voted for Drake May for MVP.
Yep.
The AP wrote about the Russini resignation and didn't mention anything about this. So this Tony Farmer thinks the AP wants this story to go away.
We should point out that Matthew Stafford won the MVP in a very lopsided vote over Drake May. Drake May finished second, but Matthew Stafford had all but just a few of the first place votes.
Yeah.
Russini was one of the first place votes for Drake May.
And that she also did have a vote for Coach of the Year.
Yes.
So there's that.
Yep.
Tampering.
Okay.
Numerous clips and articles have surfaced in which Dianna Russini has talked about both A.J. Brown and Max Crosby being upset with their teams and the Patriots being a trade destination. Vrabel isn't allowed to lure a contracted player to the Patriots, so people are asking if he used Russini to manipulate the trade market.
Yep.
The NFL hasn't issued a statement on this. It's conceivable they're investigating this internally, but that seems unlikely because they haven't issued a, quote, we are aware of it and we're looking into it, unquote, type of statement. So Tony Farmer says, I think the NFL wants this story to go away. Look, the NFL has investigated tampering before and issued fines because of it. The Falcons most recently got docked a third-rounder because of the way they handled, or what?
I think it was a fifth-rounder, but whatever.
For whatever that was with the Kirk Cousins.
It was a draft pick,
So that is intriguing. But it's always the third-party stuff is tricky because there's certain people that like this would be harder to prove.
It would be harder to prove. And you and I played some audio of Russini the other day her just casually dropping, I know Max Crosby wants to play for Mike Vrabel. And I think you and I were having trouble,
she said he told me that.
Yeah,
referring to Max Crosby.
But trying to connect the dots as to how that could be tampering in some way. And I think it's interesting that this farmer, this Tony Farmer, talks about her just not necessarily just sort of manipulating the market by putting stuff out there.
Yeah.
That there is a conflict of interest of some sort. And I think you're right. Like, this would be a tougher one for the NFL to prove as opposed to, look, the Texans got in trouble for tampering with Nick Caserio at one time back with with Jack Easter when Jack Easter.
They almost got in trouble, but they pulled away. They stopped their pursuit.
They were in the crosshairs for Tampa.
Yeah. Well, the Patriots were complaining about it.
Right.
Number 4, accountability.
Okay.
Mike Vrabel is known for preaching accountability with his team and now finds himself in a serious scandal. Instead of addressing the media, he's nowhere to be found, which is the opposite of accountability. I think this is what Tony Farmer says. I think Mike Vrabel wants this story to go away.
So Farmer's angle is he's coming up with everybody who wants this story to just end.
Yeah, and why perhaps it doesn't have as much oxygen as you might think. Like Mike Vrabel wanting the story to go away, I don't think that doesn't actually make the story go away other than in Boston.
So the
Of course Mike Vrabel wants the story to go away.
He wish it never came out in the first place.
I feel like he wanted to have 5 points, and the fourth one was like, obviously Mike Vrabel wants the story to go away.
But I think maybe what he's saying is sometimes when you just want something that you just like, if I just don't focus on this, it'll just end. And this is not going to happen. He's going to have to face the media at some point.
And this is where it is. I'm trying to figure out where I am on all of this because a lot of people have said, man, it doesn't seem like the mainstream media wants to really cover this at all. And that's, I think sports radio across the nation has very much talked about this stuff.
Yes.
But I think, so when they say mainstream media, I think they probably mean like national media and, big media.
Yep.
TMZ turned down this story because it didn't want to, quote, police the bedroom,
I'm a little surprised at that. Aren't you surprised TMZ turned down the story?
I don't know what he's talking about there, so I'd have to go in and look into it. It sounds out of type for TMZ.
They had an opportunity to buy the pictures, and they chose not to.
But did they say it's because they didn't want to police the bedroom?
This is the first I'm hearing of
that.
That's
the quote there is what I didn't see.
Yeah.
The NFL Network acted as though the story wasn't happening. Dan Le Batard admitted covering the story made him uncomfortable.
Poor Dan.
Barstool admits to having a close relationship with Dianna Russini, and it shows.
Yep.
ESPN, which made a big deal of the Coldplay couple, remained silent and refused to cover this scandal.
Yep.
Are they refusing to cover it? I guess, what have there been? There have been kind of cursory articles written about it. I haven't seen I haven't seen like Stephen A. Smith or others talk about it, but I don't know. Have they talked about it?
No, if they did, it would have popped up.
So that feels like a squash job right there.
Yeah, the only article I've seen on ESPN, and it was sort of like a wire report almost. It wasn't anything that had, Dianna Rossini's history with the network or anything. It was just that they were investigating her.
Yeah.
When the story came out that they were going to, the New York Times, which is her boss, they own The Athletic, that they were going to investigate her. ESPN did have a headline and a story about that on their website, but it was just very newsy. It wasn't any of their writers there, any of their prominent writers talking about this or opining on it or anything like that.
Well, and this is where, on this fifth bullet point, Tony Farmer says, I think some members of the media want this story to go away.
Yes.
And, I mean, the only other thing that, with Dianna Russini specifically that's interesting was back in 2015 when the Washington Commanders GM's wife put out on social media that maybe a leak about Washington came from her husband's new girlfriend, Dianna Russini.
Right.
And then she deleted it. So she
deleted it and apologized for
basically accusing her husband of having an affair with Dianna Russini at that point.
Yeah.
I think without going too far down different conspiracy rabbit holes, I think it's very plausible that due to various people who either have relationships with these specific people, present or past, or because of things that they've done, they just don't want this to become a trend or any kind of a precedent for the kind of stuff they cover in the NFL. And I'm here for it.
Yes. When I see that last sentence there that Tony Farmer has, Seth, on that fifth bullet point where in bold it says, I think some members of the media want this story to go away. I'm like, not me. Some don't.
Yeah. I wonder, are there a lot of, how many people are there out there, key decision makers at various media companies or people in the NFL community? They're kind of like, oh, is this Is really what we're going to be digging into now?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is the type of story that befits the honor and prestige of the NFL. Delete text, delete text, delete text, delete text.
Yes. Absolutely.
Hold on a second. I'm going to put you on mute. Hey, don't call me no more. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, this is not the type of stuff that we want to be covering in NFL coverage.
That's hilarious. All right, so Jared Stillman, who we've played some of his audio lately, he's with Mad Dog Radio on Sirius XM. He's based out in Nashville, so it might stand to reason that he's got some sources that are in the orbit of Mike Vrabel and Dianna Russini, given the fact that Russini covered Vrabel while he was in Nashville coaching the Titans, right? So it might stand to reason. But anyways, Jared Stillman, he has his own live stream that he does as well, yesterday said that he had talked to a source, and that source thinks they know where these photos came from.
I talked to a source close to Dianna. That's how I will label this source. And the source close to Dianna told me that this is the source, believes it was a private investigator that took the photos of Dianna and Vrabel, and the source, believes that without question, the PI was hired by Diana's husband. Again, I talked to a source close to Dianna, and the source close to Dianna told me, and it's what I'm not saying Dianna believes this or Dianna told the source. I'm just telling you, this is a source close to Dianna, and I was told it was a PI, and it was the husband.
Okay.
If it was, I love this. Okay, my first question was, if that were the case, two things. One is, whether it's true or not. But then the other would be, all right, if it was her husband, did he authorize did he then go scorched earth and say, not only did I find this out, but I'm going to expose you? Or did the PI realize that he had a more lucrative offer from somebody else and sold the photo went off the reservation?
I thought the same thing, because I'm like 95% certain these are PI photos just based on how they look.
I was skeptical about it at first, but I think the biggest thing is it's not just how they look, but it's that they have the feel of this person must have been camped outside this resort for a long time to find a few sparse moments where these things happen.
This is also a $2,000 a night resort, and unless it was an employee there, are people really running? Are people that stay at a place like that really focused on following Dianna Russini and Mike Vrabel around and taking pictures from behind bushes and things like that?
Yeah, $2,000 a night resort, usually a lot of people have a lot of stuff on their phones that they never want to just either be a jerk about, sending this off to expose somebody or whatever.
Yeah.
You think about the various things you've seen where you could have taken a photo and been like, oh, I'm going to screw this random.
Yeah. But chances are, if you're staying at that resort, you probably don't need the money from the New York Post to dime out Dianna Russini and Mike Vrabel.
It's not some kid at a nightclub or something.
Yeah. Not like
somebody.
It's not the person filming Alex Earl putting her hand on Tom Brady's butt in the bar.
Yeah.
So I do think it's a PI. I thought the same thing yesterday, Seth. I'm like, man, if it's a private investigator, did they have permission to sell these photos to the New York Post?
Right.
Or because I'll say this, like I hate judging anybody. I don't want to sound like I'm judging anybody involved in this whole thing. Like, adultery is obviously terrible or whatever. If they have two little kids and her husband like gave permission to sell pictures to the New York Post that are going to be on the internet forever. Like, this is what their mom
maybe he was tired of hearing his wife make fun of him over and over again on television.
I get it.
And on podcasts. Podcasts even worse.
I get it. Stick up for yourself. So I don't know. Like, I think if we're down a rabbit hole now. This is Jared Stillman saying, I talked to a source who thinks this.
Who believes this.
Right.
Yeah,
now here's the other thing Stillman said is that, is this about, because, eventually if they split up, Dianna and her husband, is there a money grab? She makes a lot of money. She was the highest paid reporter at the New York Times, reportedly, or among the highest paid. Is this about money? Stillman says, the source says, probably not.
And apparently the source close to Dianna told me that the husband has a bunch of money, and this is not about money because he has plenty of it. So the source close to Dianna tells me that it was a PI. It wasn't some Johnny hotel visitor with his phone out. It was a PI, and they believe, the source, that the PI was hired by Diana's husband, and the source tells me that Diana's husband doesn't need the money in a divorce because he's already loaded, so this is about more than money, according to the source.
Okay. And he's, for those who don't know,
he's Kevin Goldschmidt. He's the vice president of Total Rewards and HR Technology at Shake Shack.
Okay, so he's an executive with a
senior executive.
Yeah, with Shake Shack. So he's not hurting for cash. This is an interesting notion on the Base Power text line. The media may want this to go away. Some media may want this to go away because Dianna Russini knows, quote, where the bodies are buried.
Yeah.
I heard Beadle saying that yesterday. Michelle Beadle, who's obviously female media member, longtime ESPN.
That's 100% possible. I'd say that's plausible. That's very, very possible. Without knowing exactly why or anything, that if she's a scoop getter and now she's getting, but I don't know if. They should be working harder to somehow exonerate her if that's the case, because she's got nothing to lose now.
Yeah.
If she's not going to get hired by other places or anything, there's a whole lot of butt clenching going on right now, potentially, with various people who don't want this story out there.
Is she even exoneratable at this point?
I don't know.
I think it feels like the die is cast for her.
It's hard to believe that an organization like ESPN, who's had people as honorable as John Skipper at the helm over the years, would ever get involved in anything tawdry.
Right. So yeah, I disagree with Tony Farmer on the media wanting this to go away. This story has been to use
you
a word.
Disagree with him?
No. I disagree that the media should want. When he says the media want this to go away, I'm like, well, just not this media. That's all I'm saying. Like, not everybody.
He's not saying they should want it to go away. He's saying he thinks they do want it to go away.
Yeah. So, not this media, not this outlet. I like it. It's been.
Let's air the dirty laundry, man.
Hell yeah.
Oh boy, so that could be phase 2 of this. Is if Dianna Russini is sitting wondering, all right, am I going to get another job in the future? And if not, here we go.
Are we going to get
I'm going to release all of the nuggets. Nugget release.
Second wave. We're getting a second wave of Russini. Oh. Well, they should be counting down to Vrabel getting in front of the media up in Boston right now. He cannot scoot out and not do media for the draft, can he? It's always the coach and the GM. Here, it's always D'Amico
I think if he does, look, he's been through this before. He was with the Patriots when they had to move on past a scandal or two. And I think that as a player, I think that he does the classic. He's going to get up and he's going to try to shame people for even asking about it because this is a personal matter. The allegations are false. I'm not going to take any more questions about it. And that's going to be the end of him talking about it. If he doesn't get up at all in front of the media, that's when you got to start wondering if, man, the Patriots themselves might have some serious questions about just what's been going on and how did it affect the way we operate.
Well, maybe he's got a punishment coming down from the Patriots. I don't think that's out of the question that the Patriots could punish him. I'm not saying fire him. I don't think they're going to fire Mike Vrabel. But if he's disclosing trade secrets as pillow talk with a reporter, then the Patriots cannot approve of that. There's got to be the possibility they could punish him in some fashion.
Organizations will leak thing to their most favored nation, nugget hussies. Yeah. But that's where the question is, okay, wait a second. Was there, as an organization, we kind of have we're in agreement on what we want to leak to the media. Like, were you leaking extra to the media, or was there?
You know what I want to go looking for now? Dianna Russini explaining why Drake May is the MVP of the NFL. I want to go find some of those clips. I bet they're out there somewhere. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. 5 reasons I hate you. We did one already today. There's a lot of hate going into this weekend, man. The Rockets start their series with the Lakers, and the Astros have the turn back the clock hated St. Louis Cardinals. We don't share a division with them anymore, but we share some awful memories with them. 5 reasons I hate you, St. Louis Cardinals. That's coming up next.
Oh, boy, we've got the draft coming up soon, too. And it's a whole lot of guesswork with the draft. You don't know exactly.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. 5 reasons I hate you. We got the music queued up, Ben, for a little 5 reasons I hate you. Here we go. We did the Lakers earlier. That was fun. And hopefully the Lakers give us more reasons to hate them. Actually, you know what? Hopefully they don't in this series. Hopefully they just roll over like the dogs that they are without Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves and the Rockets steamroll them. That's what I hope happens. We'll see. It's up to you, Rockets. The Astros also play the St. Louis Cardinals this weekend. And I think if you're a longtime Astro fan, there's still some deep-seated hate for the St. Louis Cardinals, right? I mean, that was your rival in the old NL Central back in the day. We're AL West people now, but we can turn back the clock when the Cardinals come to town for a weekend series with the Houston Astros, and that's what we're about to do. 5 reasons I hate you. It's a staple during football season. We do it on special occasions, sometimes outside of football season. Today is a special enough occasion to where we're doing it not once, but twice. And this is the second one. If you want to listen to the first one, it's what the free Odyssey app and the Rewind feature is for. Here we go, Seth. 5 reasons I hate you, St. Louis Cardinals. Number 5, roidhead Mark McGwire breaking the all-time home run record.
Yeah.
At the time. Yeah. 1998, him and Sammy Sosa with their roid battle for the ages, bringing baseball back from the abyss that it was in after the work stoppage. As it turns out, it was fueled by bottles and bottles of PEDs.
The funniest thing about all of it was that for a long time the discussion was after McGwire had been seen with a bottle of DHEA in his locker, which is like pales in comparison to what actual steroids will do for you. That was people arguing and debating about whether or not they should be allowed to use DHEA, and I'm still amazed that that's what tipped it all off, because whatever McGwire was using, that was by far the least effective thing that he was using. And yet that's what really got the ball rolling. So Mark McGwire was, I've got a little soft spot in my heart for him because it was at a time where many people in the league were using these things. Yeah. He used them most effectively.
Yeah.
So he gets punished the most for it, for being the best at using what a lot of other cheaters were using. Kind of like Lance Armstrong. Okay, everybody admits that the vast majority of cyclists were doping or doing some variety of it, but because he was best at it, somehow he becomes the problem. What about all those other clowns that were cheating and didn't get anything out of it?
It's so funny. Dude, I'll never forget that summer of 98 with Sosa and McGwire, and they were in the same ballpark when one of them hit a big home run, and they actually went up to each other and were high-fiving each other. Like the home run chase in 1998 was so huge, and it's just so comedic to go back and look now and see how ridiculous those guys looked, how big they were, just what a monstrosity they were. Like they were just they were cartoonish.
Well, it's funny because there was a lot of similarities, obviously, because football was going through the same thing in the 80s.
Sure.
And people would say that journalists that had covered both sports said that all of a sudden Major League Baseball clubhouses looked a lot like NFL locker rooms did in the 80s, where you're like, these guys have muscles on muscles. Like it just like to a point where it just doesn't make sense. Their physiques just don't look right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Number 4, Albert Pujols. These are 5 reasons I hate you, St. Louis Cardinals. And his home run that gets brought up all the time, the home run in 2005. The Astros are getting ready to go to the World Series, and Bradledge gives up a home run to Albert Pujols, and the Astros lose Game 6 of the NLCS. The reason why this home run is a little overrated, the Astros won Game 7. They ended up going to the World Series anyways. That home run gets treated like he actually won something.
Right.
Like he actually sent them to the World Series or whatever.
Yeah, and it was a
terrible night.
It was devastating in the moment.
Right. Not a good night of sleep for Astro fans that night. I'll admit that.
Right, yeah, sorry. Yeah, boy, that legendary home run that gave me a little bit of agita for about 21 hours.
For a day, yeah. Like, I don't know. Like, that's moments like that get spoiled for me sometimes if I'm a fan of the team and then they don't go on to, go to the World Series or win the World Series. Like, even for me, I've said this before, even for me, Altuve's And this is one of the reasons why the 2019 World Series probably is the title loss for any team of mine that stings the most. One, that Astros team lost 4 games at home to an average Nationals team, won 93 games. But that 2019 home run Altuve hit to walk off the ALCS is one of the great moments in Houston sports history, but it's tainted by the World Series for me. You know, it's what it leads to sometimes. And that's why this Albert Pujols home run didn't even lead to them winning the next night and getting to the World Series. Overrated home run. Pujols then goes to Los Angeles to the Angels and, bankrupts their team for the next 10 years because his contracts suck. I actually like him for doing that. But Albert Pujols, number 4 on the list. Number 3, St. Louis as a city, they are in the pantheon of crappy weather cities. Most cities pick a lane, Seth. Houston picked a lane. We're going to be really hot in the summertime, but we're going to be pleasant the other 6 months out of the year. Up in the Northeast, horrible in the wintertime, but lovely in the spring all the way into fall. It's beautiful. St. Louis basically has a Houston summer and a Northeast winter.
Yeah.
They're the dumbest city. The Mother Nature, St. Louis, is stupid. She chose both lanes.
Yes.
For the bad weather lanes.
Yeah, that's you're.
Thus, I hate that city.
Yeah, and choosing to do that as a city, you all deserve great shame.
Yes, great shame for nothing. You had any. I just hate St. Louis. I don't like visiting St. Louis. The weather's never nice there. It's never nice.
It's one of the first things that pops up when you Google what are the undesirable things about St. Louis.
Yes.
It's the hot, humid summers and then the cold winters with ice and snow.
It's terrible. I hate to go
Not to mention the whole tornado dynamic and everything.
There's that, too. Good job. Yeah, there's that, too. I used to have to travel there on business. Ugh. All right, number 2, 5 reasons I hate you, St. Louis Cardinals.
You can't even catch a riverboat like you could back in the day.
No,
the riverboat industry is just all but dried up and is useless.
Where's Twain when I need him?
Yeah. You guys drove Mark Twain out of business.
Number 2, 5 reasons I hate you. You and I had a conversation off the air yesterday about the severing of relationships and how when you break up with, this was not on air, Seth and I, these are the conversations we have off the air, and we were talking about the connotation of breaking up versus getting dumped. Remember when we were talking about that yesterday? And how, you break up, there's some nuance to it where neither side gets really embarrassed.
Yeah.
But if you get dumped.
But you got dumped.
That's
in
embarrassing.
High school. It's like, oh, she dumped him.
She dumped me.
Oh,
Yeah.
She dumped him.
St. Louis got dumped by the NFL.
Yeah.
And the Rams. This was no owner packing up a U-Haul and moving in the middle of the night. This was a concerted effort by the NFL to get the Rams the hell out of there and to Los Angeles.
And then in just the most pathetic display ever, we'll try to trump up their XFL or UFL attendance figures, proof positive that we deserve an NFL team.
Look at us. Yeah. So, no.
You left Kurt Warner homeless.
Yeah, that's right.
Nobody gives a damn about Kurt Warner in L.A.
No. Now he's a New York Giants legend.
He made Eric Dickerson way more relevant again.
That's right.
And that annoys me.
Yep. Yes. All right, number 1, and I think this is number 1 with a bullet. This notion that Cardinal fans are the, quote, smartest fans in baseball.
Yeah.
That they are ball knowers to the nth degree, that they know ball better than every other baseball city in town. What the hell makes them so smart in the eyes of everybody except themselves? Mm-hmm. Smartest fans in baseball, F off, man. Whatever. I've been to your games. There's a lot of stupid people at your games.
Oh, and they were just amazing and so passionate until all of a sudden they weren't good and their attendance numbers dumped.
Right.
They're like, this year they're bottom half of the league in attendance. You're like, no, stop the charade.
Okay. Can I read this text to you?
Yeah.
Text from our boss, Sarah.
Oh, she's
She's from Kansas City.
Yeah.
So there's probably a healthy rivalry between Kansas City and St. Louis, I would imagine. The two big cities in Missouri. She says the very first question you get when you meet somebody from St. Louis, or if 2 St. Louis people meet up with each other, they literally say, "Where did you go to high school?" And then if it's not one of the right high schools, you're essentially a leper. You're untouchable, she says. She says this, not college, not where do you work. It's the first question they ask. Where do you go to high school? All caps, effing weird.
She remembers that, and then they bring up the time that Susie Miller dumped you.
That is weird.
Yeah.
As an adult,
well, it doesn't surprise you though, Sean. It sounds like a very stratified community up there. Chat says that St. Louis is often cited as one of the most racially segregated cities in the U.S.
Yeah, maybe so.
They do. They try to skate by a little bit about don't ask about what we used to do with the whole. Are we a southern city? Well, it depends. Yeah. Go ahead and just ask them about their record with slaves.
Why do you ask? No, I literally need to know, why are you asking? Yeah, why do you ask?
Who, me?
No, I'm talking about
the
what
high school thing.
Yeah. But the segregation thing. All right, those are 5 reasons I hate you. Have you got other reasons why you hate St. Louis? Oh, Ron's texting us right now. Ron Hughley, Kansas City native.
Boy, I'm dinging. My phone is dinging like crazy.
Yeah. We got KC Army texting in right now. I could do it. I hate St. Louis for an hour. Show Kansas City versus St. Louis.
Foods they're known for: pizza and toasted ravioli.
Lame asses, he says. Lame ass. I like toasted ravioli.
Why? What's St. Louis pizza? What's notable about it?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I kind of like Chicago's got its deep dish pizza. Detroit's got its square pizza.
Detroit does the sauce on top of the cheese, I think. Is what they do.
It is?
I think so, yeah.
And there's something they take pride in it being square.
That might be it too. But I think they put sauce on top of the pizza, I'm pretty sure. If you're from Detroit, text into the Base Power Pizza text line right now.
Where are you on deep dish pizza?
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Star Pizza's got a really good deep dish pizza that's pretty close to Chicago stuff. That's really, really good. I like it a lot. Now it's not, to me, it's more to me deep dish pizza is more like, it's almost more like lasagna than it is pizza, because I eat it with a knife and fork. It's so thick.
You know what? I know this. I remember this now with St. Louis pizza. It tastes like they're super, super proud of their store-bought freezer pizza. That's what their distinctive pizza is. Okay. It's got a firm, crispy texture and a unique smoky flavor with a cracker-like crust. So basically, if what you're really into with your pizza is something that tastes like frozen pizza, they're all about you. Yeah, you cooked it a little too long.
Yeah.
Frozen pizza, but cooked a little too long.
Do you like Ritz's with ketchup and cheese on it?
Yeah, that's
then St. Louis pizza.
It's not even that. It's like a saltine.
It's beautiful.
Which, by the way,
he said they use
a cracker pizza later this afternoon.
No, I do like sometimes I like a kind of a crunchy crust on the pizza.
I like just putting some slabs of cheddar on a cracker and throwing it in the microwave.
Yes. I'm all for that. All right, those are 5 reasons I hate you, St. Louis style, which has brought our Kansas City brethren out of the woodwork, and I love it.
Ron said the cheese is terrible.
Yep.
Oh, he just sent me a picture of one from a restaurant website.
Oh, that's terrible.
Like they got it out of a dumpster.
Oh, God. Oh. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. The only good thing St. Louis has put out in recent years, Jeremiah Love. The one thing that has me sad about the Texans' good season, and are these comps good for the guy who I think, and I think a lot of people think, is the best player in this coming draft? Take-a-mania, a mini Take-a-mania at the top of the hour. The takes haven't been too bad this week. So we'll do that at the top of the hour, rolling along on a Friday here. And if it's a Friday, it means I'm off to the men's tea clinic after the show. That's where
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Seth and I are literally looking at Jeremiah Love video during the break, and we're sitting here like doing Mel Kiper breakdowns on it.
I like being impressed by how far a guy skips along the ground after he's tackled because he's going so fast. Some of my favorite Jeremiah Love highlights are when he's hitting that spin move where it looks like he's running a 4.3 40 while spinning. But so when he gets tackled and hit from the side, it's like he's a skipping stone going along the ground.
Yeah.
He gets 5 yards after he's already been ruled down because he's moving so fast.
He's something else, man. I mean, you've watched plenty of him. Like, he belongs in all these Saquon, Bijan, no-brainer top 5 to 10 pick conversations, right? I mean, he's And
in a different era, he would have been the number one pick.
Yeah,
overall.
yeah.
Like, without a doubt, kids. There used to be a time when running backs were drafted more highly than quarterbacks.
Earl Campbell.
You can imagine such a situation, right?
If it was 1978 and Jeremiah Love were coming out, he'd have been the number one pick in the draft without question.
That would be your franchise changer because, hey, running backs, you just got to find some guy to hand the ball off
and
not screw things up.
Make things happen for you. That's what he does. So Jeremiah Love, I'm happy about the Texans and that they had a good season in 2025 and that they're picking 28th overall. Say what you will about how things ended in the postseason. There's 27 teams that would rather be the Texans right now, at least in terms of this draft. In terms of how they did last season and what that's reflective of. I am sad the Texans won't even sniff a reasonable trade-up conversation for Jeremiah Love because he would have been fun to have on this team, and I think, any team could use a Jeremiah Love here.
Sean, in the year 2000, there were five running backs taken in the first round.
Who were they?
All right. I'll go from the lowest, the 31st pick.
Okay.
What was it? Trung Canidate?
Trung Candidate.
Was it candidate?
It's just
that's
candidate,
right. Yeah. That's what I thought, but I'm looking at this. It's a misspelling here. So I'm like, I guess I remembered it wrong.
Ben is laughing so hard.
I know. It's spelled on this. It's got like an extra T in it. Okay. Trung Candidate, thank you.
Yep.
Sean Alexander.
Yeah, that was a good pick. What was he picked? Like what
19th.
number? 19th. That was a great pick.
Ron Dane.
Ron Dane, Texans legend. Ron Dane didn't get drafted. Who drafted Ron Dane?
The Giants.
The Giants. That's right. Yep.
Thomas Jones went 7th overall.
Thomas Jones out of University of Virginia, brother of Julius Jones. Yes, I
and
remember.
Jamal Lewis went 5th overall.
That was a good pick by the Ravens. He ended up rushing for 2,000 yards in a season.
That was a good. No, and yet I think if those guys were all there, and they ended up being like 3 of those guys ended up being really good.
Yeah.
But.
Canidate being the noted exception.
Yeah. I'm telling you.
I love this show.
No, and that was just in the year 2000. You
Right.
go back into the 90s and everything, and there's a lot of first-round picks.
Different world for sure. Here's Brian Kelly, former Notre Dame coach, now former LSU coach. I don't know if Kelly's trying his hand at television here, but he was on CBS this week. On CBS Sports, they were doing a sort of a draft preview show, and Mike Denbrock, who is the OC at Notre Dame, was Jeremiah Love's OC there the last couple of years. He was the OC under Kelly at LSU for a couple of years, and I believe was with Kelly at Notre Dame. This is Brian Kelly talking about what he's hearing about Jeremiah Love.
So the superlatives are exactly right, but this is about, in the NFL, the value of a running back being taken in the top 5. Mm-hmm. And if you ask Mike Denbrock, his offensive coordinator, who had Jaden Daniels and Malik Neighbors, 2 top 5 picks, he believes this is the best player he's ever had. So I think that puts it in perspective in terms of the value that he brings to any NFL roster. Narrative might be starting to flip, as Beanie said, because you're looking at McCaffrey and his length in the NFL. You're looking at players now that are going past that threshold. Saquon Barkley, I think the Giants would like him back.
Yeah.
So we're getting to that point now where value is starting to extend itself at this position because they're superior athletes.
Okay.
Did he say McCaffrey? What an idiot!
I got
McCaffrey-date.
McCaffrey-date.
Oh, that's great.
Trung McCafferty.
So
1987, by the way, 7 running backs taken.
Yeah. Those were the days, man.
Alonzo Highsmith, first with
like
the third
overall pick by the Oilers. Yeah. Zoe.
I think Christian McCaffrey is you have to look at him as that kind of a guy. He's so multidimensional that if you're rarely gonna see the old school running backs drafted as high as they used to be.
Yeah.
But when it comes to guys that you could line up all over the field, they're going to provide an explosive element the way a receiver might, or somebody else, either on the ground or as a receiver.
Yeah.
He feels like that kind of a guy. The only thing holding teams back still, no matter everything you say about them, is that the health history of running backs is scary to people.
Yeah, for sure.
And you start thinking about, all right, what's the upside here? There's still a really good chance, even if he's a really good running back, that he might not be able to stay healthy, or we're not even it won't be worth signing a second. So that becomes almost an organizational appetite for that risk.
Yeah.
But I think in terms of the actual player, 100%, it makes sense.
He's dynamite. Yeah. And
people are saying, well, look at that. We saw that quote that said, well, the Raiders drafted Ashton Genty, and look at how it worked out for him. Right. Okay, for one, I thought Ashton Genty actually looked a lot better than his stats were.
Yeah.
But Ashton Genty is a different caliber of prospect than Jeremiah Love. I would think that's almost a unanimous opinion.
Yeah, that Love is a better prospect than Genty.
Yeah,
I think so too. The biggest thing I'm rooting for in this draft, other than the Texans to draft good players, is for Jeremiah Love to not get drafted by the Tennessee Titans. For Texan fan reasons and for Notre Dame fan reasons, I don't want to root against Jeremiah Love. I'd rather he go somewhere. Arizona taken with the 3rd pick, Washington taken with the 7th pick, Giants taken with the 5th pick. Go somewhere, go to the NFC, and I can just root for you over there and not worry about our interests conflicting.
Yeah, I just that's there's 2 parts to that. I don't think that all of a sudden, wow, Dayball is going to be in a situation with a young, unproven quarterback and a rookie running back, and let's see what they do with it. Guess what? He's been there before, and he didn't do anything with them.
Yeah.
So then it becomes all about how good can Cam Ward be, and just is he going to be better than Daniel Jones was with the Giants? But it's still, he's going to have a really good opportunity to figure it out if he's got Jeremiah Love.
The other running back at Notre Dame who was Jeremiah Love's backup, who might be the 2nd best running back in this draft, is Jadarian Price, and he was on Good Morning Football yesterday with Kyle Brandt. Here's Jadarian Price, who I think is probably on the Texans board and a possibility. We've seen him mocked to the Texans at 38 and 59 overall. On being teammates with Jeremiah Love at Notre Dame.
A lot of people have you ranked as the number 2 running back behind, incredibly, your teammate, Jeremiah Love. And I don't want to talk so much about him. He gets enough attention. This should be about you. But I do think it is really cool that he himself told the USA Today that about you. He can do everything I can, if not more. I mean, that's a really, really cool thing to say. What's the relationship like between the 2 of you? Because it can be difficult sharing a backfield.
Yeah, we're close. He's one of my closest friends here at Notre Dame. And we've really gotten more close this year and really challenging ourselves after our playoff run last year, really challenging ourselves to go out there and continue to be the best running back duo in the nation. I told him, before the season, hey, you're a Heisman caliber player. Go out there and be yourself and do what you can do. And he gave me some encouragement as well. And, we spent a lot of times in the film room together going over plays and figuring out what we can do to be the best running backs in the history of Notre Dame. That was our goal.
There may be something to that. I was thinking about this, Seth, in listening to that clip and just thinking about Price. Obviously, if Price or any running back were to get drafted here, the best-case scenario for them is probably that they're a change-of-pace guy or they're splitting carries with David Montgomery, who's going to be the number 1 running back on this team. I don't know if, the psychological part of being a running back, where a lot of the running backs that are getting drafted in the 2nd or 3rd round were probably the lead back on their team and getting the lion's share of carries. They were the bell cow. Jadarian Price already kind of is in a place mentally where he's comfortable being the change of pace guy or the second guy behind the starter or something. He's used to maybe not having to get his touches. Sometimes they say you got to get the guy touches early, get him involved in the game. Guy needs to get hit a few times. Jadarian Price has had to come into games and perform right away because he's only going to get 11 or 12 touches, whereas Jeremiah Love's going to going to get a lot more than that. I wonder if having been a backup in college makes it easier to come in and be a backup, change of pace guy in the pros too.
Yeah, that's
There's a psychological thing.
And just coming in off of the bench and everything and not necessarily getting into the flow of it and everything.
He's done it for 3 years now.
Yeah, that's a good point. I wouldn't have thought of that. That's at least one less thing to adapt to.
Yeah.
He's not going to have the same struggles that Imai might have if he were to go play running back for the Texans.
Yes. Yeah. The turf is harder.
Oh,
We're eating at midnight. Yeah.
Imai would be out there like, I've never played running back before in my entire life.
Would.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Take him.
By the way, he's from Denison. Janarian Price from Denison, which is right up near the Oklahoma border.
Oh, Texas. Yeah. Yep.
I'm looking at the Red River.
Yeah.
Lake Texoma.
Yeah.
Is that a nice lake to swim in and everything?
I don't know. Text in.
It looks like it because it doesn't have there's no houses on it. I want to go up to Lake Texoma.
Oh, that means there's no people.
I like the way that Texas takes ownership of every bordering state and turns it into like, nope, it's Texarkana.
That's right.
And this is Lake Texoma.
Amen.
All right, you're not going to get to call it Lake Oklahoma or something.
That's right. You're lucky.
Tex goes first, you bastards.
Mm-hmm. You're lucky it's not Texas-Louisiana, okay? Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Friday, 9 a.m. means we do Take a Mania. Only 2 challengers this week, but we've got some other good audio for this upcoming segment here, including audio involving a former colleague of ours that is hilarious. That we will get to all of this in the 9 o'clock segment. Coming up next. Stay there.
The NBA playoffs are set, and the Rockets have their first round matchup. Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here we go. Take-A-Mania. Going to be a mini version of Take-A-Mania today. The bad takes weren't flowing quite as freely as they used to. And I want to be
that's why I've been so irritated and irritable the last couple weeks.
Does it Take-A-Mania?
Yeah. There haven't been nearly as many ridiculously bad takes as usual.
Yeah.
Because of this slow time in football, I think.
Step your game up, society. All right? Let's go. Let's do this. All right, so Take-A-Mania, we do it every Friday at 9 a.m., and we will do it here. So let's replay the champion. This champion may have set you off. This may have been why you were a little irritable. You were so set off by this guy that it carried over from Friday into this week.
The quarterbacks coach at Oregon, the newly minted quarterbacks coach at Oregon, Koa Ka'ai, on how he decides whether a young quarterback recruit has the right stuff.
Like, I ask him a question like this all the time. Hey, do you like chocolate ice cream or vanilla ice cream? Okay, the minute a kid pauses, I don't really want that kid, right? Because you need to have some type of conviction, right, wrong, or indifferent. Okay, so whether you like chocolate or you like vanilla, I don't really care. But if you sit there and say, coach, I don't know. Is it melted? Is it not? What's the brand? So on and so forth. Like, what is this kid going to do on third down in front of 110,000? He's probably going to think about it more than he should. He's not going to have conviction, right? So it's, like I just said, long-winded, I understand, but it's the mental aspect. It's really what we're after.
Okay. It's the mental aspect is what they're after, Seth.
It's like that, obviously, clearly, if a kid, when asked a question out of the blue about what his favorite ice cream is, God forbid you get somebody who's thoughtful and wants to actually consider and give you a thoughtful reply or something, or pauses at all. That's not the right guy, because what are you going to do when you got 100,000 people around you and you got to go run some play that you've practiced 1,000 times?
Yeah.
I hate this guy so much.
I know you
I hate
do.
him.
I
hate him.
Well,
he's the emblem of every freaking try-hard football coach who wants desperately to just be revolutionizing the sport somehow and makes decisions based on stuff like this.
Well, and as you point out, the worst part of this is that this guy is going to be coaching Dante Moore this year, who's a Heisman candidate.
Yeah.
His backup is Dylan Raiola, who was one of the better young quarterbacks, annoying as he was with his Mahomes cosplay. He's the backup there, Dylan Raiola. He's got a quarterback room that is too good to fail. So this clown, this Koa clown, that's what I'm calling him. I don't care about his last name. He's Koa clown with a K on both of them. This guy is going to probably wind up being a climber among the coaching ranks because Oregon is just too good to fail under Dan Lanning.
We're discounting, though. When he asked Dylan Raiola that question, did he stop to Google and find out what Pat Mahomes' favorite ice cream was?
He probably did.
Before he did it.
That's why he's the backup. Yep, that's probably why. He's lucky he's still on the team.
Don't even get me started on Dylan Raiola.
I know. I'm
going to do everything I can to imitate Pat Mahomes, but then get upset when people
point that
basically,
out.
I'm going to jut my cleavage out, but then get upset when people notice my cleavage.
Right.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
Stop talking about me and Mahomes. It's a special restraining order type of relationship.
All right, so
I'm not allowed to talk about Pat Mahomes.
It is. If I were Mahomes, I think Mahomes is kind of weirded out by it. I think he's been asked about it before.
Yeah,
I'd be
weirded out about it too.
Oh, totally. All right, so we've got two candidates this week to take down Koa Clown, the Oregon quarterback coach. We played this one earlier this week. This is CC Sabathia from a recent podcast, and he was asked about the 2017 – keep in mind, he was on the 2017 Yankees, CC Sabathia, about the 2017 Astros and the sign stealing.
Obviously, there was a situation with the Astros that kind of derailed that momentum. When you look back – during that, what comes to mind?
Now, I mean, if you'd asked me this 3 years ago, I'd be like, we would have won the World Series. Now, when I look back, who knows what happened? In the moment, though, like as everything was unfolding and all that stuff, I was pissed off about it, angry about it. I mean, I pitched Game 7. I remember, being on the mound and thinking like something was weird. Like, why are people not looking? You know what I'm saying? Like, people were looking all over the place. It was a weird scenario to be in. But now, like,
you felt it.
I kind of did. But now, 9 years later, like, who cares? You know what I mean? I mean, it don't matter.
But it happened.
Yeah, it happened. It happened.
Yeah,
it happened. But who knows what would have happened, right? Like,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, we still had chances to win those games.
Nah, no question.
saying?
No
So
question.
it kind of is what it is. I hate that Carlos Beltran got the blame for that. And it took him so long to get into the Hall of Fame. Like, one of my favorite teammates, one of my favorite people on this planet, and he took the whole blame for that. Like, he had his Mets job, took him, taken away from him, and all these different things that I just feel like, you know, so many people got past it and were able to go move on with their career. He kind of got stuck with that. But, I mean, I would have had a different answer if you'd asked me this 3 or 4 years ago. But now, today...
It's the last,
the first part about it, I was like, whatever.
Yep.
Okay, it actually sounds like he's trying not to make excuses and everything. But when he acts like Carlos Beltran's the only guy.
The whole blame.
Who, by the way, was the architect of the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, you know, Jeff Luhnow is working in soccer in Europe.
Yeah.
A.J. Hinch lost his job.
He was black. A.J. Hinch was basically persona non grata for 4 years or something like that.
Yeah, and A.J. Hinch, and that's again where A.J. Hinch has taken more of the lion's share of the blame than Carlos Beltran has, and he's back working as a manager in baseball.
Yeah.
So don't try to act like the scandal is the reason that Carlos Beltran hasn't become, a great manager in Major League Baseball or something. He would have had opportunities again if he wanted them. And Jose Altuve, in the eyes of the public, at large, he's taken the huge brunt of it.
Totally undeserved.
Because ESPN decided to make him the face of it, and because people decided to run with a bogus buzzer story.
So,
but no, it's not as good as Cobra Kai in his stupid take.
How did I not see Cobra Kai when I looked at that name? Oh, my God.
What did you just call him?
I called him Koa Clown, but I like Cobra Kai a lot better. Yeah, I like yours better. All right, here's the only other challenger for Cobra Kai is Chris Broussard. This was Chris Broussard on Colin Cowherd. Now, keep in mind, I didn't include Cowherd's part of this. The lead into Chris Broussard talking about the Rockets and Kevin Durant was Colin Cowherd doing his thing he does, talking about Durant not being a leader and things like that. So so Broussard gets kind of walked into this take by Colin Cowherd. Here is Chris Broussard's take just a couple of days ago. This is after the regular season was over, about the Rockets and KD, the season they had, and the upcoming playoffs.
It's been a mess. And I know they've gotten up to the 5th seed. They've won, 50-plus games. But it has been terrible. You said it. They were the 2nd seed last year. They brought Kevin Durant in to be the missing piece, right? Right. Like the final piece to the puzzle that can get us a championship. And now they're a worse team. So this has been horrific. And it's been so bad, Colin, that the expectations have been lowered to the point where if they win this first round and then get beat by OKC in the second round, which of course would happen, everybody would kind of be like, hey, at least they won a round. Like, that's how low expectations are falling. And as you said, Kevin Durant is an all-time great scorer, an all-time great shooter, but he's not a leader. And when you look at some of the top, people want to push him into the top 10 all time. I say no. He can be in the top 20.
Okay. Not top 10. Top 20. He's allowed to be in the top 20.
He's allowed to be in the top 20. Yeah.
The parts that got this into the mix, and again, it's been a light week on bad takes. These are the only two challengers. Is the part where he's using the seeding to emphatically say that this is a much worse team than last year. Mm-hmm. They have the exact same one-loss record. It just so happens that Denver and San Antonio and the Lakers all improved their records from last year.
Right. That's the thing. It's he's trying to act like they've fallen off from the preseason. Like the preseason predictions were the same as what they were as a team last year. Yeah. It's just it doesn't hit the same way.
I knew it wouldn't.
Cobra Kai's did.
I just wanted to. Yeah.
Can he do it? Cover.
Cobra Kai might be in this. He might be in this thing for the long haul. This might be a Cataldi type run for Cobra Kai, the Oregon QB coach. That's Take-A-Mania for this week. Just two challengers. Here was Nick Wright, our former colleague. So in the play-in game between the Hornets and the Miami Heat earlier this week, LaMelo Ball, in a play in this game, kind of fell to the floor in a collision. And as he was falling to the floor, he speaking of Cobra Kai, swept the leg of Bam Adebayo. Like literally as LaMelo's falling to the floor, grabs Bam Adebayo's ankle and sweeps his leg out from under him. Bam Adebayo hits the floor on his lower back, and he left the game. He was done for the game, and the Hornets went on to win that game and take the 7th seed in the Eastern Conference. Nick Wright, the next day on his show, First Things First, said flat out, LaMelo Ball is a clown.
I'm not sorry, and I don't care if this gets clipped. That young man is a clown and has been a clown forever and will never not be a clown.
Well, that's a little far. You don't know that.
You're right. You're right about that part.
Hopefully he learns. I hear you.
You know what? That part is correct. You know what, Brew? I'm glad you're here to correct that. I don't know what he will be down the road. What I do know is that the way he conducts himself on the court, and it would appear off the court, is that of an immature, coddled teenager.
Okay, and I think the part that we need to remind the audience of when you talk about off the court with LaMelo Ball, that car accident that he got into earlier this year, where he crosses...
crossed the median and hit a car.
Did something that it would appear someone who was on their phone would do.
In a super customized fancy vehicle.
Yeah, and then walked away from the accident, was asked about it in a press conference the next day and got up and just walked out of the press conference.
In the press conference, he got up and walked out and also acted like he went on the attack of the person who he'd hit, basically saying, casting doubt onto whether she actually sustained injuries or anything. Yeah. I mean, it was like, honestly, clown is a pretty strong word, and yet from the very first time we knew of the Ball family, that was kind of like it was a traveling roadshow, the modern version on social media of a traveling roadshow.
Yep.
So what did the elder Ball have to say?
LeVar Ball, we should point out here, because LeVar Ball is going to, I heard this audio on In the Loop yesterday, and I'm like, we got to play this. He comes after both Nick and Jason Whitlock, who is also Jason Whitlock's been going after. Jason Whitlock was going after LaMelo Ball in much longer form than Nick in that cut there. So everybody, let's take our word for it. Jason Whitlock went after LaMelo Ball as well. When you listen to this audio, LeVar Ball going after Nick Wright and Jason Whitlock defending his son, LaMelo Ball.
Now we're getting ready. We got these folks over here who ain't commenting on the game and talking about somebody a clown. Has Nick Wright ever looked in the mirror? I bet you if you look in the dictionary right now and you look up a clown, you're going to see two things. One, it's going to be somebody with some long hair on the sides and a big-ass nose. Yep, that's Nick Wright, a clown in itself. He's been a clown ever since I know him, and I know his tag team buddy, too. Yes, Gritlock. He looks like a clown, too. Puffy cheeks and a big round nose and a big belly to match. Yes, I'm calling them all out. They're all clowns. So don't ever curl your lips and say a ball boy's a clown, because you know you a clown. That's why y'all keep looking at each other like two Rudy Poots. That's how this thing goes down. I'm trying to figure how somebody can lay on their back and with their left hand flip over a man 260 pounds. Try that. That ain't gonna work. And Spoelstra, don't be making all these excuses talking about you don't want to make an excuse. Then why you making one? Win the game and call it in. But if somebody falling on top of me, you best believe I'm going to put my hands up and do all kind of stuff. So that's just how the balls are taught. We do some dangerous stuff. Get out the way, because we ain't getting stepped on. But you Rudy Poots, go look at the game and quit worrying about the shame. Triple B's, you know how I do this. But hey, like I said before, Gritlock and Nick Rome, y'all stay together, because you're a good team of nuts.
Yeah, he got out over his skis a little bit at the end. He's like, "You're a good team of nuts." Is what you are.
Deluxe nut package.
Yes, it's deluxe nut package.
What's that? Is a Rudy Poot a thing?
Rudy Poo is something that The Rock used to say back in the late '90s when he would cut promos on people. He'd be like, "Stone Cold Steve Austin, you're Rudy Poo candy ass."
Oh, okay.
I'm going to stick my size 13 boot straight up it, blah, 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 that kind of thing.
I've never seen Rudy Poo.
Rudy Poo.
I was gonna criticize LeVar Ball for just going with the old, if you look up clown in the dictionary, you're going to see a picture. Right. But he built on it and expanded on it, and then went specifically into the actual faces of both Whitlock and Nick Wright.
It's not a bad promo.
I give him credit for that, yeah. He took it. I was like, all right, dude, you're really going to say, if you look up clown in the dictionary, you see this guy? He did, but then he built on it.
Yes, yeah.
It's how all great art is made. It's very, very rare is it just truly original. You build on something else.
My other suggestion would be, hey, look, man, you've got resources. You've been doing this stuff a long time where you just get on the internet and say things.
Yeah.
get one of those little microphones that you can clip to the front of your shirt there, so we can
mic.
so we can hear you.
Yeah.
You know, the audio wasn't great.
So The Rock used to say, "I'm going to shove my size 13 up your."
He would
whatever.
say, "I'm going to take this size 13, I'm going to shine it up real nice, and stick it straight up your candy ass."
Turn it sideways first.
Turn it sideways. Thank you, Ben. I'm going to turn it sideways
that's
and
extra
stick it straight
painful.
up your candy ass. Thank you, Ben.
Extra painful, but also impressive ankle strength by The Rock
Big
to be able
time.
to do that in confined circumstances.
For sure. That's what we all thought when he did
Jackson
it.
Smith and Jigba used to wear size 12s at Ohio State,
Mm-hmm.
and he had hamstring issues. Seattle, the Seahawks apparently have all these body scans that help customize gear for each player.
Okay.
And they changed them to a 10.5 from a 12. And apparently that's been part of keeping him healthy.
That's a bit okay. They changed his shoe size from 12
to 12 to a
10.
10.5.
That feels like a big difference.
It feels like a big difference. I wonder if Jackson Smith and Jigba was like maybe should have been 11 but was wearing 12s because pride.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It's good ego suppression there. I don't think I could do it. I don't think my ego would allow me. You could tell me that wearing size 11s would cure cancer. And you could find me at my funeral wearing my size 13s. I don't know if I could go down to 11, man.
Can I ask you a question? Okay, so your shoe size is
13.
13.
Yeah.
What's it supposed to be?
It's a 13.
It is.
I tried to wear 12
Really?
once just to see if it if it kept it from being too clunky or anything, and I ended up getting like ingrown toenails.
You're not a
and everything.
10.5 that's sticking a little tissue
I'm not,
paper in the front.
Yeah,
Mm.
I'm not.
You're
I'm not
legit
wearing
13.
Foot extenders.
You're legit foot extenders. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll take a mania, a little LeVar Ball. It's a hell of a Friday, man. Let's circle back to the Astros. Robert Flores was on with the guys yesterday afternoon on the drive. We love when Roflo comes on the station. He has a passionate plea for all of you out there when it comes to Tatsuya Imai. And what do the Astros do about this pitching pickle that they're in right now? That is coming up next. I'll do West Point Lincoln here, Ben. West Point Lincoln, Katy Freeway, exit Kirkwood is where you need to go to get your next luxury vehicle. They've got awesome deals going on. They got the big Lincoln Spring Sales event going on right now. So if you've been looking to get into a 2025 Lincoln Aviator,
Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Big weekend around here. Seth, I just found out I am going to the game on Sunday between the St. Louis Cardinals and the Houston Astros. Yeah.
See if you can get in a fight if you're man enough.
That's right.
Take your Rudy Poot butt over there and just quit acting like a punk.
That's right. Shine it up.
One of our listeners says Rudy Poot's been used in the African American community for a long time.
Okay.
The Rock popularized it.
Yeah, he popularized. All I'm saying is that's where I heard it.
He's saying we stole it from black culture, but I don't think that's actually been stolen because it's not like common in white culture. And The Rock is the Rock's.
He's half African American.
Yeah, he's got license too. So I don't know if So is it like The Rock's not stealing it from African American culture? The Rock was using it, but I haven't. It didn't ever crossed over into mainstream. Like it did. Usually, what you can tell is a lot of like Gen Z terms.
Yeah.
You'll be like, oh, okay, it's not really a Gen Z term. It's something they've been saying in black communities since the '90s.
Right.
It's just it got popular with Gen Z white kids all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Rudy Poot, I don't think has really crossed over.
Yeah, I don't think so either. The only person I've ever heard use it is The Rock. That's it.
Right.
Yeah. So that's all. Yeah. So I'm going on Sunday. My buddy John, who is a loyal listener to the show, has an extra ticket. So I'm going on Sunday. I think we're sitting in that 200 level right there where you've got the, you kind of like a club level-ish kind of thing.
That's a club level there?
Yeah.
Nice. So there's some air conditioning if you want
If
you want to escape the enclosed air-conditioned environment of the field, there's actual air conditioning in the club level.
But that was a big complaint last year, remember, in the ballpark? That was a big,
the opener there last night, he looked pretty damn hot. He was, but he didn't. You've been comfortable when you've gone to games this year.
Oh right? Yeah, no, I've been to 2 games and I've been comfortable.
I texted you last night and I didn't realize you weren't. You were busy getting an award for best sports media personality in Houston.
Thank you. Yeah.
So you didn't reply to my text, but you have an excuse.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I
was here. No, because when I was looking at the opener, Mejia for the Rockies, I'm like, man, he looks like Blanco back in the day. Remember how much Blanco would sweat?
Ronel Blanco and Urquidy. Yeah, Ronel Blanco would have to change his jersey 2 times during the game.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Astros, speaking of pitching, Tatsuya Imai, I'm sure at some point he'll complain about the temperature inside Daikin Park. It's like the only thing he hasn't complained about yet.
Rudy Toot.
So here's Robert Flores from MLB Network. Yesterday, he was on with Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley talking some Astros baseball. And Robert Flores has a passionate plea to Astro fans out there about how we are handling the Tatsuya Imai experience so far.
I think, and yes, in this social media age, people see what Imai said and they automatically assume he's soft because that's what we do on social media. We automatically assume someone is an idiot or stupid or extremely soft. But I think there's something deeper going on here where this guy's moved to a new country. I don't know how many family members, associates made the trip with him. So I think that there's just a lot going on. And, oh, by the way, he's using a different baseball. He's on a different schedule. The mound is different. The league is different. The stadium is different. And, oh, by the way, you're expected to perform for a team that had postseason aspirations. So before people that have won their fantasy baseball championship get on social media and talk about a player being soft, I think maybe we should pump the brakes and try to use something that really hasn't been used, I'd say, in the last 15 years, and that's a little bit of empathy and a little bit of understanding. So I think he's going to be fine if he's healthy, but I think we just kind of need to pump the brakes and just kind of understand what he's going through.
I wonder if they introed Roflo with one of your clips. You just beaten down.
Yep.
You were just crushing Imai for being a Rudy Toot son of a gun.
I stand by the fact that I don't think there's a real injury here, and I don't even think that's at this point. We're 3 days in where he's already playing catch, something that's taken other injured pitchers weeks to do. He met with the media yesterday and said his arm feels good. This And you listen to all the excuses and everything, and none of them were about how my arm feels. It's about the mound. What time of day are we eating? Oh, the lifestyle over here. Oh my God, it's cold outside. Like there's nothing in here. You would think if he was hurt, he would say, "Yeah, my arm hurts."
Honestly, I would say I don't want to call. I'm really careful about calling anybody soft, especially when it's somebody that the Astros have committed $55 million to, and I hope that it all works out. I do think that, without any venom or anything whatsoever, I think between Imai and the Astros, maybe they could have done a better job of recognizing and understanding that all of the change is a really big deal, and that maybe we gotta figure out a better way to really integrate him into the way things are done here, and what his schedule is, all of those things, and that hopefully maybe they can figure that out, because it's an extreme adjustment. I get that. Okay, we know what the issue is now. Figure out how to get over it.
Yeah.
Because it's not like there haven't been great Japanese pitchers in America. They've made the adjustment.
Yep.
They've figured out how to bridge the gap between the NPB and MLB. Just let's hurry it along.
Let's
here.
all
I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a lot of things going on in the pitching.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. That's a good segue here to the next Roflo clip that we've got. Robert Flores on their show yesterday, they asked him in general, what do the Astros do? They're pitching, despite the fact that it's been decent the last couple nights. Statistically, it's still one of, if not the worst, pitching staffs in all of baseball.
As the current conditions consist, I don't see how they can fix it, other than trading for new frontline starters. But, it's not like those kind of pitchers are just floating around the market, So I think that there is just some major red flags. The injuries, yes. Look, those things happen, and they are having, for now, a year plus, unbelievably poor luck when it comes to injuries, especially in the rotation. But, Hunter Brown being out, Christian Javier being out, and poor Christian was really struggling before he went on the injured list. So I don't know where they go from here, guys. We lost Phil Garner this week, and I'm reminded of that Houston Chronicle headline back in 2005 where they had the tombstone on the front page of the sports section, and they ended up going to the World Series. I don't see that happening here unless there is a major shift in both talent, ability, and execution.
Yeah, that 2005 team, what he's referring to, I know longtime Houstonians know this, and I know you were living here at the time, Seth, when you were a player. The tombstone, when they were 15-30 to start the season that year, and they ended up making the World Series. That team had Roger Clemens, Andy Pettitte, and Roy Oswalt. This team does not have any of those guys. They don't have anything close to it.
I spoke to the media that year as the Texans got off to a rough start, and I invoked the Astros as an inspiration for how a team can turn it around and get things going. We would go on, Sean, to win 2 games that year. A lot of people thought it couldn't be done.
Right.
If anything, I think we might have won those 2 games earlier in the season, too. So I don't know if we won another game after I invoked the Astros. Thanks for nothing, fellas.
Yeah. Didn't work. So they Flores' point, I get it, 15-30, but they had good pitchers on that team. It's just, in general, in baseball, if you got to pick one side or the other to at least stay competitive throughout the year, like I'm saying, stay in the hunt, it's the pitching that's going to keep you in the hunt, not a great offense.
It's actually, you know what? I'll take credit for those 2 wins because our first win was on October 30th.
Okay.
So, yeah, I bet I made that quote sometime before then.
Yeah.
And we ended up winning 2 games.
You probably made that quote. It was probably during the World Series for the Astros. It was October 30th that you won that first game.
Yeah.
So there you have it. That got the troops going for a week.
You're welcome, America.
Yeah, man. Yeah. When did
we can't even calculate how much of an improvement we made. We went from 0 wins to 2.
Incalculable.
Incalculable improvement after invoking the Astros.
Hell yeah.
No, I guess you know what? Honestly, though, okay, let's allow ourselves to dream for a little bit.
Okay.
All right, let's say it goes on some kind of miracle run where they're proclaimed dead, but then you end up actually making a real good push. It's really easy to envision. It's that the offense the bats keep doing what they've been doing in this first month of the season, and that pitchers just start pitching like their historical norms if and when they come back healthy. And that's a huge obstacle. It's like, as Robert Flores mentioned there, it's been over a couple of years now of ridiculous injury luck.
Yeah.
And that's the – I don't know. The nerds need to get on this and figure out if, hey, something about the pitch selection and messing with guys above and beyond what they're comfortable pitching or whatever it is, if that's also part of why pitchers are getting injured so much and why I have the hard time coming back.
He undershot it. Like he said, it's been over a year now. This goes back to 2023.
Yeah.
Like this was, this has been going on for quite some time now. You had, Garcia and Urquidy, I believe, in 23, and then Javier in 24. Last year, Wisniewski, Ronel Blanco. This year, it's, thank God the Hunter Brown and Christian Javier and Imai's on the IL. Imai's a separate thing. But thank God with Hunter especially that it's a shoulder and not a UCL. Like it's something that he's going to presumably come back from this season and hopefully sometime, where the season is, the Astros are still in the hunt and whatnot.
Well, yeah, right. But when it comes down to it, again, like Ryan Weiss was signed to be a starter originally this offseason. So, like, those were the types of moves that they're trying to make. He goes out there and gets his first start of the season and makes it 3 1/3 innings. Yeah. Like, yes, the injuries are bad, but not Hunter Brown is the only starting pitcher who's looked anything like a championship caliber pitcher when he's been healthy.
Yeah.
This is just, it's the double dose of the injuries, but also let's not just whistle past the fact that nobody's pitching well other than Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
It's really, really bad.
Yep. All right, and they got the Cardinals coming to town this weekend, so hopefully they can get the job done. All right, the other big thing going on this weekend, Rockets-Lakers get started tomorrow night at 7:30. Guys under the most pressure on the Rockets heading into this series, and Big Perk has a take on it, who the most pressure is on for the Houston Rockets. We'll have that. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop. We'll do that coming up next.
Trajan Wealth, big weekend for you if you decide to just, hey,
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We did a segment earlier on the show where we talked about the Rockets, which Rockets are under the most pressure with this series, especially as a team, Seth. I feel like it's one of those situations where, just given the Doncic and Reeves injuries and what the expectations are, it's kind of one of those all of the pressure is on the Rockets situations, I think.
Yeah, the Lakers have an easy pass on this. Yeah. So it's the Rockets series to lose.
Exactly.
If they don't win this series, it's going to be because of one of several things that might just slip through the Rockets' fingers, and it's going to be their fault.
Yeah. So
there's not going to be any they put up a good fight after this one. So I expect them to win, and I hope to not be having that discussion a week from now.
I'm with you on that. I'm checking right now to see what the series price is on. Let's see, Rockets-Lakers. Okay, down to minus 600 for the Rockets. It opened at like minus 750 or minus 800.
So you got to win. You got to bet 600 to win 100.
That's exactly right. Yep, that's exactly. And the Lakers plus 425 coming back. So you risk 100 to win the 425. So about 4.25 to 1. The Lakers are.
It's 17% return on my money in 1 week. That's a pretty good APR.
That's not bad.
Sean.
Yeah.
All I got to do is find something like that every week for the next 52 weeks, and I think I'll be a billionaire.
Oh, you'll have a great year, man. You'll have a great tax time. Will be beautiful.
Seems simple enough.
Yeah. Just do that. So I think among the Rockets, the most pressure to me is on Kevin Durant, and he's been their best player this year. Durant's the only one that sort of has a big picture legacy thing going on with the playoffs. You know, the rest of these Rockets, it's all about just trying to build on losing in 7 games to Golden State last year. Durant, there's all the extra that goes with the people saying, those 2 titles you got in Golden State were cheapies. You know, let's wake me up when you lead a group without Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and everybody to a title. Here was Kendrick Perkins of ESPN on what this series means to Kevin Durant.
This is a legacy moment for KD. We got to think about this for a second. Disaster in Brooklyn, a disaster in Phoenix. All of a sudden, the Rockets make a trade. They trade Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks, who had the number 2 seed last year, and all of a sudden, you get this matchup, which is favorable for the Rockets, although they don't have home court advantage. KD, you better not let a 41-year-old LeBron James-led team beat you in this series. Damn it, Max better get 2 games.
Yeah.
Real talk. This is more about Kevin Durant and why he was brought to Houston. The only person that they're missing is Steven Adams. Other than that, you have Şengün, who is one of the best bigs in the game. Armin Thompson is available.
Van Vliet, too.
Huh?
Van Vliet was out.
Van Vliet is out, but still in all, when you look on paper and the way that the Rockets been playing over the last, 2 or 3 weeks, I ain't trying to hear nothing.
Absolutely.
KD, all eyes are on you.
Okay. Perk just glossing over Fred VanVleet not being here this season was
I guess that
was a little weird.
Yeah. You know, the way they've been playing for the last 2 or 3 weeks, I feel like that's he's acting like the way they've played over the last 2 or 3 weeks is proof positive that they're going to fail.
Yeah.
Right? Which that doesn't jibe with the way they've
looked. Yeah. The biggest thing
now the past 2 or 3 months, you got a point there.
Yeah, and I think his overall point about this being a legacy thing for Kevin Durant, I do kind of agree with. It's been Kevin Durant and his titles in Golden State haven't really bubbled to the surface as a topic, maybe because Kevin Durant hasn't been on a title contender recently. But we're back, he's back in the postseason now with the Rockets here. He's thought to be the leader of this team. This could be a real opportunity for Kevin Durant, not just this series. I mean, they need to win this series. You lose this series, and that is damaging to Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
But if they get an opportunity here in the second round against OKC and Kevin Durant is able to go on a tear, then, they'd have to beat San Antonio probably and then whoever from the Eastern Conference. But this postseason does represent a big opportunity for Durant, I think,
it does. It represents a big opportunity for him. But in terms of the pressure, I don't think, by and large, outside of Kendrick, are people looking at this particular roster the way it is and saying, oh, a real true champion would take this team and turn them into an NBA champion without Fred VanVleet on the roster.
I don't think so. If they are, they're mistaken. I
don't think it. I think it's it would be an extension of what a lot of people already feel about Kevin Durant is that, he's an awesome player, but he's not the alpha necessarily. Mm-hmm. But the wherever that puts him in the pantheon of the all-time great players, I think that's where he is. And this, losing in the second round of this series isn't going to do anything to improve that.
Yeah, I think as it pertains to this Lakers series, it's one of those things where there's only something to lose for Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
he's very little to gain by winning this series if the Lakers remain without Doncic and Reeves in this series.
But I think also, though, because of the Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams situation, I know, like this, I'm not saying that with those guys they're going to be an NBA championship team or anything. I think that Perkins is actually putting more on this Rockets team and what their relevance is right now than there actually is. Mm-hmm. I don't think it really moves the meter, other than with people that are trying to make bombastic statements. Colin Cowherd will probably make something about it. I just don't know. Do you think in the minds of the NBA fan base at large that the Rockets losing this series would change the way they already feel about Kevin Durant one way or the other?
No, because I think a lot of people feel how I do about those Golden State series. He kind of ganged up with them. It would probably, what it would be, Seth? It would be an adjunct to how they feel about how it ended in Phoenix with Durant and Brooklyn and Durant.
Yeah.
It's just a continuation of that post-Golden State era.
It would be talked about a lot if Kevin Durant changed teams again. Yeah. And wherever he's going to go to, they're going to bring up the dossier.
Yep.
And it's going to be the Suns and the Rockets and, you thought he was going to be the magical elixir here or there. But again, if they lose this series, then we have to revisit it because they're favored to win this series for a reason.
Yep.
And it's just I have a hard time really imagining how they lose this in a way that is all pinned on Kevin Durant.
Yeah, I do too. And to that end, you mentioned a next team for Kevin Durant. If it came to that, if they were a next team, I think there's a 0% chance of that happening. I think they could lose this game. I think they could lose this series in 5 games, and Kevin Durant's a Houston Rocket next year.
Now, if they win the second series, if they win the second round, that's where things get really positive for Kevin Durant.
100%.
In a way that, for all the reasons I'm saying, they're just not that relevant right now in terms of what the national NBA media is talking about.
Yep.
If they win that second one, it's going to be in part by some great performances by Kevin Durant, and then the conversation gets really interesting.
No, you're exactly right, and and we're getting ahead of ourselves, obviously, but that's what we do. Then you'd have can you imagine a old school Western Conference Finals with San Antonio? Like back in '95, when they won their last championship, the Rockets, that would be fun as hell, man. Seth, I just looked. You know who's pitching on Sunday when I'm going to be in the stadium with my buddy John?
Who is it, Sean?
My hero, Mike Burrows.
I
get a Burrows sighting. Oh,
I never thought you'd get a chance to actually watch him play in person.
Serendipity, thy name is Burrows.
It's one of those things. I don't want you to be disappointed. You know, sometimes when you meet your heroes, it's it's a letdown.
Yeah.
He does have a magnificent beard.
He's got a great beard. It's a ginger.
Now that I'm a beard guy, I look at it with great jealousy at these guys who have these really thick, lustrous beards.
Your beard's looking good, man. Does Brandy like it? Does Brandy like your beard?
I don't know if she likes anything about me physically anymore.
She likes your size 13s. You know that. She likes that.
I had to take her. One of our listeners earlier said that Rudy Poot is just a term that's been stolen by white people from black people, and I said, no, I don't think it has been stolen. It's never really reached the mainstream. I can't ever remember even hearing somebody say Rudy Poot. But now that he said that, and now that I've started saying Rudy Poot,
you like it, don't you?
I think he may have spoken it into existence.
Yeah.
I think it might be being stolen right now. I might start saying Rudy Poot all over the place.
By two very, very white individuals.
It's going to be one of the slang words of 2029. It'll be the Generation Alpha slang on the slang guide, where every Gen Z slang term is actually something that was taken from black culture a decade ago.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Get your Rudy Poot ass out of my lawn. Get off my Rudy. You little Rudy Poots.
Yes, you're doing it, Seth. Good.
Yeah.
Keep going. Sorry, listener. Sorry. All right, so I get Mike Burrows on Sunday. Very, very excited about that. Excited about the Rockets tomorrow night. And excited, too. We should be getting some new uniforms from the Texans here pretty soon, I think, also.
Oh, yeah, because I saw the Ravens' new uniforms.
Yeah.
They look pretty cool. The Rams' new uniforms, I just took like a 7-second look at it. I didn't see what the difference was.
Yeah. I know when I say new uniforms, they're not revamping everything. The Texans at some point here soon, they've announced they're going to be doing it. They just haven't given us a date. The rivalry uniforms, which they have said that there will be certain colors in it, quotes around it that'll, that might get some people a little excited.
When do the Astros get new City Connect uniforms?
I don't know.
I've never been a huge fan of the current ones. I thought the Mariners. I like the Mariners ones, man. Those are badass.
Are those the ones, the Mariners ones with the dark pants and the blue?
Black pants and then like with the blue with the yellow lettering.
You like that, huh?
I like those a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
notice. I don't notice uniforms all that often, but a lot of the City Connect uniforms I really like.
I like these City Connect Astro ones better than the ones they had that were head to toe dark blue. I didn't like those very much. I like these, the white ones. I like these.
I think I liked the first ones. I can't even envision them right now.
Yeah, they're dark blue head to toe.
Yeah, I liked those.
Did you?
You know what I like about anytime they're monochromatic like that, I like the way Altuve looks in them because he wears his
socks
up and everything.
Yep. That is.
For me, it's all about how Altuve looks in a uniform.
That is 1,000% good take. I am not.
Sometimes Brandy will ask me like, "How does she look in these jeans?" And I close my eyes and I try to envision Altuve.
Jose
in those
Altuve,
jeans.
and you're like, you look Altuve-esque right now, Brandy. That's how you look. I am not a big fan of the baseball uniform look, City Connect or not. With the pants that go all the way down to like the heel, like the pajama. They look like pajama pants.
I mean, that's just an individual player choice, though.
Right?
Yeah.
But I don't like it. I don't like those pants. I'm just saying in general. My comment is independent of the City Connect.
You don't like it when players wear them all the way down.
I don't like
also,
that.
like where they've got like a baggy hem at the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just sort of a follow up to your point about
Have some
Altuve.
respect for the game. That's what I always tell those
man.
players.
You're stepping on your heels. Or stepping on your pants.
I'm banned from various clubhouses because I just go in and I don't even ask questions.
Critiquing.
Say, listen, Buster.
Yeah.
Have some respect for the game.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about the origin of these stirrup socks.
Exactly right. Hey, Munoz, you look like trash. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they are here. They are in the loop. What's up, gentlemen?
Howdy. Not much.
How you doing?
Great.
That's good. There was something we were going to bring up with you. Oh, I know what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, I was listening to the toss yesterday between In the Loop and The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. And you guys taking a piñata stick to Billy Miller yesterday.
Not me.
I was mad at you that you didn't step in on behalf of Billy Miller.
I kept saying, how many times did you hear me say, first touchdown in Texans
I heard you
history.
say, this is the part.
They should bring back David Carr. They should bring back Seth Payne.
No, I did. I told Seth that you were. That's the part I wanted to bring up. You stood on the table for Seth Payne.
Yeah, so what are you mad at me for, dude?
Let me tell you.
He's been talking about it for 4 straight hours.
It's the part. It's the part. This is the part.
Who are you talking about? You talking about Roshan?
No. I'll tell you. When the question came up, what percentage of Texan fans do you think know who Billy Miller is?
Right now, 5.
That's totally incorrect.
No, it's not.
Percentage of Texan. Did everybody
you and
die?
I know.
Did everybody who was here in 2002? Are they all dead now?
And it's an iconic photo of Billy Miller.
I think some are. Are they all dead? Like, the 5% is so low.
People have watched a lot of people have watched that, like the highlights of that first game a lot, because the Texans put it out a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's still out there, and I think that a lot of people, even if they didn't watch the game or even if they weren't of age when they became Texans fans, they've seen that, and they kind of they've heard Mark and John talk about it. I think a much higher percentage know who Billy Miller is.
I do too. And the text page was weighing in after we said this earlier, and there was a lot of, hey, I'm 39, I have no idea who he is. Oh, I am 28. I've seen the highlight a million times. I know exactly who he is. Anybody who's been a Texan fan since the inception of the team that is still alive knows who Billy Miller is. 90% of them do, because they remember beating the Cowboys and him scoring the first touchdown.
Well, one of the questions I think that is inherent in this is, how deep of a fan do you need to be for this to be like your part of the
That's kind of where I was. That's kind of where I was, because, to be honest, 90% of the sports radio hosts who surrounded me did not know who he was.
But Clint hasn't been here in forever.
That's kind of my point. I mean,
Ron's from Kansas City.
Hey, I was jumping on the table for Billy Miller.
I'm not saying it's 90% across the board. I'm saying your fact. It feels like 5% is the people who have who weren't here or even alive for it. I feel like 5% of those people who are Texan fans know who Billy Miller is, because that's just trivia from your team. He scored the first touchdown. Yes, he's an obscure player overall. I feel like the blended percentage is close to what we started seeing on the text page, which is like, okay, it's anywhere from like 45 to 60% know who he is. That's where I was upset with you, except you actually hold that opinion that 5% of current Texan fans know who Billy Miller is. That is your take.
Sounds like a Pender poll to me.
That is your take. So as I said, why is John sitting here idle, letting these other people trash the good name of Billy Miller?
You know what?
It's because you agree.
My favorite Billy Miller moment was a personal memory of just him, and we were sitting in the training room one day, and it's like one of the things I loved about the NFL is guys just kind of bridging cultures and backgrounds and everything and learning about other people. And Billy Miller had just heard, for whatever reason, I don't know why, he just heard the song, the Alan Jackson song with the Where I Come From, and he's talking about eating cornbread and chicken, and Billy was like, oh. Like, I didn't know. Really? Like, he acted like there's a huge revelation to him that, like, yeah, country folks of all variety, like, love eating cornbread and chicken and everything. And we started trading notes on various things that people realize, we got way more in common than you might realize when you're just a young man and before you've been out in the world and met a bunch of people.
He's from L.A., right?
Yeah.
He's from L.A. Yeah. So,
but that does make me wonder with, like, the Great Migration, where are his people from, as my folks would say. Like, are his people dating back to like Louisiana or Texas back in the day? Yeah. And is that how we got to Roshan as his middle name? Those are the questions that we were asking.
Is Billy Roshan Miller.
Then I showed him that SNL clip of Tom Hanks on Black Jeopardy. You see, we got a lot more in common than you think at first. Yeah.
The Roshan part of that conversation was hysterical, where I think it was Ron who said, "Okay, you got to give me Roshan," like his parents or whatever. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so John thinks it's okay. It is a Pender poll. I'll Pender poll this. Do you?
Can I already?
Do you know? Don't Google.
Yeah.
Don't Google. Do you know who Billy Miller is?
Here's the problem with that, with the methodology here, and I apologize for.
It's not scientific.
Right? The problem is, I think that you could get to places where you go, do you know this? And people go, yeah, and then you try and probe them on this, and they don't actually have as much of the information as you would imagine.
It's not scientific.
In that place.
I mean, Sean's followers too are,
sports fans,
right? Because I think Clint was getting to at one point, like, all right. Billy Miller walks onto that stage to announce the second pick for the Texans.
Yeah.
And if there's not a graphic, how many people know who the hell we're talking about?
Okay, that's different than knowing who he. Knowing him by. I wouldn't know him by face, but I know who he is because he scored the first touchdown in Texans history. Yeah. So that's two different. Do you know who he is? Like if he walked into the studio and sat down, I'd be like, who is sitting down in our studio? Yes, 100%. But if someone asked me, do you know who Billy Miller is? I'd be like, yeah, he's a Texan. He scored the first touchdown in the history of the team.
And I think that was the juxtaposition because you're looking at Drew Pearson and some of these other folks going up.
I would know
who
they are just by looking
right?
at
You get the bus going up there for the Steelers and you go, okay, here's Jerome Bettis. I think that was some of the conversation.
Yep.
Joey Porter, both Joey Porters being up there for the Steelers picks is pretty cool.
Yeah, that is pretty neat.
But how many picks or people do we need up there? Like the Steelers are getting 4 folks, and then I could maybe get that because it's in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Why do the Cowboys get 2 when nobody else gets 2?
Jerry Jones
presenters?
has got influence,
what the hell, man?
But that was the other part of my point.
I think Tony Dorsett is from Pittsburgh. Maybe Drew Pearson is also.
Well, they got to make a choice. Split them.
Yeah, my bigger point is if you're going to celebrate the 25th year, which I only imagine that's why Billy Miller's doing it. Yeah. You got to have Seth up there. You got to have David Carr up there. You have to have.
I was shocked.
Gaffney.
I was shocked that David Carr was getting so much support in this room. No, do Texan fans have fond memories of David Carr?
No.
Then why would you send him up there?
Well, this was my point on him, Seth. We all know what David Carr was and how it ended. But he was the first overall pick of the franchise.
Yeah.
He beat the Cowboys, whether you like it or not, even if Seth and Gary Walker had more to do with it.
Yeah.
He was your first quarterback.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Part of my criteria would be, do my fans like him? Yes, that would be part of my criteria.
If we really want to do it, we should have Tony Baselli get up and do it.
Oh, that'd be the ultimate troll.
He was the first actual Texan.
Yes.
He was the original Texan.
Oh, my God. And he's an executive for another team.
Senior vice president for the Jacksonville Jaguars to announce the Texans.
Texans first pick. That would be great. Oh, I got to get this in. You're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM HD2, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Give it to me. Rick.
Yeah, buddy.
All right, gentlemen. Oh, we haven't even done question of the day.
Oh, real quick.
Okay,
What's a stadium or ballpark experience that you could do without based on the Astros? $120-something, $120-ish for Section 405, upper deck, down the left field line for all you can eat is what they're calling it.
Okay.
$120 a seat.
I feel like I could still do the right amount of damage to make that work.
I don't know. That's no drinks.
Wait, the question is what could we do without?
Yeah, stadium or ballpark experience you could do without.
Oh, but I would love to do with that.
I think John's more complaining about the cost of it than anything else. Yeah.
Well, you're paying for the all you can eat more than anything else, right?
Yeah. I think it's $60 a seat and 50 or 60 something a seat and 59 for the.
Yeah. See, that doesn't sound like a horrible deal to me. I feel like I could easily eat 3 hot dogs. There's $25 right there. I could I'd drink Coke the whole time. Just
without drinks is enough.
Yeah, without drinks, that's true.
You know what? I don't like. I don't like having to make the decision in various moments in the game of whether to stand or sit based on being. I want to be conscious of the people behind me, but comes a point where we got to be on our feet for this. Yeah. But I don't want to be the person that is yelling at everybody to stand or whatever. I don't like that. Trying to make that decision about whether to be cordial or to be hardcore.
I'll be short with my answer because I know it's Friday. It's time to move on with the weekend. I'll give you 2 words. It's not a paid experience either, like yours. The Wave.
Yeah,
great weekend, fellas.
I figured that was
that's it. That's mine. Good. 1040. 1040 for all the things people hate about going to live sports.
Yeah,
I love it.
A better way to put it.
Yeah, it's petty. I like it. I like it. All right, fellas, have a great show.
Thank you, man.
Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, have a great weekend, man. Antibodies to you.
Antibodies to you, and I'd also look to submit swamp ass if I could somehow avoid that when going to a sporting event.
Anything outdoors.
I'm not judging anybody else's. I just don't want my own.
That's
to
right.
ever be
That's
I'm
right.
Start wearing Depends.
Yeah.
What a Friday realization.
Let us know how that goes.
Hey, we're getting to a point where we may have to anyways. It may not be a choice.
Boy.
All right, we are done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Have a great weekend, everybody. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Let's do a Friday show. Why don't we? You are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. He did the head count. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. And you, rolling with us on the base power text line, 713-572-4610, where somebody said, agreed, I used to play Xbox with Antoine Peak, and little did I know who he was. Yeah, man. Like I feel like there is something to be said for, not to continue a conversation that already is belabored, but I think there's something to be said for, like, hey, sometimes you know, but you also don't know in a weird way. Either way, hopefully all the conversation ends up being moot when Billy Miller gets up there and it ends up being a really cool experience for Texas fans. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. It is indeed a Friday. It is a Friday. There's a lot of fun stuff that we're heading into the weekend. For one of them that is the biggest for me personally, I don't know how much it is for you guys and for everybody that is listening, is starting NBA playoffs. Like if you're trying to rank, like, hey, what's the most important right now? We're still just under a week out from the draft. Like next week, if we were doing this, obviously the draft looms a little bit larger. But I think you are on the doorstep of the Rockets stepping into the playoffs, and I think we're doing so somewhat tentatively with them. Maybe not this particular series, but generally going into the playoffs. But I still want to preview this. I still want to gear up and get ready for what is going to be an interesting look-see at this Rockets basketball team. And so, you know, I've had a lot of questions when it comes to this. One of the bigger ones, I guess, is a question about the biggest stuff. What's the biggest question of this first-round series?
For me personally is how am I going to get my nap in on Tuesday when they start at 9:30?
That is the most important question, is how am I going to – it's not a small question.
No, I actually thought of this. I'll get to my real answer here in a minute. Oh, that might be the real answer. Because Tuesday, as you know, is my big Bite Me podcast day, and then I'm doing all the editing and posting, and then they play at 9:30. I'm like – I was actually thinking about, like, man, I got to get a nap in that day.
No, you're joking, but I think that, like, this time of year, especially if you're someone who is prone to watching not just your team, but all the playoff basketball, buddy, it is a rough deal when you talk about getting up for work the next days, you know? So, like, there will be some of that. Like, what does the fatigue look like for you? Honestly, in the other way, it works where you go, what is this way that this series lines up? How does it impact their rest and the way that they can play? Because remember early on in the season when the Rockets somehow just had no back-to-backs? And remember, they were cooking in that time period. We were like, oh, well, this is going to mean that there's a more condensed schedule on the backside of this. Well, they're coming into this playoffs with the least condensed schedule. Their first 4 games, there's 2 games in between, or 2 days, rather, in between all this. Does this allow them to put forward their best foot? Does this allow them to play the physical basketball that Ime clamors for, that sometimes we got up and down during the course of the season? I think that there's actually, funny or not, there's a little bit of the rest and fatigue portion of this series specifically.
I have 2 relatively obvious questions that have kind of been like legitimate, serious questions, not nap questions. And then I have one that I think is actually probably my real answer. The 2 obvious ones are
biggest.
Okay, you want the single biggest?
Single biggest.
Is the schedule of this playoff series going to give J.J. Redick a pronounced advantage? Because this is I think he's a better X's and O's coach on both sides of the ball than Ime Udoka. And you have 2 days off and then 2 days off and then 2 days off in this series. That, to me, that's a factor. That is a legit. Players get, you got a thin team anyway in L.A.
Yeah.
Players get rested. He makes his adjustments. They can work a legitimate practice in the midst of that. And we all know, especially on the offensive side, Ime Udoka has not shown himself to be a great adjustment X's and O's kind of guy.
I honestly even wonder how much X's and O's adjustments that the Rockets have capable to them, just by the way that they've chosen to play offense, right? I'm not even attacking Ime Udoka and his staff for their capability in this moment. They have said it openly that this is more of a read and react offense.
He's multiple times.
Right? This is more of a read and react offense, which unless you are, specifically trying to get to something, that has less of a schematic, hey, we want to do this particularly. They prefer to let it flow than run particular sets. The Lakers are going to run sets. And so if you have set plays, I think that allows you to get to certain particular things in the way that J.J. Redick is very, very good at. I continually go back to when him and LeBron James started their podcast, the Mind the Game podcast, hearing them sit down and break down the game. You heard the intense way even that they viewed the game of basketball. He brings that to this, and I think that's a fair question. And I think that gets to
me, that's the biggest one.
Right, that gets to one of the big ones: is how much of a disparity, if any, is there in the coaching of this game, of this series?
Because the Lakers want this to be a half-court series. They want to play half-court basketball on both ends. Probably more so on offense. I would think
probably on defense too.
Right? I said
stopping
on both
the Rockets
ends
from getting up and down.
Yeah, I think both ends they want to play half court game, but I think maybe more so on offense. Either way, those adjustments, those days off, feed right into that. My other two, biggest questions, I think are more obvious. Will he or won't he play in this series, Luka?
Yeah, fair enough.
I've said it multiple times. I don't think most experts, would agree with me. I think he's playing in this series. I think Luka is playing despite reporting.
That would be them in some ways kind of rushing him back.
A little bit. It's almost a month for Game 5. So that's what I'm looking at. Will he be back for Game 4, Game 5? And then the other one is LeBron. I mean, what is LeBron going to be? What is he going to do? Will he be the best player on the court, as we talked about yesterday? Can he dial it up? Can he do that? LeBron at his core loves basketball, but he also loves putting on a show.
Yeah.
Being the guy. And that's the other one.
What's funny is I think my biggest question for this series is LeBron related, but it's not what you talked about there. It's what do the non-LeBron minutes look like? Because I think you've gotten to a point, thankfully, with this Rockets team where non-KD minutes aren't things that make you pull your hair out.
Yeah.
Right? If Alperen Sengun looks like any reasonable facsimile of what you expect, KD's on the bench, if Alperen's in, it can look good. Hopefully, depending on what we saw from Amen, right? One of the questions we were talking about is Amen more of high-level role player, or is he kind of star player in this series? If Amen trends a little bit more to the star player, if Amen is on the floor, you feel good about that. Amen and Reed Shepherd even, right? You can feel like, hey, things can keep going on offense even without Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
The way that the Lakers are situated right now, LeBron James is the guy that I know that this works when he's on the floor. And I do think that they'll be able to compete in a great way when he's on the floor. When he's not on the floor, what does it look like? Because that creates either two things. It creates either instances where they have to try and run up the score, if even possible, while LeBron is out so that they can just counteract what will be hemorrhaging points when he's not, or they will have to try and keep him on the floor a whole bunch, which he's 41 years old. I know that he's fairly well rested. I know that he has played a lot of career playoff minutes in his career, but he is really damn old in basketball terms at this point. And if you are taking him from not playing in the 30s of minutes to hey, we're going to need you to play 42, 43, 44 minutes in a game, that's going to be really rough for their side of things and trying to stretch out a series.
You asked, this has been something that we've been maybe wanting to talk about for about 2 or 3 days. What do the non-LeBron minutes look like? And every time I look at that question, I go in another direction. Not what do the non-LeBron minutes look like for the Lakers. What do they look like for the Rockets?
Oh, are the Rockets able to capitalize?
Because the Rockets, because it's bench versus bench, by and large. There's always a starter, but it's bench versus bench when the bench players get on the floor. The Rockets have not had a good bench. They are not that good, overall. They've been up and down, streaky, all that stuff. They are clearly the more capable, talented, depth, in this series. But they haven't been that good on the bench. So you're looking at it like in terms of, and I don't think you're wrong per se, what are the Lakers going to do when LeBron's on the bench? I'm like, screw that. What are the Rockets going to do?
That's a fair point. This is when, hey, your boy better show up.
Yeah.
Right? Reed Shepherd, hey, man, this is your time to shine, right? And I to be fair, I don't think that this is going to look like regular season bench minutes, right? This is going to be a place. This is how rotations shorten, right? If you're not familiar, the rotation shortened because we make sure we got somebody on the floor at all times that can do a little bit of something, right? We're not just going to full bench and full bench mob, and we're going to get all our stars off the floor. No. If that happens in the first round of the playoffs, it's almost coaching malpractice. Somebody going to be on the floor. So whether it's Alperin, whether it's like Jabari or Reed or somebody remains on the floor as you're getting rest for some of your bigger players, including obviously KD, Alperin, what have you.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be very incumbent on them. And I think it's still worth asking, even if we understand that, well, okay, there's a tandem of Jabari and Reed or Amen and Reed still on the floor, are you guys going to be capable of seeing that, hey, the big man ain't on the floor and we're still going to be able to attack and add points in those periods so that we make them pay for this deficiency that they have? I think that's a fair question.
I like if the Lakers were facing, Oklahoma City or San Antonio, that'd be a wrap. It'd be a sweep. Because those benches are so strong.
Yeah.
Like they would just run them out the gym. The Rockets need to do that.
Yeah.
And they have shown that they're not always capable of doing that as a bench.
First game gets going tomorrow at 7:30 on ABC. Excited to watch that one. I think even the Rockets are having a watch party at the Kirby Ice House in the Heights. I imagine that place is going to be jumping. Because, I mean, look, excitement still is there. I understand that there's a lot of people for whom they look at this Rockets team and they go, hey, man, there's not really a chance at the ultimate goal that we had once thought there was.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I was looking at a player poll that The Athletic did. Brother, the Atlanta Hawks got a vote for possibly winning a championship this year in the way that the Rockets did. And I was like, that's disrespectful, man. The Atlanta, and I realized they play a lot better defense now and everything. I was like, word?
Yeah.
Atlanta Hawks?
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully we get to see a Rockets team that comes out and answers some of these more questions, I think, as we continue to preview this series coming up later in the program, because we got 4 hours with you here on a Friday. But coming up next, let's make it a little bit of a football Friday as we continue our countdown to the draft. 6 days to the first round of the NFL draft. And so we continue our questions as we head that way, including the first of those questions, which is, what's the biggest draft mistake that the Texans must avoid? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit it big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
The CEO way out of
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Friday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. 6 days, ladies and gentlemen. 6 days till the first round of the National Football League draft of 2026. Coming to you live. There you go. That's the sound you're looking forward to hear. That'll come to you live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And so we've been counting down to it. Excited to see who the newest Houston Texans will be, or at least the dudes who will be thrown in there to compete for a job in the Houston Texans. It's really very, very interesting to look at all of this lead up through the lens of a team that does not have specific glaring needs. Not to say that there aren't any needs. That would be different. I feel like you would have to be something else entirely to be a team in the National Football League at any point in the offseason that has no needs whatsoever. Also because we as Americans are never satiated and satisfied. But with that being the case, our countdown to the draft, we have a few questions for today, tomorrow, and Sunday. And so let's get into some of those. Let's start with the one for today, which is, what's the biggest draft mistake that the Texans must avoid? 713-572-4610.
So you remember yesterday we argued about, in a good way,
y'all was moving furniture during the break.
That's right, throwing hands. We argued about, the offensive line and the first round pick and, 60% versus, just how.
Oh, whether them fulfilling what they've done has changed.
Yeah.
Okay, got you.
I feel the biggest mistake the Texans can make in this draft is to believe that. That's why I was so adamant about it. To say, we signed a bunch of guys. I think it was based off the quote of, what we did in free agency will have no bearing on what we do in the draft.
Yes.
And my point is, in what world, what piece of evidence is there that them signing offensive linemen in free agency has proved to them that they can say we're good? None. I think their biggest mistake is to think that they have answered all the questions on the offensive line.
Sure.
No,
I could see that.
Yeah.
I think that they have a better chance because everything we're talking about is probability.
Sure.
Right? I think that it's rare that you have something that is 100% foolproof or infallible. I think that this is definitely, and we've talked about this obviously all through free agency and in the intervening times afterwards, which is, hey, go out and get dudes who have done the job more recently, as opposed to getting some of the guys who you go, hey, we project to maybe be able to do the job or have done the job in the past, but it's a little bit far removed from when they were good at doing the job, which it feels like they did with Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller. However, it's fair to say there's possibilities. There's people that have questioned, like, are these guys on the downside of their careers, right? What does it actually look like? And also, how long do you have them for? These are the places where you take that luxury of, we have someone, and you go, hey, now we can get someone that has a little bit of a runway to being that player, but let's get some lead time out to a player that can hold down this position for a longer period of time than I think is reasonably expectable for a Wyatt Teller or a Braden Smith, who feel like they're more of couple of year type dudes to hold down that
and
spot.
To be fair, right now I do feel good about their free agencies. Sure. I think it was a better, just a better run at better playing, better players on the offensive line. My thing is, they can't be sitting there thinking, you know what, we can pass on this guy and get an edge rusher, which again, we might love the edge rusher. I'm just saying, to sit there and think after the last 2-3 years of not getting it right on the offensive line, to sit there and think, I think we're good. Big mistake.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
Are
mistake.
you like, I understand that part, but I'm still kind of worried about them just picking offensive linemen in the draft like that, man. Like, I know they got Tay Ursary, and he looked like he's probably going to be the cornerstone, but I ain't forget about Kenyon Green.
So your question is just trusting their own evaluation.
Like, are you going to get another Kenyon Green?
Yeah.
Are you going to get another Juice Scruggs? Are you going to get another
That's a good question.
Yeah. I'm just, to me, I'm still worried about that in the back of my mind.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. And honestly, interestingly enough, I wonder if you would also put this as maybe not the biggest mistake that they must avoid, but a mistake that they must avoid is falling in love with their own guys to some degree. Ariante Ursery looks really good. Of course, I don't know that I view this draft this way, but if there is somebody that you go, hey, this guy could be even better than Ariante Ursery at left tackle, how would you feel about the Texans either drafting or not drafting that guy, right, on either side of that coin? Because that would be that. I think you feel a little bit more strong about that in wide receiver terms. Don't let the prospect of what Jaden Higgins can do stop you from getting a guy who can do that job as well.
No, 100%. Absolutely. And I feel well, what's yours?
So, interestingly enough, I think that this is more of a generic, general NFL draft this year mistake to avoid, but I do think that it might apply to the Texans considering who Nick Caserio is and his willingness to move and shake. And that is, do not allow the immediacy and the excitement of right now to force you to pay in drafts where I think that those picks are more valuable, right? I think that a trade up from 28 sounds really good, but I feel like you make sure that you use draft picks from this year. Don't use future draft picks to move up for draft picks of this year, because that might be trading the opportunity at better players for guys right now in the immediacy, especially in a year that you don't have glaring needs, right? In my mind, if you're like, hey, we need to jump up really high and we'll give you a second-round pick next year, I think that as of right now, and of course we do this every time we go, well, look at next year's draft. We get to next year's draft. Maybe it's not as good as we had foreseen. But as of right now, it does feel like the 2027 draft looks like it'll be a better draft than what this draft currently exists as. Yeah. So I would not be happy if they gave up future capital to move up in this draft where even the high end of it does not seem very high.
I think that's fair. This is widely regarded as a weaker type class of prospects overall.
Yeah, I think so. So that'd be the only one, and that feels very generic in that sense. How about this one? Let's get another question in as we do continue our countdown to the draft. Which round matters most for the Houston Texans this year?
Well, for me, this is the easiest question of all the ones we've been doing in the lead up to the draft. It's the second round, and it's not close. You have 2 picks in the second round. Those are premium picks. You can use them to get one guy if you want to move up a little higher. You can use both of those on your own to get starting caliber players, and you can use them, as Figgy pointed out yesterday, to get a running back. A second-round running back is a starter. A second-round running back in the NFL these days is a starting running back. To me, second round, not even close.
Yeah, and this is probably also validated by the way that this draft is set up. There are some positions where it's not that deep, and that is around that day 2 range where second and third round is about the range where there's a fall off that happens. Obviously, running back might be the most aggressive of those where you got 3 and a possible before you get to dudes, with all due respect to the remaining dudes, right? So if you were making, and because you also have 2 picks in there, possibly you could get more in that second round, depending on how you operate. Seeing as you have a 28 that people are talking about, maybe there's a trade up for Ty Simpson or something. You could end up with 2-3 picks in the second round. It could be just the quantity of picks and the potential quality that we're talking about. Of this is where that top 40 is where there's a lot of guys that maybe you look at offensive linemen that could be really interesting.
Offensive line in the second round,
defensive line, although I think that tracks a lot more through the draft. You mentioned obviously running back. I think that there's arguments for some other positions like linebacker and stuff that where you could find some interesting value in that range there. Maybe second round's a little high for linebacker, but you get what I'm saying. Like that feels like that's the sweet spot for a lot of the draft picks in this particular year. So yeah, it's going to be important. I might stretch that also to like the first round of day 3, round 4, where I think that's another place, because in order to obviously just give more variety and answer. I think that centers, that's where a lot of the centers are being placed right now, and that's a position that feels like it's important in what you're doing here. That also feels like a place where you might get your tight end, right? Especially another tight end to add to this room that they've been fairly clear about that they seem to want to upgrade still. So, yeah, I think that that round as well could be an interesting one, because that's about a place where I think that you start to get into, hey, how do you address some of these other positions that feel like they're available to you?
Yeah.
Somebody said, Reggie said, don't let your girlfriend stop you from finding your wife. In this particular circumstance. Yeah, actually, you know what? If she's still your girlfriend and she's not your wife yet, maybe you look at that. All right, you want to jump into this last one real quick?
Yeah.
All right, what's one prospect that you would sprint the card in for right now?
I think a top-tier wide receiver dropping to you. You know how I feel about that position right now. Even if it's at 28, even if one of the high prospects drops to you
at 28,
even there.
You mean like someone like a Jordan Tyson falls to you
something
somehow,
like that.
some way?
I'm thinking more along the lines of 38. That's their first second round pick, right? 38.
Yes, 38 would be the first pick of the second round.
Someone drops, to 38, a wide receiver, Casey Concepcion. The kid.
Casey Concepcion would really pain me. I know what you're going for.
Yeah.
Like everything about the way that he runs routes and everything is really intriguing. The fact that he has so many drops is really disconcerting.
I think that's overstated, but again, or another receiver, just one of those that's in that class with him that could maybe fall a little bit. What's the kid? Here it is, right here, Chris Brazell, out of Tennessee. Someone along those lines. Wide receiver drops into your bucket. Scoop it.
Interesting.
Scoop it.
Interesting. And so, are we still thinking like first round guys? Is that what you like?
Only if something else outrageous happens. Yeah.
The guy that you run it. Oh man, this is tough.
Do you have one, Figgy?
I don't.
You've been good on your first round picks with the Texans.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I have no clue what they plan on doing right here, though.
The only answer I have just feels like there's no way in hell.
Well, you never know.
Venga Ione. Penn State guard.
I wouldn't be.
I love that dude. I love that dude, man.
Would you be shocked if he fell?
Yes.
I don't know if I'd be shocked.
He's the only guard
I'd be surprised.
He is the only guard in this draft that I go, bingo, yes, go ahead and let's do this right now.
Yeah.
That dude throws dudes out the club.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Like when we talk about moving dudes off their spot, that dude moves dudes off their spot.
Yeah.
Long-term NFL starter, like maybe you could get him to being like Pro Bowl type player as well. I think that especially in a draft class where interior, any of your offensive linemen aren't really don't really have that same high level. Yeah, he'll definitely end up being an all pro type. That's the one guy that gets closest in my mind. So if he ends up falling to you, buddy, go get him.
I think
yesterday.
It might happen.
Yesterday.
You don't know that. I'd be surprised, but I wouldn't be shocked.
You think if he do fall right there and they draft him, you think he could come right in and start?
Buddy, he's taking jobs. He's taking somebody's job.
Yeah.
Like I love the way that this dude plays. Yeah, man. Yeah, for sure. All right. Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610-281. Said no soft ass Texas A&M Aggies. All right. All right. Well, yeah. Somebody said no to a first round wide receiver resource allocation because deeper pools of potential players. I see you. I feel you on that. Obviously, everybody, reasonable mind can disagree. And honestly, that's what makes the draft so interesting is that there's a lot of people opining on something that will ultimately get a definitive answer on how these players are selected and eventually, over time, how they perform. Hopefully, the Texans select well and get good performance towards a future Super Bowl. That'd be really cool. All right. Coming, cool. Yeah, I mean, nice. I think we'd all enjoy that a little bit, right? All right, let's continue on a Friday show here in the Loop, and let's get to our question of the day. Inspired by a particular Astros promotion, what's a stadium or ballpark experience that you could just do without? 713-572-4610. That's the number to text. Let's talk about it next.
The NBA playoffs are set, and the Rockets have 610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get to the question of the day here on this Friday. Okay, I like what we're doing here music-wise. What is a stadium or ballpark experience you could do without? 713-572-4610. This is inspired by actually a promotion happening at Dyke Park for the Astros games.
Yeah, man. And actually, the Chronicle did a story on it, and I read the whole damn thing.
What, do you typically not read the whole
Well,
articles?
just because it was about.
Oh, we got a headline reader over here, ladies and gentlemen.
It was about like, hey, all you can eat night. A lot of people aren't down with it.
That brought you in the door. You were like,
I was like, they're not down with it.
I'm actually shocked you read that.
Yeah.
I was like, I ain't reading that crap.
No, because I was curious, why are people not liking all you can eat? Who doesn't like all you can eat?
Right.
You know?
No, that's a great question.
So I said, why would people not like it? Well, the reason people are criticizing it is because it's $59 for all you can eat. And you're thinking, cool, I can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
But that's not counting the ticket price, which I think it said $60 to $62. That's why I'm not exactly sure. But it's $120-ish for the ticket and all you can eat. So you can buy a lower bowl ticket, for $120 and pay your own food. But it's 405 and 406, which is down the upper deck down the left field line, all you can eat, no drinks included. And people are saying, come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
It sounds like they're trying to get more people in the upper decks.
And last year it was $25.
Oh, for all you can eat, really?
Last year was $25.
Why did they spike up the price like that?
Well, they're playing the Yankees for one. Last year was against the Orioles. I'm telling you, I read the whole story.
Well, give us all the info then. Come on now.
But still, you go from $25 to $59.
Yeah, that's a lot.
For all you can eat?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I would be complaining too.
Mm-hmm. So what's some stadium experiences that or ballpark experiences that probably do without?
It's funny because it's really dumb, and it's not anything that you can really do away with because it's the nature of being in a stadium. But damn, I am comfortable. Like, I'm cool with like getting up for somebody moving. It's just the up and down a whole bunch, and it's gonna happen during the course of the game. People want to go to the restroom at various different points, go get concessions, all that. I just really am tired. I really hate the get up and get down, stand up, get into the aisle, let people through. Like, it really annoys me in a way that it shouldn't. And I recognize this is probably my privilege of being able to go to the press box and just kind of sit and not be bothered a lot of times. I think that this is a given. If you want to watch a game in a stadium experience, you're gonna have to do the stand up and sit down like you at mass or something, right? But
you have to kneel down.
Well, I don't know if you have. I would not kneel down if I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, that immediately came to mind. But also,
mine is similar.
Really?
But it's the guy that turns around to his section and says, "Come on!" and waves his arm.
The dude who is
get up! Like,
the self-appointed captain of the.
You're not captain of the section.
No, but I do appreciate that person because look, man, we are accountable to one another. So let's get loud in here. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine, this is probably a layup for at least you, John. Man, I'm not getting up doing the wave, man.
I just do like one arm, just to make an editorial statement.
Yeah, some people be like, come on, let's go, 1, 2. I'm like, man, I'm trying to watch the game, man.
I just kind of go.
Like, and it's not like it's a blowout where, we paying attention to other stuff. And say, hey, we might as well have a dance-off in the crowd right now. But no, it's a close game. I'm trying to chill, man.
All right, so I have two other specific ones, and then we'll see what the listeners are saying here. May the 4th be with you.
Oh, you don't like the Star Wars Day?
No, I love Star Wars, the old ones anyway. But, it's really not specifically that one.
I'm sick of these young kids ruining the Star Wars.
It's coming up soon, too.
Why they got the Lady Jedi out here?
May the 4th be with you.
Yeah, and then everybody's dressed up, and I'm like, okay, I get it, but I could do without it. And it's not like, I hate this. It's like, I could do without it.
Now, is it just Star Wars, or is it just
similar things like that?
Like Stranger Things?
Oh, you don't like promo days?
No, I think some of them are just swings and misses. Some of them are really cool. The Bring Your Dog. That's cool.
That one I don't like.
You don't like it?
Nah, man. As much as I like dogs now, I love my dog.
Yeah.
being at the ballpark, it is a nightmare.
Oh, when I bring the dogs out?
Because it was back in the day where I worked in Cleveland. I had to work an event there, and it was Bring Your Dog Day. Man, when I tell you some of these dogs couldn't be in the dog
Shouldn't
park.
have been there.
Yeah, you could tell they were scared.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of everybody pulling away. I'm like, man, this is a nightmare.
It's not
and it stank.
It's not important, but I love every time we get Figgy Barker. He's so good. Why are you so good at that?
Or when he does the John Carroll thing.
JC, you.
In a weird way, the other side of this, give me as much as possible like fireworks night. Because
I love fireworks night.
Getting out of the building is a lot easier, right?
Yeah.
There are more people inclined to stay, and we space out the amount of times of people leaving. I kind of appreciate the fireworks night.
Yeah.
Now, the things that I could definitely do without, these tight-ass urinals. Somebody made this point on the text line. Why I got to be shoulder to shoulder with you while I'm taking a leak when we're at the stadium? Like, why is that the case?
Or what about the one? I think NRG have the very open urinals where it's just no privacy.
Oh, it was
at
a
all.
trough.
It's just a straight up urinal.
It was
That's
a trough.
it.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn.
No, I've seen some where it's just like one big giant.
Oh yeah, like a
and
sink.
And you're like splashing each other.
All right, okay.
Come on, man. You are. I mean, it's true, Figgy. But most of those like theme days are hits. Some of them I'm like, come on. Like they're gonna hate me. The little hamburger thing, they dress these fans up in hamburgers, and you have to make
like the Whataburger race.
I'm like, all right.
You don't like none of those little engagement
no, like I said,
things?
most of
but
them
you
are
could,
cool.
You could do them without?
Some of them I could do without, yeah.
Okay. Someone mentioned like the kiss cams. They could do without the kiss cam.
It can occasionally be some very entertaining things there, though.
Yeah, I feel like I get it. It's tough to find. I try and give the arena ops people a little bit of a little grace there because it's not easy, right? They're almost doing stand-up comedy. You just got to throw it out there and see if you can make this shake. But to that end, I do think that this is a fair one. Although I'm a person who might like this a little bit, which is the music going during the course, especially at a basketball game where they'll have the music going the whole way through. Some people are like, "Hey man, I'm trying to watch a game right now. Why do we have music going in the middle of the play?" I
don't mind it.
I like that.
I appreciate the
Yeah,
energy.
I don't mind that. You know what part of a basketball game I think can be too much? Again, generally I like it. But the excessively long player introductions, they do like a 1 minute clip.
Bro.
They do like a whole 1 minute clip on each player.
Get this on the
Just,
road.
let's keep it moving, people. Let's keep it moving.
Already.
Yeah.
Just hand me a program when we get in. I'll figure out who's
Like
playing.
the Rockets are guilty of this. They have like a whole full minute of each player, and then they say Alper and Şengün or whatever. And I'm like, just little jazz it up, of course. But man, we don't need to know their life story every night.
Someone said, "I love my dog. I don't like your dog."
That's me.
Waiting in line for 3 hours before the game starts to get a bobblehead. I feel that. I just wonder, is there a good way to do the bobblehead night? Like, I just don't know what the good way
They're
is
always
to
limited.
hand out
Yeah.
all the bobbleheads.
They're
you know
always
what I mean?
limited.
So, like, again, not trying to knock this because I understand we got here early just for this bobblehead, and now I got to be in line for this long ass time, and maybe I get a bobblehead. That really sucks. What's the good way of doing this?
Yeah.
Would it even be better if they just parachute these down from the ceiling? I don't. Nah, we might. Although I probably shouldn't do that because we might create some real.
Yeah,
fights
that'd be litigation waiting to happen.
Yeah, speaking of that, I don't have a problem with the T-shirt toss. I have a problem with some of the people who try to participate
in the front row.
Yeah, a grown ass man sitting there. Waving his hand. I'm like, bro, sit your big ass down, man.
Dude paid $1,500 for a courtside ticket and wants a $5 T-shirt.
I'm like, them shirts be awful too, man. Those shirts don't be fire.
Here's the thing. Can we find a way to get more of the shirts up to the top rows of the
gotta be, right?
Because I'm like, we get all the shirts.
They deserve the shirts more than anybody in the bottom row.
Yes. Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I saw Rusty Harden one night. Hey, right here. I'm like, dude, like, come on, man. You're Rusty
get
Harden.
out of here.
He probably sponsored the t-shirt.
Yeah. Bro, you could buy everything in that damn gift shop, man. You want this free, cheap-ass shirt.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised I waited this long to see this one from the 713, the drunk spilling his beer on my kids. Just like, why? Why is it so hard for us to keep the drinks inside the cups. Like
you know why?
It really does upset me when we end up with like all the sticky rolls because people can't keep their drink in their cup.
You know exactly why, because they're drunk.
Yeah, we need to figure that one out.
Yeah.
All right, grown men bringing the glove to the game.
I don't mind that.
Somebody
I
said put the bobbleheads in the T-shirt cannon so we can. We're gonna have people. We're gonna have
They'll
people
go farther.
They will go further, and then we'll have people leaving the stadium with a concussion. Is what will happen.
Yeah.
All right. Keep those coming in on the Base Power text line 713-572-4610. All right. Let's keep it going here on a Friday. Keep having fun, and it's always fun on a Friday when we have B. Scott join us. We'll do that when we go around the NFL. Next.
What does best player available mean to Nick Caserio and the Texans?
Trust the grades. If you have
Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. I messed up my own name. Ain't that crazy? I was just so excited to tell you that in studio with us is B. Scott. I was
going to say, man, your name is your name.
It is. Mama called me that name.
Atatula.
That's right. Mama called me that name and everything.
Yeah.
But I was so excited that we got B. Scott in studio. It's always a pleasure to have you in studio.
Yeah,
in fact, we were already gabbing about the draft, and this is around the NFL, so I feel like this is a fair place to continue that conversation. Is there anyone in this draft that you feel comfortable trading up for?
Yeah, I think there's only two players, and there's one clear one, and that would be Jeremiah Love. Now, I don't think that it's possible for them to do that without, like, moving mountains to do so.
Yeah.
And so I just don't think that that's a plausible thing. It's probably not even worth talking about because they wouldn't do it. But would I be interested in it if I heard that they were moving up whatever it was to get Jeremiah Love, because I think he would be that much of a game changer for them and would just add that much of an element and a dimension to what they're trying to do, especially, like, running the football. Yeah, that's one that I would do. Kenyon Sadiq is one that's been talked about a lot on this station.
Yeah.
John Harris has talked about him. I think Clint has talked about him quite a bit. There was at least one mock that was out there earlier in the draft season that had them moving up, trying to trade up to get Kenyon Sadiq. The only thing about that is it seems like that's going to be pretty difficult to do as well. He looks like a top 15 pick, maybe top 20. Now, if he slides past 14 in that 15 range, I'm going to get antsy.
Get a little happy feet.
Those are the two players, and really more specifically, I think those are special players and at positions where they could stand to upgrade significantly. And I would even say this. Y'all were having the question, y'all posed the question earlier of what is the mistake that the Texans can make in this draft? Mine would be, if I could add one, mine would be to not prioritize offense. So that's just where my mind is. It's like, go get you a dude or a collection of dudes or however it shakes out, difference makers on the offensive side of the ball.
You know, the funny thing about that question, though, is I feel that there are probably 4 or 5 players that are worth trading up to get, but you only need one of those players. I mean, you would only need, like Caleb Downs is a sure thing.
Sure.
But you don't need that.
And you can't get
that. You don't need, and you can't. No, I'm just saying, in a general sense.
And that's where a lot of their, we talked to Nick Osorio earlier in the week, and they say, hey, we're best player available. That's where you kind of look at it and say, yeah, I understand what you mean, but you're not taking the guy that you already have a stud at, especially where you have young players.
Yeah. So Jeremiah Love, again, it's just implausible, but that would be the only place where we need that. We could use that,
It would have. It's tough to say because of how good this player is now, but it would have like the Will Anderson vibes, like that. You guys remember that time?
Oh, it would shock everybody.
It was like, yo, what is going on? What are they doing? And the excitement that came with that. Even if everybody else in the draft geeks are gonna pick it apart and say, hey, did you give up too much? It's like, yeah, but
look who we got.
And then you see how that looks a few years later. I think this would be similar to that.
That's interesting. Yeah. All right, let's go around the NFL now, as I think this is a weird time in where things are quieting down before we get into like the heavy push next week into the draft. But Zay Flowers, who is a wide receiver for the Baltimore Ravens, was on a podcast, interestingly enough, and I was very intrigued to hear him say this. It's one of my favorite things in sports is when someone leaves, the open flow of information that then comes out afterwards, the things that maybe someone had that they keep to themselves, they are now more willing to share. And this feels like it falls in line with that, as apparently Zay Flowers on the Fourth and South podcast said that John Harbaugh put the Ravens through contact practices as often as the NFL rules allow. Literally, anytime that he could put them through contact practices, he did. He said, quote, full pads all the time. However many practices and pads you can get, every single one, we were doing one-on-ones. In week 17, we were doing one-on-ones. Everybody out there, we're tired. We're still going. And asked how players manage the workload, Flowers had a simple 2-word answer. We don't.
So how this is received really depends on the beauty's in the eye of the beholder, right?
Right.
A lot of people are gonna be like, man,
come on, man.
That's what got that dude fired, man.
Yeah.
He tripping. There's a lot of people that's gonna be like, man, y'all sound soft.
Yeah.
That's what it takes to be great. You want to be a Raven. You know what I mean? You want to be a champion. This is what it looked like. Well, you need to have them pads on.
My thing with it,
depending on who you are.
My thing with it, had they gotten to the AFC Championship or Super Bowl, people would be going, yeah.
Yep.
It all depends on the result. It all depends on how that team performed and how it wound up in terms of the reaction people would give to it.
And that's fair, but also I think that's why I would caution us from doing just results-oriented. I think the process and the way what we see from it matters, which brings me to the question, where do y'all fall on this? Because I think back to, hey, maybe this has something to do with why Lamar Jackson actually ended up sustaining some injuries after being wildly durable before that. Maybe this ends up this adds into why Lamar Jackson never came to volunteer practices, because he knew if I come to the volunteer ones, I ain't getting no break on the ones that we're supposed to show up at. And they had significant injuries in various different places, including the offensive line, that ultimately hurt them. And I go, how much did John Harbaugh create his own demise?
Yeah, I'm on the side of rest and recovery over all of that contact stuff, but I'm more smart than I am tough. So I'll admit that. Like, I'm on the nerd side of this, and I just tell you that. But I think that reasonable minds can disagree on this, on what conditions you for football. Yeah, no, I would have guys out there in pads killing each other, knowing what's at stake, knowing what's ahead. But a lot of the people that have had success in this game believe in this. And so, yeah, I'm on the nerd side. Well, I get both.
I actually don't fall in line with, like, put the pads on. Sure. All I'm saying is I think the reaction comes from how much success you had. Let's say Lamar Jackson was an MVP and they did this and they made it the AFC. I think that's where it comes from.
He was.
But no. But what I'm saying, this year and AFC Championship.
Yeah, but this
Super
isn't
Bowl,
new. John Harbaugh, this is just how he kicked it.
I understand that, but now they're talking about it like, it didn't work, and it didn't. And I fall more in line with you, especially with an 17 game schedule, soon to be 18.
Yeah, man.
Longer preseason, all that stuff. Yeah,
I'm
don't
gonna
like
do what
it.
the science says.
Yes, exactly.
It is worth noting that Zay went further to say, obviously in juxtaposition to John Harbaugh, having him do contact practices as much as possible. He said he talked to Jesse Minter. He said, yeah, I talked to the new coach. He worked with Harbaugh in 2017, so he knows how it was, how we worked with Harbaugh. So he says, you're going to get your work, but it's going to be a little easier on your body. Yeah. You're going to be fresher for the game, so on and so forth. So I'm going to be watching the Ravens, obviously for the reasons that we all are. They're a team that is a possible AFC foe when it comes to trying to go and get that AFC championship. But also, I will be trying to keep in the back of my mind, how healthy are they? Like, how spry do they look? How much energy does it look like the Ravens have, especially when we start getting down the stretch, and how much of that maybe looks like a juxtaposition to the John Harbaugh era of this? And then conversely, let's look at these Giants as well. Like, do they get run down during the course of the season?
All I know is that Zay Flowers, man, he threw John Harbaugh under the bus, put it in reverse and drive.
Yeah, he did.
It's always fun, man. Somebody gets fired or somebody leaves, and like, hey, let me tell you, we couldn't tell you this before.
Thank God.
The funniest one isn't even like players. The funniest one is like media members, where you could have told us this whole time, but I understand why you didn't.
Yeah.
But it's just like you had this. Yeah. Oh yeah, let me tell you about this thing that I saw.
We were walking on eggshells around here the whole time.
You better believe a lot of media was waiting on this.
Yeah.
I mean, we understand how it works, how some secrets are kept or some things are not said, and they're like, oh, now that they split,
Bill O'Brien.
Let me go see what he gonna say.
And Bill O'Brien, because he'd been here so long, there was already a lot of sort of buzz about some of the ways he operated. But when he left, oh boy, everybody was like, yeah, you don't know the half of it.
Yeah,
one of my favorite things in sports. I'm telling you the truth. All right. Let's continue around the NFL, where today Jordan Tyson, one of the best wide receivers in this class, is having a workout in which 18 teams are checking out. So basically, he's having a personal pro day. It's what's happening here. And I don't think it's wrong. This is such an interesting wide receiver class. We haven't talked a lot about it at the very top of it because obviously the Texans aren't in a place for that to be the case. But in a lot of people's mindsets, there's kind of three top wide receivers. There's Carnell Tate, who is kind of talked about as though he's kind of the safe pick, right? High floor, but questionable ceiling. Like, I don't know that you look at him and go, he's going to do some really great things. There's Mekhi Lemon, who feels like he could possibly be that power slot guy that can do those types of things. And then there's Jordan Tyson, who has had a lot of injuries, but if he wasn't so injured, he would clearly be the guy that you go, oh, he has the possibility of being the all-pro.
Yeah.
And so this I find interesting that all these teams are showing up there because it feels like they are living up to that. Let's see how he looks because that might be the guy that we ultimately go and try and take.
Yeah, it looks like it feels like it's a movie within the whole movie, right? Like the show within the show, right?
Yeah.
The Jordan Tyson show. So I'm fascinated. The way you put it, I thought was good. His own personal pro day. Right, so I'm very curious to see now. So what is the reporting going to be out of this? How good he looks, the measurables, and all of the little granular things that come with draft reporting. You're going to get a lot of that from this. 18 teams, that is excessive.
It's smart. It's very, very smart. A lot of questions about injuries and such with him. It's going to be like the last impression, the final impression is going to be on these 18 teams and probably more.
Yeah.
Who get the information is going to be how he performed here.
Do 18 teams have a chance to get him?
I think where let me go and double check what his consensus mock draft
because that's the interesting. Are we talking about teams that have a chance at him and teams that are trying to decide if they would like to pony up to get a chance at him? Right. That's the interesting part to me, and that apply that to any of the wide receivers, right? Like to kind of just to the overall conversation about the wide receivers that you mentioned, like. What is the value of that top end guy in a draft that is admittedly light, like most people will tell you is light?
Yeah.
You know,
Jordan Tyson. Sorry, went backwards to Zay Flowers for some reason. Jordan Tyson, consensus mock draft has him most consistently taken 16 by the Jets. So that's
right in it.
So it makes sense.
Yeah.
Question: do you think the Texans are one of the 18 teams?
That's a good question.
Thank you.
That's a good question.
I thought it was good.
For informational purposes, I would like to say yes.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know, obviously.
And that's why it's all speculation.
But so I'll just answer with what I would like the answer to be and say yes. I don't know, but I would like to say yes.
I'll say yes. I'll say yes, too. I think, just information, man. More information.
Be in on all the good players.
Yeah.
Be in on them. Even if you're not going to draft them, maybe you're going to pick him up in a couple of years when he gets released. Maybe he's going to get traded. Who knows?
Yeah.
But be in on all the information. And I think they're about this, right? Kind of speaking to us, talking with Nick Caserio and the assistant GMs on Monday. They seem to be about at least getting all the information that they can.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe so. The reason why I thought that would be more of an interesting question as well is this is a notoriously small board, kind of small, and this is late in the process for people to be going out and seeing a practice. Literally 6 days to the first round of the draft where he's expected to be drafted. To be going and trying to put in new information to what you're doing here is kind of wild.
I think it's brilliant. I like that he's doing it.
On his side of things.
Part, yeah.
Yeah, especially
last impression.
Yeah, maybe so.
Did you see Jordan Tyson?
I think it's smart for everybody.
Yeah.
I think it's smart for all parties involved. We want to get all the information, and certainly he wants to make an impression.
If they did find a way to have, I'm not trying to get into the mechanisms of getting him, but if they did get him, how excited would that be, or would you be more concerned about a dude who is significantly injured being added into that wide receiver?
Well, maybe down the line, maybe on the next day story, but in the moment, I'll tell you, I am cautious or maybe fearful of a ho-hum draft.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where there's not a whole lot of buzz or excitement around it. This would, at the very least, create that in the immediacy. Now, that would be the next logical question. Like, okay, so what exactly are we getting here, really? But I'd be excited about it.
No, I'd be excited. I mean, potentially, Reggie touched on it. Potentially, the best receiver in the class.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. Yeah. But I know a lot of people have concerns about the injury-plagued nature of various different players, and then you would start looking up and you go, well, Nico Collins hasn't played 17 in a little while, or 17 in a little while. Okay.
They need to put him in smaller shoes like they did with Jack. Did you see that story?
No.
Jackson Smith and Jigba had just a number of hamstring issues, going into Seattle. I can't believe you didn't see. This is fascinating to me.
Somehow.
He was wearing size 12 shoes at Ohio State and always had hamstring issues. Seattle put him in 10.5s.
Oh, no.
And he hasn't had a hamstring issue since.
It's made him a lot of money, but
I don't know if that's the
his feet are going to look like fists by the time he's 35.
Are we sure that that's the case, or are we sure that he wasn't doing vanity and wearing shoes that was too big for him?
Maybe, but I'm just fascinated with the physiology involved, the science involved.
Yes.
Seattle said, well, if you compress the foot and, blah, 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 it'll be less whatever on his, and I'm like, go look it up. He wore size 12 shoes. They put him in 10.5s. Hasn't had a hamstring injury since.
Bro's going to be retired walking on his toenails.
But he'll be rich.
That is insane.
He'll be rich.
Yeah.
And it reminds me
Buy
of
new feet.
It reminds me of these basketball players that that obviously wear tennis shoes all the damn time. You see their feet, and they look crazy.
Yeah. They don't even look like feet. They look like some other kind of creation.
Something else entirely.
Everybody else has feet. These guys have something else.
But ultimately, I imagine you ask our listenership, would you trade having busted ass feet for millions and millions of dollars? The answer would be hell yes.
Oh yeah.
Right. So I guess that's the way that goes. All right. One more thing here around the NFL. Good old Joe Flacco. I knew I could count on Joe Flacco to express this particular mentality. We're talking about the prospect of an 18-game schedule. Talking to Front Office Sports, he gave this quote: "It's got to stop at some point." What happens when we go to 18?
82.
Are they going to want 20? Are they going to want 22? We used to play 14 games before I was born. At some point, it has to stop. And I could have gotten the audio, but I just love the idea of getting a chance to read. It has to stop.
It has to stop.
But do you agree with this sentiment? Because I know that there's been a lot of conversation about the going to 18 and how inevitable it feels. But do you think that the NFL is going to do the thing where they keep pushing to 20 and 22?
I just think it's ironic that Joe Flacco, of all people,
whose career won't stop.
Yeah, we probably every time he pops up with a new team, you're like, it's gotta stop at some point. This guy's been playing. This guy played in college in 2003. Like, what are we doing?
I thought it was nuts to raise it from 14.
Yeah, but yeah, no. So
yeah,
I agree with this point. But yeah, I think the NFL is going to do the thing. We all understand, not to be too cynical, but we understand what the world's about. It's about money, and if there's money in it, they're going to do it. They're going to pursue it, and that's how it's going to be. And we're all going to be here for it. So not to be a hypocrite about it.
Yeah.
I think it's insane.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's ridiculous. But I think they're going to do it if they can.
Yeah, I feel like I'm naive in this because it feels like, hey, once you get to 18,
you would think that's it, right?
I would think that they go, all right, we
15 years from now, they're going to be going, 20 might be pretty good.
But, I mean, it's one of those things that you don't think about and you don't feel naive until someone says it out loud to you. You're like, damn, that sounds stupid, don't it?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
No, they're not going to want more after 18. They're going to be good. They're going to be satisfied after that. So, yeah, that would be crazy if they go 18, 20, because there's no way. There is a breaking point physiologically, right?
Yeah. I see the greed and I see the incentive in extending their calendar.
Of course.
Whether that's starting the season earlier or the Super Bowl being later, but just having a large. They already dominate the offseason, their headlines, as we are doing right now around the NFL. But to actually extend their actual calendar, I think it's something that they are incentivized to do, and they would do it. I don't think that they care as much about the other side of it as we would like for them to, perhaps.
But it did make sense that the dude who is aged is like, hey, man.
Yeah.
I would like to keep playing. Let's not do 20 of these things, friends.
Yeah, man.
Let's fewer.
It's got to stop.
It's got to
stop.
I just love
the
idea.
Spider-Man meme. Joe Flacco pointing at the league office.
That's such a funny reading of it because I had not gotten there. I was just like a dude who keeps playing football and he's like, it can't keep on like this.
Yeah.
They can't keep getting away with this.
I'm sure Phillip Rivers agrees. Goodness gracious, guys. Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers and all these guys that have overstayed their welcome have something to say about this.
Yeah.
No more games that I still want to play.
Yeah.
Right. That makes me wonder how fun or detestable would an old timers group of like the dudes who hang around, the old timers group, would it be? Because you started naming those names and I was like, ooh, that is a nightmare blunt rotation.
Playing an 8-game schedule. 40 and over.
Oh my God. Giving you the best they got.
And then the NFL would sponsor it.
Yeah, that's how you get your extra games. If you want 4 more games, get Aaron Rodgers out here playing against Brett Favre, and that's how y'all can do it.
Yeah, they can talk to the NBA about that. They tried that.
The old timers did.
A long time ago, and it did not work out very well.
No, I guess not. It's the equivalent of a Champions Tour is what you're going for here? All right.
Pretty much.
That's around the NFL.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. B. Scott in tow on this Friday. And so we got to get B. Scott's thoughts. Let's do that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I apologize to everybody. I'm not coming in with the same exact energy into this B. Scott's Thoughts. I'm very excited. I just ended up down a rabbit hole that has me cussing in the break, so I shouldn't bring that to air. What I should bring to air is my direct attention to what B. Scott has here with his thoughts because, hey, man, it is playoff time for the Houston Rockets, and I am certain that you've got thoughts on this.
Yeah, I hope that everybody has a ton of energy for what's about to happen over the next several days with the Rockets. I know that there's a little bit of, like, kind of shine that's off of this series because the right guys aren't there. But I'm not allowing that to have me not enjoy Rockets playoff basketball, right? You get that for the second season in a row. And I think because of the way it's laid out that a lot of people have kind of just assumed that the Rockets are going to make light work of the Lakers. Yeah. I've already picked them to win this series in 5. Could I see it going 6 because the Rockets do Rockets things? Absolutely. But I'm just going to go ahead and pick Rockets in 5 just off top. And instead of going through matchups, I want to go through a few things that I feel like could go wrong for the Rockets and just bounce that off of y'all.
Let's go negativity.
And tell me, well, because I think it's just too easy to focus on the things that could go right. Yeah. Because they're just so – they overmatch and overwhelm the Lakers because of the Luka and Austin Reeves injuries so much that it just almost goes without saying that they're the favorite. I think the betting community has reflected that. And I think we would all agree on that, right?
100%.
That they are heavy favorites to win this series.
Right.
So just to make it interesting, let's talk about the things that could go wrong for the Rockets, the things that I hope that they don't do and don't necessarily suspect that they will, but could still see it.
Sure.
Number one, the turnovers.
Yep.
Right? Like this is a basketball team that I feel like has done better with it as of late, but we understand the point guard issues, the passing issues, the decision making, the spacing, the movement of both the ball and the players off the ball has not always been clean, has not always been crisp, and specifically late in games, right, when they double team Kevin Durant, right? Now, again, they've done a better job with this as of late, but this is where we see the issues show up for the Rockets. So I'm looking at turnovers as being the thing that they have to keep in check. And if they do that, they should be pretty comfortable in this series. But it is something that I'm looking out for.
You know, it's one of the things Reggie and I were talking about to open the show today. You know, we're kind of bouncing some Rockets thoughts around. And the Lakers want to play a half-court game on both sides of the floor. And, on the defensive side, that could be a big issue. Durant, we know he's had some turnovers. I think that could be a big factor.
It is worth noting, though, for the Lakers. Now, this is over the entirety of the season. I can pare this down. They're middle of the league when it comes to turnovers created. So this isn't something that they do particularly well. Now, the Rockets are giving turnovers away sometimes.
Yeah, I was going to say, they did it pretty good against the Rockets at Toyota Center several weeks back.
And it is worth noting that over the last 15 games, they've done more of that recently. So, that is worth noting. So, that could possibly be
And I also
demise.
think worth noting to that point is that will be the other side of the, hey, no Luka's out there. Hey, no Austin Reeves is out there. That means they're going to have to play a lot more Marcus Smart. They're going to have to play a lot more Marcus Smart.
I can see him playing like 30, 35 minutes. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think that's going to benefit the Rockets in some regards, like on the other end of the floor, right? Marcus Smart's not going to be hunting Reed Shepherd the way Luka Doncic would, right? So that's a good thing. But on the other end of the floor, he is somebody that can muck up the game a little bit, somebody that's going to have a lot of attention on Kevin Durant.
But he's going to flop his ass off, too.
Yeah. So I think, former defensive player of the year. So that's somebody to be, I think, concerned about and something to be concerned about when it comes to the Rockets. So turnovers is, I would say, number one. Number two, three-point shooting.
Yeah.
And poor three-point shooting, either in terms of percentage or attempts. They're actually not that bad in percentage, but they're awful in attempts, and even sometimes they're bad at both.
Yeah.
They don't take a lot and won't make a lot on their worst nights, right? So, that's obviously the wrong combination, the worst combination. What was that game not too long ago where Amen Thompson goes for 40 and they lose the game, right? Because nobody of significance shot threes, and then the other guys around who did shoot threes didn't do it so well.
Yeah, and I think that to stretch that a little bit further, I think just their shot diet, their shot profile in general will matter, because that not taking a lot of three-pointers thing, it sounds fine if you can get to your spots and knock down shots, but also that allows a defense to hone in on certain areas of the floor and not have to get out to the perimeter as well. You're going to need those three-pointers to help stretch the floor somewhat as well, which allows a men to be more effective, which allows Alperen to not have so many guys closing in on him from weak side and stuff. I think that's going to be valuable for them as well.
Yeah, I think
none of them have been that reliable outside of Reed Shepherd.
Right.
It's just been up and down.
Yeah, and I think it's a good point, because what Reggie's talking about speaks to how easy they are to defend at times, and a lot of times that is because they don't have the shooting, the spacing that they need. So, or the fact that they're just not going to take as many threes. So I think that's a big part of this. Now, the other side of it is, do you think that the Lakers likely to outshoot them from three without Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves in the game? And I think that answer is probably no as well.
Right.
So this is just kind of something to think about. But when you come down to it, you're still like, man, the Lakers, they're so undermanned. The likelihood of them winning a shootout even against the Rockets, as currently constructed, seems to be pretty low.
Of the dudes in the actual rotation, outside of Kevin Durant and Reed Shepherd, who do you think are the best three-point shooters? I'm looking at the actual stats over the course of the season.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Josh Okogie. Funny enough,
he is 38.5% for Josh Okogie.
I never would have guessed that.
Yeah, I've looked at these numbers before.
Okay.
Yeah. So in the Rockets podcast community, we get knee deep in the weeds. So I feel like I've seen this number before.
But we need that, right?
But to your question though, I think
Aaron Holiday is a little bit better at 39%, and then the next guy after that is Jabari Smith Jr. at 36, which is like an okay three-point shooter.
The reflex reaction would have been to say either Jabari or Tari. And to the point, I think it's going to be key that both of those guys, which actually brings me to my next where can it go wrong point. I'm glad we did that. One of the key guys outside of the obvious, right? One of these others, one of these potential X factors, which I think you can make a case for a lot of these guys. Jabari Smith Jr., Tari Eason, Reed Shepherd, right? These guys don't show up. Like any combination of these guys, just
that's the series.
That was last year, wasn't it?
That's the series.
That was last year's series, was it not? Your others did not do enough in that circumstance. You're like, hey, Jalen Green, go get his buckets, and it was not there.
Yeah,
I think that even with the gift that is no Luka, no Austin Reeves, right? We're expecting them to win this series, as we've said before. I think even with that, they cannot afford to not have those guys show up on a night in and night out basis. They cannot be zeros. Now, do they have to have career nights? Does Amin Thompson have to score 40 points? And he's not even who I'm talking about. I'm talking about one of these other guys.
Jabari.
On the periphery, right?
Yeah.
It can't be late January Jabari for any stretch, right? I think that could be debilitating for this team. So that to me, outside of the turnovers, the poor three-point shooting or lack of three-point shooting, maybe to put it better, if one of these key guys doesn't show up or any combination of them doesn't show up, I think that's the thing that could go wrong for the Rockets.
Yeah, I think that's fair. In fact, we had talked about it. I think I had phrased it as, because every playoff series you have, clearly your superstars need to be the foundation. They've got to be here every game, otherwise what are we talking about? But there's always the others, I guess, in the way that we'll say this. One of those guys that's capable of having that game that steals a game that you're not supposed to win. And I felt like Jabari Smith Jr. is that guy in my mind that is capable of having that game that steals a game. But I hadn't thought about the counter argument of that is not even just not stealing games, but what if he just don't show up?
Well, it ties in with my big point where Reggie and I were talking about, in the first segment. I think it's worth bringing up because it ties in. He said, what do the non-LeBron minutes look like as a potential key to the game, which is accurate. But my point is, what do the non-LeBron minutes look like for the Rockets?
Yeah.
Because if you can't take advantage of your bench and some of these guys, whomever it might be coming off the bench. Now, we know Jabari's going to be in the rotation and all that, but I'm saying if those guys can't take advantage of a overmatched bench, then it doesn't have any effect.
It's a great point. Yeah. So let me ask y'all this to sort of dismount this thing. Got a key matchup for y'all. I want to see what y'all think about it.
Ooh, okay.
The coaching matchup.
Oh,
JJ Redick versus Ime Udoka, because I think that speaks to your point. Like, how do you perform in those non-LeBron minutes? I think is gonna obviously you're gonna want to hold the players accountable, but how does the coach manage? Who does he have out there, and what is he trying to get to?
I'll take it a step further. I think the 3 times you have 2 off days is advantage Redick. Advantage Redick. Rest, strategy, adjustments, all that stuff. I think the Lakers have the coaching advantage.
Yeah, I think strategically, I wouldn't even bat an eye at the conversation of Redick being better with the strategy of it. And I think when we mentioned it earlier, the idea of just offensively, this offense for the Rockets is more read and react, more feel and flow, whereas J.J. Redick will put sets in. I think that lends more to the schematic advantage. The thing I was wondering is, who do you think will have a better pulse for the game as well? Because I think that's also – sometimes it's not even necessarily who has the right play drawn up, but I know at this point this person needs to play, right? I have a good idea of my rotation, or maybe I need a timeout right now to get my guys back in. And even then, I don't have a good answer for that either.
Yeah, because J.J. Redick has had his moments, right? What's that? He had that one game where he played somebody.
Yeah, the whole damn game.
The whole game, yeah. So I think that's going to be a question with both of them. But to me, it's just interesting to be in a space of you've got a head coach who is entrenched and is trusted, and you feel like you're going into a first-round matchup where a coach, even with lesser experience, outmatches that you don't have the coaching advantage in this game or in this series. I think that is interesting. Just a kind of on the periphery, like on the like a side element, even despite the fact that they're probably going to win this series.
Yeah. No, fair enough. Rockets get going versus the Lakers starting tomorrow, 7:30 p.m. on ABC. From the 2A1, should have kept Jalen Green. I very much disagree with that. And honestly, when the conversation was happening in the offseason, I wasn't as strong. I've become very strong on that. And you want to know why? It's actually playoff related. You go into the playoffs, and again, my assertion is your stars have to be stars all the way through. Or do you have any doubt whatsoever that Kevin Durant will give you what he's supposed to in the series?
I've yet to, and I've heard a lot of people try. I've yet to hear a valid case for that of you should have kept Jalen Green.
No, none.
I've yet to hear one. Yeah. Yet to hear a good one.
Yeah. Kevin Durant is going to be Kevin Durant up and down this series. If he doesn't, you can come back and laugh at me on the backside. But I bet good money that Kevin Durant will be Kevin Durant all the way through this series. You will not lose this series because of Kevin Durant. Jalen Green?
No.
Man, that can happen.
I've said this before. If the exact same situation happens to the Rockets with the injuries and everything like that, and they had just run this thing back and had not done the Kevin Durant trade, they are at best the Suns right now. They're not the 5th seed, and I don't know if they're even in a position to be talking about playing the Lakers this weekend.
Hell, the Suns might not be in the playoff depending on what happens tonight in the play-in, their final playing game.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I don't know about that.
All right. Great B. Scott's thoughts here as we continue to prep for Rockets-Lakers. All right, coming up next, B. Scott's still with us as we get into what's popping, including let's talk a little bit more about the playoffs in earnest. And also, one of the other things this weekend is the Astros invite in the Cardinals, a former division rival, as they try and get themselves right. We'll talk about all that next.
Ready? According to Nick. #22. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Honestly, what's popping right now is that we are debating what has happened on McAfee Show when the pride of Beaumont, Texas, Kendrick Perkins, is on the show, but he looks like he is an unlocked character in whatever choose your own Nintendo game, because he is backlit by the natural light at Allegiant Stadium in a weird way.
He is a silhouette.
Yes.
They have Kendrick Perkins' live silhouette on television right now.
That brother looks so black, he purple.
That's crazy.
They would have been better off just throwing up a graphic audio card thing. You know, the graphic with the wave with the wavelength or something? This is Kendrick Perkins live.
Somebody get a ring light, man.
I mean,
he just need to turn around. Like, the value of seeing Allegiant Stadium behind him is just not there. Allegiant Stadium, mind you, that's where WrestleMania is. So I think that's why he's there. Still, I can't put the dots together completely. But this is, anyways.
It looked like somebody drew him.
You know what? I can't do better than that.
And, and yet he's still going to criticize C.J. Stroud, even though they're talking.
That's right.
C.J. Stroud is not the guy.
Yeah, he can't throw to his left,
man. He probably criticizing the Rockets, to be honest. They're going to fold like a pair of laundry.
He is not a leader, man. Just when it come down to it, Kevin Durant, he's not a leader.
They're going to fold like a cheap chair.
I don't care what they guys say about it, man.
I'm so glad y'all are doing these impressions.
What do you mean, y'all? Wait, hold on. What you mean, y'all? I ain't say nothing.
I actually have a much better Beaumont impression, like an actual natural accent, but I just think some of the things that he says
the way he does
can be so ridiculous. I figured I'd exaggerate it a little bit. But I actually sound more like them people than I want to admit.
Yeah.
Shout out to Beaumont, honestly.
Shout out to the 409, baby.
Shout out to the Golden Triangle. Yes, sir.
Thing,
absolutely. All right. Playoffs start in earnest tomorrow, and that is basketball, but also, as I could take a little tangent here,
little NHL?
NHL playoffs are coming, and I remember that one of the men in this room said that he wanted to get into the NHL, so I'm hoping that he might be the In the Loop NHL correspondent for these playoffs.
You must be crazy, man. I have not tapped in, but
That's what I'm saying. It's even funnier. I just want to have a daily B. Scott's NHL, like you just record 1 minute of your NHL takeaways from the day before playoffs.
Man, look, so I have tried, and I did so after the Winter Olympics and everything, right? But it is just so difficult at this time of the calendar for me, tying in NBA, which is going to be a priority for me, tying in NBA, baseball, and then just basically everything else going on with life. I have not been able to tap in, but I am. Part of the reason is because people were like, man, you really don't have to do so until the playoffs actually start.
Every year they say it.
So I was like, all right, bet.
Yeah.
Somebody wake me up when the playoffs start.
It's really true, though. Like,
and the teams that I decided to root for were not actually good anyway.
That's the thing. You're doing it wrong. Why are you rooting? You don't have to be invested for room. Just drop in and watch
that's what I'm saying. So, like, I didn't have to, like, even really worry about it until the playoffs came. Because it's not like I was like, hey, what's my team going to look like when the playoffs come?
Don't worry about that.
They're not going to be there.
Just drop in. Watch a little bit of the game. Let us know what happened. It starts tomorrow. Now, of course, there's gonna be a little conflict because we're starting with a full slate of 4 basketball games tomorrow in the NBA, which I know is a lot bit closer to your heart, near and dear. I guess in a way of trying to preview this, the question I have is: are any of these first round series going to be close in your mind?
Ooh,
because I think that's actually the largest
the NHL series.
NBA.
No, NBA.
Oh, I was going to say, man, I have no idea.
Me. I can't even name 4 teams.
Yeah, it's like, yo, I hope so. I was going to say, Reg, I hope so for the world's sake. So I think the most intriguing NBA matchups are the 3-6s on both sides, right? I think that, like, when you ask if someone's like, okay, are you on upset alert for any particular series? I think that the 3-6 on both sides, East and West, are ripe for an upset. I think the Hawks are just kind of an underrated team, just in general, and the Knicks might be a little bit overhyped. So I think Hawks and Knicks is going to be the one that I'm really most intrigued by. Even though I think Celtics and Sixers has a chance to be fun, I think this is going to be the most competitive one. I think also for the 4-5, Cavaliers and Raptors,
East,
that's going to be big too because, like, think about it. If Cleveland doesn't get out of the first round, they're going to have to blow up that entire thing. And they just traded to get James Harden. They've looked a lot better with him. but I think there's a lot of pressure there. But the best matchups to me in upset alerts are 3-6 on both sides, so Knicks and Hawks, and then on the other side with the Nuggets and the Timberwolves. The Timberwolves are just really difficult to figure out. But
they haven't been healthy enough.
And they haven't been healthy enough. But Ant Edwards is that. Let's remind everybody, in case you needed one, he is that type of dude that can just lead a team in a series. And so I'm really intrigued to watch the Nuggets and the Timberwolves.
Think about the Nuggets. You talk about you can't get a feel for them. I mean, they look like absolute champions in one or two games, and then you see that they don't.
Yeah, but they look like champions as of late.
Yeah.
I will say the most recent sample size has looked more like on the champion side than the pretender side, contender over pretender side. Right. So they're interested in that regard as well. And then whoever wins that series, I think is going to provide. We're thinking that the Spurs are going to make it, right? So I think they're going to provide the Spurs with a real serious challenge in getting to the conference finals.
See, you would be well suited if you lived like I did, because people are telling you that Stars Wild at 4:30 tomorrow is the one to try and
4:30?
Yeah.
That's right after my son's birthday party.
You got the two. If you can get a 2 TV setup where you got the hoop on and a little bit of, because I'll be in that situation myself. I think.
Stars Wild.
So yeah, at least we can have you dip your toe. I'm really trying to make this happen. I feel like this could be a good
I'm with it.
Oh, he's going to dip his toe.
Okay, so we got Stars Wild at 4:30.
He's marking it down.
And then Flyers Penguins at 7. I can have that on another screen.
There you go.
Maybe have that on the phone while I have everything else on the big screen.
The only thing is, I feel like we shouldn't divide your attention when the Rockets are on. That's my.
It is the benefit of the ADHD is that I've learned to function with it, and not just function with it, but thrive with it. It is why I'm sitting here today.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, man.
All right. So as we continue with what's popping, the Astros fall unfortunately to the Rockies last night, unable to get the sweep of the Rockies. But it was a 3-2 game. Like, how did you guys respond to seeing the way that this game played out, including Ryan Weiss not making it through 4 innings, only 3 2/3, but the entirety of the pen kind of at least keeping this together largely so that there was no more runs scored, even if you didn't score enough to win?
Yeah, it's a good sign what you've seen over the last couple of nights with the bullpen. I mean, the night before you saw Brian Abreu get right, and so that gives you a little bit of hope in like the back end, but to me the fixation has to be on the rotation and how desperate this situation has become. Like I can't get past Monday. I was at Daikin for to talk to all the pitchers, right? So Hunter Brown, in order, Hunter Brown, Josh Hader, Tatsuya Imai. So, and then not to mention even Christian Javier, who was not available but was also discussed. And I'm just like, man, this is a really, really rough situation. Like, it's beyond. So in spring and coming into the season, we had our things that Joe Espada was going to have to manage. Oh, the influx in the infield. Oh, okay, so, how are you going to manage the rotation in the bullpen? But, like, more so surface level stuff, this is dire, the situation that they are in right now. And I think that was highlighted last night.
The headline is the rotation. You're 100% right. But they are putting a lot of innings on these bullpen arms.
I ain't got no choice.
They are just, and they can't stop. I mean, it's game after game, multiple innings on these guys. Yeah. I mean, that's got to catch up at some point.
The position players are going to have to start.
And it has caught up.
They're going to have to start doing bullpens and like get their arms ready.
Yeah.
They might have to contribute to this. Bryce Matthews, do you have a slider in you?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Are you trying to make him the new Chaz McCormick?
Yainer Diaz, can you throw a curveball? I'm joking, obviously.
Please, he does when he tries to throw him out at second base.
It feels like anybody and everybody's going to have a chance to pitch at some point. Anybody in uniform, eligible, is going to have to pitch at some point.
Trying to pick someone off.
Well, you say that. We're finding brand new dudes to get out here and pitch, because tonight, as the Astros welcome in the 8-12 Astros, mind you, 5th in the AL West. How does that make you feel?
Not great.
They're welcoming in the Cardinals 10-8, and it'll be Patrick Lambert on the mound.
For which team?
For the Astros. For the other team, it is a man named Kyle Leahy. Sorry. And so, yeah, we're finding brand new dudes. Peter Lambert. I didn't use the wrong name.
Peter Lambert.
I apologize.
Look, all of this, world's coming to an end type of stuff. I do want to acknowledge Spencer Arrighetti from the other night.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, at least you did get that.
Yes.
And I don't think that's what you're necessarily going to get from Spencer Arrighetti on a, nightly basis or from start to start, but at least there is some reinforcement there. You got to just hope that some of these other guys that are going to be asked to step up can do so.
They've lost 3 series to the A's, Mariners, and Rockies.
Gross.
Right?
Yeah.
Against teams not named the Astros, I think I have it right here. The A's are 8-8, the Mariners are 4-12, and the Rockies are 3-10.
Yeah. So they're not beating world beaters here. This isn't the.
No, that's the teams they've lost to series to.
Yeah, that's what I mean to say. They're not losing to. I said that incorrectly. Yeah. They're not losing to. This is not the late '90s, 2000 Yankees here.
Right.
Yeah. Well, at the very least, you get to see a little Peter Lambert tonight, 7:10, and it's Faith and Family Night, and Carlos Correa City Connect jersey getting out there.
Okay.
So there's going to be reasons to be out at the ballpark tonight, or even just to watch it on the TV, outside of just seeing what the hell does Peter Lambert have, and can he be something that gives you a little bit?
Hey, Figgy was clowning the free T-shirts in the previous segment. I wasn't. They gave out a free Yordan Alvarez City Connect jersey.
The basketball jersey joint,
jersey joint.
You got one?
I've been working out in that bad boy ever since.
Really?
I do my walk around and do a little lifting and everything. I've been wearing that ever since.
The giveaways are great, like
I ain't gonna wear
workout
it in public.
Yeah, those are great workout gear, I think is a fair way to go about that.
Yeah, man.
All right, let me see if I can get one more of these things in. That's a little deep. Can I get this in? You guys are smart guys. Man. We can probably do this quickly.
We have depth.
Have you seen that that the Saudi PIF, the investment fund that they have, that people were talking about the idea of sports washing with them, investing a lot of money? They're dropping the Al Hilal soccer team over there in their Saudi Pro League of soccer. So they're selling it to a different entity. But this represents, and they're also possibly could pull out of Live Golf. We might be seeing the Saudi investment money thing dry up on the other side of this.
To me, the story is Live Golf.
Is it?
We talked about it about a month and a half, 2 months ago, just in terms of all these defections. They know. These players know.
Yeah. Well, but it kind of makes you question the whole thing from the beginning.
Yes.
Like they know now, like they always knew.
I thought the Saudis would never run out of money.
Well, I don't think they're running out of money. I think that this is more whatever they wanted to get, they either already got or they did not get definitively, right? It's either whatever they were looking for in this, and I'm leaving this pretty open-ended so you can make your own judgments, but if you want to get deep into it, we can, right? Whatever they were looking for, they either already got out of it or they realized they weren't going to get, and they figured, why keep spending this money on it?
Yeah. For the players, it was just like hey, let's get this while it's getting this.
Can't blame them.
Correct.
And then we'll get out of here.
Lick.
Yeah.
Hit this lick and leave with our heads.
For sure.
You know what I mean?
No,
like
correct.
literally, it's like can I do this without dying or directly killing someone? Then let's go.
Yeah. But the thing for me is this feels like definitive evidence that they didn't get into this for the love of the game, because the love of the game should still be there.
Yeah.
So again, whatever they were looking for, they either already got it or just 100% did not get, one way or the other. But it wasn't the love of the game, and that's very clear in what's happening here. B. Scott, always appreciate you coming through.
Yeah, man.
Excited to obviously hear more of your work, especially knowing that you are always boots on the ground with Rockets, and we are headed into that time of year where the Rockets pop up in a very big way. So we appreciate you, brother.
Should be a fun next couple of weeks, man.
100%. All right, we keep it rolling here on this Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Because let's do a little Would You Rather. There's a whole bunch of things, Texans, Astros, Rockets involved. We pull that together with these Would You Rathers. Play along, 713-572-4610.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, I hope your Friday is going pretty well. We're having a blast here in Loop on Sports Radio 610, so hopefully you will also have a blast along with us. Appreciation to B. Scott for jumping in the last hour of the program, which he will often do. And got me excited in a roundabout way for Rockets because we were talking about the negative portions of it or the things that could go wrong with this game. We'll talk more about that, not just this game, but obviously the series a little bit later on. But we were mentioning in What's Poppin' that Peter Lambert is on the bump for your Astros. And was it Sean that asked us earlier this morning?
Yeah.
If you heard Peter Lambert, who would you think?
That was our engineer, Aaron.
Oh, was that Aaron? It was Aaron.
Yeah.
And my thought was, he sounds like a I don't know, a
guitarist,
a guitarist for a rock
Alan
band
Lambert's
in the
brother.
80s.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. And the 281 said just now, out of nowhere, does Peter Lambert sound like a one-hit wonder from the 80s? 100%.
Yes.
100%. We are in the same brains.
Him and Christopher Cross is pitching tomorrow.
That's right. And wildly enough,
Peter Lambert, he'd be performing at the bar around the corner.
All right. That has nothing to do with what we're doing in this segment, but I figured I'd get that off because we need to get into some Would You Rather. Always a fun little segment that we'll put together sometimes just to kind of think on some things. So without further ado, make sure you play along, 713-572-4610. Would you rather?
And it was a field today for sure with all the things going on here with all three teams. So, all right. So remember, when I say would you rather, there isn't a third option. It's this or that.
Okay.
Would you rather this or would you rather
We'll
that?
see. I might find some.
I said that specifically for you. I said it to both you and Figgy, but I was talking to you.
I know. And we'll see if I comply. That's how this goes.
Would you rather? That's like class. We really shouldn't throw pencils, and you're talking about one kid.
Or better yet, when you get that email from your boss, it's like, hey, let's all remember that when you go to the water fountain, make sure to turn it off. That's not for everybody. That's that one jerk that keeps leaving it on. It's one of them.
Would you rather the Texans trade up 10 spots or back 10
Easily
spots?
back 10 spots.
Easily?
Easily back 10 spots.
So you don't like Kenyon Sadiq?
I like Kenyon Sadiq. I don't think you get him. I don't think you're getting him at 18. Now
you don't know.
Maybe the Baltimore Ravens at 14 somehow, some way decided that they need something else.
Yeah.
Maybe Vanga Ione falls and they're like, hey, give me that guard in the middle, and then Kenyon Sadiq is there. Cool. I would rather them have more capital and equity to go into those middle rounds where it feels like it's really flush.
You already have 2.
Yeah. Give me 4 in those spaces, and now we could talk about, add in. How do you feel about second round linebacker and defensive tackle and running? Like, I feel like you could hit for some licks in this in the middle rounds of this. I'd much rather them trade back in that instance.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
trade up back. You said
yeah back.
Yeah, I'm gonna say trade back as well. I'm not really. I don't know. I really don't trust them right now and them trading up and seeing who they can get like that.
Yeah.
To me, I want to play it safe by just trading back.
Not a lot of drama on this one because I would trade back too. I was just trying to see, I was trying to tweak Reggie there a little bit.
It was a good try because I did think about it. No, it's a good thought. I did think about it. Like, hey, if you trade up 10 spots, that's 18. You're right in that space where at least one of the teams I think that could end up with Kenyon Sadiq would be there at 19 with the Carolina Panthers, possibly if he gets there.
I will say if they didn't address the offensive line, I probably would be on the trade up. Yeah. So right now I feel like they're safe enough where they don't have to trade up.
My reasoning on trading back is not only would you probably still have 2 second rounders, you might have to move back, in the second round, but you probably have another third or fourth rounder. That's
exactly
for this team.
Exactly.
That's prime right there.
Right.
All right. Would you rather Luka plays at some point in this series or no?
Oh, no.
Okay. That was another setup. And B. Scott alluded to it. That whole, when the Rockets won 2 championships, but Jordan was retired. Because keep in mind who you're playing in the next round, and you're going to be an underdog. If it's Oklahoma City, which it will be. The whole, you got a little better at the end of the year, and you beat the Lakers, but they didn't have Luka.
And I think that hits harder here than it does 94-95, because 94-95, Hakeem was a bad man, and I dare you. I dare you to say that to my face, right? This would feel a little bit that argument would hit a little harder in this instance because yes, you're trying to evaluate how much better this team is and what they actually have. But I'd much rather them move on and have an opportunity to face off against the Oklahoma City Thunder, and that would be like the question of how good were they against the Lakers. That's neither here nor there in my mind. Now we're talking about how have they shown up against one of the best teams in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is of much more value. In addition to, I have more basketball to watch personally, right? And then I think you also you won a series, which you had not done yet with this iteration of the team. I'd much rather get that accomplishment over, whatever the arguments that end up are happening in the barbershop.
Yeah, I would say without Luka. Like, I'm not really the type of person, you need Luka to beat Luka to mean something.
Yeah.
But I just think if they could get rolling against the Lakers, maybe they have a chance against the Thunder.
Well, you kind of mentioned one of the things that is the reason I would love for them to beat the Lakers with Luka. Now, there's less of a guarantee of that, or there's no guarantee, but there's less of a probability of that. But I think it gives you even another boost of confidence.
Yeah.
I think, we're talking about, and I was on the other side of you and B. Scott saying, hey, they really improved. And I'm like, nope, I haven't seen enough yet.
Do not believe.
I do not believe you're true. You're telling the truth there.
Yeah, I am a little nervous about it, though, because, they can also lose to the Lakers without Luka.
But I'd also prefer that. How clear of a message is it? If you get out here, they are missing not just Luka Doncic, because that's
Austin Reeves.
Austin Reeves also there, and you end up losing. I'm like, okay, so we've got really clear answers. Because people now have to do some splaining.
Yeah, because I ain't gonna lie, even last season, it still kind of hurt to me, man, because you was the number 2 seed. And you lost to the Warriors, and I know it's the Warriors, but that one kind of hurt a little bit.
Yeah, it did. All right, would you rather? This is a callback to the question of the day. Would you rather watch Astros Yankees in the all-you-can-eat seats for $122 a piece, but they're in 405 and 406, way up in the upper deck down the left field line, or pay a little more and sit in the lower bowl?
Ooh, give me pay a little more. Honestly, I will shout out one of our teammates. T Mill has made me more of a seat snob. T Mill is a seat snob.
Yeah, he is.
He got to sit like down
somewhere
the first base line, down the third base line, but he also can't be in the outfield. He needs to be pretty much either even with that bag, whether it's the first base bag or the third base bag, and on the lower bowl. And going to games with him has made me I really do appreciate and enjoy being down here.
Yeah.
Especially all right, let me not go there because I was about to be I really want to try and stay attached to the game. So the closer I can be to seeing what's happening here, the better. And for a series like that, I'd very much want to be close.
Yeah, I'd rather pay a little more, too. And on top of that, man, I'm not really a all-you-can-eat guy anymore, man. So all you can eat for me would probably be 3 hot dogs at most, and I'm stuffed.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'll be wasting money. I'm better off paying a little more to be closer.
Yeah, and once I spend that money on the buffet, now I'm trying to get my money's worth. That's the worst part of my upbringing.
Yeah,
I feel
you start
a lot
convincing yourself.
I'm like, I got it. All right, I
have to eat.
And
some
now
more.
I'm
4 hot dogs. I got to eat a brisket sandwich. I got to get all these down in
Put
order
some
to
in
make
my
it worthwhile.
pockets.
Yeah, now I'm at the game uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I'm stuffed. And I'm in these high ass
your
seats.
belt?
Yeah, now I'm in these high ass seats.
And I can't even see the damn game.
Yeah, nah, just give me 1 little hot dog, maybe 2.
I'm with you though. I like the lower bowl, but I've got my 2 particular areas that I really like to watch that.
Which are?
Outside, toward the outfield down one of the lines.
Okay.
Because you can really kind of see toward the home plate a little more.
Okay. To get a little better view on what the pitch actually is.
Yeah,
or whether it's in or out.
like not between home plate and third, up a little further.
Okay.
I really like either of those 2 places where I go, yeah, I'd do the same thing. Would you rather get Tatsuya Imai back or Yainer Diaz start 145-ish games like he has the last 2 years?
What are you doing here? I mean, the answer is Tatsuya Imai. I think you've got a passable, definitely a more than passable situation elsewhere with Christian Vasquez, even understanding that maybe the offense isn't going to look like this the whole time. Tatsuya Imai, I still think he has a lot of talent. Getting himself mentally acclimated, getting his command there, that's still going to be a challenge. But I'd much rather have that guy and the talent that he has.
You don't know what you're getting.
I don't know what I'm getting. But right now,
that's why I put it in there.
I do know that you're not getting any of it right now, right? And I'm looking at the rotation. And I go, man, it feels like I'm a Will Smith at the end of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, looking at a house with nobody in it, right? I would like to have some people in here, some furniture, some things that I can maybe work with, even if I need to move them around to find the right feng shui.
Yeah.
And I think that that's very necessary. Give me one of the most talented, one of the most high-paid pitchers that you have back on the staff, as opposed to Yainer Diaz start all these games where he might not hit all that well, anyways.
I was kind of leaning on Yainer, to be honest, man, because like you said, Lopez, I have no idea what to expect from Imai. I get the talent
He
and
might
all this
quit.
other stuff.
He might go back to Japan.
But sometimes, with these pitchers, sometimes it's a mental thing, man. You can have all the talent in the world you want.
Yeah.
But sometimes when you on that mound by yourself, sometimes it could be a mental thing. And
Absolutely. We've seen it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I get he got the talent, but I don't know what his mental state is playing in the MLB.
Well, I'm with you on that, absolutely. But I am going to go Imai because right now, today, I don't want Yainer 145 games. I don't want him starting 45.
That's why I was.
I knew you were about to do this.
I don't want him to start 45. What are we doing? Got another stolen base yesterday.
Yeah.
And
it's almost a given at this point, man.
It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating.
Do you think that Joe Espada ever gets to a place where he's willing to make that swap?
Well, Vasquez has to play more. Everybody can see it. And he's hitting all right. Just ride it out. Because here's the other thing. Joe Espada is a hot bat kind of manager. Like he'll play guys, move them up and down the lineup. He'll play guys more when the bat's hot. Why can't he do that with the catcher? Who's a better defensive catcher, by the way.
Yeah.
Much, much better.
100% better.
Yes. All right. Would you rather LeBron James play 38 minutes a game in this series or Kevin Durant?
Ooh. That's interesting. So if Kevin Durant's playing 38 minutes in the series, that probably means that he's getting rest because you don't need him to play all these games. If LeBron James is playing 38 minutes a game in this
Kevin's
series,
right at 37 and something and change right now, so but basically 38.
Wait, over the course of the season?
I thought he was 37 something.
I'll need to double check that. I felt like Kevin Durant was playing a lot more minutes well before we got here. I need to double check that.
And LeBron is playing like 32, so that means he would kick it up about 6 minutes a game.
Yeah, but that's with a paired back role that he had previously had. Now that he's taken back up, I think he could very easily, and especially with the playoffs, 40, 42 minutes.
Yeah.
I think 38 would be less than that, and that would leave 10 minutes that the Lakers would have to find minutes for him to play. But I think of Kevin Durant playing 38 minutes, that also feels like, hey, is that a step back in his exposure a little bit? No, that might be a step up. I think it's probably
it's
LeBron
37
James.
to change, right?
Yeah. It's probably LeBron James playing 38 minutes.
I probably don't want LeBron to play 38 minutes, man. Like, still in the back of my mind, I know he had the injuries. I know he's 41 years old, but I'm wondering, like, dang, if he's playing 38 minutes, is this like a good 38 minutes? Like, okay, I'm locked in now. I'm still kind of fresh now, where I can at least not get to a finals or anything, but I can at least beat the Rockets.
I'm with you. I don't want LeBron James playing 38 minutes a game because I don't care what he does or how it affects him the rest of the playoffs. I care how it affects him in this series.
He might get knocked out in the second round.
Yeah. This series is.
I think LeBron got one in him where he could probably.
That's my big worry.
Beat a team in one series. I don't know if he could get to the finals, but I think he got one in him where he could carry and beat one, or at least have a series.
Yeah. All right, one more for you guys here, and this is a timing thing you need to think about. Who do you want to return first off of IL? Tatsuya Imai or Jeremy Pena?
Oh. You're really testing my previous answer.
Well, because of the infield, you got guys.
You got guys.
You got guys.
Salute to Nick Allen.
You do.
That's not one of the guys we were thinking about, but yeah.
Yeah, you do have guys, but man.
And then Imai comes back first. That means you don't know. Maybe he's a little shaky.
In a vacuum, I'd prefer Jeremy Pena, but the necessity of this all makes me say I think I need Tatsuya Imai.
I'm gonna say Imai too because look, man, who we got? We got Adam Lambert pitching. Peter Lambert. Dog, we need somebody back that we know.
Soon he gonna start calling him Adam Levine. He's just gonna change his name.
Dog, man, we need somebody on the mound.
Watch, Peter Lambert's gonna get out here and throw like 7 innings of no-hit baseball.
That's how it always goes. That's what happened to Jason Alexander.
That's right.
Man.
Yeah. I'm gonna say Imai, but for a different reason. I need to find out. I want to find out sooner rather than later. You know, is this guy? Is it just a thing? You know that they're going to have to make a decision on, or has he gotten over? I need to find out. I need to find out on Imai. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go. That's a little would you rather here on this Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I'm learning about myself as I'm trying to come up with these answers. I think the only one that I was certain on was the trade back. I was like, yes, that one for sure. Without question, this is the answer.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic.
What does best player available mean to H-Town postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
That's right. Big time Houston Texans breaking news. We knew it had to happen eventually. Today was the day. This is per Ian Rappaport of NFL Media. The Texans and All-Pro edge Will Anderson Jr. have agreed on a blockbuster 3-year, $150 million extension with $134 million of that guaranteed to make him the NFL's highest paid non-quarterback ever.
Ever.
I'm guessing that the information came via Nicole Lynn of Clutch Sports because she is shouted out by Ian Rappaport in his reporting. But there you go. The Will Anderson Jr. extension that we were all looking forward to, that we were anticipating, that we knew had to happen, is done. 3 years, $150 million, $50 million of average annual value. That leaps Micah Parsons' 46.5, which we were all gawking at that point.
Mm-hmm.
It's expected, but also not expected, if that makes sense.
It's expected, but it just hits you. $50 million a year.
Yeah, man.
50.
That's quarterback. That's quarterback money, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's more than CJ Stroud would get.
At least if a lot of people on our text line had their way. No,
yes.
It's. I'm glad that this came down though, because it would have been really odd if they somehow made it through this offseason without getting that done. This is the time period where it's available, and there's literally no doubts. The way that they talk about Will Anderson Jr., rightfully so, is effusive praise. That's even still an understatement. He is the embodiment of everything that they are, everything they want to be, honestly, everything they will be if they continue to have him here, which they will for 3 years. Are you surprised at all that it's a 3-year deal as opposed to a 4-year deal?
A little bit, but not surprised because of the money he got. I mean, I think that's where they're compromised, whatever the word might be, that they said, listen, we're going to make you the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of football, and we can do it for 3 years. And it's actually, it might have been something that he didn't have a big problem with.
Oh, no. Why would he have a problem with it? Like, this is good agent work here where shorter-term deal. That means now not in 3 years because he has 4th year here, 5th year of the option, and then these 3 years will kick in, right? So maybe that's ultimately part of why you get the 3-year deal, because he is getting to the table sooner rather than if they did a 4-year deal, but they still have 2 more years of control on him. And maybe that's also why this is more palatable. That 50 is not hitting you anytime soon. That'll show up in a couple of years, but you do have that 3-year, $150 million extension on the backside.
And it's also one of those things where clearly, I mean, we knew this already, and we knew it had to be prioritized. We expected it. But, again, it just hits you in this sense as well. Will Anderson is the cornerstone for anything they might do in the near future, and nothing is going to change that. I mean, he's going to play this out, barring anything, crazy.
In part because he has a no-trade clause.
Yes, exactly.
As part of this.
Interested to see what the bonus – I haven't seen the bonus yet, but I think that's where
the signing
bonus might come in big time. This is actually very, very exciting if you're a Houston Texans fan, not just because you lock him up, but for him – for the team, leader, cornerstone, D'Amico's, semi-son. This is what it's.
D'Amico wishes.
Yeah. At this point, he does. Now, this is fantastic. And clearly, the next question would be, what about CJ? Don't worry about CJ. Ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't think so. But who knows, right? Maybe because again, these things they don't let us know how they're thinking about it, and they just kind of come like a ship in the night. Which, of course, here you go, boom, out of nowhere. But the thing that I found interesting about seeing this, in addition to it being short term, is that this still falls in line with that, or at least closer to what that Nick Caserio MO has been, which is, give the guys what they want. Don't quibble about that last 4% or what is it that they say. Give them that a little extra, which of course is very easily justifiable in the Will Anderson Jr. portion of this. But it also makes me wonder, like, at what point do you have to pay the piper on that, right? If you're just willing to give that little extra on everybody, eventually in a zero-sum game like a salary-capped sport, you're going to lose out a little bit on the back end from the little here, little there that stacks up. Now, of course, I'm not worried about it, and Will Anderson Jr. is damn sure not the first place where I'll start doing this, but I was wondering, I think I talked to maybe Troy Chapman about this, Texans cap at one point at one of these games, is at some point, I think that their MO probably has to change. And so I thought that the way that the Texans went about their kind of cap ramifications and those things was do short-term deals. You can pay a little bit bigger in the time period when you have, your big ticket players on rookie contracts. And then when you get to the other side of this, then maybe you might need to switch up to make all of the numbers line up. I do wonder if if there will be a real change in the way they go about it. If they continue to do relatively short-term contracts where guys can come back to the table and they're willing to pay a little bit extra, I wonder what the casualties will be of that in the future. Now, of course, that's a future conversation, but that was something that was interesting when I saw relatively shorter deal, 3 as opposed to the 4 that I think a lot of people would want, and it is comparable to the Aiden Hutchinson, Micah Parsons deals that were done recently. And you also paid more average annual value as well.
Well, the biggest thing to me is, that whole rookie window stuff with C.J. Stroud. I mean, it's over. Now it's kind of what you're talking about. These are all starting to add up. Nico got paid. Daniil, of course, is getting paid. Stingley got paid. And you still have more coming with Kamari Lassiter. Now Will Anderson got paid. This is where Nick Caserio and his guys start to earn their money, because now you have to make those all fit with a quarterback that, by the way, also has a contract due.
And you went not just a little bit over the last, right? The Aiden Hutchinson was $45 million average annual value, and then you end up with Micah Parsons with 46.5, and we were like, ooh, that's look at that, step up. I think he went up. No, he went up 46.5 from when I think when Miles Garrett had 40. Was that the jump? Well, you're making not exactly the same jump, but you're making another $4 million on top of that. A pretty big jump,
and that was just from last season.
Right.
Yeah.
So, very, very interesting, but I'm glad at the very least that Will Anderson Jr. is done. It is guaranteed.
He deserved it too, man.
Oh, big time.
He is the reason why this defense, him and Daniil Hunter, are the reason why this defense works, right? Like, they're the keys. They are the tip of the spear for what they do. It is value reflected and reflective of what they mean to the team. There's just some interesting things around the edges, and I wonder how people feel about the idea that, yes, it's Will Anderson Jr., you're not going to complain about paying him his money, but that's another guy that you re-signed and you gave him extra money and you gave him everything, right? You gave him the no-trade clause, you gave him a shorter deal, and you gave him the big money, which typically you would think in negotiation that there'd be some level of give and take. It was all give.
No, this is, like I said, that they're telling you this is our cornerstone. Are they saying anything to C.J. Stroud? Absolutely, yes. We take care of it. You mentioned it here. They take care of their guys that they believe in and fall in line with what they want to be. C.J. Stroud, in my opinion, will not get any contract this year. And you will not see the same or hear the same breaking news thing, with C.J. Stroud. I think they're just going to wait it out. It's a message to him as well.
Maybe so. If you're just tuning in, Will Anderson Jr., guaranteed for, I think, another, at this point, 5 years from now?
So,
because he still has the 4th year of his rookie contract this season. The 2027 season will be his 5th-year option season, in which he makes, just under $25 million? Is that what it is?
Yes.
And then you have this 3-year, $150 million extension, in which he gets a no-trade clause as well. And so, Will Anderson Jr., for the foreseeable future, is a Houston Texan by and by, and I'm excited about that, if nothing else. That is a really fun thing.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. 2026. Cap hit of 11, 2027 club option, cap hit of 21, so it'll be 2028
when that extension
when this hits.
Okay, interesting stuff. You want to get a confession in?
Yeah, let's get a confession in.
These are my confessions.
Well, at least one person is going to, you didn't know this, Figgy, I bet. One person is absolutely going to benefit from the Dianna Russini, Mike Vrabel thing. But before the last couple of days, were you familiar with the name Chrissy Freud?
Nope, I was not.
You know who she is?
I do now.
Yeah, do you know who she is?
Yeah.
Spell the name right. Dude, a PR firm couldn't have come up with a better plan for her. If you don't know, Chrissy Freud, she was like not even a full-time employee of USA Today.
Yeah, she was on a contract.
She was contracted labor.
Yeah.
She would do occasional work for them, basically a freelancer.
Yeah.
And did a lot for USA Today. she totally, just completely, I was going to say undressed.
Oh, yeah, that's not the one that you want here. Not the adjective you want here. Or not
criticized Dianna Russini and ended up, doubling down on it and ended up getting, fired, air quotes, because, again, she was contracted labor from USA Today. Dude, she's going to get a big-time job.
You think so?
Yes, because she stood up for it. She defended it. Doing things the right way. She has some pelts on the wall. She's worked in Nashville, covering the Titans. Sure. I forget the other team, but she's worked covering another team and did a lot with she does the job.
What was the reason why they fired her?
Just
ethical
standards.
Yeah, ethical stuff. She had made comments about it, really bashing Dianna Russini and her standards. I think that the statement that USA Today, or not a statement, I think this was the email that they sent to her, the message that they sent to her, kind of cited that, the unsubstantiated nature of some of the things that, obviously, all the things with the Dianna Russini stuff. So I guess they felt that unbecoming and ultimately terminated their contractual agreement with her. I don't know that I'm going to the place that you are, but you could very well be right. Maybe I'm not cynical enough or too cynical. I don't know which side of that it would be. I do wonder if this is one of those things that floats your boat in that way.
She's not toxic at all. There's no toxicity with her.
Sure.
I
guess so.
And I'll put it this way. She'll get a job before Dianna Russini, and Russini's going to get a job. Yeah.
That I've actually also been sliding on. I do wonder how well that. Well, she'll get a job, maybe not reporting.
She'll work for Barstool or something.
Well, I know Stu Gotts, who I believe now has a show on Fox Sports Radio. I think he said something of the sort of I would hire her in a minute because they're friends and they've had obviously this is gonna sound wrong, a professional relationship of sorts. Man, this circumstance is really tough to talk around now, ain't it? But they've had a professional relationship of sorts dating back to Dan Le Batard's show and stuff. So there's definitely places where she has friends in the business that might help her land.
Parker, make the call, man. See where the price is.
What show you putting Dianna Russini on?
Hey, she can float around, man.
Have her on all the shows.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Our insider.
Yeah. She could be.
I don't like the way you said that. I really and truly don't.
She could be what John McClane was doing.
Yeah. Be going in depth.
I hate you so much. That is a confession here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. If you missed it, the big breaking news on the day. In fact, it's only 20, 30 minutes old at this point.
Grill, man.
Not even 30 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago, 15, 20 minutes ago. Will Anderson Jr. has gotten his much-anticipated extension. 3 years, $150 million plus. Yeah, that's right. 3 years, $150 million plus a no-trade clause for him. Remember, still 2 years of control before you get to that, so 5 years total. But Will Anderson Jr. will be a large part of what the Texans are for the foreseeable.
We can relax now, man. We was a little bit worried. What was it, a week ago? We was a little bit worried.
Were we worried?
I wasn't. I said he was going to get paid.
I was like, I don't remember feeling worried.
And I don't think CJ is.
That remains to be seen. Watch, we're going to come back next segment. Another breaking news. All right, coming up next. Do you want to talk a little bit more about this? Do you feel like there's more? Or would you like to talk about Dana Brown a little bit?
Listen and find out.
Okay, we'll do that next.
The Drive with Stoerner. At basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, it seems like you got some laughs there, John, with your Dianna Russini story in there.
It really wasn't intentional.
Get out of here. You don't have to lie now. Just go ahead and take it, man. People are already laughing on the text line for you, so go ahead and appreciate that.
The last one was intentional.
Yeah, see? Yeah. There we go. You didn't have to lie. That was not necessary. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. The breaking news on the day. I don't know how many more times I'm allowed to say breaking, but right now it's still breaking. Will Anderson Jr., defensive end, all-pro defensive end, I should add that, for your Houston Texans, will be on your Houston Texans for a number of years to come, as he had a 3-year, $150 million extension agreed to today, and he also has a no-trade clause. So you will be wearing a Texans jersey for at least, 3, 4, 5 more years.
You can buy that jersey, by the way.
Yeah. Buy that one. Feel confident that you will be able to use that one for a good long time, baby.
Yeah. I'm glad we had a place where we can actually buy the jersey. Because at one point, we were just like, man.
I don't know.
Should I buy this Dameon Pierce jersey?
You talk about that Calcium buying, trading futures. Yeah. You were really trading futures. Oh, you believe in him that much, huh?
Yeah. Salute to T. Mill buying that Davis Mills jersey, man.
Well, it did come back around in a way that we didn't think he was going to get a couple more games
still
out of
cool.
it.
He's still here.
He got a couple more games out of hell. Yeah. Depending on the way that some people talk about it, he might get a couple more. Who knows?
Yeah, as long as he's still here.
Yeah. So, but no, the Will Anderson Jr. one, you can go ahead and cop that one. In fact, you probably should sooner rather than later. Price might go up on it. You never know.
You know what's weird about this?
What's that?
Is it does, and we've mentioned, you got to get an edge rusher at some point in this draft, right?
It has felt like that.
It almost feels more so now, and I don't know why.
Well, okay, I think I might have an idea why. Tell me if you think I'm wrong here, because Danielle Hunter, you have him under contract for 2 more seasons?
Yeah, I just looked at it. He is off the books in conceivably after the 2027 season, and 2028 is when Will Anderson kicks in.
That's when the contract kicks in.
Yeah.
It does feel like that you might have just set the unofficial end of the Danielle Hunter run as the Will Anderson Jr. running mate for your Texans.
The 2027 season.
It might. Might 27. Obviously, this upcoming season is 2026, but the season after this one might be the final hurrah of this particular pairing. So does this at all change your mindset on this draft? Especially in a weird way, it's not a particularly deep edge draft either. Is it possible that now you need to very much in these next 2 seasons find who that next guy is who steps in for Danielle Hunter, because it makes it harder with you paying all this money, all these other places, to then pay even more money for Danielle Hunter?
Yeah, it did. And again, we all knew this. We were very aware that Will Anderson Jr. was going to get paid and it was going to be a lot of money. We were all aware that Danielle Hunter is going to be 33 in 2027. And maybe that would be it. It just kind of galvanizes that whole concept and makes me think, if you don't get an edge rusher in this draft, and we don't know where they're going to draft one, but let's say, you do get you sort of, try one in a mid round or something, you have to get one next year. So it just kind of galvanizes that whole concept that you need another edge rusher.
And it might not be the worst idea to just try, do the get one this year, see how it looks, get one next year, see how it looks. Because also it's not just about getting an edge, it's about getting an edge that is capable of being the other bookend for Will Anderson Jr., right? This thing doesn't work just because you got rush edges. It works because you got those rush edges, and that makes a lot of difference, right? Yeah. Will Anderson Jr., we know that he's incredibly valuable. You see Danielle Hunter still at maybe playing his best football in this last season, and not saying, and again, I'm still very excited to have Danielle this upcoming season, the year after it, but it does feel like the way that the salary cap table is starting to line up, especially if you do end up in a place where you sign C.J. Stroud to an extension, which I think I still lean in that way. I still think that that's ultimately going to be where it is, but I just speak in a way where I understand that that's not a given for everybody, so I want to be, understanding of that, but with all of the money that it's very plausible that you could be paying at that time, it seems more and more difficult for the idea that Danielle Hunter will be on the team past that. Now, maybe you get to that point and Danielle Hunter is still producing and maybe even the monetary compensation is a little bit less, right? Maybe that ends up being appealing, but it does feel like you're now in that end game where that might be the thing that you need to do is get another edge that you feel confident being the other bookend by the time you get to 2028.
And now I'm also just thinking here of how does it affect if future negotiations? Does it affect Kamari Lassiter? Does it affect not just the draft at the edge rusher, but the draft at cornerback? Because how many can you pay them all?
Yeah,
Can you pay them all?
Who's odd man out?
He's gonna get paid a lot too.
He's going to get paid a ton.
Yep.
He might be an All-Pro this year.
Yeah,
certainly he's Pro Bowl caliber. You got a lot of guys that it's a good problem to have, but it is a problem.
Yeah. No, I feel that. Yeah, it's a good problem, but it is still something that you have to figure out. This has been a thing that we've kind of bandied around, and I do wonder if this is probably not the time to have the conversation, honestly, but is it possible in your mind that they could pick Kamari over Derek Stingley when that time comes again?
Because of the money?
Farther in the future. I don't know if it's the money, if they like him more. Like, there's possibilities, right? Like, because you could do the Trent McDuffie thing that clearly the Kansas City Chiefs have done. Now, of course, the Chiefs have an entirely different philosophy where it seems like they just really believe their ability to draft and build up cornerbacks and making them into it, which I don't think is the exact same way that the Texans go about it. However, you could, in that future circumstance, and again, years in the future, do the thing where you trade Derek Stingley Jr. and then you elevate Kamari Lassiter to being that guy in the future.
I guess, it could easily be possible. I can't imagine it because Stingley is clearly one of the top, if not the best.
Yeah,
agreed.
Yeah. But if Kamari is playing to that level, where it's kind of a toss-up, where both of these guys so good, we could pick either or and roll. I can see it happening, especially if Stingley probably command a little more money eventually.
So, okay. Now, if we're taking this and bringing it back to right now, do you think that cornerback also fits in the same way that edge does, where it's like, hey, the next couple of years, start putting a few of those on the board to see if you can find a maybe answer that steps in when again, all of this money starts hitting and you need to start being a little bit more frugal with the way that you build your team?
At where?
Cornerback. Do you think cornerback is in the similar
that's what I said. I think it affects.
They should be looking at it now.
I think it's not just edge rusher where all of a sudden this year or next year is a must. I think cornerback is this year or next year. They probably, if nothing else, just to cover yourself.
Yeah, or probably try to find another Kamari Lassiter type in the second round or something like that, and try to bring them along.
Yeah. I think that those could be interesting. It's one of the reasons why, again, going back to the hypothetical that you threw out in the Would You Rather. Would you rather go for trading up 10 spots or trading back 10 spots? I think that back 10 spots into this space where maybe you can throw up a whole bunch of darts on, throw an edge out there, throw a cornerback out there. I think that these things tie together with throw some guys in there. Maybe they end up just being depth guys, but maybe you find a dime in the rough who makes it a little bit easier to say goodbye to one of these players that's been really, really good for you. And I think it's fair to say it's probably still going to be really good for you in the next coming years. I think that's how you tie this to right now in the draft strategy. But again, salute to Will Anderson Jr., 3-year, $150 million contract extension that will kick in the 2028 season for your Houston Texans.
Yeah, 2028. Derek Stingley has a $30 million cap hit. Danielle Hunter has that. I believe it's $45 million in 2027. So, these are things you're going to have to manipulate and manage, and work got a little tougher over there. It got a little tougher.
It's funny because you juxtapose this, right, with Nick Caserio, these young guys getting their money, getting it fast. You juxtapose that with the Astros, and you go, man, this is night and day, ain't it? I thought it was a really interesting piece written in The Athletic by Chandler Rome, obviously, who does a great job covering this Astros, talking about the Cam Smith of it all. And it feels odd that you go, all right, we're, 20 games in the season? Where's this coming from? But it's fair to acknowledge that, hey, Cam Smith, he's continuing to do good things for this Astros team. He's clearly not perfect and not done yet in his development, but he's early on to this, and it really does feel like they should already be in a place where they're signing him to that future extension because, hey, man, it's a number of guys that you're looking at. It's George Springer. It's Carlos Correa, who's now made his way back but walked out, where it felt like if you had done the deals that we were not making fun of, but we were talking about the Pirates doing that deal with their newest shortstop, where he gets his extension before he's even started playing. They can actually see into the future of having his bat in their lineup, having him in the field for them for a long period of time.
17 games or something like that?
In the minors, he played a little bit in the minors, and he had not debuted in the majors before they gave him a 9-year contract. It feels like that would be the thing that you do if you're going to be a team that has not been good about re-signing your guys once they have demonstrated them being really good. At the first sign of them being good, like Cam Smith has already shown them, they should have already signed him and have that security like we're talking about with the Texans on. That gives you clarity not on just on the player, but what you do around them. It feels like, weirdly enough, you're already counting down the days to where he has more and more leverage, and we might be doing the thing where you get to the end of this and the Astros offer an offer that's not really an offer because it doesn't fit with the value that the guy has.
I'm glad you brought that up because it's contrasting philosophies, and I'm not so sure that the Astros philosophy is as good as it once was. I mean, once upon a time, in his first second contract, his first real contract after their Alex Bregman, that was a good deal. I think they signed him, was it 6 years for like $100, and that ended up being a really good deal for the Astros. I think those days are over. Now teams are more proactive, and that's why I'm glad you brought it up in this other discussion.
Well, some teams are. I think other teams can afford to be not proactive, but they have to have ownership that's willing to pay above what the price is on the back end of it, right? It feels like the Astros. Well, not feels like, we know they haven't signed a contract that's longer than 6 years. They haven't guaranteed more money than, what is it, almost like $150 million?
And that was Altuve, I believe, right?
If you want to hold on to that being your status, then I think you have to be smart in the ways that you work around that, and that might be signing guys early. And if you don't want to sign guys early like this, because the only guys that they've signed recently was Altuve and Christian Javier, if you're not going to do that, then you need to do what the Rays do. Make sure that you're getting young guys and filtering them in, trading guys on early to get more young prospects to keep that cycle. There needs to be a philosophy, and in a weird way, it's not the immediate thing the Astros are dealing with. The immediate thing is finding a way to win games and have starting pitching. But this is also something that if you want to find your way to being back to being a really good baseball team, or finding a way to sustain that as well, you're going to need to figure out what your MO is. And I feel like we're in a weird place.
Because here's Nick Caserio, somewhat proactive, early in the game, gets it done, not a little more willing to pay a little more now rather than pay a lot more later. The Astros have been the opposite. And you mentioned Cam Smith, and specifically him. It would probably behoove them to get this done ASAP, because then you're looking at another Correa. You're looking at another player walking or having to trade him like Kyle Tucker. And he's really, truly, he and Jeremy Pena, in terms of position players, they're really the ones that you're kind of hanging your hat on right now.
Yeah.
For future.
No, 100%. And both of those guys. Now, of course, Cam Smith does not smack in the same way that Jeremy Pena does, but both those guys still lacking that next contract that gives you some certainty that they're going to be here for an extended period of time. Can't say that with Will Anderson Jr. 3-year, $150 million extension came down earlier in the hour, and also a no trade clause. So he'll be under contract through the 2030 season?
Yes.
Woo! Yeah. Love to hear it. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's come back to the Rockets, who will get their playoff run started tomorrow. We got some more questions that I think matter in this series. Let's try and set our expectations for what we expect in this series. We do that next.
All right, let's talk about Dianna.
Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, hope your Friday is going pretty well. It's been a fun Friday for at least one Houstonian. His name is Will Anderson Jr. It's more money and more money and more money.
How's he going to celebrate? You got to celebrate.
He'd probably go fishing. Like, he's so down to earth.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he seemed like he'd go fishing to go celebrate. Don't you think?
He's going to get he's going to supersize that meal.
I don't know if he's going to go fishing to celebrate it, but I bet you all his sisters like, hey, we going to Houston today.
Yeah.
We about to kick it.
Mm-hmm. They about to be in his house.
He got a little kick it in him.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
He ain't out here tearing the town down, but you can tell he get out in the streets once in a while.
He probably do. You know what? The problem is, in my mind, I'm just seeing the yes, sir, Will Anderson Jr. Yeah. And the yes, sir, Will Anderson Jr. Very good version of Will Anderson Jr., don't get me wrong. But I bet there's some outside Will Anderson Jr. too.
No, you know who's celebrating a lot? His dad. Will Anderson Sr. He like, yeah, that's my boy. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, man. Everybody's getting ready to eat.
I knew it.
If Will Anderson Jr.
I knew he had it in him.
If there weren't already some Anderson cousins that had hit up Will Anderson Jr., I bet they hitting them up now.
Oh, yeah. Cousins, aunties. Yes. I know they going crazy right now.
Congratulations, young man.
I met you at the family reunion.
I don't know if you remember. I used to hold you when you was a baby.
Yeah. That's how mama see him. I'm like, cousin. Cousin.
That'd be a good joke. I think that joke will go over in training camp. We might need to see if that one works. But yeah, shout out to Will Anderson Jr. 3-year, $150 million extension with a no-trade clause included in that. That means that he is now under contract for your Houston Texans through the 2030 season of NFL football, when I imagine they'll be playing 27 games a season. I don't know. All right, let's get to these Houston Rockets, who start their series with the Los Angeles Lakers tomorrow. And I think I have some more questions that I think we could use to maybe get our expectations down, and then hopefully we can get our thoughts down on wax. But one of the big questions that I wanted to ask is, how do you think the Rockets play LeBron James here?
Oh, I think this is one of those where they're not really hiding anything, because they know they can't hide it if they tried. They're going to just run doubles.
You think they double LeBron James and just get the ball out of his hands?
Run length and run doubles at him. I mean, to me, it's like, the Occam's razor thing. Sometimes the most obvious answer is the answer.
Yeah.
Let's not overthink this.
I wonder if they do that at risk of letting other dudes get off, right? Like, I guess.
But who?
There's the. I
think Hachimura could do something.
Hachimura absolutely could. Yeah. Luke Kennard is going to play a lot of minutes. He is a shooter that could be out there. And then also Jake LaRavia, who a little bit of a lesser extent. But yeah, I think that's one of the things that's interesting is I think there's two schools of thoughts. You could go, hey, we're going to make sure that you don't beat us. Let everybody else try and beat us. Or you could go to we're going to make sure that you have to try and do this alone. And I wonder which of those would be more of the right approach for the Houston Rockets right now.
This is so easy, man.
Okay.
Anyone but LeBron. Because even once he gets rolling, once he gets into the lane, which is, by the way, much easier if you're not doubling him and kicking out, that's when the complementary players can start complementing. A lot easier. This is one where you're still going to get yours, but we're going to make it as hard as possible.
All right, so I think that's probably fair. I think that this is a tougher one. Do you think that the Lakers need to send 2 on Kevin Durant the other way, right? Because we're talking about the best players. The reason why I say this is Kevin Durant's clearly the best player on the floor for the Rockets, and there have been teams that have deemed that necessary. But also, when the Rockets have found a offense where the ball snaps around and they find shooting, it is when people put 2 on the ball. Yeah. Kevin Durant passes efficiently out of it, and now the ball is finding an open Jabari Smith Jr. to knock down shots, an open Tari Easton to knock down shots. Hell, even an open Reed Shepherd if he's on the floor to knock down shots. Do you think that they maybe could possibly go with a circumstance where we're going to try and keep one guy on you at the risk of you going up over them, and Kevin Durant go ham but limit everybody else?
I think that's a higher possibility. I still think Redick is going to kind of have somewhat the same approach of, Kevin Durant is their best answer. Obviously, all due respect to Şengün, but doesn't it also depend on who's bringing the ball up, how the offense is running? Is it Kevin Durant? Is it Shepherd? Is it one of anybody else? Is it Aaron Holiday? I think this is almost like this is where J.J. Redick as a coach might be a big factor.
Yeah.
Sort of reading the room, reading the scene as it unfolds in front of him.
It's worth noting that I'm asking this not as an entirety of the series, but how do they start? Because there's something to be said for teams will start one way, see if it works, and then adjust. And so I do wonder how they start here. I think that they might start sending 2 on the ball.
They might.
I think they might start with
It's
that.
had success with other teams.
It has.
Yeah, and if nothing else, it's getting the ball out of his hands.
And I think one of the big things that the Rockets need to make sure to do is Kevin Durant, be on your P's and Q's, him, but also others. That first pass out, smart passes out of that double team, quick pass out of that double team, make them pay and then make them have to change. Because if they send 2 and they're successful, then you're just going to see a whole bunch of that. The pressure's going to ratchet up, and that's when you end up in a bad place.
And I also think it's going to be something of a feel thing because J.J. Redick will, and we all will get a feel for, are they knocking down their shots?
Yeah.
If the Rockets, if Jabari has a bad start, from Tari Eason, of course, maybe even a little Reed Shepherd, if he doesn't get rolling, then they'll just stay with it.
All right. A couple more questions here that I have, and then I want to get your general outlook on the series. Do you think the Rockets can dominate rebounding in the series? They're definitely the better rebounding team in the league. I mean, in the series because they're the best rebounding team in the league. But it's not the same as when Steven Adams was here and you were demonstrably, there we go, the far and away best team at rebounding and you just crushed your opponents. It hasn't been that all the time. Do you think that they can dominate in rebounding? Because I think that could be the thing that absolutely wins the series for them.
They dominate, as you're saying, they win, and they might sweep. But I think that's also one of the things that the Lakers are saying. And the Lakers, Ayton and some of these others, they don't have a lot of answers inside.
Yeah.
But I think that's their big focus right now. In fact, I heard LeBron talking about it yesterday afternoon.
Yep.
I'm sure you saw the same thing. It's not that hard. Just give the effort. Just go. Just crash the glass. Easier said than done.
Yeah, especially when the effort is also coming on the other side.
Yes, easier said than done.
That's where Josh Okogie being in this lineup. Now, I wonder if he's in the rotation in the same way that he was at the end of the year, but him being in the rotation, his effort, the way that he rebounds. Tari Eason, the way that he adds effort. Amen Thompson, huge in adding effort to rebounds on top of, obviously, Alperen Sengun. I think that those guys, if they're giving effort, I don't know what the Lakers have to do to try and stop them from dominating boards.
I think the Rockets can dominate the boards. I think the Lakers' biggest focus is something that they do already have done, pretty well, and that's defensive rebounds. You can't give the Rockets second shots. They're going to get rebound. They're probably going to out-rebound you. But, on the defensive side, Rockets get one shot. I think that's what you're really going to have to focus on.
And I'm not sure that they're going to be able to do that.
I don't either.
I'm leaning into the Rockets actually being able to do that in a consistent way. All right, 2 more things. One of these I think is close to home for you in particular. Do you think Reed is more of offensive bomb or hunted attack point? I say that to mean, is Reed more of a guy who his shot making shows up and his playmaking shows up, or is the playoff style of basketball different from the regular season basketball to the point where he's just getting picked on as the small guy on the court, almost in ways that we've seen like Steph Curry early on in his career and some of those things?
I think the best thing that ever happened to Reed Shepherd this year was Luka and Austin Reeves being injured. He is absolutely the offensive bomb, and I'll take it a step further. I don't think they have a lot of guys that can attack him. Who is going to attack
LeBron bleeping James?
No, of course. Yeah, but LeBron James is going to be someone else's problem by and large. Defensively.
Well, this is the thing is one of the things I hold true to in the playoffs is teams are not going to allow you to just hide your weakness. We're going to bring it up to the front. Hey, whoever Reed Shepherd is going to be guarding, he's going to get into pick and roll, baby.
It'll be for a millisecond. It'll be like, back at it, somebody else help, somebody stop the ball on the pick and roll so the defender can retrace and get back into it. There's easy ways to, even though they're trying to hunt Reed Shepherd.
I disagree that there's easy ways.
No, there are easy ways to do it. High pick and roll right here. I'll draw it up for you. High pick and roll right here.
All right,
Coach Lopez.
You got a high pick and roll.
You see it came right out of him. He thinks he's playing against John Shire right now.
No. You got the high pick and roll, and we all know what it looks like, right? And so they try to switch, get LeBron on Reed Shepherd.
Yep.
Anybody on the high post comes immediately up, and Reed Shepherd drops. That's how you do it. It's easy.
You say it's easy. You say it's
easy.
I think that this is
Watch what happens tomorrow night when they try to hunt Reed Shepherd. Because there is no one else that I'm adamant about this. I think the best thing that happened to Reed Shepherd was those 2 dudes, because those dudes could have done it. And they would have made him look miserable. They made his life miserable. But trying to get LeBron on Reed Shepherd, they might have some success. But there is no way any defensive coach, and one thing he can do is coach defense, is going to allow that to be like more than a millisecond of actually Reed and LeBron eye to eye.
They've done a lot of shoulder recovering, get him out of there, scramble him out of there. I think that there's going to be a lot of intentionality, and one of the things that you admitted to, and I think you're right about, is J.J. Redick is very good at scheming. I think that they will find ways to put him into action.
Oh, they're going to try it, and they might have a little success.
I think they're going to have a lot more success.
But you have length on the wings that are going to be, 1 foot in the lane.
Yeah,
the old
they're going
high
to be
school
peeling
thing.
in.
Keep 1 foot in the lane. Let's go. Switch it back out.
I'm very intrigued because if you're right, I understand. I'm hoping you're right, that they can't pick on Reed Sheppard, and that makes it so that he can be on the floor, he can be an offensive bomb. I am deathly afraid that he ends up just being a hunted attack point, and it minimizes his potential effect.
Yeah.
But, I've been talking about this for a long time, and this would make me very wrong if they're able to keep him in an offensive set and not worry about the defense. But this would be a time where I'm very okay with being wrong. My final thing before we set out how we're looking at the entirety of this series, I think this ends up being a really interesting question that we somehow have not gotten to at this point. How locked in is Alperen Şengün?
Yeah.
Because I think that there's a possibility that you get great Alperen Şengün, a guy who is decisive when he gets the ball, moves quickly with the ball, or you can just get a just okay Alperen Şengün. I think that that's going to be really determinative of how the series goes.
I think he is absolutely locked in. I think he, has felt much more comfortable in his role. I think they've been using him better since the point guard experience went in other ways because that adds more pressure attacking the basket inside. I still think there's a little bit of a question of does it have staying power? Does it have staying power? I don't think the Lakers can really match up inside, with him and everything else that the Rockets are going to be trying. So I think he's going to have a terrific series.
All right, expectations for the way that this series goes. How are you seeing this play out?
I'm with B. Scott. I think it's a gentleman's sweep. I think the Rockets win it in 5. I do think that the Lakers are going to. This is going to be, hey, you're not up, 13 with a minute left. I think it's going to be some close, tough games. Rockets just have a little more with Kevin Durant, Şengün. We'll see what happens late.
It's funny that you say that because I think if you're talking about that, I think this is Rockets in 6 because
there'll be a 1 or 2.
They are a team that still needs to prove that they can shut the door. Hell,
that's fair.
How many Houston teams are we talking about shutting the door? Right, the baseball team doesn't have that within their tool belt right now, and the Rockets have demonstrated a uneasiness, a shakiness when it comes to shutting the door in those clutch moments. The Lakers have a dude who can shut the door, right? And I know that you have a dude who can, but how consistently will you do that, especially if you end up in games that are tight at the end? I do think that they will win more games than they lose, clearly. But I think that if you want to get to 5, it needs to be a lot more of these games where they're putting this thing away with 4 or 5 minutes to go in the game as opposed to heading down into the final couple of minutes.
I think, yes. You make a good point, and I said it earlier in the week. We don't know. They've had trouble closing out games consistently this year. So that's more than fair. I think if the Rockets, if this gets interesting and it's a 6-game series or heaven forbid a 7-game series and it's all on the line in one game, I think it's going to be because they didn't take advantage of their bench minutes. I think the Rockets bench is the most important thing right now. They are so much better when they are playing their best than the Lakers bench. The Lakers are so thin. If they can't take advantage of that, then it might get interesting.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair thing to say. But Rockets 5.5-point favorites in this opening game tomorrow. Rockets win game 1 on the road in LA.
I think they have to, right? Yeah, I think they do. Yeah,
I feel like they do as well. But I also wonder, do they get got by the J.J. Redick? I had a whole week, and I'm going to show you something that you weren't expecting in the first game of this. They've at least got to split the first. I mean, that's just the basic of.
Oh yeah.
You got to win one of these on the road at crypto.com arena in these first couple.
Then it gets
games.
real interesting if you don't.
Yeah, no, 100%. But they are damn near 6-point favorites in this, which is. I mean, there's a lot of these first games that are really, really big spreads. Actually, this is the smallest spread of the games that we have definitively right now, right? Yeah, so you have the biggest spread right now is Celtics over Sixers. That is a 12.5-point game on Sunday afternoon. Then you have a 10.5-point spread in the Spurs Trailblazers game. An 8.5-point spread in favor of Cleveland when they face off against the Raptors, which honestly, that feels like if we were still doing games on NBA TV, that would have been an NBA TV game, right? Get the Raptors in there, the Cavaliers, go ahead and snatch that
That's
one.
not
NBA
going to be a bad series.
No.
Yeah.
And then you have 6.5 with Nuggets over Timberwolves and 5.5 point, dogs in the Hawks versus the Knicks, and then of course the Lakers versus the Rockets.
So you're saying Rockets in?
I'm saying Rockets at 6.
I'll say Rockets in 5. Figgy, you got a thought?
I'm gonna say Rockets in 6.
I guess the 6 can get interesting.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because especially if you're right in your assumption that, hey, Luka Doncic hustles his way back out here. We've seen him play
that's
before.
the fly in the ointment.
If he hustles his way back out here for like 6 or 7, then you go, ooh.
I'm just thinking, me personally, I'm just thinking about LeBron. Like, hey, if I could get 2 games out of this and get Luka back, we might have a chance.
Yeah, it'll get a little tight. It'll get a little tight at that case, but we'll have an opportunity.
What do you call it? Lemon booty?
Yep, the lemon booty. you get it, right?
Oh,
you see the image, right? The pucker.
Well, I don't want to see the image, but I do.
Shout out to
show us what it looked like.
All right, I don't think we can do that on FCC Airways. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let us know what are you thinking win this one. Ocho says he goes Lakers in 7. And he'll cash in on the money line. Okay, all right. More power to Ocho. Ocho a little bit of a hater. I don't think we've explored this enough. Ocho just got a little hater in him, which I respect. I just want to acknowledge that. That's there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time where we hand things over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, man. I ran across this poll online that says 17% of people use a washcloth in the shower. So I kind of want to take that poll to the people, 713-572-4610. What do y'all do in the shower?
Do you use the washcloth or are you dirty? Let's talk about it next.
Yeah, so it's Figgy Fig holding it down. Shout out to Metro, man. I just saw an article from the Houston Chronicle about how Metro riders won't face fare increases during the World Cup, unlike some other cities. And that's good. They trying to look out for the people in Houston. They ain't trying to get it all in your pockets and all that. They're making it so much easier for us long term. I'm talking upgraded platforms, safer sidewalks, cleaner corridors, greener spaces, and fast contactless ways to pay. With the Ride Metro fare system, tap your card or scan your phone and ride across rails, buses, and park and ride routes. You can learn more at ridemetro.org/fare system. It's the new way to ride.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Who do you need to
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. I want to know if this is crazy or not. And I was kind of asking y'all earlier before the show about how y'all bathed. And
which, by the way, HR will hear about this.
So I ran across this post. Somebody posted this on social media. It was a lady, and she said this: "My husband thinks it's crazy that I use a washcloth to clean my body.
It is.
He thinks it's either a loofah or your hands. Which one do you use?" So she actually put a poll out there, and so people was taking their votes. And this was more than 3,500 people that weighed in on this.
Not a bad sample.
50% said they wash themselves with their hands. Another 31% said they use a loofah. And 17% said they use a washcloth.
Yeah.
So I just kind of know where do y'all fellas?
Well, you asked the question, is this crazy? I think it's 17% crazy using that washcloth. You got to use the soap, man. You got to get up in there. You gotta scrub.
Wait, you mean soap to skin is what you're talking about?
Soap and hands to skin, but soap, get it all going and then wash. Because here's the thing about washcloths: nothing really sticks to the soap because it's soap and it rinses off so much easier. Think like your grime, your grit, and other body elements stick to a washcloth. Even if you think you rinsed it out, it sticks to the washcloth. When you're using a washcloth, you're wiping yourself with other people's soot and grime and other human elements.
Hold on.
No, it is. Why do you think you wash the washcloths?
Yeah, you wash the washcloth.
Yeah,
but don't nobody else
you use a clean washcloth.
But don't nobody share washcloths though.
No, sometimes some people share it.
Oh, well, then they're
we ain't talking about those.
Okay, but
we're assuming proper usage of all of these things.
But
right?
even if it's just you using that particular washcloth, your previous bath or shower's stuff is ingrained into the washcloth.
Maybe people use washcloths differently.
No, it's just really common sense. I'm sure there's some science behind it too. Things stick to the washcloth.
No, I hear you.
Yes.
But my point is, you use a different washcloth for each.
Every bath, every shower, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. I wouldn't judge you quite as much, but if you use the washcloth, you kind of hang it. A lot of people kind of hang it on the bar or whatever.
Dry it out.
Dry it out. You're wiping more crap on your body the next time. You got to use soap and
your hands
and get up in there, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't see. To me, like when you wash dishes, do you just use your hand or do you use like a dishwash cloth?
I use a dishwash cloth. I use a brush. Actually, I use a brush.
So why you don't use your hands so you can get all up in there with the soap?
But because with the brush you can
Hold
actually
on,
scrape.
He might be cooking right now.
No,
Go
he's
ahead
not.
now.
Because you need the brush. I don't use a cloth.
You smell what the Rock is cooking.
I don't use the cloth. I use the brush because you scrape some stuff off and then you put the dish in the dishwasher. And you know what? It doesn't matter to me if on the next dish a couple of little elements get stuck to that plate because I'm going to put it in the dishwasher anyway. But on my body, use the same washcloth.
So what you're saying is we need a people dishwasher. I hear you.
I would do it. Just put your hands up, you spread your legs. Let's go.
All right, okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah. I was kind of shocked there was 17% that still uses a washcloth. I thought it would be a little tiny higher than that.
I thought it would too. Honestly, I was surprised that it wasn't a larger contingent of like loofah and loofah-like things. Although I feel like of these three, the loofah is the most dangerous if you're not using it right, because the loofah, in theory, you use it, exfoliates, but also, are you making sure that it gets clean and that we're not dealing with the similar thing?
Yeah, that's kind of my point.
Is there not things possibly festering within the crevices of this particular sponge?
Yeah, I still use a washcloth, and I get a new one every single day. Every single time I take a bath, I just use a new one.
Yes, well, I wouldn't judge you nearly as much for that, but a lot of people just hang it on the bar.
They just hanging up, yeah.
That to me that makes zero sense.
Yeah.
I love that we're creating a little bit of a war on the text line.
Oh, yeah.
Base Power text line 713-572-4610. I use a clean washcloth on days I don't shower. Wait, on days you don't shower? Wait, hold on. I'm not understanding. What's happening here? What?
I'm trying to hopefully that was a typo.
They shower with their hands, I'm guessing, but then on days that they don't shower, they just use a washcloth to do like a...
I judge everyone.
I'm very
like
confused.
a bird bath or
Yeah, I
something?
think that's what's happening.
I judge everyone that doesn't bathe every day. That's stupid.
The ways that your judgment works are kind of confusing me.
Because you're
McDonald.
dirty.
Yeah, let me ask you this.
You got road grime on you, man.
Let me ask you this. Do you actually go down and wash your legs, like scrub your legs?
Oh, heck yeah.
Okay.
You can't just let the water run down.
Hey,
off.
There's some people that believe that. There are some people that think you just start the soap
shout
up
out
top.
to Reggie the guy, or Reggie's co-worker, or former co-worker.
Shout out to my former co-worker. I'll put his name out here, Corey. He needs to know he's nasty. He used to be like, well, the soap just runs down. No, it doesn't. Why would you scrub up here but not down there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what makes the arm skin different than the leg skin? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Kristen Cabot, a.k.a. the HR lady that was caught at the Coldplay concert.
That's her.
I knew that name rang a bell.
Yeah. So TMZ actually caught up with her. I don't know how they found her or where she was at, but they caught up with her and they asked her if Coldplay reached out to her at all. And this is what she had to say.
That was a great speech. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Has Chris Moore ever reached out to you?
No, never did.
Would you appreciate if he did?
Yep. Would have been great.
Would you still go to a concert?
No. Coldplay or any
Coldplay.
No, I'm all set.
All set?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You did a great speech, though. I really liked it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Why the hell are you looking for Coldplay to reach out to you? For what?
Thank you.
Honestly, that's not the part that stuck with me, was the idea that she was like, never again will I go to Coldplay. I'm like, who are we? Are we blaming the right people here?
Why are you mad at Coldplay?
Well, I was going to say that, but also
did he put the camera on them?
Well, but when they did put the camera up, he did start making the jokes about, hey, they might be cheating.
Well, okay. I would too. I mean,
were y'all?
I would have made the same joke, but I can understand you being mad at me in that instance where you actually were cheating. You're like, oh, my bad. Like, I thought we were just telling jokes.
Like, I wish he could have followed up. Like, what are you looking for Coldplay to say to
you? Did Coldplay make you cheat?
Are you looking for an apology?
Well, in her mind, she didn't cheat because she was separated and he was separated.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and they had already talked to HR about it, so everything was on the up and up. Yeah.
Yeah, like, what are you doing, lady?
Not according to their faces.
Okay. She said she was mortified not because of all that, but because her separated husband was in the crowd.
Yeah,
that's why.
Their faces told a different story.
Yeah,
they definitely did. That's silly. Oh, by the way, speaking of TMZ, I don't know why I come across these things sometimes. Did you see Braxton Berrios got run down by TMZ?
What?
Yeah. I didn't see that.
Yes, look, search it when we're done here. Braxton Berrios, and hell, you might it's clean, by the way, if you're looking for it now. It is clean. So Braxton Berrios was coming out of a restaurant,
noted Puerto Rican,
with a woman, and they started asking him about Alex. What's her name? Alex Earl.
Yes.
And he's like, "No, I haven't heard from her." And I was like, "They're chasing down Braxton Berrios at an L.A. restaurant."
Hey, they be serious with that, man.
Man, they got reporters everywhere.
Here's the thing: they're not chasing down Braxton Berrios; they're chasing down Alex Earl's ex-boyfriend.
Yes.
Like that's the thing is, unfortunately,
but
that
he does play in the NFL.
Yeah, they would chase down her cousin if they could, man. No, they be serious.
They asked about Tom Brady and stuff. I'm like, Braxton Berrios is TMZ worthy?
I'm not gonna lie though, I do think that. This was especially when they signed Braxton Berrios. Remember when Jesse Watt lost her mind about it because of the outro? Yeah. It was a reminder that we do live in a subsection of the reality. Sometimes we like to pretend, like especially those of us that like sports, we are in the mainstream. Not quite. Like there's a whole other portion of like society that's happening, and this is a reminder that hey, in some circles, Alex Earl is it, baby.
Oh yeah,
like she is it, and I did not know about her.
You found it, Figgy?
Yeah, I think I found it.
It was hilarious. I was like, Braxton Berrios?
Yeah, here's TMZ with Braxton kind of running down on him after the restaurant. Inside the restaurant.
Hey, Braxton, how are you?
Oh, she sounded like she cared about Alex Earl.
Yeah.
He pretty much ignored her.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask, is there any insight you can add to what's going on between what's happening with the Alexes right now? Any show of support for Alex Earl? Thank you. Good to see you.
Wait, did she bring his ex-girlfriend's mess to him? Is that what just happened here?
Yeah, I think there's a
she's
feud.
dealing with some mess somewhere, and then
the young lady got in the car, and then he walked around to the driver's side,
and then the paparazzi,
and he was just smiling like, nope.
The paparazzo was like, "Hey, your ex-girlfriend is in some beef with something. Do you care to comment?" Absolutely not. What are you talking about?
I wish somebody would walk up.
It's Alex Earl and Alex Cooper. Whoever.
I'm so confused, bro.
Yeah.
But again, a reminder: these people, big deals to somebody, not me. But again, a reminder. The world does not revolve around the things that we do. That we think it does sometimes.
I think we actually on the wrong side of the world right now,
I'm like,
man.
wait, what is happening?
I'm sure the text line is this TMZ? What like is this? Yeah, we can get away from that, man. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So we all at one point had this older, I guess, grandma or mom who stay by themselves, and we always try to check on them. And when they don't answer, we freak out.
Correct.
Yeah. We freak out. We start calling everybody else like, hey, somebody need to go over there. She ain't answer her phone. Well, this kind of happened to a lady in Westlake, Ohio. It was a 91-year-old lady. And she wasn't answering her phone. I think she was part of a program where I guess they kind of check on you. If you they'll hear from you in a minute.
I might want to volunteer for something like that. Just check on little old ladies.
Yeah. So here's the story from ABC 5 in Cleveland on a 91-year-old lady who wasn't answering her doggone phone.
Westlake yesterday. Police and the family of a 91-year-old woman unable to get a hold of her. But officers never could have imagined what they were about to find when they went to check things out.
Westlake police at the home of a 91-year-old woman Thursday night.
783, garage doors open. We're going to make entry.
Police, her family, all unable to get a hold of the homeowner.
And vehicles in the garage.
The woman, a part of the city's Are You OK program. This time, another woman not answering the call.
Everyone's a little bit alarmed that she was missing these contacts.
What would police find this time?
Westlake police.
But what happens next? No one would have guessed. Police found her all right in her room. We'll let the officers called to dispatch explain the rest.
We're here with her now. She's playing video games in her bedroom.
Police say not just playing video games, but trying to beat her record level, officers say. In the process, missing those attempts to check in on her. But we're told, thankful police came out.
Turned out to be all okay. Everyone got a good laugh out of it.
She's just like me.
What video game was she playing? It had to be Candy Crush, right?
Nah, I think she's like one of these.
Don't sleep on the older ladies playing that Candy Crush, man.
Oh, for sure.
No, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the case.
I think she was on the Xbox. Like I think she had the headset. She was
at
talking
91
trash.
years old.
I think
Why
she
not?
was okay, so this is the thing. If she was playing Candy Crush on her phone, you don't think she would have saw on the phone call?
Right.
I think that she had her phone off to the side. She was playing on the video.
My wife have a grandmother who plays Candy Crush all the time to the point she don't answer the phone.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah, old Nana, she will hit ignore on your ass while she finished playing Candy Crush.
What if it was like Madden?
That's what I'm saying.
High score. By the way, I need to know, did she get the high score?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
I don't know.
See, that's a journalistic brain. He was like, we need to get to the bottom of this.
Yes.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought that could have gone a lot of different places, and I'm glad
she
that
was
it was
getting busy.
I did as well for a period, unfortunately.
Yeah.
At first, before they said they went to her house, I was like, did she go to the casino and just get trapped in the casino or something?
No, that's another place.
End up at the slot machine?
Hey, I ain't trying to put my my Nana out there, but she don't be answering her phone, and she like, she'll call back the next day. Yeah, I was at the casino.
Yep.
Like, Nana, you got to start letting people know something. Like, just shoot a text or something. They don't answer anything.
I would love to believe that our grandma in the story was just like playing Call of Duty or something.
I hope it was
talking real trash.
I hope it was. I hope it was.
Can't whip me though.
A 91-year-old lady playing Call of Duty. That would be hilarious.
I mean, I think it's possible because the key thing there is they said high score.
Yeah.
So that's.
But you could get high scores on like Candy Crush and all that stuff.
Well, I guess.
Absolutely. No, for sure.
Yes. But the officer did say video game too. So I'm wondering if she was really hooked up to a video game.
Which honestly, I'd be happy just also because, older folks don't always get the stimulation that they need. I know she's being stimulated. She's got the finger dexterity and everything. I feel like grandma staying somewhat young, staying alive.
Yeah.
She gonna make that Smucker's 100,
Yeah. All right, get y'all out of here on this. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So once in a while, I like to look up on Google what national day it is today, just to kind of see what pop up. And these are the things that popped up today. National Cheese Ball Day.
Oh.
Cheese ball?
Oh. National Cheese Ball Day.
I don't think I ever ate cheese balls, man.
Really?
I don't think I've ever eaten cheese balls.
Good.
Yeah, you got International Bat Appreciation Day.
Bat?
Like the flying.
This what it said. It said focus on educating about and protecting bats. So I'm guessing it's not a
baseball bat.
Baseball bat.
Yeah.
But it could be a baseball bat. I don't know.
Okay.
This one kind of surprised me. Husband Appreciation Day. So Lopez, happy Husband Appreciation Day.
Thank you. It's long overdue.
I hope your wife.
Not for you. You don't get to play.
Yeah, I hope your wife got something planned for you.
Actually, I don't think so.
I hope it's the return on that prank that you did. I've been waiting to hear that one day Lopez walks in and goes, "She got me."
Oh my gosh, there's a live tiger in the bathroom.
It's also National Haiku Poetry Day. Shout out to Fred Davis. He's a big haiku guy.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you ain't know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, we used to do Haiku Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
On here, and then
I'll send that to him.
Yeah, and then we got National Ford Mustang Day.
All right.
So I guess
you know what day it is in Texas?
What?
Fruits and Vegetable Appreciation Day in Texas.
Okay.
Fruits and vegetables. Maybe not. We won't get into it here, but I got some hot takes on.
You got hot vegetable takes, huh?
Hyping hot fruit and vegetables.
And real quick, I thought this was funny. TMZ, speaking of TMZ, they posted this. Retired porn star Asia Carrera passes the Texas bar to become an attorney.
Hey, shout out to her.
Yeah, good for her.
I never heard of her, but salute to her. And one of the comments are crazy. One of the comments says, so she intends to continue to bleep people for money.
That's
good. That's hard to top.
Not bad.
That's hard to top.
Not bad.
Yep.
Not bad at all.
Yep.
All right, that's a fantastic edition of the mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. every weekday. Hit him up at the Figgy Fig on social media if you believe that you see something that is mixtape worthy. He'll shout you out and make you famous. All right, it's a Friday, baby. We're getting ready to finish off our run of the show before we hand it off to the drive. Before we do that, we got to draft the weekend. We'll do that next.
What does best player available? is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Man, I've enjoyed our Friday to this point. Hope you've done so as well as we continue in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Here in a moment, we'll hand things off to the fellas of the drive. And again, reiterating, if you somehow have been under a rock, Will Anderson Jr., the extension has been done. 3 years, $150 million. That one, I think it will kick in the 2028, and that means it'll run through 2030, so he'll be under contract through that. But he is now the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of the National Football League, and to boot, also has a no-trade clause. So he'll be here as long as he wants to be here, which I imagine will be a good long time. So salute to him for making some money. I imagine he'll have a good-ass weekend.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm sure that really helps you go into the weekend in a good way. Oh, you know how you play
was today
football?
payday? Yes, it was.
Today's payday in a whole different way.
It was.
Different way.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of other things happening this weekend, so let's draft it. Let's draft the weekend and see what will be paying attention to headed into the weekend. Figgy Fig, I believe that you have the number one pick in this weekend's draft.
Yes, and I got to go with the Rockets Lakers Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, that's
enough said.
Easy pick. First playoff game for this Kevin Durant iteration of the Houston Rockets. There was ups, there was downs this season. There's a waning in belief at times. This could go a long way in really establishing how the series goes, right? The first step into it. But then I think that depending on how they play, they could win a lot of belief back for themselves when it comes to how they could, comport themselves in these playoffs.
That's exactly where I was going. Whether them being the Lakers are shorthanded or not, you want to see how the Rockets, does it translate how they ended the season into the postseason? Are they still doing the things that they need to do to play their best? And then that's the story. Are worrying about themselves more than the other team?
Yeah, without question. So that one's 7:30 ABC tomorrow. Another game, I think, in the NBA, because there's going to be a lot of NBA games that are very much worth your interest. The other series in the West, in fact, I think this is probably likely to be the best series in the West. It'll happen tomorrow at 2:30, and this is going to be on Prime Video, so make sure you're ready. There's a lot of Prime Video games, mind you, in these playoffs. It's Minnesota at Denver, the 6 versus 3 seed matchup. I can't wait to see this. Denver's a 6.5-point favorite in this one. However, Minnesota also just had a lot of time without their best players, where they've had injuries. They're trying to find themselves. That's a really good basketball team that is better than their record and better than their standings. I think that they have a possibility of really giving Denver a little bit of a shock, especially if Denver isn't on their A game. They have been playing a lot closer to their A game recently, though. So I think that that's going to be a fascinating series, and I think it starts with Game 1 tomorrow at 2:30.
Look, we talked about it with B. Scott earlier a little bit. There are some intriguing for the first round, very intriguing matchups. That's probably the next most for our purposes. I'm going to go with. I got to see Peter Lambert.
Y'all got to let this man live, man.
I got to see, and also just the intrigue of the Astros in general. They won 2 out of 3 against the Rockies. They haven't really convinced a lot of people other than maybe Arrighetti. We'll see about the other pitchers when they come around. But this is big, man. This is a winning team they're facing. I think the first winning team they've faced all year, because the Red Sox was 0-0, and then everybody else had losing records.
No, that's a great point. This is going to be a little bit of a different test, and of course Peter Lambert on the mound opposite Kyle Leahy. Those are the pitchers that are going tonight, 7:10 p.m. I believe this is a Space City Home Network, obviously, game. Faith and Family Night for the Astros. Carlos Correa City Connect giveaway is what's happening if you're happening to go to the ballpark today. But yeah, Peter Lambert, haven't seen him pitch for the Astros, so. Is this another Jason Alexander or Colton Gordon of sorts that could come up and help you stem the tide as you need it? Or is this one of those things where you just have a guy whose name you will lose because he's not able to help you out here? I really hope that you get something out of him. If for no other reason, then you can't keep getting these 3 2/3 innings outings from the guys who open up for you.
different starting pitcher already.
Yeah, man. And what is it? 20 games?
21 games.
Yeah, man. It's this is rough. So
that's wild.
Hopefully, our guy Peter Lambert is out here and is able to do a little something for us and start off with a win in the series. I mean, this is. I would love to get another series win, right? I would love to stack some of these, especially as you mentioned against a good team, where it's not just, hey, can you beat? And first and foremost, can you beat anybody? But can you beat somebody of some level of magnitude? That would be nice. But we'll see how that goes. Fig?
Yeah, so I'm gonna stick with the NBA, man. I'm gonna be checking out the Cavaliers and the Raptors. I kind of want to. I feel like this might be a sneaky good series, man, because I want to say during the regular season the Raptors kind of got the best of the Cavs, but they've been hurt. They had different lineups whenever they played the Raptors. I don't think they played with James Harden. So
right. No, they haven't played. They haven't played this full iteration of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see how they go. And Toronto, I didn't realize how okay Toronto was. So I'm gonna be checking it out. I just want to see how James Harden handled this.
No, for sure. Like James Harden. This one feels like yet another situation where we're going to see if there's another indictment of James Harden and his playoff record. Because let's be honest, as much as here in Houston, there's a lot of respect for what James Harden has been able to do, it's hard to deny the record of playoff flopper or whatever, right?
Yeah,
can he start to rehabilitate that in the smallest of ways? Maybe so. I am actually going to take a basketball game that is not technically a playoff game.
Oh, I thought you were going to take the one tonight?
Give me Warriors Suns tonight. I think that this is fascinating. I think this could be a really high-level game. And then I am very scared after you saw Steph Curry just ramp it up. There was talk about whether Steph Curry was going to be on minutes restriction, if he should even come back.
Yeah.
Not only him, Al Horford looked good. And then
Steve Kerr said they're champions.
Them boys looked like they were playing like some champions. I want to see if that was just them dialing it up one time, or if this is going to be a thing where Golden State Warriors, they keep doing the thing. If they're the cockroaches, as Charles Barkley once called our Houston Rockets, if they're going to be that team that refuses to die.
Draymond playing his defense.
Yeah, man.
They might be the boogeyman.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to be.
And I would like to find out very quickly. I'd like to find, because that would be wild if they are some level of boogeyman coming in here against Oklahoma City. Right? This could be something that you could tie into the Rockets. It's a very roundabout way, but look, if the Warriors do look better, and I'm getting the side eye of all side eyes from Ron the Show Hughley. Allow me to, at least let me make the case, damn it. If the Golden State Warriors actually, once they're healthy, are playing like some level of foe, can they extend a series with the Thunder?
Oh, because just extend.
One of the things that people were talking about.
What?
To anything, right? One of the things that people were talking about was the Thunder getting so lucky with the way that these series were spread out, right? The Rockets-Lakers series would be spread out really long, that possibly if the Thunder could just blow through their first round, they would get rest. Any additional games that you could stretch in that first round series versus the Thunder gives them a fewer days to rest in preparation for the round two.
Yeah.
It's a lot of looking ahead. It's a lot. But I like this game on its own merits, and it was just a little extra salt on it for me, thinking about the possibilities that could be on the backside of it.
And last one here, as Ron joins us. What's Lance McCullers?
Yeah.
What is he?
He's one of the best five. That's what he is.
Yeah, and that don't say much. That does not say very much right now.
I'm just telling you right now.
Yeah.
But is
he 2, 3, 4, or 5?
I'm just telling you. If you got to tell me right now, if they got how many guys who I feel good can get me 4 innings and have me just
gosh, that's such a low bar. 4 innings in the ballpark.
I'm just saying in the ball of what we do.
Or is he one?
Lance has been up there with anybody.
He has.
Yeah. You take Hunter out, Lance has been.
Yeah. Where is he right now? If you had to push, that's why I want to see Saturday.
We did it. We got a promo running right now.
Yeah.
We did it where I like out now that Hunter Brown is outside of Hunter Brown. I mean, Lance may be the most confident pitcher that. Yeah, I know it's damn. But even last week, you remember they had that 4-game stretch where where George Kirby went in there and outperformed all 4 starters of the previous games.
Mm-hmm.
Lance was the one who went 4 in the 4 1/3.
Yeah.
I mean, if all the guys that are on or available right now, I mean, I trust him over Cody Bolton. I trust him over Imai. I trust him over
Peter Lambert.
Pete Lambert, who we'll learn about tonight, who was in Japan last year.
I want to ask you a question that we were asked by, was it Aaron Rabel? If I just gave you the name Peter Lambert and didn't tell you what he did and what his significance was, what would you tell me that Peter Lambert does with his life?
I thought he was
extra on Yellowstone.
That's a good answer.
I was gonna say he was he was on Step by Step.
Oh, that's also a good answer.
Was it Frank Lampert? He is related to Frank Lampert.
I think he starred in one of the porn videos that show used to sell in high school.
There were some Lamberts in there.
There were some Lamberts in there.
There were.
I think he's the modern day Christopher Cross. He's soft rock. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Lambert.
PL, baby.
Going to the PL concert over there at
little yacht rock.
Yeah.
Playing some dive bars.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Lance McCullers, he's on the mound for your Astros on Saturday. I think, man. I don't even know how
he ain't no Roshan Miller.
No, he sure as hell ain't. I tell you that.
That thing had some legs, man. We're getting texts about it today.
Yeah, we came in for crosstalk with Sean and Seth, and Sean wanted to accost our guy John Lopez for not pushing back more on what you guys was talking about. With,
what else you want me to do?
I mean, for what?
What else
you
want me to
do?
I was the one like, no, hold on.
That's right. He was like, no, people know Billy Miller.
Okay. We're gonna stroke Billy now? That's what we're gonna do.
I know Roshan.
We're gonna stroke Billy.
Roshan Miller.
All right.
I bet you Sean was pissed in his car.
He was no, this is the thing.
Stop doing this to Bill Miller.
And Clint, you work with Sean a good amount of time during the football season, right?
Sean don't forget nothing.
You can tell when Sean is mad. Like Sean is he has a lot of fun, but you can tell, you can see it in his eyes when he's legitimately upset. He was upset this morning. He was. I saw it. I was like, oh, he was mad about that.
Hey man,
he must have really enjoyed him some Bill Miller.
Would Lopez put 5% on it?
Yeah, that was the one.
That was
what did it.
Hey, even if Lopez is off 20%, you're still low. I mean, damn. Even if you missed, I mean, what's the argument here, man? Yeah. You kidding me?
Lopez has assured me that today is fruits and vegetables day here in Texas.
It's Texas State Fruit and Vegetable
Did
Day.
not realize that. Yeah. He also has assured me that he has hot fruits and vegetable takes.
Oh yeah.
And so I figured that if I had to deal with it, you would have to deal with it as well.
I'm here for it.
Take it away.
I'll give you my two hottest: one hot fruit take and one hot vegetable take.
Okay.
The greatest vegetable, without argument.
Oh, there's no way he's going to get this right. He's not landing this. It doesn't happen.
Oh, I'm landing it. Is corn. And let me explain.
Get the hell out of here,
Let me explain.
Man.
The most versatile vegetable on the planet. Corn oil, popcorn, corn casserole, corn.
Canned corn. Cob corn.
Yes. I like corn, but it's not like
corn salad.
Yes, salad. Corn is the most versatile vegetable.
Ethanol?
You can make oil. You can drive a car with corn.
Yes.
You can make alcohol with corn.
Make alcohol with corn.
Yeah, I mean, what's the okay?
Landed it.
He landed. I mean, hell, you did more than landed. You landed it with no landing gear on his belly, and nobody got hurt, Coach.
I was on the Hudson River.
Man, no. Hey, I don't know about that.
Corn fritters.
But yeah, I'll go. Good. Yep.
Drive a car.
Cornbread.
You can.
Cornbread. You might have did it with cornbread.
The word. Okay, what you got next?
Here's my hot fruit take, and I love strawberries. Love them.
Okay.
But if they're not organic, they can be hot garbage.
That's the take?
Yeah. Strawberries that aren't organic, they just process them so much right now. They have no taste.
No, that's 50 and up bougie J-Lo right there.
It is bougie.
50 and down, San Antonio J-Lo be eating the hell out of them strawberries. It don't matter where they came
Dude,
from.
I was lucky to eat plums off our back tree. We had fig. We had a fig tree, man.
I don't know if I'd tell it. My wife buys organics, I think, so I don't know if I'd tell the difference.
If you could.
You should.
No, I meant I don't know that I experienced it so far, so I don't know.
Have her get a small container of regular strawberries and an organic. Dude.
Different.
Regular strawberries are bland.
Wow.
Bland.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
I can't remember the last time I bought a strawberry. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Every
Kids
morning,
love
Chief.
them.
Yeah.
Oh really?
Oh yeah.
Oh, kids, yeah.
Mm-hmm. We got strawberries.
I bet you my 4-year-old has had eggs, bacon, and strawberries 3+ years of her life. If you add the days up, I mean it's every morning.
Yeah.
It's every morning I've ever cooked for him. It's eggs, bacon.
It's a good breakfast. Good for you.
Some kind of fruit, and for whatever reason they lean to strawberry. I go to blueberries and.
But your wife buys organic.
I believe so.
Has to.
I believe so.
Yeah.
And maybe she need to put a little corn in there too. That's what I'm hearing.
We don't need a lot of corn around the crib. To be honest with you, but we might
need to up it.
Mother-in-law had a corn casserole
you can grind corn,
for Easter.
cream corn.
Stupid.
John, you've sold it.
Cornmeal.
You can grind.
It's over. It's over.
Corn tortillas.
Corn tortillas?
I hope you know I'm making fun of you.
What's your favorite corn?
Corn pops?
What's your favorite corn?
My favorite corn is probably, I like corn on the cob, man.
My mother-in-law's corn casserole she just made.
Corn casserole
was
strong.
ridiculous. I would not have even thought about
corn
it.
ribs. You make them.
The little riblets?
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Well,
I can see Show is like, man, he's right. Corn is great.
This is the silliness that I decided to bring you guys on a Friday. I hope this sends you off into a fantastic show.
Yeah.
John Lopez, have a good weekend. We will have a lot of good basketball to talk about, and we'll be that much closer to the NFL draft. But in the meantime, appreciation to Dianna Model Leasing for the crosstalk. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
The drive is live. Text line rolling through. Corn is a grain, not a veggie. Just wanted to get that in for John left. Yes. And Tyler said you could also make whiskey with corn. So there you go. There you go, Tyler.
Grain makes corn. Corn makes whiskey.
There it is.
Great tune. Can you name the artist?
Don't got it.
I don't know, but I know it made his woman feel a little frisky.
There you go. I'm going to say Tracy Bird.
And I'm gonna go with you.
I could I'm not confident. I'm not confident.
Me neither.
I'm not confident. It may be Big Boy. It may be Big Boy that was married to Miranda and then married what's her name, the blonde. It may
maybe
be
Blake Shelton.
Blake Shelton. Who is that?
Oh, it's Luke Bryan.
Luke,
we should have known that. We should have known that with that ass he's got.
Oh man,
we should have known that with that ass he's got. That's what Tyler said.
Frisky Friday, baby.
Said it. I mean, hey,
big asses, corn, whiskey.
He rolled that off easy too, didn't he? Just said that with ease with that big ass. That big ass he's got.
Luke Bryan's thick, man.
Yeah, he's got the thick. Something else is thick is Will Anderson's pocketbook. See what I did there? The big news of the day, Clinton, Tyler, and everybody on the Base Power text line, YouTube, and Twitch jumping in. The Texans. This is no surprise at all. And now Clint doesn't have to say Will Anderson shouldn't step on the field. That is done.
I ain't lifting a weight.
Not a weight,
calf raise, triceps extension, not a weight. Let me do the latter what?
Military exercises is what he's doing. Until they get this money. But the Texans, they sign all-pro edge rusher Will Anderson Jr. To a blockbuster 3-year, $150 million extension. 134 of it is guaranteed. He becomes now, over Micah Parsons, the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of this game. The deal also has a rare no-trade clause. He gets $32 million as a signing bonus. So he's rolling in right away. So this is an extension. So for the next 5 years, he is under contract with the Houston Texans. Clint, nobody is surprised, I don't think, by any of this. We said the type of season that he had to have to jump over Micah Parsons, and when you're an all-pro, you have that type of season. And he was many people believe, the leader and linchpin of the best defense in football last year. Not a surprise at all. Your initial thoughts when you see this deal?
Not a surprise at all. Absolutely earned every penny of it. Whatever you thought about J.J. Watt, and I'm talking about Defensive Player of the Year, J.J. Watt, at his peak, J.J. Watt. Whatever you thought of J.J. Watt, Will Anderson is standing right next to him in every sense of the phrase. There, as a player on the field, as a man off the field, as a pillar and leader in the organization that you can build around, that you just hope that your players gravitate to. A guy that for the most part, speaking of JJ, but for the whole part with Will, does it from within his own personality. I mean, this Will Anderson is exactly what every organization that's ever had a top 10 pick, this is what you hope you get with that pick. On and off the field. Not just a great player, but a guy that is also a great leader, a guy that's also a great man, a guy that, again, does it all from within his own personality. There's nothing fake about Buddy. Will Anderson is as real as they come, and he should retire a Texan. He should retire with the Texans jersey on his back.
Well,
and this is just one step towards making that happen.
You said it. Like, it's not just that his play, which warrants it,
yeah,
but he fits every single piece of exactly what they want. Right? Like,
yeah.
I think he would fit in any team, but more specifically, like his everything else outside of the play is, I mean, it's coming from D'Amico's mouth. Like, if D'Amico could draw up what it is that he wants, he brings every single bit of that.
Yeah.
And so that also made this a factor to, we're going to get this done. There was no going to be no haggling about this.
Ron, the easiest check that any McNair, anybody that since the Texans have been an organization, the easiest check they've ever written. I mean, I remember being at the Super Bowl, and we're in the Players Lounge. Will Anderson, I just got through talking to one of the agents, the agency that was there, kind of handling the handlers for these guys. I can't remember which agency it was. Hell, it's Clutch, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's Clutch. Yeah, LeBron.
I was talking to one of those gals and just chit-chatting or whatever, Houston, Will Anderson, blah, blah, blah. About the time the elevator opens, it's Will Anderson. Will Anderson gets off the elevator, looks me dead in my eye, daps me up, kind of half hug, and then keeps his day going. I mean, there's a human element to him that I don't even think J.J. Watt had. J.J. Watt maybe had it early on, but I think there's a human element to him that later when J.J. became J.J., that I don't know that he even had. There's and I'm not sitting here telling you that Will Anderson knows who I am or remembers me. We've interviewed him 4, 5, 6 times over the years on the post-game show. But there was obviously some level of recognition of like, I think I should probably dap this dude up a little bit. And he did it. It wasn't nose in the air, walk by, ain't got time for nobody. There's just everything about the dude is, let me write this check. Let me allow him to be the pillar that the Houston Texans organization is built around from a player perspective. And not to mention also on this deal, not just Will. I mean, I love it for Will, and it is all about Will. But the Texans being a team that is taking care of Danielle Hunter the way they took care of Danielle Hunter, I think from a veteran free agent standpoint, the way they did Derek Stingley made him one of, if not the highest paid at his position. And then all of a sudden you turn around and Will Anderson, you pay him as much money as any defensive player, non-quarterback, not just defensive player, non-quarterback has been paid in the league. The Texans being the organization that's doing these things, I think goes a long way for them as well. Hey, draft them, raise them up,
take care of Nico
take
early.
care of them. Yeah, man, that is I think it's a feather in the cap of the Texans as well, the organization as well.
Let me ask you all this. Tyler, Base Power text line 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, because I think there's a lot off of this signing. Again, if you just missed it, 3 years, $150 million extension. I don't know if I'm not a great counter, but that's $50 million a year right there.
Easy math. Easy math.
That's $50 a year, baby. That's quarterback money. 134 guaranteed, 32 at signing. Hey, we can all be honest with each other, right? This is a safe space to be honest. You keep it real, a buck, however you say it. Y'all think he was going to be this good? Did y'all think? Did you think that Will Anderson would in 3 years, when they drafted him that first year? Because we'll be honest, like we ain't got to play the tape back. We on this show, we question the elite ability, right? Like his floor was always going to be high. He was always going to be a really good player against the run, and a probably a player that you knew would start, be out there, and you can depend on. You knew he's going to be. But the next level thing, I know we wondered about. 713-572-4610, Base Power text line, YouTube and Twitch. Did you think that you would be sitting here 3 years later and he would be getting $50 a year and would be the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of the game, and no one would flinch? No one would flinch. Right? Now, I in my mind, I'm still sitting here, Tyler, toying in my head about the JJ comments that you made there. I don't know. JJ something else in his prime. I know. I mean, Will is headed there. Obviously, Will is great. JJ is something. But to even have that conversation, like you would have never. Did you think he was going to be like this?
No, hell no. No. I mean, hell, I question fit. Not in Houston, just in the league. Where is he a D end? Is he an edge rusher or is he a linebacker? I remember when we saw him at the draft, I was like, damn, he doesn't look big enough to be a true hand in the dirt edge. So it was size, it was fit, and then I think the biggest part, and to your point about JJ, this is why I put him in the JJ level and arena, is I had no idea what he was about as a man, as a leader, as an alpha. It's one thing to hear Saban says all his guys are leaders. And so you don't really know. Now we've seen it firsthand. You watch him play in college and you question, okay, does the high motor guy at the college level with a bunch of 5 stars around him, does that really transition to the league? And does it transition to the league to this degree? So I question that. I thought there was a chance he could potentially need to be used as a Jadeveon Clowney type move. He needs to be moved around. You can't just couch him over there and sit him off the edge. Boy, was I wrong. No, I was wrong. I'm never been more happy to be wrong on all of the above. I did not have Will Anderson being a $50 million a year guy and being paid as the best defensive and the best non-quarterback in football. I didn't have that. No,
they had
no choice.
No choice.
But it is. I don't even know, Ron, that it's like for me with Will. Like I love Will. Will's a great player. I don't know if his play alone, like some guy, like a Micah Parsons, their play alone, I don't know that warrants $50 million a year, highest paid non-quarterback. The whole package makes it a no-brainer.
A no-brainer.
Absolute no-brainer.
That's the thing is he is everywhere. Like in terms of, like he's got to have led or been second in pressures, like over the last 3 years. The numbers also back it up. Maybe Daniil has had more sacks, but clearly we see teams are shifting who they're trying to stop. And there's probably no DN in the game better at stopping the run. And he's a crazed animal. I mean, you go flip on the Buffalo game from this year. I mean, he gave Josh Hale. I mean, throughout the entire game, running and has done that throughout. I knew he'd have all the other stuff, right? You could tell when we first met him at the draft in Kansas City, you'd be like, oh boy, the D'Amico, they're gonna love this.
Oh yeah.
They're going to love this dude. Like, this is right down their alley. We knew all the intangible stuff would be there, and he, as you said, high motor. He would try hard. You would never worry about how hard he's going. But, I didn't know if, all right, man, 3rd down and 7, they're double-teaming you. You know they're going to double-team you all game, and can you still wreak havoc? And he does every game. I wasn't certain that he had that, and he has that as much as anybody in the game.
Yeah, to me, what puts him over the top is one of the intangibles that we didn't know. I said I posted this on Twitter. Like there's a lot to love and really, really love about Will Anderson. To me, the number one thing is he is who he is, both the great player and the great man, and it's authentic. There's never been a moment when I've watched Will Anderson or been around Will Anderson. Or he's been on the show. There's never been a moment where Buddy wasn't just, always talk about like there was never a moment when he wasn't 100% unapologetically authentic. Like just it's wild. He's the one young dude. Now he's been caught a few times, but he's the one young dude on this squad, especially with the CJ, Will, the early on when they were just coming out of the dysfunction. That's always seemed to just speak off the cuff. Now, that's trusting himself that he's not going to say anything stupid. They stopped him a couple times. The post game, he's had to look over at the handler a couple times and be like, no. But he is speaking from his heart, and it's authentic and genuine, and it's not something that somebody asked him to say or not say, or he's not trying to please anybody. It's just real. And so, yeah, man, that's the part I think that for me, again, that's just super convincing that you got the right guy and you can't let him go anywhere else.
Text line rolling through. As I said, did you think he'd be this good? Someone text in, Clint, junior year, yes. Senior year at Alabama, no. Glad he's a Texan. It's like Will and CJ switch from what I expected at draft night. JW. We might touch on that a little bit. I thought he was a reach, so kudos to D'Amico and Nick. When we drafted him, I said, We got the coach and the quarterback, and I wanted the best player in the draft. That was when I bought season tickets. Ron saw Will in college. he couldn't have weighed 240. Didn't think he would handle NFL tackles. Boy, was I wrong. And someone else thought the defensive player of the year was a bit of a stretch, but not surprised to put Will Anderson Jr. in a great environment that he would turn out the way he was. No, I mean it's been a great, and I do think D'Amico, Matt Burke, those guys that coach the D-line deserve a lot of credit too, because Will is just not naturally like I think Danielle Hunter just naturally can speed and come off the edge and power like that. I think Will has had to work to a lot of this in a way that others didn't.
Yeah,
right.
I think you look at Will. I mean, you look at Myles Garrett. You look at Danielle. You look at. I mean, those are different level edge rushers, like different tangible assets. And Will is just a different animal, man. So I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah,
man.
he's worked himself into that. But Clint, there's more to this because the Will Anderson piece, I don't think that's a surprise at all. He deserves it. Everything. That's not a surprise at all. Now there is more off of this. What does this mean for others? And when we say others, you know the hell we talking about. What does this mean for C.J. Stroud? We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive. But before we get there, guys, you know what it is. It doesn't really.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the big news that really no one is surprised about, but it was more or less, when is this going to happen? And that is Will Anderson. Will Anderson is wrapped up, and he will be a Texan where he is under contract at least for the next 5 years, a 3-year extension, a record-setting 3-year extension. 3 years, $150 million. Is what Will Anderson got, and that makes him the highest non-quarterback ever in the history of the sport is where Will Anderson is. Well-deserved. He has had a 3-year stretch, Defensive Rookie of the Year, Pro Bowler multiple times, All-Pro last year, has improved on his sack numbers every single year that he's been in the league. And then there's all the other just Will Anderson stuff, the off-the-field stuff, the fit, the leadership, and the guy that he is for this organization and the leader of this organization. So Will Anderson gets what he deserves. Now, Clint, for me, if we're honest, I'd say maybe at the start of last year or maybe in the middle of last year, was the point where we first got to, maybe CJ is not going to be the first priority to get paid. Like, we knew they drafted CJ at 2, and we knew they traded up to go get Will, and both of those guys played, and both of those guys were Rookie of the Years on their side of the ball. Both of them had great promise. Hell, CJ started off with more promise, especially at the position that he plays, which is the most important position in team sports, quarterback. My honest question is, what does C.J. Stroud have to do? Now we see this contract. What does he have to do this season to put himself in a position to get an extension? That has started to become a real wonder to me when I saw this. If CJ gets an extension, Clint, he will become the highest paid player on the team, right? I don't think if CJ gets an extension, he's getting an extension where he's making under $50 a year. But I think CJ is going to make somewhere between $50, $60 a year if he gets an extension. What does he have to do, and what type of season does he have to have for the Texans to feel like they want to commit that to him? Because he's next.
Yeah, look, I think this is a two-part question. I mean, C.J. Stroud has to commit to the system wholeheartedly and not just tell us you commit or tell them you commit, but by your play and by how you go about your everyday. And then he's got to go out there and play within the system and play at an elite level across the board for the entire season. Can't just have a good 10-year stretch, 10-game stretch. Got to play lights out. And when I say lights out, I'm talking about lights out in Nick Caley's system. Yeah, I'm not talking about going out there, Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen this thing, Joe Burrow this thing.
You're not saying he has to replicate year one?
This isn't a stat thing. No. I mean, look, that would go a long way. This isn't a stat thing. But if he goes out there and commits to the system, embraces the system, plays well within the system, doesn't turn the football over, and there's going to be 4 or 5 big moments, a couple of which are probably going to be in the playoffs. He's going to have to play not great, not Superman, but he's going to have to play well in those moments. Win, lose, or draw, he's going to have to play well in those moments. Number one. So I think it's committing to the system wholeheartedly, embracing it, owning it, making it a part of who you are, and then playing big in big moments. I think that is the play part here. I think the second part is going to be the tough one. I think he's got to be the undisputed leader of at least the offensive side of the football. I think he's got to be a personality that guys that owns the room, Not that guys like. I'm tired of hearing about everybody likes C.J. Stroud. Hell, I like C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud is a guy that it is impossible not to like.
I don't know, but some people have found a way to.
Well, no, look, I think he turns people off, but I don't think people don't like him.
Yeah.
I think he turns people off, and I'm not even talking about the play. I think there's certain things about C.J. that turn, but he's got to be the undisputed leader, and people ain't gonna like this, but he's got to be the undisputed leader that DeMeco Ryans talks about the way he talked about Davis Mills after that game where Davis Mills brought the team back. We've got to hear things that aren't manufactured. We've got to hear things from the head coach and from other players that are, hey, man, the whole team just took on CJ's personality right there. CJ's cool, calm, collected. We just sat right there. We were confident the whole time. We came back and won the game, right? I mean, and I was using the Davis Mills example, obviously, but whatever that may be, whatever it is, maybe it's a Superman a couple of times throughout the year and the team jumps on his back. I don't know. But he has to have that level of impact and influence on this offense and on this team, or I think they're going to have a hard time paying him $50 million plus a year.
The more and more I think about it, I think it's going to be really, despite what Cornbread believes. Shout out to Cornbread, he's had him signed 2 years ago. I think it's going to be really hard for him to get there, just because what the Texans are going to have to believe is he is worth his play, and what he is worth being a $55-60 million player a year to go along with what we've already shelled out to Will, knowing that we got other players down the pipe, right? We already got big money at corner. Do we want to put more big money at the other corner spot? We got a left tackle that's coming down the pipe. Are we going to have to pay him big money? How are we going to replenish the other side when Danielle Hunter leaves? We got Bullock. We got there are a lot of things that they're going to have to do when you put, like I said, I know the salary cap is funny, but it's hard to move two guys that are making 50 plus million in two guys. And will he be given the chance, Clint, to perform at a level that makes them believe, man, we gotta have this for this team to reach its pinnacle. I think it's going to be difficult for him to have that chance to show that that's what they gotta have.
Look, I don't think this group believes they got to have a $55 or $60 million quarterback to win games.
And then he's starting at that. That's true. He's starting there.
But your point, like it's, there's just when you look at the Texans and you look at C.J. Stroud moving forward, it is going to have to be. It's not going to be this highlight reel season of, man, did you see this? Did you see how often he was Superman? Like, that's not going to get it done. It's going to be, you look up at the end of the year and there's 28 touchdowns and 4 interceptions. Something like that, where it just is a consistent good to great, good to great, statistical decision making, just all the silent stats are going to have to be there.
And it's also got to be done in a way in which they feel like, man, we can't get this from somewhere else.
Yep.
Like, we can't get this from somewhere else. Like, it is so important to us. We got, like Will Anderson, they can't get that from somewhere else, right? They're at the point where we have got to commit big time. So that to me is the next big thing is, boy, I wonder what in their mind CJ has to do to warrant them to say, yep, we are ready to make this type of investment. 713-572-4610. I see people jumping in. Let's turn to the Rockets as their playoff season gets started tomorrow. Just before we get there to the playoffs, this new season that everyone's excited about, how would you rate year one of Kevin Durant? How would you rate this season? What comes to mind when you think about year one of Kevin Durant with the Houston Rockets? We'll discuss that coming up next.
I'll tell you how I'm going to rate CertaPro painters, right? I've had a lot of experience with paint contractors, with flip houses, rental properties, my own home. I'll rate Serta Pro Painters at the top, 5-star, baby, no doubt about it. When it comes to being on time, communicating, keeping the place clean, when it comes to the final product, when it comes to the
Energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Y'all ready for this? All right, welcome back on a Friday. Enjoy yourselves on this Friday. I ain't gonna lie to you. I got some Moscow mules waiting on me somewhere.
Oh, really?
I got a taste.
You gonna do Moscow Mule? You gonna do it with vodka, or you gonna do it with tequila? Do a vodka mule.
Yeah.
Oh, you going somewhere to get it, or you gonna do it at the crib?
I'll probably do it at the crib.
Probably
go somewhere, pick it up, and watch some of these playing games.
Yeah.
Go do that.
How many you think you'll have?
Probably in the 3 to 5 range. You know, I'll stay up a little bit.
Oh, there ain't no doubt you'll stay up a little bit.
Shout out to the pit last night. That was strong. Got my friends and neighbors tonight.
I checked with the wife. She said, I said, you like gory? You like gory stuff? You like gory stuff? She said, oh yeah. She don't. I mean, I'm not like into it, but it doesn't bother me if it's on a TV show. She said, by the way, I heard the pit's really good.
Jump in.
Bam.
Perfect.
I said, you want to start it right now? I said, well, but the Stros are playing.
I do. Listen. I want to
this weekend.
I want to get to the Rockets and Kevin Durant. And again, Base Power text line 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in and give us your thoughts. As I said, how would you rate year one of Kevin Durant with the Rockets? How would you rate this year? But I love the thought and the passion. But I was just like a couple of our listeners on YouTube, as they thought that the conversation was pointless of C.J. Stroud. He's going to get paid. Pointless as hell. C.J. is getting paid by the Texans, especially when Jalen Hurts gets $51 a year and Daniel Jones gets $44. He's getting paid. I'm going to tell you right now, as I've said to you, the 3 years, if you take the 3 years that C.J. Stroud has been the quarterback, it is damn near, and I believe not even damn near, it is unprecedented that guy has not gotten a new contract after 3 years when he's eligible. A guy who has done what he has done. I don't need to go through and say it. You know what he has done in the total 3 years. Not just his last 2 games, but in the 3 years. All right, I think that guy has almost gotten paid, and there are plenty of guys who have done less that have gotten paid. But if we would say, you tell me where I'm at here, Clint, quarterback is the most important position on the football team, correct?
Absolutely.
It's the one that you're going for. It's the most important. As Clint said, Jonathan Taylor was an MVP candidate. Daniel Jones got hurt, and they lost every game after. Right, the quarterback position, that's Daniel Jones, who's not anywhere near as good at his job as Jonathan Taylor is. The quarterback position is the most important piece on the field. You have a guy who, by his resume, has been as good as many guys who have gotten paid in their first 3 years. Why is he not getting paid? If it is if it is pointless and that's gonna happen, why is he not getting paid? Why have they already come the hell out and said, yeah, he's the quarterback for this year? If it's pointless, if you just feel like it's a foregone conclusion, then why is there no talks? That guy would be the priority. Almost in every example, he would be the priority. But here, he is not. He is not. He still has to prove something. And if he still has to prove something, clearly, he still has to prove something after being a top 8 MVP finisher, Pro Bowler multiple times, turning down the Pro Bowl last year and letting Shedeur get in, but turning down the Pro Bowl last year. Like, why would that guy not be getting paid as soon as he's eligible to? It's not a shoe-in. Clearly, he needs to prove something to them this year. Now, he may prove whatever he needs to prove and they sign him, but if he has done everything on paper screams C.J. Stroud extension. It worked for Trevor, worked for Tua, it worked for many others. But for some reason, it's different here. I just don't like to say it's pointless or it's a shoo-in that he's just going to get paid. I just think it's just not what's really going on.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I'm clearly a 180 on that pointless conversation. I think it is. I think not only do I think it's a great conversation, I think it's probably one of the biggest watch and see in the NFL. To me, it's clear. It's easy to see why he hadn't got paid. It's easy to see where the questions are coming from. And we'll just sit back, get your popcorn, because there's I think the organization can justifiably think that he's worth the organization can justify saying, nah, we ain't paying you early. We want to let you see. We want to see another 4 year. You got something to prove. And the player can easily justify, no, I've done enough. I've been dealt some bad cards. I've done a lot with what y'all dealt me. Now go on, pay me my money. And so we'll see what those two, when those two collide, what that looks like and who holds the most power. We'll see.
They've had four young players who have been really great players, like Pro Bowls, All Pros. When you look at Stingley, you look at Nico, you look at Will Anderson, and you look at CJ. CJ is the guy who plays the most important position of them all, and he is the one that they are that they are leaving out there. To say they signed Stingley immediately, soon as he became eligible. Immediately. They just did it with Will. Immediately. Nico. Right when immediately did it. Took care of him. Anyway, year one, Kevin Durant. Where are your thoughts? Year one, Kevin Durant. 713-572-4610. I see some people chiming in on their thoughts on where Kevin Durant is. Someone said year one, Kevin Durant was great himself. Everything else around him, though, was a roller coaster. Your thoughts, Clint. Year one, by the way, and if we look at it, this year he played 78 games, 26 a game, almost 5 assists, 5.5 rebounds a game on 52% from the field, 41 from three. The Rockets had the exact same record that they had last year, except last year 52-30 got him second in the West. 52-30 this year gets him fifth in the West. Your thoughts of Kevin Durant year one? Obviously, the postseason to come.
I mean, look, I think it was underwhelming. I think it left a lot to be desired. Anytime we talk about Kevin Durant, if you lead with, well, he scored this or he scored that, then to me, I'm checking out. We knew when you signed Kevin Durant, no matter who you surround him with, and you know Kevin Durant's going to eat. You know he's going to get his. You know he's one of the best scorers in the game. No matter what team he's on, no matter what he's surrounded with, he's going to do that. We knew that was going to be who Kevin Durant was. For this team to then turn around and 3 quarters through the season be the worst team in clutch time is unacceptable when you got KD on your team. For this team to everybody, maybe other than Kevin Durant, to have taken a step back this year, including your head coach, on Kevin Durant's arrival, I think that's a bad look for KD. I think when you look at, I know we're in the playoffs, it's in the rearview mirror. When you look up and down kind of how the playoffs unfolded, to put ourselves in position where every team that we can touch in the standing owns a damn tiebreaker. In those critical moments, it didn't get it done. We all knew. I think the baseline for this conversation, we knew KD was going to be great. We knew KD was going to get points. We knew he was going to get buckets. And that doesn't even need to be said in a Kevin Durant conversation. The bar starts extremely high. To me, it left a lot to be desired. To be completely honest with you, with how everything unfolded.
Listen, I think KD personally was his season individually, I thought was better than I expected him to be. Right? Like I thought like he still showed to be one of the best players, offensive players, especially in the league. But if we just put it all together, I think disappointing is a fair route to go, just because the expectations walking in was this team is going to seriously compete for a championship. And they got the horses, and KD is the piece that can help them compete for a championship. he comes in and Amin Thompson should improve. He comes in, life should be easier for Şengün. He comes in and Jabari Smith should be better, Reed Sheppard, all of it. And from a team perspective, even though the record is the same, and I would say because KD's here, I'd probably trust him in the playoffs more than I did last year at that young team and Jalen Green and company. But, Clint, it was, midway through the season where we knew, hold on, this isn't a title contender. This isn't. The expectations dropped midway through the season after watching this team. And all of that is not on KD. But as the best player and the leader of the team, I think some of that falls there. Their turnovers late in games and their issues late in games, he's not void of that. He's a part of it sometimes.
Yep.
And the things that you feel like they should have figured out, some of it is coaching, but some of it also is the players and a guy like him who's seen everything, who's been a part of great teams and great schemes and great coaches. So I think him individually, a lot more in the tank than I thought for him to be able to go 26 and then those slash lines of 50, 88 or 89 from the free throw line and 41 from three was fantastic. But the team just did not jump through. And I'm sorry, there are some people we just agree to disagree on this one. I just the Fred VanVleet thing is for them to look the way they did here. Fred VanVleet, to me, shouldn't just completely zap them of being a title contender. Right. Well, completely zap them.
Well, even if you feel like that, it's still Fred VanVleet is not the equivalent of losing Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. They're still okay. Let's say you're a lesser team and you're not a championship caliber team, but it's still an opportunity for a guy of that ilk to go, okay, hey, let me grab these cats by the nape of their neck and let's go. Let's get better, man. Let's overcome this. Let's have a plan. Let's attack this thing. And there were times when they were without that.
They just didn't seem to be on the same level when they played as the top 3-4 teams in the league. And we'll see how it goes the rest of the way. All right, coming up, Will Anderson got the bag. Who does that?
Big bag,
and he deserved every bit of it. Who does that potentially affect down the line outside of CJ? Who else does that affect? And Trent Brown, he spoke about the quarterback, C.J. Stroud. What do you hear what he had to say in conversations he's had with Stroud for this upcoming season? That's coming up next.
All right, look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. My man, Dr. Matoran, is the guy. He's awesome. His staff is tremendous. His office, they got all the bells and whistles, right? So here's the deal. If you have breathing issues, right, allergies, sinus, sleep problems, snoring like a freight train, maybe it's your significant other and you're listening, you're going, yeah, I know one of them guys, one of them gals. All right, look, quit suffering.
Cardinals. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Arizona Cardinals have traded the third pick to the Houston Texans. With the third pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Will Anderson Jr., linebacker, Alabama.
We were there for that.
I didn't remember him sounding so drunk.
What I was just thinking. He was like slurring.
We were there. I don't know. I don't think we were drunk. We had just got done working, but we were in the crowd, so maybe we couldn't hear him as well.
Yeah, we weren't paying real close attention. I was watching you do work, man. You was out there getting content. Right.
If you remember, we were losing it because we were doing content. CJ had gotten drafted. We're doing content, and then out of nowhere,
that's right,
they were on the clock, and we're like, "Whoa, what's going on?" And then we're like running. We're trying to run towards the front of the stage. And we found several just hammered Texans fans.
Yeah, we did.
And they had themselves a good time as well. As
real good time that night. That's how it's supposed to work. You go to the draft in Kansas City, and then all of a sudden your team drafts number 2 overall and then turns around and trades up for number 3 overall while you're sitting right there front row. That's ideal.
Yeah, it was good. And that was a big moment. And that moment has led to him being a defensive player of the year, him being a multiple Pro Bowler, and him being an all-pro this past year, which that equals Clint highest paid player that's not a non-quarterback in the history of the league. If you've missed it, the deal is done. No surprise, pretty much just waiting when this would get done. We all knew that this was their priority. They weren't talking about Will Anderson as he's going to be a part of this group for this year. They weren't talking about, they weren't even saying nothing about Will, just get work done. And if you missed it, Will Anderson has signed a 3-year, $150 million extension. 134 of that is guaranteed. As I said, he becomes the highest paid non-quarterback to ever play in the NFL. He also, Clint, has a rare no-trade clause as well in this. He gets $32 million at signing. So that is the deal. As Will Anderson is inked up, everything that you would want to draft a player like that he's become, and you have no problem paying him. My wonder, Clint, is all right. We know Stingley is got to be top 3 or 4 at his position. I think he was the highest paid player when they signed him at his position. Maybe he was right behind Surtain, but he's up there. You're now paying, obviously, Will Anderson what you're paying him. And Danielle Hunter is making some money. Obviously, he is, I think, 5th now in the league when it comes to defensive edge rushers and the money they're making. Do you sense that there are potential casualties of guys that they may have to move on from that are big parts of this team because of how much money is getting put forth in certain spots?
Yeah, look, I think you're not going to be able to do the Danielle Hunter level play. I mean, obviously, right now you're fine for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
But I mean, once this money kicks in, and kicks in a big way, then you're just not going to be able to spend that kind of money, top of the league money at the other edge rusher. I think it's going to impact. I don't think it's going to keep them from doing it, but I do think it's going to impact Kamari Lassiter and
those type of players, yeah.
And Kalen Bullock, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think it's going to impact those guys. I think really, to be honest with you, that's more on CJ's contract, is where if you end up doing that big boy, then you're definitely impacting Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock to the point of where they ain't gonna be here.
Because if Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock play another year like they just played, and remember, neither one of those are first-round draft picks, so there's no fifth-year option.
There's no fifth-year option, man.
If they play to the way they've played the last couple of years, or at least last year, put another year like that.
Yep.
They're gonna get paid at the top 5 of their positions potentially. Like they will, if they are able to hit free agency, that's something they can command. And when you already have a corner on the other side making that, you do wonder, what kind of hard decisions they're going to have to make now that you have this money kind of tied up into who you have.
Yeah, I think it's going to impact Nico's next contract. And that's the thing. I think with Will, you still make a good chunk of these happen, but with Will and CJ making that kind of money, all of a sudden now you're not making them all happen. You got to part ways with somebody because you got Nico coming up sooner rather than later. You mentioned Kamari and Bullock. This is the last year for both of your middle linebackers. They're free agent this year with Henry To'oTo'o and Azeez Al-Shaair. So that affects it because now your re-up can't stretch into Will Anderson's extension years and CJ's extension years because you got to get real thin at that point.
Or whoever the quarterback is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you don't do CJ, then you have no problems.
And,
if you don't do CJ, you can sign all three of those players to another contract and keep it moving.
Depending on what you do at quarterback. Like if you don't have, even if you don't have CJ, I still think this is a team that is compete big time. And I don't know if they're just going to roll with a rookie right out. I guess maybe Davis Mills is the thought you're going to. If they did that, would they go like the Darnold or Daniel Jones route where they're not paying $60 million, but maybe they're paying $40, maybe they're paying $35, still paying decent money to the quarterback position. I guess it'd either be Davis Mills or that option. You're a contending team still in after next year that you don't want to just drop a rookie in that. Yeah.
I mean, bottom line is 50 to 60 million is going to go a long way when you're talking about a corner and a safety. It's going to go a long way when you're talking about the next three for Nico Collins. So I mean that's a decision that has to be made. Look, Will is one that, I mean, if Nick Caserio does Nick Caserio things, I would imagine that this $50 million has been slotted into the budget.
Oh yeah, you knew it.
They knew it was coming, so that piece has been slotted into the budget moving forward and planned for. The other one I think is still going to dangle out there and could cause some
a number they thought they were probably going to have they had already put away. Yeah. They probably thought they were have to put that away. So yeah, that's there's a lot off of the Will Anderson move when you go and pay the high. Now it can be done, right? We just watched the Packers pay Micah Parsons, who was previously the highest paid player in the game, and their quarterback was somebody that they signed up and gave him $200-something a year or whatever. He's a top 10 highest paid quarterback per year in the league. So it can be done, but they do have to make some sacrifices. We've seen them make some sacrifices in their receiving core. We've seen them make some sacrifices in the backfield. So that is something that they potentially have to do. All right, Trent Brown, who the Texans really their offensive line, you can argue, turned around when he took over the right tackle spot last year, and they brought him back on a 1-year deal to what looks like be the swing tackle here. He spoke about the quarterback. He spoke about C.J. Stroud. He has had communication with C.J. I want to know your thoughts and if this makes you feel better about Stroud going into next year after hearing Trent Brown.
His development and what we can expect from C.J. Stroud moving forward.
I expect C.J. to get better, bro. I think people be so quick to throw people away that they forget what you've done for them. You know what I mean?
Quick.
To even like the build up. You know what I mean? And so I expect C.J. to get better, bro. I think C.J. is gonna come in and be even more of a leader, better leader than he's been. I think his approach will be different. Me and C.J. had a discussion probably about a month and a half ago and talked about the season and what he felt like, what he felt that I felt that he could be better at. And so I think I
love that.
I think this offseason is a little different for him, and I think he's gonna surprise a lot of people, bro. I think people thinks that he might be down in the dumps, or they might be down in the dumps on him. But I think he's gonna surprise a lot of people, and I don't even think it's gonna be a surprise. I think he's just gonna be a return to the pro that he is. And I'm excited for that. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, that was Trent Brown, and your thoughts when you hear the veteran tackle, one of the leaders of this team on this offense. When you hear him speak about that, does that make you feel better? Does that give you more confidence in what C.J. Stroud is going to do next year.
Not one bit. It gives me more confidence. It gives me more confidence in my opinion and my take on C.J. Stroud. Just overall, I just don't look. If you're a real leader, you're not going to other individuals asking them what you can do to lead better.
Did he say lead better to get better? Like just like what things can he do?
Well, he followed it up with be a better leader than he was last year, be a better leader than he was the year before. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how else to frame it, man. I don't. The head coach needing to make. Well, I told CJ that we're still behind him. Like that is a sign, right? The general manager talking about he's our quarterback, like constantly having to reaffirm and reassure that that's the guy. That's a sign. The fact that this is even a conversation with Trent Brown is a sign. Look, I commend Trent Brown. This is one reason why I love Trent Brown. I love hearing this from Trent Brown. I love that Trent Brown is the one that's actually saying it. If my quarterback is going to go to anybody and ask, what can I do to be a better leader or what can I do to be better, right? I'm assuming he's talking about leader, Ron. I don't know what else C.J. Stroud would be talking to a backup right tackle about being better at, right? I mean, they're not talking about footwork, but it's about maybe communication. But I think overall, like the fact that is happening, I think is a telltale sign. Again, tip my cap to Trent Brown. I love everything he stands for, and I would want my quarterback going to him if he were. But I just whether he approached C.J. Stroud and thought he felt the need to talk about being a better leader this next year and what he needs to do to be a better leader, or C.J. approached him, I think it's a sign of exactly what I've been saying is there's some real question marks of whether this dude is the guy that's going to take you to a championship.
I think Tyler, but we're going to need a Lance McCullers type of turnaround with C.J. Stroud for Clint, because I think you can take a lot of this offseason stuff, and I think dependent on how you feel about C.J. right now, it could be taken either way. Like I think you clearly took it that way, that this is for you another example of him needing help to be a leader. But I think other people could take it as like, hey man, this guy is understanding that he's got to improve things. He's understanding that he's got to improve things. He's talking to other veterans, and he is clearly appearing to be about trying to improve things. So I just think wherever you land on however you feel about CJ right now, like I guess this is potentially going to be, you got to show us something, because I do want he's going to have one of them Lance McCullers type performances to pull you out something. Because I do wonder like what can be, because right now I think anything CJ says or does, I think you and people I think that are fans that have this same view, I think take it into a space where you're not seeing it from all right, this is going to be something that's going to make him better or get him better. I think you're going to need maybe to see action.
It's year 4. I don't need my backup right tackle pep talking my quarterback. I mean, that's it.
Look, I didn't hear it as pep talking.
Why is a backup right tackle making it a point to have a conversation about leadership and about being better the next year and all that? Like in the office, and I don't make a mountain out of a molehill. I view it as if he was this like the leader that everybody wants to pay $55-60 million to, then this conversation wouldn't take place. This wouldn't be a thing. Like there's just the reason that the concerns, or me personally, has nothing to do with C.J. Stroud on the field. C.J. Stroud on the field physically can spin it and do things that nobody else can do. I believe that the way you keep yourself from getting in trouble money-wise is you pay guys that are pillars, leaders, great communicators, and the glue that keeps everybody together, not just a guy that can every now and then put the team on your back. And I think these are signs. These are just little signs, and when you put them all together, I think it justifies the concern of like, hey, is this the leader of the squad?
Again, I think for many people, it's just going to have to be action for them and repeated action for them to maybe see there's a difference. or a change in how you feel about him. I just think it's going to have to be real action and change in what he does on the field next year. Because I think the number one thing is, hey man, was he all right from the playoff game? Like a necessary reaction to how bad he played in the playoff game, and I think that's a big topic to him and his teammates. And I do think a lot of them are asked about that, and they discuss conversations and things that have taken place in the offseason. But I just think overall, for people who have that feel, it is just going to be, you're going to have to see a different, whatever it is, that different CJ you need to see. I think you're going to need to see action, just like you did with Lance. Something happened with Lance, and you're able to shake through with Lance. You're going to need that from CJ probably 5-6 weeks in a row. All right, coming up, let's look at the Astros as they were able to they weren't able to sweep the Rockies last night, but I mean, I don't think you can be mad at the Astros. That was a good baseball game, and I think it does show that they are starting to hit their stride and play a little bit better. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, this time of year, man, it's busy. Summer, spring's here. Summer's right around the corner. A lot of traveling.
tires. Heard in an accident? Call Mocaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
High fly ball, left field, back at the wall. Moniak, he will look up and he'll make the catch for the final out of the inning. Astros lose 3-2. Isak Paredes gave it a ride. That launch angle was just a little too steep, Lumber, on a close fly out to left. The Rockies win the season series against the Astros 4-2. First time they have won the season series against Houston since 2012.
All right, there's the Astros had a chance to get that sweep. Did they cause you to lose money, Tyler?
Yes.
I know Jordan got that RBI single. Oh yeah, he had a couple of hard ones.
He had a walk, of course, which does not contribute to a bet on over on bases.
That's BS.
That's the only thing that really makes them Jordan wagers on the bases hurt.
I almost said it. That's BS. Yeah, I knew, bud. That's right. You put a
double down tonight, man. Double down tonight.
It's the only way I know how to do it.
That's right, baby.
That's right, man.
Keep doubling down till you hit it.
I don't know about that.
Well, if he gets cold, goes on a cold streak, it'd be expensive.
I was just thinking about.
I would say this week is a cold streak.
I was just thinking about saying I'm gonna jump on it, and then I looked up, and that commercial was
garage
doors, and it told me right there that was a sign. It said, "Nope, sit back, son. You're right. I got it. You're right."
Yeah, you ain't got no business betting, Ron. I'll be honest with you.
You're right.
I'm not even gonna try to convince you to do it.
You shouldn't.
I mean, you'll lose sleep. I mean, your anxiety will go through the roof.
Through the roof. Every time. No lies. No lies detected. Pissed. I'll be sitting up all night.
What if you win? You be smiling?
I'll be sitting up all night on the losses. You remember the losses. Some that that night that Tyler had the other night with the play-in games where you need a guy to get a rebound and he's got 25 minutes to get that done and he just doesn't. And he plays the whole way. He has the ball in his hands. He's scoring like hell.
He just
can't get. All I need is you get one rebound.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
Felt like it ripped mine off. I wouldn't even my money. All right.
Straight castration.
I'm telling you, man. The Astros, they lose last night, unable to get the sweep 3-2. But you got to look hard at the pitching, Clint, and feel a lot better. Yesterday, obviously, Spencer Getty had the performance where he only gave up one run, and then the bullpen shut it down, and they didn't give up any, and they won 3-1. And then last night, 3-2. Now it sucks. You get out 2-0, and you think, here we go. But 3 runs. They pitched pretty well, and now they got saved by one of the greatest relays I've ever seen with Correa. I mean, Jesus. I mean, on the fly. I mean, he threw that easy. I mean, easy he threw that. But no, man. They keep the Rockies' offense down, and then Clint. I mean, you sometimes this baseball. Sometimes you run into a dude that just has it, and I don't know who the hell Chase Dollander is for the Rockies, but that dude was nasty.
But you know now.
I know. I mean, I looked up. I had to look up. I said, "What the hell? What has he done thus far this year?" That was clearly as the Rockies. I got the MLB. I had to flip it over to the Rockies. I want to hear what they were saying about him. They said this is his coming out party. Of course it was. My man went 5. Like they had a starter come out to start the game that gave up those 2 runs, and then he came in.
They had one of them Astro starters.
They had one of them guys that was going to come in and pitch 1 inning and then hand it over to old Chase. But he goes 5 1/3, gave up 1 hit, no earned, 9 Ks, and 2 walks. My man was throwing 100. I mean 100 like his last pitches. He was throwing 100, 101. So listen, I can't get annoyed with the Astros last night. They ran into a pitcher that was just dominant that day and had the best game of his career and has the stuff. You could see it. I mean, that dude was nasty. Though, and Ryan Weiss was good last night. Good enough. When we say good for Astros pitchers, good enough last night to help you out, especially what he had been doing before. So, to me, I don't think you could be annoyed. That was regular baseball. what you had. Like that wasn't like, oh man, they got to put up 5 or 6 to win, and then you lose.
Well, I think when you essentially have a bullpen game for the Astros, I mean, I don't know where Weiss ends up slotting in here. He's kind of a tweener, but ultimately that was a bullpen game. But you got Weiss, Roa, Blue Ball, and Tang. Anytime.
Come on, man. Somebody's got to bring out. Can we get some Tang out there when he comes out, man? Can you still buy Tang at HEB?
Oh, they are.
Tyler, is there somewhere?
I'm not sure, but I used to love that
I know Aldi's still selling Tang. Can I get? Go ahead.
I mean, it's spelled a little different. I'm with you. I'm with you. I think that
cowboy.
I mean, they could revive. They could revive. If Tang is dead, they could revive it at
they got to put his ass on the box. There's still got to be. There's got to be Tang.
Okay, Tang.
What else is it?
Okay, Tang did his thing in the ninth, right there, in the 8th and the 9th, right there.
He went 2 innings.
But no, anytime the Astros, given what we've watched this year, anytime the Astros can have essentially a bullpen game and only give up 3 runs, hey man, I'm here for it. That is a huge improvement, and we're going to win more games like that than we lose with our bats and our lineup right now, the way they're swinging. So I just it's hard. I agree with you. It's hard to get mad at what we watched from the pitching yesterday. I do wonder where Weiss ends up fitting in. I mean, is he because he's got something. There's something there. I don't know if it's a long relief role or if they stretch him out and he does become a starter. I don't know if last night was what they expected out of him, 3 2/3 roughly, or if they did expect him to potentially go deeper. He threw 76 pitches, so obviously he stretched out to some degree. But
I think you said it. I think to me that long relief and that long relief role to me for the Astros is maybe different than other teams, right? Like, we're going to be honest with you right now. We're seeing it, at least until they are able to maybe make some additions. Like, their starters are not going 6-7 innings, right? When Hunter comes back, the hope is, like Spencer Arrighetti, like, again, man, we just said that that's the first time they had a quality start since March 31st, and they forced Burrows to go 6 innings the other day, right? They're not even pitching that long.
Combined quality start here.
Yeah, combined one there. We'll take that. But Clint, there are plenty of options through the rotation for somebody that you can have down there that comes into the 4th or the 5th because their starters do that. So I mean, maybe on other teams the long relief guy doesn't pitch, very often. But for the Astros, there is a real potential that Lance goes 4, that Burrows goes 4, Christian Javier goes 2. Like there's he might got 1 out the other day. So there is a spot there. I think Christian Javier years ago was kind of that. Was that kind of the piggyback guy off of starters when Zach Greinke couldn't pitch very long anymore. So I think that is definitely a possibility. I tell you, the one thing though I wasn't really upset from that game at all is they have got to get a handle on the walks.
Yeah,
this team, and I mean it is damn near contagious. It's starters, it's bullpen. I mean, it's like like you have an outing. These guys are giving you 3-4 walks, a night. I mean, and he had 4 walks last night, 3 2/3. They have got to get a handle on that. Even Spencer Arrighetti, who pitched really well, he still had 10 strikeouts against 4 walks.
Home runs and walks. They've been the
the home runs.
It's been tough.
That's a terrible combination. We're gonna walk you and then we're gonna give up bombs on you. That's an awful combination. So. Shout out to the Astros. At the very least, it looks like they're playing better baseball. That's especially from a pitcher perspective. This looks like better baseball, and hopefully that can continue as they face the Cardinals tonight here at the Daikin. All right, a little college football action as the man who was thought to be the face of college football. Maybe we're a year early on that. And it feels like a more confident, and don't laugh, Tyler, a more confident Arch Manning going into next season. If you miss what he had to say, are we going to see a different Arch? Are we actually going to see the Arch that we thought we'd see last year. That's coming up next.
Well, you want to talk about a more confident Arch Man.
222-2222. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Does this pain you when you have to play this, Tyler, or is this just in a joke?
No, I've never been envious of the University of Texas.
I don't know. I'm just saying, is it like when you? I'm not saying envious, but you have to when you got to play this and hear this thing. It has to be.
I mean, it's not pleasant to the ears, but no, I don't really care.
I don't mean to do this. Because I do want to get into this, because I want to know from the people. Sometimes you just go off into another space. Sorry, Parker, the programmer of the year, by the way. Shout out to our boss and many others. Sean Pendergast won awards last night as well. I see you over there, Jesse Watt, a winner too, the big boss as well. And I don't know if you felt this, Clint, because I do want to get to Arch. But honestly, do you still have the feel of, at least the same feel of rival, like the hate, the feel that you have against rivals, against Texas in your case? Like, do you still have that?
Like
that? Like,
I have plenty of hate in my heart for the University of Texas.
I don't think
it's ever going to subside.
And I'm 713-572-4610, Base Power text line, YouTube and Twitch. Do you still have that same, whoever it is that your team's rival, if it's A&M and you're a UT fan, if it's UT and you're A&M fan, if it's LSU, I don't know who yours is.
I ain't got one.
If you don't really got one.
If you don't know, I ain't got one.
If you're Ole Miss, it's Lane Kiffin.
I just went through my best friend Ian texted me the other day, because in the transfer portal, Kansas had their starting center, who's a young, promising player, transfer, hit the portal, and then he transferred to Missouri. And he texted me, he said some expletives about the young man, but he said
sounds like some sports hate to me.
Basically, that hoe is basically in the direction he went. He's a hoe. And I said, damn, man, I'm gonna tell you the truth. It doesn't make me mad like it used to. I think conference realignment and all of that has just completely changed and shifted. I don't even think I hate Missouri anymore.
Really?
I'm wondering that has
is not me at all.
That has not gone. Has it lessened? Like if
anything, it's stronger than it's ever been.
It's just not even there anymore. As not nearly as much. Like
that's interesting.
When they play Missouri, I want them to lose, right? And but I don't have the hatred
that
anymore,
intensity.
like that kind of stuff. Like I wouldn't even get mad about it anymore, because like it feels like college has taken rivalry so much away from us with this realignment and all of this stuff that I don't even. It
might be easier for you too, because I doubt Mizzou fans are nearly as clown-like as Texas fans.
They are. They have been very. They're very much
passionate.
I don't anymore. I didn't even blink. I was just like, all right, yeah, he went to Missouri. Like it is just not there for me anymore. I am not emotional at all anymore about rivalries
people
anymore. Leaving or Missouri, or even they play them.
Well, let's be honest. Like y'all's Kansas Missouri basketball rivalry's never been much of a rivalry.
No, it's.
I mean, y'all kill them.
We don't. It's a situation in which them jokers would rise up out of nowhere.
Oh, yeah?
They don't play anywhere, as my Uncle H used to say. It's their damn Super Bowl. It's the only thing they plan for. But it was still I just wonder if people still had that feel. Someone said it's an emotional rivalry, but has never been competitive rivalry. Sorry, little bro. I think he was talking to you, Tyler. I don't know, man. It's just
unique with the little bro. Think harder, bub.
I don't know. Like I wonder does the boss is probably listening. Do you still hate Alabama like that? Like he's an Auburn Tiger. Our boss Parker's an Auburn. Do you hate Alabama? Or I don't know, man. They've Missouri left the conference and stopped playing Kansas like 2012. I want to say that was, and that has completely taken away my whole feeling. And in that time period, I'm surprised that maybe it didn't slow up a little bit between A&M and Texas. Like some of the
that texter with the little bro BS. That is why it will never slow up.
Yeah, someone texted Ron, "You're big bro in the relationship. Tyler has all the hate because he's little bro."
There it is again.
I don't even
just real original. It's so overplayed.
I thought they were just like talking about Tyler. I didn't realize that was a true Longhorn dad.
Yeah,
I mean, I know it is, but I didn't pick it up when he said it the first time.
I don't know, and I don't feel the same when I watch Duke Carolina, because that guy played for UAB last year, and then the year before that he played at Illinois, and then the year before that he played at Southern Miss.
Transfer portal has made this thing interesting.
It does. It does. I mean, we have whole new teams next year. Yeah. I don't think Bryson Tiller was like, "Hey, you hate Missouri. You grow up to hate Missouri, and of all places for you to transfer, you don't transfer there." Yeah. I don't think he gave it. It's just it's another school that's right there that's offering me money. I don't know. I just don't have that same.
Well, it's hard to have it as a fan when the players and the programs don't have it, and whether they wanted to or not, they don't have it. I mean, you got. I can speak from that specifically with Arkansas. I mean, you talk about one of the more proud, passionate fan bases, and just it stemmed with the players were proud of what was on the side of the helmet or proud of what was on the jersey and played for the state and all the cliches that coaches use. And nowadays, it's more apparent than ever that that's not the case. They're playing for $1. You know?
They're bouncing. I don't know. It's just I just don't have that same feel or vibe. But anyway, talking about Texas, Arch Manning, he had a presser earlier this week, and one of the things he said, Clint, was once he loosened up, like 100%, the wind started to come once he loosened up. He said it took him. He said, "I think I could have had more fun. The first half of the season, I was pissed." Manning said, "I wasn't playing well, and it wasn't fun for me. And then I kind of sort of just said, screw it, and had a little more fun and started winning some games." And I'll be honest with you, I look at this, I didn't know Arch's season was as good as it was. Like it felt like it was hit or miss, over 3,000 yards, 26 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, and then he ran for 400 plus and 11 touchdowns. I mean, he had a really good year number-wise. But it did look like down the stretch, Clint, he looked like something clicked and he got it, and even against good opponents. Do you think that continues? Do you think we see an Arch Manning that I think maybe we look at differently than we did last year, a player that is big time as he started to be towards the end of the year?
To answer your question, yes. But I think it's because, I've said this from jump. I mean, regardless of what the stat lines say, the wins and losses say, if you watch Texas football, Arch Manning was having to work really, really hard to play quarterback. Like, he was taking way too many hits. Nothing was easy. And we're used to seeing Texas quarterbacks, and Sark has been there anyway. At least you watch a Texas quarterback, and he's flinging around the park. It looks like they're playing on 7-on-7 against some of the teams that they play. And Arch, it seemed like every time I watched him, even against Arkansas, he lit it up. But Arkansas beat the hell out of him, right? So it's one of those, like, I mean, I know they don't play on grass anymore, so it's not grass stains. It's usually the rubber dust from the pellets that are in the turf is what's all over them white unis. But I think the reason we see, or how we see a better Arch, is I believe we see a guy that gets more and more comfortable in Sark's system. I don't think to date that Arch Manning is a great fit for what Sark wants to do. And now that may be tangible ability, that may be just the mental part of not picking it up right away, and having to get used to it. But with that said, I think that what we see moving forward is a guy that appears to be a better fit in the system, that knows it better, that's playing better between the ears, playing quicker between the ears, and can protect himself a little bit more. And so, yeah, I think we see a better Arch Manning. Not because Arch Manning is some phenom, but I think because Arch Manning has played decent and won a lot of football games and appeared to not really grasp and be a great fit for the system. I think that's what we saw get better last year, and I think we see it get significantly better over this offseason. So, yeah, I think you see a better Arch Manning, more comfortable Arch Manning, a cleaner Arch Manning.
Maybe Sark has a better feel for him and what
because
clearly, and someone texted in, I don't know why people are saying he didn't perform. He did. Go look at his number, compare his stats. There were just some of those earlier games. The Florida game comes to mind. The Ohio State game comes to mind where he struggled.
Yeah, the offense struggled from jump right out of the gate. I mean, they hit stride late, as you said. They beat some good teams, but I mean, it was. I mean, I don't think I think it's pretty clear that Arch Manning wasn't, and I don't think it was fair, but it's pretty clear that the Arch Manning expectations weren't met right out of the gate.
Out of the gate, no. But is he going to be sorry, Tyler, the guy that played against A&M, the guy that played against Michigan in the bowl game? Is that where it clicked? Because those were two really good opponents.
Yep.
All right, that they had dudes. Now, hell, I don't know what Michigan had in the bowl game. You never know at that time.
Now you know what was going on.
You know what was going on. You never know.
But Archie, the thing with Texas is going to be they're going to be better than most teams they take the field with. They're going to have more players, more support around the quarterback, and Sark's going to be really good at drawing stuff up. It all boils down to, can you get over that hump and be a national championship contender? That's what the expectations are. Can you be a Heisman Trophy contender? That's what the expectations are for Arch. And to me, when you turn the game film on, more times than not, does it look easy? Is he performing surgery, or is he just getting it done? Right? It's not a knock on Arch. It's the arc of a young quarterback. Most guys don't just take the bull by the horns immediately. It takes a year for that guy to get used to the system and all that, yada yada yada. Especially at 18, 19 years old. So it's not a knock on Arch. It's just the next step in his trajectory is for him to be more surgical instead of just go out and make plays and get it done.
All right, what you got coming up?
Well, Ron, there's a big day for the Texans, man. Big day for the Texans. Will Anderson got paid. Bad day for the Astros. Bad day for the Astros. Got a little news. Maybe some of y'all expected this, but I'll tell you what that is on that Texans front and the Astros front. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Ability Trees. Look, living around these parts, the weather that Texas throws at us is rough. We know it's rough, hell, but I'll be honest with you, it's rougher on those trees out in your front yard or on that property that you own than it is on us. I guarantee you that. If you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, then you need to make sure you're getting them the care that they deserve. You need to call Louis Flory over to Ability Tree Experts. He is the best in the business, and all you can do, if you have those big, beautiful
West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, getting back on them ostrich, though, boys. Getting back on them ostrich. I got some python for sale. I'm talking about boots here. Talking about boots. Just to be clear, married man, happily married. Wouldn't make you pay for it if I weren't, but it is talking about boots. Talking about boots. All right, Dirty's Daily is powered by Odyssey Houston. Odyssey Houston. Big shout out to all our teammates around here. Odyssey Houston, if you don't know, Odyssey, Audacy. Download the app. But Odyssey Houston, that is all of our cluster of our stations here. And we've got several. And as you would expect, we got a lot of winners in the building. It is really good to be surrounded by winners. And, boy, is it obvious today that we are. It's never been more evident that we are surrounded by winners here at Odyssey Houston, Sports Radio 610 and beyond. Big shout-out to my man Sean Pendergast of Payne and Pendergast in the morning. He won an award. Parker Hillis, boss man, PD, he won an award. Jesse Watt, our neighbor here, every afternoon we watch Jessie through the window do her thing over here. Jesse Watt, big shout out. Carla Austin and Stacy Zubowski. Big winners here in our cluster of stations, Odyssey Houston, and damn, it's good to be around winners, man. I like to be in the presence of greatness. And I feel like you are a product of what you surround yourself with. I'm proud to surround myself with you two boys every day, winners. And then if you get beyond the walls of the studio here, obviously we're surrounded by winners out there as well. So in honor of all of you guys winning, you get to sponsor my Dirty's Daily today.
Congratulations.
Get to sponsor my Dirty's. Had some stiff competition, Ron. They had some stiff competition. I was going to give it to the Blue Jays. I don't know if y'all saw it yesterday. Don't even know what the final score in the Blue Jays game was. But the Blue Jays bunted on 3 straight plate appearances and scored a run to take the lead.
Your love for small ball.
I mean, I just appreciate it. I just greatly appreciate it. I mean, to grip it and rip it, it's fun when it's daily, but I don't want my baseball team doing it. So there was some stiff competition, but I had to give it to my teammates that are just out there kicking ass on a daily basis on several fronts in Odyssey Houston. Also, I guess I probably should, by the way, I can't believe, I appreciate you two listening to me. I damn near moved on and left Boss Lady off the list right there. Sarah Frazier, the glue that holds this thing together, that keeps us rolling, that is a joy to work for. Sarah Frazier, Boss Lady Frazier on social. She won an award as well. Got to be the hardest working woman in media business.
There you go.
I mean, it is nonstop, and she's got a daughter in college that she's got
rock shot.
She's posting pictures of being at the event last night. It's events every night. It's running the station, and then all of a sudden she's up in Lawrence, Kansas, with her daughter doing some kind of sorority gig they got going on today. So I don't know where she finds the energy, but it is a joy to watch. Sarah Frazier, congrats, well deserved there as well. Let's start with the bad news, boys. I caught this a little bit late, so we're not going to use the old sounder, but it is definitely, as Tyler mentioned, it is definitely sounder-worthy, Tyler. You know what I mean? It is definitely sounder-worthy. The Astros have placed closer Josh Hader on the 60-day IL to clear a 40-man roster spot for my man Peter Lambert. This is, look, I mean, it is retroactive to the beginning of the season. So did you do the math there, Ron? What is that? I mean, I got to believe we got to be 15 to 16 days in, maybe more than that.
20 games. So
we got to be 22. I think they had 2 or 3 off days. 22, 23 days in. So it's really just 30 plus, 37 more, 35, 37 more days off.
Yeah, we'll see.
Without Josh Hader. But this is what happens, right? When you, I'm assuming this is the right move for Josh Hader. That's why it works. But when you've got so many injuries and such pissy poor performance in your starting rotation, and you got to start rolling guys like Peter Lambert through there. I ain't got Peter Lambert. I got Peter Lambert.
I don't have Pete. Pete played. He pitched in Japan last year.
Is he last year?
Yeah.
So he's dealing with some of the same things that Tatsuya Imai is dealing with.
Well, no. I mean, he's from the States. Pete's from the States.
But he's still going from a smaller, harder, more tacky ball to the ball's different. Okay. We'll see how. Hopefully Peter fares better here. He's starting tonight, correct?
They're getting a start tonight. 23 appearances last year for the Tokyo Swallows.
One more time.
The Tokyo Swallows.
That's a bird, y'all. That is a bird.
3.98 ERA. Swallowed up the competition last year. 111.
He was the ace. He was the ace for the Swallows, huh? But Peter Lambert, good luck tonight, bud. We'll see if you're handling that change in ball better than Tatsuya Imai. Lance McCullers tomorrow. You boys stoked about Lance? I mean, we've tabbed him. They made a promo of it. We've tabbed him as a second guy after Hunter Brown. I mean, are we nervous?
I wouldn't use the phrase stoked, but I would use hopeful. Come on.
I mean, you're not stoked to watch it? I mean, he's got me. He's got my energy rejuvenated. No question.
Yeah, I'm more. Come on, get through 3, get through 4. Just
3
with every one of
with
the
Lance. Are you still there, Tyler? Where are you at
with
Lance?
every one of the pitchers?
Get through 3.
Just with every one of the pitchers. Just get me through 4. Just help me out, please. Just get me there.
Yeah, I'm so excited about Lance. I want to see if he can keep building on this thing, getting even better. Like, I want to see him keep improving is where I'm at.
I mean, I want to get to Will Anderson's money here, but I got to be honest with you. I got to be honest with you. I am, and this is obviously not very healthy. Speaking of health, Gatorade changed their dye they're using. It's going to be healthier for you.
That's good.
But I don't know if this is healthy or not, but I expect 6+ out of Lance tonight.
6+.
My expectation 6.
Expectation?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not saying that you got to go. Get shut out with 10 or 11 strikeouts, but my expectations is that it's maybe a little unhealthy. I expect a quality start out of it.
My expectation is 4 innings, and leaving still with a realistic chance for them to win the game. That's my expectations. The hope is
4
is I mean 4. I mean what has Lance done? Lance is. I know his first start he was fantastic.
Yeah.
Obviously the 7-inning start, but he's got 3 starts, and he has gone 7 innings in the first one. The second one he went 4 innings and gave up 3 earned, and then the last one he went 4 1/3 and he gave up 6. So
yes, you're closer to right tonight. Even if you average in there with that 7. I need closer to a quality start out of Lance McCullers. My expectations may be a bit unfair, but that's where I'm at. And maybe it's hope. Maybe it's the Astro fan in me. Not maybe it is. But we'll see. We'll see how that rolls. All right, Will Anderson, the Texans news. This is big news here, Ron. Will Anderson. Not that we didn't know it was coming, but we didn't understand exactly to what degree the Texans would take care of Will Anderson. Well, it is set to market good. Will Anderson is signing a 3-year, $150 million extension that makes him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. The deal includes $134 million guaranteed. Now, he does have, obviously, 2 years left on his rookie deal, and so this extension is for Will Anderson will be a Texan for the next 5 years. And you could argue that, hey, that $150 that he's going to make, while it'll be on the books at $50 million per, which is the highest paid non-quarterback in history, you can argue that, hey, man, it's really going to be spread out over, add it to his 4- and 5-year contract and spread that out over 5 years. I really don't care how you slice it. I love when the good guy wins, and Will Anderson is absolutely the good guy. When Tyler texts Cha-ching Will Anderson, I knew he had signed. Knew he had signed the new deal. But when I saw that it was record-setting, market-setting, highest paid player other than a non-quarterback, I guess. My immediate thought, Ron, was good for him, and he deserves every penny of it and probably more. Obviously, we know the great player that Will Anderson is. There's no arguing that. But I think what puts Will Anderson over the top is very, very simple. What puts him over the top and made this the easiest check that any McNair has ever written, Bob, Cal, it don't matter who wrote the check. It's the easiest check that they've ever written because of what Will Anderson is off the field, in the locker room, the pillar that he truly is that you can build an organization around. You want all your young guys around Will Anderson. You want your old guys feeding off of his juice. You obviously want him on the field. When you call the team up after an off-season workout session, whether it's weight room or on the field session, he's the guy that's in the middle talking about this is what's going to get us to the next level. This is what nobody's going to talk about, but this is what we got to continue to get better with. He's the guy that you build this organization around, you build this team around, you hope all your players fall in line with. Will Anderson has earned every bit of this $50 million per, man, and it's good to see it happen.
Yeah, this was the perfect storm of everything, right? We came in. I remember sitting here when Micah Parsons, when that news got let out that he was traded to the Packers, and then with that they were signing a new contract, doing a new deal, which made at that time $41 million per. Which made him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. And immediately we looked at that, and I remember having conversations with you, Brandon Scott. What type of year does Will Anderson have to jump that? Because it's in play. It is definitely in play. Will has had the first 2 years of a career that would lead to, all right, by year 3. After year 3, you're eligible for a new contract. You can get a big deal. What had to happen? And damn it, he did it. I mean, he went all pro. He improved his sack numbers as he has every single year from his rookie, second, third year. He became even more emboldened as one of the leaders and pillars of this group here for the Texans. The Texans defense was one of, if not the best unit in football, led by him. He came up big in the postseason. He came up big all season long. He did everything that was needed to do to become this, and he is a special player and the perfect type of fit for the Texans. So,
Ron, I mean, look, the everything that you said, everything that I said is what he's getting paid for. The most impressive part of it all, and I've had the pleasure of having Will on the post-game show, I mean, probably 5 or 6 times, maybe even more than that over the years. I think he's joined the post-game show more than anybody. The most impressive thing about Will Anderson, and the reason that so many guys, well, the organization's willing to pay him, but so many guys believe in him immediately, is my man is as authentic as they come. It is real. You want to talk about the juice and the energy that he brings to the field? It's real. When he talks to the media about how hard he's working and how he's working on these details of pass rushing and trying to get better, it's not something to impress the coach, to get the coach on his side. It's absolutely real. When he talks about leading the team, when he talks about wanting to win, and when he talks about loving the work side of things. It's just authentic as can be, man. Everything about Buddy is super authentic, and I bet you if you ask these guys, they've never been more convinced that somebody was worth set the market money than they are right now. Will.
Easy decision, like you said, easy decision for the Texans to bring in Will Anderson, and obviously this is going to there's going to be reactions off of this and things that they're going to have to prepare for, right? This is now entering that different phase where they're paying big-time money now. Now they're paying – and this is what you want, right? Your dream is when you draft a guy at 3 like Derek Stingley is that he becomes a 2-time All-Pro and you got to pay him big money when it's time. Your dream is to trade up and make a big-time move and trade up and get a guy who's one of the best defensive players who finished – what did he finish, second in the Defensive Player of the Year award?
That's right.
That's the dream, is to be able to pay a guy who's in his prime, in his mid-20s, to do that. And the other part to that is now you got to figure out how you're able to manage that.
Yep.
And the managing for Nick, and this maybe is a larger conversation that we can have and build upon, but the managing for Nick and D'Amico, this is a different deal. Now you got a lot of guys on the books, potentially a quarterback that could come on the books, and you got to make a decision there. This is even different than what Nick was probably a part of in New England. They didn't have this many guys on the books like this.
Well, the game has changed since then, and we'll see how they handle it. The truth of the matter is, Will getting his money is big. Will Anderson, 3-year extension, $150 million, over $130 guaranteed. Tax on to the 2 years that he's got left. Houston, we got 5 more years with Will Anderson. Hopefully he retires a Houston Texan. I think he's on the J.J. Watt level and in that arena right now already. And so I think this is a guy that they commit to as long as he can still play. And there's a lot to talk about, a lot to like with Will Anderson. But there's also some one-offs here, man. The CJ angle is big. The angle that we talked a little earlier about of what, whose money does this mess up moving forward? There's some guys that are going to want some big money moving forward. We'll have all those conversations as we go along the second half of our show here. But Will Anderson getting his money's big.
All right, let's look at the other news that is breaking in the last hour here in Houston. Obviously, we just talked about Will Anderson. That news wasn't unexpected. Maybe this wasn't unexpected. I don't know. Maybe it was to you, but as Clint said earlier to open up this segment, Josh Hader on the 60-day IL, so he is definitely going to miss more time. And how big of a deal is this? We've watched this bullpen, and obviously they're going to have to deal with this for, I think, a little bit longer. This is a guy who had an injury at the end of last year. This is a guy who came into training camp, and there was a thought of maybe just not going to rush him and just let him take maybe the couple of first weeks out. And now he's on the 60-day IL. He's going to miss at least the first 60 days of the regular season. We'll discuss the Josh Hader news coming up next.
All right, are you looking to sell your home, or are you even thinking about it, flirting with it? Is it?
every weeknight baseball and basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by Base Power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Now, I understand what I get accused of. And even though it is not always feels like a safe space between you all and our listeners.
Hold on, so.
Those of you on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, you don't always make it safe. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you don't always make it safe. Tyler is getting in the basement again with somebody.
I mean, if you're going to want to verbally spar with me, at least be ready to go.
I know.
That's all I ask.
I just
textually.
I just hate it.
What happened? What missed, boys?
I'm
What's
just
going
saying.
on? Tell us, man. Bring us into your
I'm just giving an example of it.
room.
I'm giving an example of it not always being a safe space where you can be honest about your thoughts. Now, sometimes it doesn't. You know, the response to your honest thoughts gets met with rudeness, and that's okay. Now, I'm trying to give the safe space for all of you to mention any kind of comments you want to make. All right, if you want to say trade CJ, trade him. If you want to say bring him in, sign him right now, give him a record deal, say it. It's a safe space. I want to say this right now. I am very, very concerned about this Josh Hader thing. I don't know. I don't know if you are. I don't know if you think this is getting weird. I don't know, Tyler. Maybe you're not. I get the feel that you are. This is just strange. Now we're moving to the 60, and I know they're going to try to say something. I just know Joe's going to irritate me today whenever he speaks about this. Maybe if actually Joe is okay. It's Dana. Dana will act like nothing's wrong. Oh, he's just washing cars.
I bet Dana beats him to it.
It's just washing cars, man. Nothing. This is the timeline, guys. It's just like it just seems like we keep taking steps back. And I did not say this on the air, but I know I at least told you and shared it with you, Clint, and I think I said it to you, Tyler. He made some, like, faces of discomfort after he was throwing that
live BP.
Like, he threw
him and old Taylor Trammell.
If you go, he threw some pitches, and his face,
not good.
His face looked like there was discomfort coming off. He was kicking the mound, like, I don't know. And I thought, oh, that was weird. But, I mean, we're going through this timeline, and everything keeps taking steps back and not forward. Remember, he missed the final 2 months of the 2025 season. Would have been real nice to have that guy who they're paying $95 million to. Jim Crane is sitting in his office. I have never given money to these pitchers, ever again. He missed the final 2 months with that left shoulder strain, and while he recovered from the shoulder strain, by November, he had biceps inflammation, which significantly delayed his 2026 ramp-up. Then they diagnosed the issue with bicep tendonitis in early February after feeling a, quote, grab while throwing a changeup during the offseason bullpen session. Then we moved to April. All right, we remember this. April, he faced live hitters for the first time since the injury, throwing 20 pitches between 91 and 93. Reported feeling strong and command of the slider was something he had good command of. He expected to continue live batting sessions followed by a minor league rehab assignment to regain game level endurance. His target now is late May because recently he has just been put on the 60-day IL as he recovers from this left bicep tendonitis. And now he is not eligible to return until the final week of May. Now, some experts are suggesting that this is essentially him undergoing a delayed spring training to ensure his arm is fully built up. I hope that is the case, Tyler. But this just keeps getting setback, and like, how do we go from maybe the first couple of weeks to 15-day, 60-day IL, and he is so important as we're seeing what's happening to this bullpen. I don't know, boy. Maybe it's getting in my head from the last couple of years with the injuries, but this Hader thing this seems like it may be a little bit more serious than they're letting on.
This report didn't touch me the way it obviously touched you.
It's all of it.
It was earlier this week for me when I heard him after throwing that live BP. The response was, "This is like the beginning of spring training for me, training camp." Yeah, I mean that is not what I expected. I did not expect us to be 3-4 weeks away from him getting real game reps. And I think when you say that, obviously 60 days minus the 20 plus that we've already played is right on brand with the start of spring training being earlier this week. So, yeah, I expected that. I didn't expect this. I didn't never even thought about it from an IL stint. But when he said that a little earlier in the week, I thought, boy, this is a little bit more serious than we thought. I hear he's throwing live BP, and I'm thinking, shoot, he's close. Nah.
Yeah, maybe a rehab start.
Nah.
No, I mean, this is the last week of May is when he's eligible.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And I mean, and Brian Pena has one wheel left on the tire right now. The way he's throwing, I mean, hopefully he can get the tires put back on.
Abreu?
Yeah. What do I call him?
Pena.
Why do I keep doing that?
You looked at it. I thought you did it on purpose.
Why do I keep doing that? Brian Abreu. Excuse me. Thank you, Tyler.
It was written that way in a rundown yesterday.
I know it. He's got. I don't know why I keep calling him Brian Pena. Brian Abreu's got one tire left, not even a spare on. I mean, he's struggling like hell. Hopefully, this eighth inning thing helps him. I was thinking to myself, maybe they got to depend on the De Los Santos fella for just a little bit, but they got to. The last week of May, he's eligible to come back. Because I'm just nervous that it's not about to be here in about a month, that it ain't gonna be. Yeah, he's preparing to come back, or like, oh yeah, I mean maybe a little bit more time. Like, is he throwing on flat ground? Like, good God, man. Text line coming in. Show sounds like a hater. That's pretty good.
Hater.
It's the Astros. I don't trust any injuries in their organization. Today's announcement doesn't change that. I'm trying to give these guys a shot. It just keeps getting worse. He keeps getting further away from getting onto the field, from spring training to right now. And it'd be one thing if Brian Abreu was holding it down, or Pena, whoever he is. It'd be one thing if he was holding it down. Jesus.
Well, hopefully his last outing is more what we'll see moving forward. That would be huge for Brian Abreu to pick this thing up while Hader's out now a significantly longer time than we thought.
Man, I'll be 42 when he comes back.
What are we doing for your birthday?
I don't know, man. You kept saying that you're putting that on your hands. The 25th. Good God. I just hope this doesn't get it. But I'm not paying these pitchers no more. Hell with this. Hell with this thing. Not even a closer. I thought maybe I could take a chance on a closer. This guy pitches once, one inning. Nope. Rolling that out. My God, man. Get better soon, man. Please get better soon. Josh Hader, if you missed it, being placed on the 60-day IL now. Going from 15, from tendinitis to start the year, maybe a little slow at a spring training, just slowing him down. Honest to God, coming out of spring training, they said that I thought he would miss 2-3 weeks of the season. Not May 25th.
About 2-3 months.
How about
2-3 months?
God, dog, man, he missed the final 2 months of the season last year.
Yeah, taking his time, man.
Was he Tank Dale?
New training group, new training staff, man.
As you said, there ain't no way in hell he's been using them.
No chance. I'm surprised he didn't look at this thing and go to Spain.
Wherever
the hell he was.
Where the hell he was. All right, coming up, the Will Anderson new contract part. The first part is obviously what he has done and how he deserves it. But the other part is yes, we all know there was another gentleman that was drafted in the first round the same year he was drafted. Will was drafted number 3. This guy was drafted number 2. And he ain't getting a deal right now this year. At least it would appear based off what they've said. The honest thought is, what does C.J. Stroud have to do next year to get into a space for the Texans to feel like they can do what they just did for Will Anderson for C.J. Stroud? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Would die for C.J. Everyone knows that.
at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Those of you on the Base Power text line, YouTube and Twitch, 713-572-4610. What is your, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being hell yeah, it's happening, 0 being not a chance, on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that C.J. Stroud, either this year, next year, will get a contract extension with the Texans? Tyler or Figgy or Benjamin or Colin will jump in with a breaking news sounder and saying that C.J. Stroud has received an extension, has agreed to an extension with the Houston Texans. How confident are you that Tyler will play something similar to that and that
I thought that meant it was happening. I thought Tyler was on one.
I mean, that would have been a hell of a call. How confident are you in that? And we look at this, Clint, and obviously nobody's really surprised at Will Anderson. You finished second in the Defensive Player of the Year award voting. You increasingly get better each and every year of your first 3 years. You win the Defensive Player of the Year award. That guy who is an all-pro is going to get a new contract. No surprise there. But C.J. Stroud's in a different boat, and it would appear by what they have been saying all offseason that they're committed to him this year, and then we'll see what happens after this year. Will lead you to believe he's not going to get an extension this year. And it does look like he needs to prove himself to get an extension after this season. And I would say, what does that look like, Clint? What does does he have the opportunity? Does he have a chance to do that, a realistic chance to do what it is that they would deem as needed, as they have to have this player and have to sign him to which I would believe be the richest contract in on the team in team history, over $50 to $60 million. What does that look like? What does he have to do to get that done?
Well, I think there's a few things. I think number one, he has to wholeheartedly commit and embrace whatever system he is in offensively. I think we're in our second system where there has been some level of communication issue, some level of a commitment issue, some level of a buy-in issue from C.J. Stroud. There's been, obviously there's been some conflict with the offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick, and then this year, obviously, the quarterback coach is replaced. So clearly, I think there's been some buy-in issues. I think there's a fit question of whether C.J. Stroud fits this offense. So I think right now you've got to buy in. Right now, C.J. Stroud has to buy in. He has to wholeheartedly embrace and not just do your job, like wholeheartedly embrace it and make it who you are and what you are, a part of you, this offense. I think number two, he's got to go out there then when the season starts, and he's got to play consistently well, which, by the way, is not 300 yards a game and 40 touchdowns. It's just making the right decisions consistently. And then I think there's big moments in games throughout the season. There's probably going to be 4 or 5 of them next year, probably a couple in the playoffs, where I think he's got to be the reason you win the game instead of the reason you lose the game. So I think there's that from a football perspective that he's got to do to give himself a chance. And I think the bigger piece of this is he's got to find a way somehow, some way, to prove to D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio that he is the rock of this offense, that he is the leader of this offense, that he is the guy that can steady the waters when adverse time hits, and he's the guy that can step on a throat when it needs to be stepped on. He's the guy that can, from time to time, become Superman and the team rises to his level.
That's fair. They do value that. Yeah, I would say maybe more than some other organizations.
This is not about C.J. Stroud being in the same category with Jaden Daniels and Josh Allen and Lamar and doing all the – it's not about that. This is about playing the cleanest, most efficient quarterback that you can play, and more importantly, buying into it and not pushing back on the system. I doubt they want to hear about how he stretches the field and he feels like that's what he does really well and does at a high level. I think there's a buy-in factor there. There's some play that has to happen, and then I think there's a leadership piece as well that's really important.
Yeah, that's the thought. What is it that you think? Because I was thinking as soon as the Will Anderson announcement was made, and I heard it on In the Loop, my thinking a little after was, what does CJ have to do to be in this boat? Because now things are starting to be even more murkier with him, because when you make the decision to unload a contract like that and put yourself in a position where, hey, like, not just do you have the highest paid defensive player in the league, like, you've got the highest paid non-quarterback in the game, right? Only quarterbacks make more than Will. Like, no other position, any other player that isn't a quarterback is getting $50 a year annually. That when you make that call, and then you already have a corner who makes big money that you like, you got another corner that I think maybe Clint after Will Anderson, Kamari Lassiter is the next person who embodies everything that they want, and they've got to react to it faster because he wasn't a first round pick. They've got other guys that they really love, and I am not certain that they feel like they need to have a $60 million or a $55 million quarterback to be successful. And within that, he has got to do something to prove to them and show them that, no, you do need me. And I do think within the offense that he's going to be in, I don't know, and you've said this and I agree, I don't know if he's ever really going to be able to put forth the numbers that scream, gee, boy, there's no doubt this dude's got to. This guy's Pro Bowl, all-pro level. I don't know that he's going to have a chance to do that. And then, when they watch him play next year, do they look at this and say, yeah, we can't get this from Davis Mills or said quarterback that's potentially on the trade block, or a Mac Jones that's out there that may be you know what I'm saying? They gotta factor in is what he does and what he brings to the table so special enough that we can't get it from anywhere else. And I think he's got to prove all of those things, and the situation is probably not ideal. Someone texted and said he's got to do what he did year one to prove that. I don't think that's happening in this offense. I just don't even think that that's the route that they want to go and how they want to run and play offense. I don't even think that's possible. If that's what you're waiting on, then he's damn sure not going to prove them. I don't think it's that, but I do think he is in some way has to show them that other cheaper options are things that don't become more valuable to them.
Well, all the things that we talked about with Will Anderson, all the off-the-field things that we talked about with Will Anderson, that's what you pay $55-60 for. Obviously, the guy needs to be a really good player, great player, but you get paid. Like, the organizations are convinced that you're that dude and write the check really easy when all the off-the-field things that we talked about with Will Anderson, all those boxes are checked. I'm not sure that they're convinced that all those boxes are checked with C.J. Stroud. And I think this organization puts a much higher value on that than most. I think that stuff is higher on the priority list, if you will, than can take the game over and be Superman. The ball placement specialist, all that kind of stuff that we know CJ physically is, and rightfully so. It's more about communication and leadership and consistency and big moments, not losing the game. Not big moments being the reason that you go win the game. That would be nice. That would put it over the top. But the days of being the guy, the reason that you lose the game, that absolutely has to come to a halt.
Obviously, the playoffs that can't. Yeah, that.
Yeah, in those. But I mean, I would argue, Ron, that in those moments, like those moments have to come up again. And in those moments, he's got to be at the very least good. He can't be the reason why it doesn't happen. And it can't snowball the way it snowballed really for 2 games this year. It just can't. It can't happen. It can't snowball like that. You got to be able to right the ship, stop the bleeding, and get back on the right foot and go win a game. The ability, all of those things are intangibles. Like there's that is the hard thing to really put, especially with the text line and listeners and a fan base, is like, you watch CJ, you love CJ, you know his ceiling is high. The ideally, if you just watch it, it's all there. But with a big part of it is the intangible stuff, and this organization places a heavier price tag on those intangibles than most organizations do. And so I think that's what we're dealing with here. It's hard to put a finger on, but it's real. I think the more we hear these conversations, the more real we realize it is. And we'll see if it really is hey, he's young, and let him come into his own, and he comes into his own, and he's that dude. Maybe that is the case. And if it is, then good for the Texans.
Yep. Text line coming in. CJ has been given a game manager objective. Nick will make him a highly paid game manager, but not game changer numbers. Then the ball is in his court.
Well, and that's, to me, that's, again, as I've said many a times, I'm going to guarantee you. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, I know Ron's bullish on this, that there's several teams would ink a deal with CJ. I'm not there with CJ. I tell you where I am with CJ and his representation. There ain't a chance in hell that they're sitting back going, you're literally going to put me in a corner of game manager and pay me according to that. I mean, I'll buy into your offense and I'll try to play well and I'll try to win a championship in this thing. But you ain't going. You're not gonna justify not paying me market setting money because you're asking me to be a game manager. Like I just don't believe C.J. Stroud and his representation are getting down like that.
They shouldn't. Someone texted in AFC Championship game. I don't even know that success of the team guarantees it. Now, if they get to like last year, they could have gotten to an AFC Championship game, but still, I don't think if they had gotten to an AFC Championship game, I could see them saying, "Yeah, but do we need to pay $60 million for us to get there?" Like it doesn't just have to be all right. The team reached there. It's what did he do to help? What did he do?
I think you got to take a peek at, what kind of where Nick came from and where D'Amico came from. And D'Amico of late, when his years in San Francisco, man, they was Jimmy Garoppolo in their way to Super Bowls and NFC championships. And I know they ended up playing Brock Purdy, but when you look at the Mac Joneses, I mean, the guys that they're using, they don't believe that they need a Lamar Jackson athlete or a Josh Allen arm to win. They believe that the game manager, which that is not a negative, by the way, as I say every time, they think that's the way to go. And so, we'll see if them stars align for C.J. Stroud. I'm with you. I think it's going to be hard for it to happen on the field given this offense. And I'll be honest with you, I think they're going to be hard pressed to make it happen with what I believe this team values.
Yeah, he's got to hit it. What they have got to feel. We got to have him.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta have him. And if he replicates what he did last year, I don't know if that gets him. Like even if you take away the playoff, if he replicates what he did in the regular season, I don't know if that says to them, we gotta pay this guy $55 million. Right, $55 million right now is the second. There are about three or four guys who are getting paid $55 million behind Dak, who's at 60. Like I think, I don't know if last year's performance replicated gets him to a space where they feel like they got to do that. All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready as the Astros take on an old rival, but there is some news and updated injury news on one of their important pieces. We'll get you ready and update it for that. Also, if you missed it, the big news of the day for the Texans, Will Anderson. We'll give you the details on that. And play in basketball tonight. Steph Curry has a chance to to get past the Suns, Hornets, Magic. A lot going on tonight in the NBA, getting ready for the playoffs, which start up in full effect tomorrow. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all. Look, man, Mokaram Injury Lawyers, hopefully you never need them. But if you ever need an injury lawyer, Mokaram Injury Lawyers is the way to go. They're located right here in the heart of Houston. And talking about being located in the heart of Houston, they are one of us. These are the kind of people that you want in your corner if you're ever injured in an accident. Any kind of accident, motorcycle accident, big truck accident, slip and fall accident, Uber, Lyft.
Legal to play.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
I have made fire!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. And a Friday, baby. It's 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T. And even on a Friday, those are the same people. He'll be at the Heights tonight, folks, so go out and have a good time.
No.
Okay, he will not be at the Heights tonight. I'll try to trigger him. Just try to get him rolling out there on a good Friday evening. Get him rolling. But let's get to the latest here. And the latest is the Astros. Yes, they will open up a series against there was a point, right? The Cardinals were the rival, right? Even more than the Rangers. Like there was a point there.
Those
Central days. Brad Lidge.
Still have nightmares about, obviously, blanking on his name, guy who ended Lidge's career here.
Oh,
Pujols and a few others that played for the Cardinals.
Jim Edmonds was a real a-hole.
With the bat and with the glove.
I hated Jim Edmonds. Oh, my God, yes. I hate him. He was... And
Why would you hate Jim Edmonds?
I mean, he was a cocky dude, which generally is something I like. But I hate St. Louis anyway. But he is
fueled my nightmares for a long time.
Just the way he would run back and catch balls.
He was cold-blooded catching. He caught that ball over his shoulder like a fade route. Yeah.
Like I don't know. Maybe it was the Astros. He had a game winner in the playoffs one year. And he just his whole look when he did it, he could just really piss me off. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get into Jim Edmonds.
Oh, Tony La Russa too. F that guy.
Well, he needs to do what Tiger needs to do. Both of them. Put up the keys. And Tony for multiple reasons. But anyway, they take on the Cardinals. Before we get you ready for that one tonight, this is news if you're just jumping in the car and you're hearing it. Josh Hader, the closer who has not been a part of the roster this season thus far. He was currently on the 15-day IL. He has now been moved to the 60-day IL. Now, they're saying it to clear space on the 40-man roster for Peter Lambert, who's getting to start today. But I would assure you, if Josh Hader was close, that Peter Lambert's ass is not forcing him to the 60-day IL to clear space for Pete Lambert. Clearly, Josh Hader is not ready and not ready for a minute. He did say the other day after he had a live BP, threw 20 pitches in that, was throwing between 91 and 93. He did say that it kind of felt like the start of spring training, ramping up for spring training. Well, he's going to have plenty of time because he's not eligible to come back to the big league roster until the final week of May. So it's going to be an extended period of time with Josh Hader. I know earlier in the show I expressed my concern with this, and I'm going to be honest, some of it is past PTSD with the Astros and their training staff and the injuries. But from the jump, this thing seems to have gotten us further and further away from Josh Hader being on a major league mound. And this is taking us even further now being added to the 60-day IL. Your thoughts on this with Hader?
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I've never thought about it from an IL stint perspective, how long it is. I just heard him earlier in the week talking about the throwing live BP was like the beginning of spring training for him, so I knew we were in store for several more weeks. Now, again, I didn't put it end of May, but I thought we were in store for several more weeks. So the pain's not too sharp here with Josh Hader. I expected a much longer layoff or wait, if you will, than maybe first thought to be when the season started.
Yeah. So there'll be a while without their closer, and that's, let's be honest, their bullpen has struggled. They have struggled, and hopefully they can improve. The last two games have been better. It looks like Brian Pena, we'll see if there is another save situation. If he's
Abreu. What is going on with that? That is odd.
I don't know. Who is Brian? Brian Pena, I think, is an old catcher. I don't know. I don't know why. I mean, it is coming out quick.
You are fighting it.
I'm not fighting it. I'm just saying it. Brian Abreu, not Pena. Brian Abreu. Hopefully, he doesn't have to be in that ninth inning, and it looked the way it has looked this far this season, and they can get through this time before Josh Hader comes back. And they've obviously, put $95 million in his pockets as a big key to their team, and he's not there. Hopefully, that last week of May is where they stand.
Flip on this burger. 5 o'clock fire.
All right, Brian Abreu. All right, the Astros are at home at the Dike, and they will take on the St. Louis Cardinals in this 3-game series. And Peter Lambert, he is getting the start now. He is going 14 2/3 innings in AAA Sugarland. ERA under 2, 1.84. With 12 strikeouts. Previously, last year, he was with the Tokyo Swallows. He spent that year in Japan, posting an ERA under 4, 3.98, 111 strikeouts, and 124 in the third inning. So he had some success there, and hopefully he can jump in here. But, Clint, this is becoming the story here. This is the third straight game in which the Astros are having somebody make their season debut as a starter. Lambert yesterday, Weiss, that was his first start, and then Spencer Getty, that was his first start. So Peter Lambert, who give us the book on Peter Lambert. You got it?
I think he was a guest star on Yellowstone. I think he's made one quick appearance in Marshall of late. The one
Have you watched that?
Oh yeah.
Is it good?
Tremendous.
Should I get? All right, I'll jump in.
It's good. It's
all
good.
Right.
No, it ain't quite early Yellowstone, but it's
Say
good.
less. I'll get it.
It's good. It's good. I like Casey.
So is it? Sorry, Peter, but is it like a spinoff or early years of?
No, it's a spinoff. His wife from Yellowstone has passed away when it starts. So it's just him and his boy.
Gotcha.
And he was always really struggling with the family life and being in the family and carrying on their way of life. And so it's kind of his effort to get away and do different and move on, and pretty good.
Yeah, okay.
Pretty good.
All right. So I might check it out. But Peter Lambert, he gets the ball tonight. The Astros, they are going to run out in terms of lineup. Altuve at second. Alvarez, your everyday DH. Correa's at third. Walker is behind him. And then Loperfido. And then Smith is Cam Smith is out in right field as usual. Trammell is in center. Vasquez is catching, and Clint's favorite, Nick Allen, is at short tonight. So that is the lineup as they look to try to
Did I miss something? Did the guy that hit one to the wall last night and almost kept the game alive, is he hurt?
No, that's not his day. It's not his day, man. They had a plan. They had a plan to get him. Get him some run here, baby. Nick Allen time, baby. Nick Allen time. Yep. Giving a
no Pena and I think what is it? Isak Paredes splits time with Zach. Is it Zach?
Yeah.
Zach Allen, is that his name?
Oh, I think it's Nick Allen.
Nick Allen. It is Nick. It's Nick Allen.
He's getting some time out there. Yeah.
Split time with Nick, man. What the hell's going on? Are you kidding me?
I feel like there is a spot to find Paredes in there. I do. I'm with you. I feel like maybe they don't want to play Correa a lot. Get his legs messed up.
You're going to have, when Pena comes back, you're going to have plenty of time to rest, folks, man.
I think so.
This is precisely one of the advantages of having additional all-star bats and infielders.
Well, then, don't leave Nick Allen. Nick Allen's out there, baby.
He's swinging it well, and he can run. Give him that.
5 o'clock fire.
Kind of.
I'll give him that. He can run.
All right, the big news of the day, Clinton, Tyler, and the people, if you're jumping in, All-Pro edge rusher Will Anderson has agreed to a record-setting deal in the NFL. He got a 3-year, $150 million contract extension. 134 of that is guaranteed, making him the highest non-paid quarterback ever in the history of the National Football League. He gets $32 million at signing. He has a rare no-trade clause, so they took care of Will Anderson in the best way that they possibly could. We have talked about this big news today, and I would throw out to you guys. When Will was drafted here, there was a lot of excitement to trade up to get him. There was a thought either him or Jalen Carter were the two best players and defensive players in that draft. And obviously Jalen Carter had some red flag stuff that Will Anderson never had. And the Texans thought we need to go up and get him. They went up and got him. Clint, we watched him in training camp. We watched him all over his first year, even when he did win Defensive Rookie of the Year. Are you surprised that he has turned out to be this good on the field, and surprised that no one's even flinching about him becoming the highest paid non-quarterback ever?
Absolutely, I'm surprised. I mean, this is, again, and I say it with my chest, this is J.J. Watt level player here. I mean, this is that's where he stands right now. So yeah, I was surprised. Look, I thought when he came in, I thought he was undersized. I thought there was a chance that he was gonna be needed to be used in a kind of a hybrid way, like Jadeveon Clowney type way. I had no idea of the intangible that I think is really his most impressive asset, or is the intangible of being a true pillar that organization can build around for years to come. I had no idea that it was that good, that strong, that real. So yeah, no, I had no idea, and didn't think in my wildest dreams that Will Anderson would be here getting a 3-year, $150 million deal. But when I say that, easiest check that any McNair has ever written, easiest check that any owner in the NFL has ever written. This Will Anderson setting the market on every, the highest paid player, non-quarterback player, is an absolute no-brainer. Every box that you could have as a player is checked on and off the field with Will Anderson.
I'm with you. I didn't. We would have conversations in year one early. You remember, it took him. He went like it was like 8-9 weeks. He wasn't getting any production sacks wise or whatever, and wondered if he had that elite ability to take over games the way we see like Max Crosby and Parsons and other guys. And now, obviously, we're seeing that now, and he has deserved it. His numbers reflect that. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but on the field, because we did question that, on the field, what is his elite trait? Like, what is it that sticks out to you as why he is such a problem for offense?
I think there's two things. I think his motor is totally different than anybody in the league. I mean, there's a couple guys obviously that have high motors, but his motor is as good or better than anybody in the damn league, and that's hard to do at that physical position when you're trying to turn the corner every single snap or playing the run. And playing the run is the second. I think the one reason that he probably doesn't get mentioned in the best edge rushers in the game when you're just talking about sacks and things of that number is because you don't get a lot of recognition for playing the run. I think he is absolutely as violent as there is in the league playing the run. So, I think that's the two things. The motor, the never quit, the making plays as plays break down, that's rare, man. And his physicality and ability to play the run is extremely rare. I'll say this. We just saw a graphic pop up on the screen, and it had pass rush win rate. And it was Micah Parsons at 20-something percent, 27%, I think it was. Myles Garrett at 24, high 24. And then I think Will Anderson was at high 23s.
Yep.
That is unbelievable because when I watch Will, if you said where can Will get better, I think it's noticeable. If you watch Will's tape, it's noticeable that he is raw in just like pass rush techniques. Like I think now he may choose to be that physicality part of it, and he may choose to dump a tackle in the quarterback's lap instead of be a finesse guy. But I think there is still significant growth or opportunity for him to add an ability, a skill to his toolbox, and I think it's in the actual speed rush, pass rush, finesse type game. And if he ever adds that, I don't know if he wants to or needs to, but if he ever adds that, I mean, now you're talking about a guy that could go get you 20.
That's the thing. His speed to power is, like you said, I think about, I watch Max Crosby, his spin moves, the things that he's able to do. But Will, if you watch him, you don't look at him, and it's not like, man, he's just turned the corner or something. But it's like he takes like 2 steps, and like they're retreating, the tackle's retreating, and all of a sudden he is just there.
Yeah.
Right? Like it is, it's like I don't even know if he's made a move or what, but it's like he eats up steps and has them retreating so far. Like it's like, damn, man, he's right there.
Yeah.
It's not like he's lined up wide. Like I watch Hunter line up wide and just go around guys or use a rip or something. But it's like, it looks like the tackle's in good position, and then all of a sudden you look at the tackle, hell, he's standing right there next to. And it's
almost like he sniffs out when they're off balance, and he knows I can shift gears and put my helmet in his chest, and I'm gonna sit him in the quarterback's lap, and he does that as well as anybody out there. But if he ever adds, like you're talking about, and I don't even know if he needs to, don't even know if he cares to, but you talk about Max Crosby, you talk about Danielle Hunter, you talk about some of the T.J. Watt stuff. Maybe he's very similar, not size-wise, but very similar to Myles Garrett when you talk about that. But like, if he ever adds that wow factor in the finesse game, I mean, look out.
He's
because playing the way he's playing right now, I don't think he's ever going to give you 20. I just don't think he's going to get there. I think he's going to be a 12 to 14, 15 guy.
The only reason why I would say is he's always there. Like you said, that number. Him and Micah Parsons have been 1-2 in pressures every year the last couple. He's just always there, but we'll see. All right, that's the Will Anderson. Big news of the day and well deserved. Coming up, T Mill's best bets. Good hell, we need it. We need it. Don't go over the. Okay, I thought.
Oh my God!
I got nervous. I thought I might see 6 down there. All right.
He got hot. Didn't he get hot?
No, he did not.
Oh.
It was raining. It was freezing is where he was. But T-Mill's best bets coming up. Try to finish off the week well. And as we enter the playoffs, as the Rockets, they will have game 1 against the Lakers. How would you rate Kevin Durant's first season with the Rockets? Not just him, but overall season 1 with Kevin Durant with the Rockets. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. Power outages can happen. They do happen around these parts. We've been
podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's best bets coming up here in just a bit on a Friday. Get out there, have yourselves a good little Friday. Get you a good weekend. I don't know what Andy's talking about. Andy says it's supposed to be in the 50s. Did he say 50s on Sunday?
Saturday and Sunday, I think the low's in the 50s.
I guess the low, yeah. I look at the high.
Was he talking about here or was he talking about in Kansas City?
He's talking about here.
We got a cold front coming through tomorrow, like late afternoon.
I say 74 to me.
Yeah, I got 70s. I got 70s.
I mean, I hear the low is 56 probably at night. Get low. Sorry. Bang me out, man.
I'm with you, Ron. I look at the high.
I look at the high, baby. Yeah, I look at the high. I need to wear it, baby. I need to wear it. Tyler would look low. That's Tyler.
I just look at both.
You go up and down?
Look at just the full forecast.
Nah. I look at high. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's the high right there. That's it. The winter. Supposed to rain like
Andy
hell.
stays plugged in now.
He really does, man.
Gave us the weather rundown in KC and Houston.
About to hit these tornadoes. And Clint's going to ask him, how'd you get that weather report in Kansas City? He's got a guy. He's got a guy he follows.
Got a guy he follows, man.
He is, man. He is. That's why we got weatherman Andy, man. He's something special. T-Mill's best bets coming up in just a bit. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Tyler's not been a great week.
Worst week in weeks.
Yeah, I mean, we have not sniffed any green. Did go 2 for 4 one day. Let's see if he can pull it. And
you're talking about T-Mill's bets, huh?
Yeah, and we're going. And I'm coming back Monday to check this out.
Why is he always negative on your bets, T? When you go 3 for 3, breezes through.
Oh, that is not true.
This week there ain't much good to even try to force.
That time when Tyler had that 9 for 9 streak of 3 straight days.
Well, hell, you ain't.
I started off the show with it.
Well, he don't leave you much room to be negative about that. 9 for 9.
We went 9 for 9. I started the show to hell with 5:30.
He should have used the breaking news sounder.
Yeah, man, to hell with that. Are you crazy? How would you rate this first season for the Rockets with Kevin Durant? What would be your thought process, Clint? I would say for me, the word overall would be disappointing. I do not view them as a serious title contender. I don't view them as a team that gets to the Western Conference Finals. I'll be honest with you. I think they got a hell of a draw, and I don't know if I would have selected them to go to the Western Conference semis. I don't know if I would have had them out of the first round if they didn't run into this version of the Lakers. And they are 52. They are 52-30, which is the same record they had last year. And Kevin's been really good. I'll be honest with you, Tyler. I didn't think Kevin's going to play 78 games. I did not have that one. I would have lost an over/under bet on that one all day. But he's at 78 games, 26 a night, almost 5 rebounds or almost 5 assists, over 5 rebounds, 52% shooting, 41 from 3. He was really good individually, but as a team, and I think he was a part of it, the turnovers, the issues at the end of games, the issues that they had against really good teams. The teams we say title contenders, I look at in the West, the Nuggets, the Spurs, and the Thunder. I mean, their record has to be just absolutely atrocious against those guys. Throwing the Pistons, it's pretty rough too. So I mean, they weren't good against the better teams, and I thought they would be title contenders, Clint, and that seemed to go away midway through the season. and that's why I would say disappointing. I trust them to win probably a little bit more than I did last year with KD there and Green and stuff. Yeah, but this was to be a team to be competing with Oklahoma City. We were supposed to be looking at the Rockets the way that people are looking at the Spurs, and that they're not even in that ballpark.
Well, we were damn sure supposed to be better, and as I said before, I think last year's team is better than this year's team right now, and I think they had an identity. I think everybody in the league knew who they were and kind of took notice of the physicality and the defense. I don't think any of that really exists this year. So, look, I knew we were going to get Kevin Durant that would score points. Now, again, we can get it split in hairs of did you know he's going to, at this point in his career, he's going to be able to put up the numbers and percentages that he did. But I hoped and prayed and expected that we were going to get a Kevin Durant that could score points. So beyond that, I think he left a lot to be desired. I think there was opportunities for the veteran that's one of the best to ever play the game to take the bull by the horns and kind of lead this young group and help mold them, help mature them. I'm talking about on the floor. It didn't seem like that happened. I think this team for a huge chunk, I'm not real sure where they sit right now, but for a huge chunk of the season, they were the worst team or one of the worst teams in the NBA in clutch time. Last 5 minutes of a game within 5 points. That can't be the case when you got Kevin Durant. And so I think overall the team and the beyond scoring points part of Kevin Durant, I think it left a lot to be desired, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's just not what you expected, right? And and I think that's a fair point. It's one thing it's one thing to think, hey, they're not title contenders or other teams have passed them, but it's just like the amount of improvement you thought you would see with the additions didn't occur. Like, I'm not surprised that the Spurs got better. I'm surprised that the Spurs were able to jump the distance between them and the Rockets, adding Kevin Durant. That was surprising, and then Denver too, right? So his individual season was good, and again, it's not all on Kevin Durant. His individual season, to me, he gave more than I thought from the games played, his ability to score. Like there became a point, Clint, where Şengün and maybe even Amen Thompson and others got to a place where he needed to step up and carry him every night, which I don't think was the plan. So I'll give him that. But their team, the turnover, that run they had, them turnovers, just like it seemed like 15 every night, and then a bunch at the end of games when it mattered. And he was in the middle of it. Was tough. All right, you can send your thoughts in. I don't view this team as better off than last year. Someone text in. Show, unlike your Lakers, the Rockets have won in spite of. They signed Kevin Durant, but then they've had two starters injured the whole year. All right, I don't know. Steven Adams, I mean, I guess he's a starter.
Well, I would argue that the injuries present more of an opportunity for a player of that ilk to move the needle with the team. I mean, I know your point is on court stuff, but I think that presents an opportunity for a guy to really, really show the impact he can have on a team when you lose guys like that.
Yeah. All right, let's get to T Mill's best bets. Check him out at T Mill Real Deal. He needs a big night, guys. Come on now. He needs a big night. Is this all Friday night action, or is this
no? It's into the weekend too. Yeah, play-in and playoff action for you around the NBA. First, the Hornets as they take on the Magic. I believe that game is tonight. The Hornets have beat the Magic the last 3 games. Also, in all 3 of those games, they have gone over 218.5 points. That is what it's set at tonight, so I'm on the over 218.5 as well as the Hornets' money line.
Orlando just doesn't appear like they want to be there.
No.
Desmond Bain was the only one who cared. No. Maybe Angel Reese will be able to push Wendell Carter to do more. Yeah, that's terrible. You did that to that man.
Rockets Obviously, in action tomorrow, first-round action, first game against the Lakers. Over in that one, 207.5. And then the Timberwolves and Nuggets and under 231.5. Those are your 4 best bets.
All right. I am so hopeful for the Hornets. I just want to see them in a 7-game series. I want to see old Knipple bounce back today. Every time you say Hornets, Tyler, every time I think you're going to just say horny. Every time the way you
horny Hornets.
You say horn really hard, and I think it's going left, and it never does, unfortunately. Rockets, I'm with you. Rockets, Lakers, over. I'm surprised you didn't take the Rockets on the money line. Well, maybe it doesn't even matter. Probably ain't going to win no money on that. T-Wolves, Nuggets. That'll be an interesting series. That should be a fun series. All right, those are T-Mill's best bets. You got through the weekend. You got some tonight, but you can look at those for Saturday and over the weekend as well. Go to @T-Mill Real Deal to get the latest. There's some big NBA matchups coming up. All right, coming up next, Dianna Russini in the news again. This time for good, I think. She's in the news again. We'll give you the latest on that. And Trent Brown, one of the leaders of this offense, had some comments to say about C.J. Stroud. And I hope it's something that will help you feel better about C.J. going into next year. We'll let you hear and see if you agree. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Hey, Houston, let's be real about
Now One for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Forgive me, Tyler. I'll get to jamming on this one now. It's Summer Love now.
It thumps. That's a classic.
Oh boy, second part of this song. That's a good one too.
It'll get you feeling sexual.
Yeah, it does. What an album! Future sex love songs. Justin Timberlake.
Hadn't made one as good since, in my opinion.
That's hard to top. It is. That's like rolling out there, man. That damn Usher ain't made something better. Nothing better since that damn Confessions. That Raymond versus Usher thing, that wasn't it. I found it, Tyler. Brian Pena is a Cuban-American former professional baseball catcher. He played in the major leagues.
The Pirates, didn't he?
For the Braves, Royals, Tigers, Reds, Cardinals, and currently is the manager of the Detroit Tigers affiliate, the West Michigan Whitecaps.
That does legit make me at least feel a little better that he's not only a real person but involved in baseball. So,
hell, I thought he crossed paths in Pittsburgh somehow. It seems like he played for every team but Pittsburgh. That's a bad call on my part.
Yeah, he worked the whole AL and NL Central. He did Cardinals, Reds, Tigers, Royals. Yeah, he run them all. But for the old Whitecaps. Man, I mean, it is rolling off the tongue with ease, man. Like I'm saying, C.J. Stroud is rolling right off the tongue with that. I don't know, and he doesn't even look like Brian Abreu.
No,
not at all.
He doesn't.
No, he doesn't. Some people aren't made to wear goatees, but coming up behind us, as always, Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They're getting you ready. We are less than a week away from the draft now, and they're going to give you an NFL draft preview, and obviously that will include your Houston Texans, so they've got you right after we get done at Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris got you down, and Area 45, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton. I would advise you rolling around Fridays. They get a little frisky. They get a little crazy out there on Fridays, especially when you add Colin to the mix. Nobody gets as crazy as Area 45 at night. So the best sports show at night, Area 45, 7 to 11. They'll get you caught up for this Cardinals Astros game as well, a post game action. That's where you need to be to tune in on Sports Radio 610 for Area 45. Now you'd be a little excited about this one, Tyler. I saw this. Dianna Russini mounts a daring rescue of an elderly man.
Mounted what?
She mounts a daring rescue of an elderly man, dog trapped in a car crash a week after the Mike Vrabel situation.
That's some good publicity.
There it is, man.
Well, I mean,
some old man Tiger Woods that thing.
How convenient is that? Good timing.
It said that an eyewitness told us that Russini was driving along the same road as the Jeep. The Jeep and a Honda Civic ran into each other. Looks like that Jeep did flip. And it's
Tiger Woods, y'all.
He tigered it. Yep, he tigered it. That's terrible to call it that.
Leaned it on his side like that old Range Rover was.
But apparently,
Tiger Woods.
No, it's some old man and his dog.
And Dianna Russini does rescue. and apparently, she got out of her car and ran out of it. She ran out of it and had a tall man put her on top of the Jeep and opened up the door. And she and the other guy pulled the driver and the dog out of the Jeep. Cops arrived soon after and said that the bystanders were able to help them get out.
Where was it at?
Later, naked.
I don't know where this was. It was not it.
Was it in Arizona?
I don't think it was in Arizona.
Was it in Bristol?
I don't think it was anywhere near Mike Vrabel. If I feel like that's where you're trying to push.
Well,
I think it's in New Jersey, so maybe it was a little closer to Mike Vrabel than it's in New Jersey. Huh? Yeah, that makes sense. Her husband's a huge Philly guy, so That makes sense. New Jersey. So there it is. Dianna Russini bouncing back. Tyler. Clint.
Bounce. Yeah, I mean, look, she blamed it all on the fans and
I was set up for you to knock those pins down. I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah. I mean, look, it was the fans that caused her to lose her job, and the media that really piled on, and it's just so here. Let's stem the tide here. Let's get a little positivity.
She took
rolling.
action.
Yeah,
good for her.
Well done, Dianna. Well done.
Good for her. She took action. All right. Trent Brown, who I believe became, and at least when you hear him talk, feels like one of the leaders, especially on that offense. And hell, let's just be honest, his size kind of pushes him into somebody that you feel like guys will listen to once he starts talking with Trent Brown. But he spoke on a podcast about his quarterback C.J. Stroud in this offseason, and I'm wondering for you, as you listen to Trent Brown, does this make you feel any better about C.J. going into next year?
I expect CJ to get better, bro. I think people be so quick to throw people away that they forget what you've done for them. You know what I mean? Quick to even like the build up. You know what I mean? And so I expect CJ to get better, bro. I think CJ is gonna come in and be even more of a leader, better leader than he's been. I think his approach will be different. Me and CJ had a discussion probably about a month and a half ago and talked about the season and what he felt that I felt that he could be better at. And so I think I love that. I think this offseason is a little different for him, and I think he's gonna surprise a lot of people, bro. I think people thinks that he might be down in the dumps, or they might be down in the dumps on him. But I think he's gonna surprise a lot of people, and I don't even think it's gonna be a surprise. I think he's just gonna be a return to the pro that he is. And I'm excited for that. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, Trent Brown says he's excited for it. He's looking forward to him. He's talked to him. He feels like there may be a different C.J. Stroud. Clint, you have been somebody who is down on C.J. right now, at least down from, especially where you were down on C.J. coming off the playoffs and what we've seen recently. Did that make you feel better? Hearing one of the leaders of that offense make you feel better about your feelings on CJ? No,
I mean, that doesn't make me feel any bit better, to be honest with you. I appreciate Trent Brown and what he makes me like Trent Brown even more, the fact that he is obviously more than just a backup tackle on this team. But from CJ's perspective, I just add this to the list of things that people say that make me take the position that I'm taking. I mean, have the opinion that I'm having in a sense of, if my backup right tackle is having to talk about me being a better leader than I was and expecting me to be a better leader than I was, and it's almost like it's a pep talk type of situation for me. I think that falls in the same basket with the head coach needing to reiterate his support and his confidence in C.J. Stroud publicly. The general manager has done that at times. Obviously, Will Anderson expressing some thoughts of like, I made sure and went and told C.J. that he's still one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Like all of that stuff, I just don't believe you need to have those kind of conversations with guys that are just natural born leaders or dead in the middle of it and are leading the team. Like I hear them all as just like the need to voice those things is wild to me. Like not necessarily in this particular instance, but just in general, the need is wild to me. And I think this just kind of falls in that category for me.
Yeah, I think maybe the need is, I guess, I don't know. It feels like people may feel concerned that he is maybe was in a space
and fair and that's fair. I want CJ to play well. I think CJ is an unbelievable physical talent. I don't like that everybody has to keep voicing their support for him and almost pep talking him and he's seeking out how to be better from Trent. That's year 4, man. You're the quarterback of this team.